Hey family! Hyungji sat on a chair in a small Chinatown restaurant, rubbing his temples. He recalled a popular saying on the internet. If you love someone, send them to New York because it's heaven. If you hate someone, send them to New York because it's hell. At this moment, the irony of those words struck him with a poignant truth. Having just returned from the hospital, Hyungji was trying to make sense of the sudden twist in his life. He had once been an ordinary programmer in Shanghai, working overtime to the brink of exhaustion. In his 30s, single, and with savings that couldn't even buy a tiny apartment in the city of sky-high real estate prices, he had lived a life of quiet struggle. The long hours had left him physically drained, his hair thinning, and his appearance utterly unremarkable to the critical eyes of women. And now, inexplicably, he had traveled into the body of a young man of mixed Chinese and British descent. The reflection staring back at him in the mirror looked like a character straight out of a video game. Fair skin, sharply defined features, eyebrows slightly arched with a hint of rebellion, and long, slightly curled lashes framing a pair of deep, mysterious eyes like black holes. Standing at 1.85 meters tall, with a strong, athletic build, this was a man who would undoubtedly turn heads in any country. But rather than feeling joy, he was consumed by confusion, his mind struggling to piece together his final memories before the transmigration. It had been the 7th consecutive day of overtime for his team, working on a mobile game designed to piggyback off the popularity of JOJO's bizarre adventure. Without proper licensing, the plan had been to create a knockoff, rake in some quick cash, and shut it down before any legal trouble arose. Just as the framework for the game was nearing completion, their boss had brought in late-night snacks along with a slew of empty promises. Everyone knew the promises were hollow, yet they gritted their teeth and carried on. His last memory was of getting up to grab his share of the snacks, when everything suddenly went dark. The next thing he knew, he had woken up in a New York hospital bed in someone else's body. The doctor informed him that he had been admitted due to carbon monoxide poisoning, and that his British father and Chinese mother had tragically passed away, leaving behind this small Chinatown restaurant as his inheritance. Strangely, he didn't feel much sorrow over the end of his former life. It had been a bland, flavorless existence. No family, no love, no real connections. Death seemed like little more than a formal transition. Yet after receiving the memories of this new body, the coincidence of an entire family succumbing to carbon monoxide poisoning unsettled him. If not for his soul mysteriously taking over this body, all 3 of them would have perished. There was something suspicious lurking behind this so-called accident. His miraculous return from the dead had already astonished the doctors. While cases of people reviving after clinical death weren't unheard of, his situation was nothing short of extraordinary. Forget it. Overthinking won't help. I'll just take it one step at a time, Hyungji muttered to himself in an attempt at self-reassurance. At least he still had this small restaurant, modest as it was, to sustain him. Out of a sense of moral obligation, he couldn't bring himself to sell off the inheritance and flee after having taken over someone else's life. Just as he was lost in thought, his phone rang, pulling him back to reality. He reached into his pocket and answered the call. "Hey, Dio," came a concerned voice on the other end of the line. "I just got out of the hospital and heard you've been discharged. How are you holding up? About Uncle Brando and Auntie, you've got to stay strong. If you need financial help, I've got some savings. I know of a cemetery with a nice environment and reasonable prices. I don't mean to overstep, I just thought." From the memories of his new identity, Hyungji recognized this voice as belonging to Will Jones, his closest friend in this life, a young black man who had grown up without a father. Though Will was often tangled up with gang activities, the He family had taken him in during his toughest times, providing him with shelter and warmth and saving him from a life on the streets. Will's gratitude toward the He family was genuine, and his current concern was heartfelt. The voice on the other end of the call continued to chatter away, with Will's distinct cadence as a black youth infusing the conversation with a unique rhythm. It left Hyungji. No, he supposed he should now call himself Dio Brando, struggling to get a word in. Dio couldn't help but feel a sense of absurdity about his new identity. The name was identical to the infamous antagonist from the mobile game he had been developing before his transmigration, the one who was always shouting, "It wasn't JOJO, it was me, Dio." The coincidence made him wonder if some higher power was orchestrating all this. As he recalled some of the iconic scenes from the anime, something unexpected appeared before his eyes, a familiar interface. Wait a second, isn't this the JOJO cash grab mobile game I was working on? How did it cross over with me? Once he confirmed that this wasn't some hallucination brought on by missing his former job, Dio immediately perked up. So this was his golden finger, the cheat-like ability that every transmigrator seemed to get. And it had appeared in the form of his unfinished game. Hey, are you still listening? You didn't pass out, did you? Will's worried voice snapped him back to reality. Huh? Oh, what did you say? Dio stammered, shaken out of shock. I said, take it easy today and rest up. I'll come over tomorrow, and we can go check out that cemetery together. Crazy, right? Who'd have thought someone like Tony Stark would ever be involved in charity work? Okay, see you tomorrow. I'm still feeling a bit off, so let's leave it at that for now. Got it. Take care, bro. Dio hung up quickly, but then froze in place. The name Will had just mentioned. Asterisk Tony Stark asterisk? If it wasn't just a coincidental name, if it really was that Tony Stark. Realizing the potential implications, Dio immediately pulled out his phone and began searching. Within minutes, a flood of familiar names and images confirmed the truth. Stark Industries, Oscorp, and the unmistakable face of Tony Stark himself. He had transmigrated into the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Dio's emotions were a chaotic blend of disbelief, anxiety, and reluctant excitement. On the one hand, it was 2010, and there was still some time before the Battle of New York and Thanos' apocalyptic snap. On the other hand, Marvel's timeline was notoriously convoluted, and he couldn't recall the exact dates of every major event. Moreover, even if he did remember, this was now a living, breathing world, where any tiny change could trigger a butterfly effect. His first instinct was to flee New York, the epicenter of so many disasters, and return to the relative safety of China. But as he thought it through, he realized there would be no escape. When Thanos gathered all 6 Infinity Stones and snapped his fingers, half of all life in the universe would vanish at random. It didn't matter where he hid. For someone who had always considered himself to have the luck of a gacha game loser, this was the worst possible news. Back in his previous life, every time he tested games for work, he was always the unluckiest in the group. No matter how much they adjusted the drop rates, SSR characters and 5-star servants always eluded him. With that kind of track record, he was almost certain that when Thanos snapped his fingers, he would be among the half that disappeared. But this grim realization strangely calmed him. If he had crossed over with a golden finger, then perhaps the future wasn't set in stone. Maybe, just maybe, this little butterfly could flap its wings enough to alter the destiny of the entire universe. Even if the ultimate outcome couldn't be changed, at least he would have tried. And who knows? If he managed to befriend a few superheroes, maybe he could even get himself resurrected in Avengers Endgame. Having made up his mind, Dio summoned his golden finger once more, the interface of the unfinished JOJO mobile game. Its functions were rudimentary, but the familiar layout and the glaring microtransaction button gave him a strange sense of comfort. System, he called out tentatively, but there was no response. It seemed the golden finger wasn't equipped with an AI assistant, likely because it was an incomplete product. On the bright side, at least he wouldn't have an annoying system spirit constantly assigning him tasks and threatening him with annihilation. As the game's developer, Dio was intimately familiar with its features. He navigated the interface with ease and opened the beginner's pack. Inside was a single white egg, the first stand user every player would receive. What kind of character it would hatch into would depend entirely on luck. Luck. Thinking about his abysmal track record with gacha draws, Dio suddenly fell silent, lost in contemplation. Opening the beginner's pack, Dio found 2 items inside: a skill book for Ripple Hammond and an egg containing an unknown stand ability. He decided to try the Ripple Hammond skill book first. Upon clicking use, a flood of knowledge surged into his mind, leaving him utterly astonished. After closing his eyes to process the sensation for a moment, his expression lit up with disbelief. Ripple Hammond, the core combat system from parts 1 and 2 of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. As the precursor to stand abilities, it had an undeniable charm. That iconic line, "This is my final Ripple," had moved countless fans. In the game, The inclusion of Ripple wasn't just fan service to evoke nostalgia. It also served a practical purpose, replacing the energy bar mechanic from other games. After all, using magic to control stands would have felt completely out of place. What shocked Dio even more was that this wasn't just some in-game number mechanic. It was a fully functional, real-world skill that he could train and develop. This meant that not only had the Marvel Universe materialized, but the JOJO universe's rules had also become real. From the knowledge now implanted in his mind, he understood that Ripple Hammon was essentially a special breathing technique. By controlling one's breathing, energy resembling ripples on water could be generated in the bloodstream, granting incredible power. Practicing Ripple not only strengthened the body, but also slowed aging and emitted an energy akin to sunlight. Following the instructions in his mind, Dio adjusted his breathing rhythm and felt an invisible energy, the ripple, begin to gather in his blood. He clenched his fist, focusing all the energy into it, and then punched the solid wooden table in front of him, shouting, "Sendo Hammon Overdrive." A surge of ripple energy exploded from his fist, shattering the table into splinters in an instant. It's actually this powerful. Overwhelmed with excitement, Dio's breathing faltered, and the ripple energy in his body dissipated just as quickly, leaving him with a wave of fatigue. He glanced at the game interface and noticed that the energy bar representing his Ripple Hammon had dropped by a third. Starting with a fixed 100 points of Hammon energy, one punch had consumed roughly 30. The power was undeniable. Against an average person, he'd easily dominate the fight. But here's the catch. He could only throw 3 punches before running out of energy. And in modern society, especially in America, who the hell fights with fists? Without Ripple energy, he was just an ordinary guy, and until he mastered more advanced Ripple techniques, a simple gunshot could end him. Keep it low-key. I need to stay under the radar, Dio muttered to himself as a reminder. He adjusted his breathing again, entering a meditative state, and watched as his Hammon energy slowly regenerated at a rate of 1 point per second. It eventually refilled, stopping at 100. So, if I ever need to fight, I'll have to maintain perfect Ripple breathing throughout. I can't afford to mess up my rhythm. If my breathing gets disrupted, not only will I lose the ability to use Hammon, but my energy won't even regenerate. That's a serious problem, Dio thought with a wry smile. For an ordinary person, maintaining a precise breathing technique during the chaos of combat was no small feat. Still, he resolved to make Ripple breathing second nature. In this dangerous world, if he didn't seize every opportunity to improve, he might not even survive long enough to face Thanos. With that in mind, Dio turned his attention to the white egg. While it was unlikely to hatch into a top-tier stand, he couldn't help but feel a flicker of hope. A stand, those manifestations of life energy that carried incredible powers, the evolution of the Ripple. If Ripple Hammon was his foundation in this world, the strength of his stand would determine his ceiling and the impact he could have. Even more exciting was the discovery that this unfinished mobile game system allowed for 5 stand slots. In the JOJO universe, a person typically only had 1 stand, but with this system, the rules were entirely different. However, since his Ripple Hammon level was only at level 1, he could currently equip just 1 stand. Slapping his cheeks to shake off his nerves, Dio clicked on the white egg with eager anticipation. Star Platinum, The World, Crazy Diamond, Killer Queen, Golden Experience, King Crimson. Any of these powerful stands would give him an overpowered start. But alas, could the luck of a self-proclaimed gacha game loser really change so easily? As a gentle white light enveloped the egg, a small, tomato-like creature materialized before him, staring at him with wide, innocent eyes. Congratulations, player. You've summoned the stand. Asterisk Pearl Jam. Asterisk. Dio fell silent for a moment, then silently pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling as he exhaled a long plume of smoke. Of course, he muttered bitterly. Of course its luck won't save you, and money won't change your fate. Pearl Jam, a stand that enhances food to provide miraculous healing effects. While undeniably useful in some situations, it was far from the battle-ready powerhouse he had been hoping for. Still, he supposed it was better than nothing. At least he wouldn't have to worry about minor injuries or illnesses for now. But in a world teeming with supervillains, aliens, and impending existential threats, what was he supposed to do? Feed Thanos a salad. Asterisk Pearl Jam asterisk. A stand from Part 4 of JOJO's Bizarre Adventure. Introduced through the eccentric Italian chef Tonio Trussardi, who ran a small restaurant in Morio. Tonio had once used this peculiar stand to rehabilitate Okuyasu Nijimura from the inside out. Despite its limited screen time and lack of combat feats, Dio's developer team had decided to include every stand user they could find on Baidu to enrich the gameplay, though in reality, it was just a shortcut born of developer laziness. This must qualify as a nightmare-level start, right? Is it because I own a small restaurant now that I pulled this? Dio wasn't exactly resentful, but he was definitely disappointed. There were so many stands that could have helped him protect himself, yet he ended up with an auxiliary-type logistical stand. Still holding onto a shred of hope, he opened Pearl Jam's stats. Moments later, he silently reached for a second cigarette. Stand stats, Pearl Jam. Destructive power, *E. Speed, *C. Range, *B. Max distance from user, around 20 meters. Durability, *A. Longer usage with minimal ripple energy consumption. Precision, *E. Low control, akin to a brainless charge-forward type, lacking finesse. Development potential, *C. Moderate room for growth and evolution. Special ability, *Food therapy. Healing effects can be applied to specific individuals by pairing the stand with various ingredients. The effectiveness depends on the dish's flavor. Dio exhaled and stubbed out his cigarette with a long sigh. After reviewing the stats, he resigned himself to the reality of the situation. Using this stand for self-defense was clearly out of the question. His only hope now was to unlock a better stand or level up his Ripple Hammond. The one silver lining was that Pearl Jam was unique. It didn't transmit damage back to the user when attacked, since it was technically considered an ingredient itself. It was even edible, and consuming it allowed the user to resummon it later using Ripple energy. With its A-grade durability, the Ripple cost was minimal, making it virtually free to use for a beginner. And with a 20-meter range, it wasn't entirely useless. Looks like even the heavens want me to become a glorious and honorable chef, Dio muttered, reluctantly accepting his fate. He equipped Pearl Jam into the only activated slot, and, using Ripple energy, successfully summoned his little tomato on the first try. SHI. The tiny tomato-like creature appeared, cheerfully zipping around Dio with strange, high-pitched giggles. It consumes 10 Ripple points to summon, and with its minimal energy drain of 1 point per second, it balances perfectly with the natural recovery rate from Ripple breathing. A testament to that A-grade durability. Curious, Dio summoned 3 more little tomatoes, watching as his Ripple energy drained at a rate of 4 points per second. With only 60 Ripple points left, he could sustain them for a mere 15 seconds. Pathetic. I'm so weak it's laughable, Dio muttered, dismissing the stand and acknowledging his current limitations. It was clear now, his golden finger had given him immense potential, but he needed time to grow into it. For now, the strategy was simple. Stay low, stay safe, and don't do anything reckless. Taking a deep breath, Dio steadied his hands and clicked on the most glaringly obvious button in the game interface, the one labeled Microtransactions. Summoning options, *. Friendship points summon *, 100 points per single pull, 1,000 points per 10 pull. 1 free 10 pull every 24 hours. Premium summon * 1 gold bar per single pull, 10 gold bars per 10 pull. The interface and monetization system were all too familiar, except now there was a friendship point summon system. As one of the developers, Dio knew this feature was a trap, designed to keep free-to-play players engaged as cannon fodder for the whales. The pool offered only a handful of weak stands comparable to Pearl Jam, with a pull rate of about 0.1% for anything remotely decent. And that was for a 10 pull. There was no pity system. In theory, you could pull hundreds of times and still come up empty. To soften the blow, the game offered 1 free 10 pull every 24 hours. The real treasures lay in the premium summon pool, but that required spending gold bars. and Dio suddenly had a sinking feeling. Did the game now require literal gold bars? 10 grams? 50 grams? 100 grams per bar? Even if he could get his hands on gold, how would he recharge it into the system? The thought of playing a real pay-to-win game, where even paying might not be an option, gave Dio a headache. Why did other transmigrators get god-tier cheats that let them dominate effortlessly while he was stuck with this mess? Orphaned, burdened by potential conspiracies, and now saddled with a golden finger that demanded real-world resources, it was almost comical how unlucky he was. As he brooded over his woes, his stomach growled loudly. Ugh, fine. Forget it. Food's the priority right now. Let's eat first and think later, Dio muttered. Then, with a mischievous grin, he added, I've never tasted a stand before. Time to try something new. Guess I'm about to one-up every foodie out there. Not even Thanos can claim he's eaten a stand, right? As the only stand user in the Marvel Universe, and quite possibly the only one prepared to eat his stand, Dio realized one thing. A Chinese foodie is afraid of nothing. Absolutely nothing. As Dio rummaged through the kitchen for usable ingredients, he absent-mindedly completed the day's free tin pull from the Friendship Summon pool. The results were absurdly comical. 6 bricks from Morio, a plain white chef's hat, 2 lowest-grade ripple orbs, and an authentic piece of Trish Una's underwear, courtesy of the developer's questionable sense of humor. Seeing the haul, Dio's face twitched uncontrollably. The Morio bricks were indistinguishable from ordinary bricks, and the chef's hat was purely cosmetic, offering no bonuses whatsoever. The only remotely useful items were the 2 lowest-grade ripple orbs. Lowest-grade ripple orb asterisk, consumed to increase ripple energy cap by 1 point. Without hesitation, Dio popped both orbs into his mouth. They were tasteless and dissolved instantly. A quick glance at his stats confirmed that his ripple energy cap had increased from 100 to 102. This discovery gave him some hope. Besides training, items like these could also help him grow stronger. That reinforced his resolve to crack the mystery of how to pay to win in this strange game system. As for the authentic underwear, clearly a developer's bad joke, Dio chose to ignore it entirely. He planned to discard it along with most of the Morio bricks. However, since his in-game inventory was limited to 100 slots and could only store game-related items, he decided to keep a few bricks just in case. Who knows? Something as mundane as a brick might come in handy in an unexpected situation. Shifting his focus to more immediate concerns, Dio realized that, due to the tragic carbon monoxide incident, this small Chinatown restaurant had been closed for several days. The fridge was nearly empty of fresh ingredients. Left with no choice, he decided to whip up a simple plate of stir-fried eggs with tomatoes to satisfy his hunger and, more importantly, test the abilities of Pearl Jam. Naturally, his little tomato stand was about to become a literal ingredient in a dish. He rinsed the rice, set it to cook, cracked the eggs, and prepared everything for a basic meal. Then, using ripple energy, Dio summoned 2 Pearl Jams. As he was about to toss them into the pan, the stand seemed to sense its impending fate. Suddenly, a thought echoed in his mind. Please designate the target consumer and specify the condition to be treated. Dio paused, momentarily stunned, before setting himself as the target and choosing to treat his dark circles and a scar on his left hand. The 2 little tomatoes giggled mischievously before one leapt into a glass of plain water he'd poured, and the other dissolved into the beaten eggs, disappearing entirely. The tomatoes were gone? Dio blinked in confusion. So this was how Pearl Jam worked. He had initially thought he'd have to cook his stand directly, but this process spared him the moral dilemma of killing his own stand. In hindsight, it was a relief. A few minutes later, Dio sat at the table with a plate of scrambled eggs and a glass of water that looked entirely ordinary. His face was full of anticipation. While his cooking skills as a former bachelor weren't exceptional, they were good enough to satisfy his own palate. Let's see how this goes, he muttered, lifting the glass of water. He downed it in one gulp and instantly froze. Holy crap, this is delicious. Dio's eyes widened in disbelief. It was just plain water, but after Pearl Jam's enhancement, it tasted like the purest, sweetest nectar he'd ever had. The flavor was so extraordinary that he found himself staring at the empty glass, already craving more. Before he could pour another, an intense heat flared in his eyes. The sensation escalated rapidly, and in the next moment, tears gushed from his eyes like waterfalls. Panic surged through him, but he quickly recalled Okuyasu Nijimura's chaotic experience in the original JOJO series. Relaxing slightly, he let the process run its course. Pearl Jam, after all, healed by breaking down and regenerating the body from the inside, a method as dramatic as it was effective. Most people unfamiliar with the process would probably faint from fright. The tears poured relentlessly for over 30 seconds, during which Dio felt like his eyeballs might fall out. Finally, the flood subsided, leaving his face feeling remarkably refreshed. He darted to the mirror to check his reflection. The faint dark circles under his eyes were completely gone, and his deep-set eyes now sparkled like stars, captivating and magnetic. "Do I really have to be this handsome?" he muttered, momentarily stunned by his own reflection. With renewed excitement, he returned to the table to try the enhanced scrambled eggs. One bite, and his eyes widened again. It was incredible. The flavor was out of this world. Thanks to Pearl Jam, his humble cooking skills had been elevated to a level he didn't think possible. He could only imagine what a professional chef could achieve with this stand, dishes so divine that billionaires would line up for reservations. Dio devoured the scrambled eggs in record time and leaned back, deeply satisfied. Then the second wave of healing hit. It started with an itch, an unbearable, maddening itch. The scar on his left palm, a relic of a childhood knife accident, began to itch like crazy. Dio knew this was Pearl Jam at work, so he cooperated by scratching furiously. Dead skin flaked away in layers, creating a rather horrifying scene. Just as he thought he might accidentally claw his hand raw, the itching stopped abruptly. He lifted his hand to inspect it. The scar was gone. In its place was soft, smooth, newly regenerated skin. "I'm going to be rich," Dio whispered to himself. This was beyond any skincare product, surgery, or treatment available on the market. It was 100 times more effective and had no side effects, aside from the terrifyingly dramatic healing process. In a city like New York, teeming with wealthy elites and celebrities, word of a restaurant that could deliver such miraculous results would spread like wildfire. He could make a fortune overnight. Just a few hours ago, Dio had been contemplating how to escape this dangerous world. Now, he found himself grinning and muttering under his breath. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. The next morning, just as Dio finished cleaning up the remains of the table he had accidentally shattered the day before, his best friend in this life showed up at the restaurant. "Hey bro, I knew I'd find you here." Will greeted him with a big bear hug. At just 1.6 meters tall, he looked almost comically small next to Dio's towering 1.85-meter frame. "Hello, Will. Sorry to make you worry," Dio said, a little unsure at first about how to act around him. But feeling the sincerity behind Will's gestures, he quickly let go of his doubts. He wasn't a Yongji anymore. He was Dio Brando, Will Jones's lifelong friend. "Come on, man, we're brothers." Will pulled a goofy face, though his sharp eyes were carefully assessing Dio's condition. After such a traumatic accident, he'd been worried that his friend might fall apart. But seeing how energetic and collected Dio seemed, he felt reassured. "Yo, bro, did you secretly get plastic surgery while you were in the hospital, or something? I swear, you've gotten even more handsome." No wonder Jenny keeps doubling down every time you turn her down. That girl's relentless. Will deftly avoided bringing up Dio's parents, showing a subtle emotional intelligence honed from a rough upbringing. "It's nothing. I've just come to terms with some things. Since fate allowed me to live, I figured there's no point wallowing in sorrow. Better to embrace whatever brighter future lies ahead. I'm sure they are praying for me from heaven." Dio's tone was complicated, but he spoke with conviction, naturally avoiding any mention of stands or supernatural events. Will was silent for a moment before patting him lightly on the back. "Man, we're all devastated about what happened. But yeah, if you're thinking like that, Uncle Brando and Aunt, he would definitely be proud of you from up above. You don't have to worry about me. I'm not as fragile as you think," Dio replied with a reassuring smile. Then he added, "Didn't we plan to check out that cemetery today? Let's go. You drive. My car's still parked back at the apartment. I'll check on it later after we're done." Having fully absorbed the memories of his new identity, Dio navigated the conversation effortlessly, leaving no room for suspicion. After locking up the restaurant, he and Will climbed into a second-hand Chevrolet and drove off. Not long after Dio and Will left, a black sedan parked not far from the restaurant sprang to life. "The target has left with Will Jones," a voice said from inside the car. "Based on yesterday's wiretap, they're likely headed to the cemetery donated by Stark Industries." "Understood. Unit 2 is already tailing them." "Any unusual behavior from the target since yesterday?" "Nothing definitive. He seems emotionally unstable, possibly violent. Just now, he threw out a broken table that he had apparently smashed." "Anything else?" "No, sir. Keep monitoring. Prioritize all communications from the target's devices." "Yes, sir." After a brief pause, someone in the car asked, "Why don't we just take him out directly?" "Luck doesn't last forever. You think I don't want to send him to reunite with his family right now?" The last attempt was rushed. That lucky kid somehow ended up coming back from the dead and blew the whole thing wide open. Now S.H.I.E.L.D. is sniffing around. If we act again, we'll risk exposing ourselves. Fortunately, it seems he doesn't suspect a thing. Keep him under surveillance for another week. If there's no unusual activity, we'll cancel the mission and let him keep his miserable life. The conversation ended. One of the men in the car pulled out a store-bought sandwich and began eating it with a disgruntled expression. Clearly, he wasn't thrilled about wasting his time on what seemed to be an unlucky, or perhaps overly lucky kid. But orders were orders. Someone had seen what they weren't supposed to, and the loose ends had to be tied up. As for this particular loose end, who knew absolutely nothing, well, a family of 3 should stay together, right? Out in the suburbs, a newly built cemetery came into view. Behind the wheel, Will was in full swing, putting his racial charisma to good use. "Man, Tony Stark is the worst. Who knows how many people have died because of the weapons Stark Industries sold? What, 100,000? A million? 10 million? Hey, did you hear? Yesterday, our beloved playboy Tony Stark hooked up with those famous twin Victoria's Secret models. Today's tabloids are all over it. Here's a joke for you. The richest weapons dealer in America, Tony Stark, is actually a philanthropist." Ha ha ha. Dio massaged his temples, trying to suppress a headache. He had almost forgotten Will was a die-hard anti-elitist. Likely shaped by his rough childhood, he shared the resentment many from the slums felt toward the rich. And no one embodied his disdain more than someone like Tony Stark, obscenely wealthy, brilliant, and handsome to boot. Of course, Dio suspected part of Will's hatred was just unadulterated envy. "All right, bro, we're here," Will announced as they pulled up to the cemetery. Dio stepped out of the car and immediately took a deep breath. Whatever else could be said, the air out here was refreshing, and the surroundings were beautiful. Far removed from the city's chaos, the cemetery was serene and well-maintained. Regardless of whether Tony Stark's involvement was a publicity stunt or some kind of quid pro quo, this cemetery was undeniably a product of charity. And really, who could say which dollars were clean and which were stained with blood? Dio had long since grown past his youthful idealism. The world wasn't fair, and there was no point pretending otherwise. Instead of resenting the system, it was better to focus on improving his own life and maybe ensure his descendants became the kind of people others envied. "So, not bad, huh?" Will asked with a grin. "It's nice, but are you sure the prices here are reasonable?" Dio's face was full of skepticism. The guy managing this place owes me a favor. Not exactly the kind of person who wants to lose his job, you know." Will replied with zero shame. As the saying goes, every snake has its hole, and every rat its path. Having spent enough time on the fringes of society, Will naturally handled things the way he'd learned in the streets. "Oh, Fixika, what the hell are you doing here? I thought we settled everything the last time we did business." The moment they entered the office, a sharply dressed, middle-aged white man, practically radiating successful professional vibes, burst into a tirade. Of course, this was behind closed doors, where no one else could hear him. Whether it was the undisguised contempt and disdain in the man's eyes, or the fact that Will felt his pride wounded in front of his brother, the black youth immediately plastered a wicked, toothy grin on his face. He stepped forward and, with the top of his head, pressed awkwardly against the man's chin. Oh Lord! The scene was so ridiculous that Dio had to fight the urge to laugh. For the sake of Will's dignity, he somehow managed to suppress it. Realizing how absurd the height difference made him look, Will quickly shoved the man hard with both hands, taking advantage of his stumble to bark. Maybe I should let your boss, your wife, and your kids know just how their shining beacon of corporate morality, the great Edward, likes to dabble in business with people like me. Will's voice dripped with mockery. In America, such revelations weren't uncommon. Many wealthy or influential figures had skeletons in their closets, and they often dealt with unsavory types behind the scenes. But America also had no shortage of people who despised such underhanded dealings. If Edward's connections to criminal elements were exposed, it could mean a resignation letter and divorce papers landing on his desk in short order. This was precisely why Will felt so emboldened. Sure, he'd defend Edward, but as long as the man lacked the guts to go nuclear, the fallout would eventually blow over. Edward, who had managed to steady himself, turned pale at the threat. He spat. "You bastard! Is this how you treat your clients?" "Clients? What clients?" "All I remember is some son of a B*** screaming at me the moment I walked in." Will casually picked at his ear with his pinky finger, then blew off the imaginary debris in Edward's direction. The man's face turned an even darker shade of red, but after a few deep breaths, he forced a thin, unpleasant smile onto his face. "Hey, I've been a loyal customer of yours for years, haven't I? We've always had a good relationship, right?" Will's mocking grin didn't waver. Edward sighed and continued, "Fine. I apologize for my earlier behavior, but you've got to understand my position here. If anyone finds out I've been dealing with people like you, my career, hell, my entire life, would be over. I've got the New York City government watching my back, you see. Surely you can understand that." His tone was a careful balance of threat and olive branch, giving Will a way to back down while also explaining his earlier hostility. Clearly, Edward wasn't just some pencil pusher. He had the savvy to navigate delicate situations. But to Will, the mention of Edward's government connections sounded like nothing more than a veiled attempt at intimidation. Seeing Will's face darken with anger, Edward immediately changed tactics. "You didn't stop by just to argue, did you? My time is limited, so why don't you tell me what you need? If it's not too much trouble, I'll try to help. Consider it an apology for my earlier attitude." At that moment, Dio, standing behind Will, subtly tapped his friend a few times, reminding him to refocus on their original purpose and not let things escalate further. Will let out a scoff, but relented, explaining the reason for their visit. Hearing the request, Edward visibly relaxed. He had been worried it was something far more complicated. While he had no issue buying from the gang, he wanted no part in their petty disputes or internal politics. Still, despite the simplicity of the request, he made a show of looking troubled. "This is technically within my authority, but to be honest, it's not exactly easy. You know, I've only recently been transferred here, and a lot of people are watching me. If it were just about bumping someone up the list, that'd be manageable. But offering such a steep discount? There's no way I can cover that gap out of my own pocket." Edward's tone was sincere and almost theatrical. Even Dio began to wonder if they were asking too much. But Will, unimpressed, let out a cold laugh. "Come on, Edward. Don't tell me you transferred here out of some noble desire to uphold the rules and play fair. And don't act like I didn't do my homework before I came here. I know Stark Industries clearly stated when they donated this cemetery that any household with a veteran, active or retired, was entitled to a 1/3 discount. With our history, this should be a piece of cake for you, right?" Dio couldn't help but be impressed. He had to reevaluate his friend. Will wasn't just some street thug. He was sharp and perceptive, someone who could thrive in the underbelly of society. Not only had he seen through Edward's bluff, but he'd also boxed him into a corner, leaving him with no way out. "You overestimate me," Edward replied, making one last feeble attempt to wiggle free. But it was clear to anyone paying attention just how much room there was for manipulation in this situation. What was supposed to be a charity program for veterans had turned into a profit-making scheme for people like Edward. As for the veterans who actually needed the discount, that was never the focus of people like him. And Stark Industries? They didn't care. Their PR goals were already achieved, and their charitable reputation cemented. Who ultimately benefited from the donation was of little concern to them. Will ignored Edward's weak protestations and went straight for the kill. "Relax. We know the rules and won't make things difficult for you. I swear, after this, no one will know about our connection. I won't even show my face around you again. Will's words were like the devil's whisper, and Edward finally gave in, nodding reluctantly. Fine, just make sure you keep your word. Damn it, I should never have gotten involved with you people in the first place. Don't be like that, my friend. This is just a small favor, nothing more. Consider it a token of our partnership. And hey, I owe you one now, Will said with a sly grin. Edward finally cracked a smile, though it was a bitter one. Have your friend fill out the necessary forms and wait for my call. I'll take care of it. Pricing will follow the military discount, but don't worry. Your cut will be untouched, Will assured him smoothly. Edward's smile grew wider. Evidently, he was satisfied with the outcome. Well then, here's to a smooth partnership. To a smooth partnership. After bidding farewell to the smiling Edward, Dio and Will climbed back into the second-hand Chevrolet and drove off. Unlike the lively exchange earlier, the two of them sat in silence for most of the ride. It wasn't until they approached the heart of New York City that Will, true to his talkative nature, broke the quiet. Where to? Back to the restaurant. Dio stared out of the window, silent for a moment, before answering in a low voice, home. Dio's family home was in Chinatown, just a couple of blocks from the restaurant they ran. Although it shared Manhattan with the infamous Hell's Kitchen, Chinatown was on the southern end in Lower Manhattan, while Hell's Kitchen sat in Midtown West. Neither area was particularly known for its safety. From the inherited memories of his new identity, Dio knew his British father had fallen head over heels for his Chinese mother during an impromptu visit to her family's restaurant. To be with her, his father had abandoned his prospects in the UK, severed ties with his family back home, and embraced a life in the chaotic hustle of Chinatown, helping to run the little eatery. In those memories, his father was a charming and humorous gentleman, but beneath that demeanor lay the stubbornness and pride characteristic of a Brit. He had a zero-tolerance policy for injustice, which naturally earned him his fair share of enemies. People often romanticize the idea of Chinatown as a community of tight-knit, supportive immigrants. Perhaps in its early days, it had been a place of mutual aid, where people struggled together to carve out a life in a foreign land. But as Chinatown grew into a sprawling enclave spanning 45 streets, covering more than 4 square kilometers, and housing over 800,000 Chinese residents, the concept of unity had long since eroded. In its place were rivalries, factions, and unending turf wars. Backstabbing and infighting were the norm. For new arrivals, the darker undercurrents of Chinatown might not be immediately apparent. But for someone like Dio, who had inherited over 2 decades of memories from living there, the truth was painfully clear. The so-called community could be as ruthless as it was welcoming. Chinatown's rapid expansion was fueled by a constant influx of new immigrants. Many Chinese immigrants, legal or otherwise, gravitated toward the area, drawn by its reputation as a haven for their culture. But the overcrowding created immense pressure. Restaurants and convenience stores, often owned by Chinese families, fought fiercely for survival. Few managed to make a decent living. Dio recalled a true story he'd witnessed through memories. A newly arrived immigrant had opened a convenience store in Chinatown, only to find himself besieged by gang members demanding protection money. The area was crawling with gangs, dozens of well-known ones, and countless smaller groups. Paying one gang didn't protect you from the others. When a shopkeeper protested that he'd already paid another gang, he was met with threats. What? You think we're not worth paying? Disrespecting us? The next day, the shop was robbed at gunpoint, with the thieves openly declaring, "If you won't pay, we'll just take it ourselves." Unable to cope, the shopkeeper eventually shut down and returned to China, his dreams shattered. It later came out that the instigator behind his troubles was the owner of the convenience store next door, someone from the same hometown who had even brought a congratulatory gift on the new shop's opening day. Chinatown was far from the idyllic image many outsiders had of it. There were kind-hearted people, sure, but it was also rife with petty rivalries and cruelty. As Dio's thoughts wandered through these memories, Will navigated through the maze of streets, finally pulling up in front of an old, weathered apartment building. Supposedly, Dio's family had lived here since his great-grandfather's time, though the truth of that claim was uncertain. "Are we going up?" Will asked. "Hold on. Let me finish this first," Dio replied, rolling down the window and lighting a cigarette. He handed one to Will as well and stared blankly out at the street. Though his soul was no longer that of the original Dio, the memories of over 20 years of life in this body were vivid and undeniable. There was no point in drawing a stark line between himself and the life he'd inherited. Still, standing on the threshold of his family's home, Dio couldn't help but feel a pang of hesitation. The cigarette burned quickly, and before long, it was gone. "Let's go," Dio said, pushing open the car door, stamping out the cigarette, and heading upstairs with Will. As they climbed the stairs, a few neighbors greeted Dio, offering their condolences for his loss. Some seemed sincere, while others had an air of thinly veiled curiosity, as though they were more interested in gossip than expressing genuine sympathy. Dio didn't bother trying to figure out who was who. He unlocked the door to the apartment. Inside, the faint smell of gas still lingered, and a thin layer of dust coated the surfaces, giving the place an abandoned, almost desolate feel. One question gnawed at Dio's mind. How could his parents have failed to notice such a strong gas smell and simply fallen asleep? They had run a restaurant for years. Surely they were more vigilant than this when it came to such hazards. The circumstances seemed too unusual, but suspicion was all he had. The police investigation had concluded with a simple explanation: illegal modifications to the gas pipes. Case closed. It was yet another quirk of Chinatown's culture. Most Americans didn't use gas for cooking, but Chinese culinary traditions often led to misunderstandings or even incidents like triggering fire alarms while stir-frying. This, however, wasn't just a misunderstanding. Something about it didn't sit right. After taking a brief walk through the apartment, Dio returned to the doorway. "Not staying here?" Will asked. "No," Dio replied. "I walked through and realized the only thing worth taking is this." He held up a worn photo album, a record of his family's moments together. Will nodded. "So, where are you going to stay? You thinking about renting a place?" "I've got room at my place if you need it." "Thanks, but no. I'll stay at the restaurant for now." "It's about time to get it ready to reopen," Dio said with a faint smile, politely declining. Will's place resembled more of a gang hangout than a home, and while Dio didn't look down on his friend for his lifestyle, it wasn't exactly a conducive environment for his own plans. Besides, once his parents were properly laid to rest, Dio had a lot of work ahead of him. Staying at the restaurant for the time being was the most practical choice. It was time to set his new life and his new goals into motion. A week passed in the blink of an eye. As he'd said, Dio spent the entire week inside the restaurant, keeping a low profile. He split his time between carefully planning his entrepreneurial endeavors and overseeing a modest renovation of the family business. Initially, he wanted to give the restaurant a full makeover, but the cost of his parents' burial had nearly drained his finances, including the small stash of savings his parents had left behind. The cemetery built by Tony Stark for charity was no budget option. Even with connections bringing the cost down to 1/3 of the listed price, it was still equivalent to the full price of a high-end cemetery elsewhere. And that wasn't even accounting for Edward's inconvenience fee, a not-so-small bribe to grease the wheels of bureaucracy. Still, Dio didn't regret any of it. In his previous life, as an orphan, he never even had the chance to send his parents off properly. In this life, though he hadn't experienced familial love firsthand, the memories of Dio Brando had allowed him to fulfill that longing in some way. Besides, the money wasn't really his to begin with, and spending it on something meaningful gave him a sense of closure. He felt lighter, ready to start anew. As for the lingering suspicions surrounding his parents' deaths, Dio was well aware of them. But what could he do? He wasn't a cop or a private investigator. Even if he wanted to investigate, he had no leads to follow. He knew this situation was far too dangerous to poke at without sufficient power to protect himself. Otherwise, uncovering the truth would only invite the perpetrators to silence him for good. Dio wasn't foolish. He wouldn't throw himself against a stone wall with nothing more than eggs in his basket. Finding the truth was important, but not if it meant becoming an easy target. Instead, he resolved to bide his time, grow stronger, and wait for the right moment to strike back. During the week, Dio devoted himself to practicing Ripple Hammond breathing techniques. While he hadn't yet trained himself to breathe in rhythm instinctively, the results were beginning to show. His Ripple energy cap had increased by 40 points, averaging over 5 points of growth per day. This was despite him still being far from mastering the technique. If he could train the breathing method to the point where it became second nature, Even while sleeping, his ripple energy would grow at an even faster rate. In addition, Dio took full advantage of the Friendship Summit's daily free 10 pull. Over the course of the week, his inventory swelled with dozens of bricks from Morio, scrap metal, and various other useless junk. On the bright side, he also managed to obtain 11 lowest-grade ripple orbs, which he promptly consumed like tasteless candy. As a result, his ripple energy cap had climbed to 153 points, bringing him closer to the 200-point threshold needed to reach level 2. But Dio wasn't satisfied with this growth rate. He knew all the truly valuable items were locked behind the premium summon pool. If he could obtain a top-grade ripple orb, he'd instantly gain 10,000 ripple energy points. A treasure so rare, it would save him years of effort compared to his current slow and steady progress. Even though his training speed would improve over time, the allure of such a shortcut was hard to resist. And that wasn't even mentioning the powerful stands in the premium summon pool, each of which tempted him to empty his wallet. Unfortunately, the cost of gacha in this game was jaw-dropping. Over the past week, Dio had visited several gold shops, trying to figure out the system's requirements. It wasn't until he physically touched a 100-gram gold bar that the game finally responded, asking if he wanted to recharge. He remembered clearly that day's gold price, $54 per gram. That gold bar was worth at least $5,400. A single 10 pull in the premium summon pool would cost $54,000, roughly 360,000 yuan. This was, without a doubt, the most hardcore literal pay-to-win game he'd ever encountered. Even if he sold a kidney, it wouldn't be enough. Crushed by the weight of his poverty, Dio realized his only viable path to wealth was through Pearl Jam's miraculous food therapy ability. However, as the restaurant's renovations wrapped up, he began to understand that his plans were far too naive. It wasn't just about finding wealthy clients. The bizarre and dramatic healing process of Pearl Jam's abilities would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention, perhaps even from organizations like S.H.I.E.L.D. Joining S.H.I.E.L.D. as a behind-the-scenes support staffer wasn't entirely out of the question, but Dio had seen enough Marvel movies to know better. Even Phil Coulson and Nick Fury, seemingly untouchable figures, had died and come back to life more times than he could count. Throwing himself into their world now would be akin to walking willingly into a meat grinder. Dio's real goal was to avoid any entanglement with S.H.I.E.L.D. or the Avengers for as long as possible. If dealing with them became inevitable, he'd wait until he had the power to protect himself. With power came leverage, and with leverage he could make his own choices, whether to cooperate, operate independently, or walk away entirely. But until then, discretion was key. Unbeknownst to him, the surveillance team stationed outside the restaurant had been monitoring him the entire week. Inside a black sedan parked nearby, a man reported to his superior. Target shows no unusual behavior. No suspicious individuals have approached him. Should we extend the surveillance period? Good work. Surveillance is no longer necessary. Pull back. Understood, sir. In S.H.I.E.L.D., we've already thrown a few gang members under the bus as scapegoats. With all leads cut off, they're unlikely to pursue the matter further. After all, the people involved were just small-time nobodies. That said, be cautious. I don't want another incident like last time. The man in the car straightened and replied, "Yes, sir." After ending the call, he glanced at the restaurant one last time and muttered to himself, "Lucky little punk. Looks like you get to live another day." Tossing his garbage into the back seat, he started the car and drove off. His mission was complete. Back inside the restaurant, Dio remained oblivious to how his African tier luck had been mistaken for sheer fortune by his enemies. As Dio continued to mull over his financial woes, one thought suddenly struck him like lightning. Asterisk, women and children are the easiest to make money from. Asterisk, yes, that was it. Dio's eyes lit up with excitement. No woman could resist the pursuit of beauty. Skincare products, beauty treatments, high-end spas. Weren't they all massive money pits? Women would go to almost any lengths, even dangerous ones, in the name of looking good. This had to be the perfect angle for his business. Wait. Don't be mad, Dio, Jenny exclaimed, her expression shifting instantly from skepticism to panic, as though she'd just accidentally broken a priceless vase. She grabbed his arm, her bright eyes filled with urgency. "I didn't mean to offend you. I was just You know, it's hard to believe something so incredible. But I believe you, I do. Please, don't take it the wrong way. Dio inwardly smirked, his outward expression still calm and composed. The bait had been swallowed. He knew this type of person all too well. Jenny's curiosity and vanity were now fully engaged, and her eagerness to stay on his good side practically guaranteed her cooperation. He let out a long, exaggerated sigh, as if reluctantly forgiving her. All right. I suppose I can understand why you doubted at first. It does sound a little far-fetched. But trust me, Jenny, this isn't some fairy tale. The results speak for themselves. Of course, I trust you. Jenny quickly nodded, her tone sweet and placating. So, are you still going to share it with me? Please? Pretty please. Dio pretended to hesitate, glancing at her sidelong with a faintly skeptical look. You sure you won't doubt me again? Jenny hurriedly clasped her hands together, her golden hair bouncing as she nodded fervently. I swear I won't. Cross my heart. All right then. Dio relented with a gracious smile, like he was doing her the greatest favor in the world. But this is a very special treatment, Jenny. It's not something I'd share with just anyone, so you'd better appreciate it. I will, I swear. Jenny's excitement was almost palpable, her previous doubts now completely replaced by anticipation. She leaned in closer, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. So what's the secret? Are you going to show me? Dio gestured for her to sit down at one of the freshly polished tables in the restaurant. I'll prepare something for you right now, he said, his tone casual yet confident. But I have to warn you, the process might be a little unorthodox. Jenny blinked, momentarily puzzled, but her curiosity outweighed any lingering hesitation. I don't care how weird it is, Dio. If it works as well as you say, I'm in. I mean, just look at you. You're practically glowing. Dio chuckled lightly and made his way to the kitchen. As he began gathering ingredients, he couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. Jenny was the perfect test subject for his plan. Not only was she vain and eager to maintain her appearance, but she also had a wide social network. If the results of Pearl Jam's food therapy impressed her, she'd become an unwitting advertisement for his new enterprise, spreading word of his miraculous methods far and wide. In the kitchen, he summoned 2 Pearl Jams with a practiced ease, their tomato-like forms bouncing energetically around the counter. He infused them with ripple energy, and, as before, they giggled mischievously before merging into the prepared ingredients, a bowl of egg whites and a simple broth. The dish he planned to serve her wasn't elaborate. It didn't need to be. With Pearl Jam's abilities, even the simplest of meals could produce extraordinary results. As he worked, Dio made sure to add a few dramatic flourishes, flipping utensils, carefully arranging the plating, knowing how much presentation mattered to someone like Jenny. A few minutes later, Dio returned to the dining area, carrying a small tray. On it was a delicate bowl of steamed egg custard, its surface smooth and glistening, alongside a glass of crystal-clear water. Jenny's eyes widened as she took in the simple yet elegant presentation. "It smells amazing," she exclaimed, leaning forward eagerly. "What's in it?" "Nothing fancy," Dio replied with a cryptic smile. "Just some egg whites, a bit of broth, and, of course, the secret ingredient." He slid the tray in front of her. "Go ahead, take a bite." Jenny hesitated for only a moment before picking up the spoon. She scooped up a small portion of the custard and brought it to her lips. The moment it touched her tongue, her eyes widened in disbelief. This is incredible," she exclaimed, her voice rising with excitement. "It's so smooth, so rich, but also light. I've never tasted anything like this before." Dio nodded, his expression calm, but inwardly quite pleased. "I told you it was special, but the taste is just the beginning. The real magic happens after you finish." Jenny didn't need any more convincing. She quickly polished off the custard, savoring every bite, and then drained the glass of water in one go. For a moment, she simply sat there, looking content. But then, just as Dio had anticipated, the effects began to manifest. Her face flushed as a warm sensation spread through her body. Her eyes widened in alarm as she felt an intense tingling across her skin. "Dio, what's happening?" she exclaimed, clutching at her arms. "Relax," Dio said soothingly, though he couldn't completely hide the amused glint in his eyes. "It's just the treatment taking effect. It might feel a little strange, but trust me, it's worth it." Jenny's panic subsided as the tingling sensation began to shift. The warmth in her skin turned into a refreshing coolness, as if she were being bathed in a gentle spring breeze. She touched her face, her fingers brushing against her cheeks, and gasped. My skin, it's so soft and smooth. Oh my God, Dio, this is amazing. She scrambled to her feet and dashed to the nearest reflective surface, a polished window, staring at her reflection with pure awe. It's like all my pores are gone. My dark circles, the little spots on my cheeks. They're just gone, she cried, spinning around to face Dio. What is this sorcery? Dio leaned casually against the counter, his lips curling into a knowing smile. I told you, didn't I? This is no ordinary recipe. Now imagine if you had this treatment regularly. Think of what it could do for your skin, your hair, your health. Jenny's eyes sparkled with excitement. Dio, you have to let me keep doing this. I'll pay anything. Just name your price. And there it was, the reaction Dio had been waiting for. With a calm, measured tone, he said, let's not rush into anything. I'll prepare a more comprehensive treatment plan for you. But first, why don't you help me spread the word? I like to see how others react to it as well. Jenny nodded enthusiastically, already planning which of her friends she'd invite to try Dio's miracle therapy. And just like that, his plan was in motion. As Jenny tilted the near-empty pot to scoop the last bit of broth into her spoon, her eyes sparkled with pure delight. Dio, this is incredible, she exclaimed, her voice filled with genuine amazement. I've never tasted anything like this in my life. It's like every sip brought a new layer of flavor. How on earth did you do it? Dio, standing across from her with a faint smile, leaned casually against the kitchen doorframe, observing her reaction with satisfaction. He had been banking on Pearl Jam's abilities to deliver exactly this level of impact. The more Jenny marveled, the more she would believe in the miraculous properties of his secret recipe. I told you, did not? Dio said, his tone calm and confident. This isn't just cooking, it's therapy. But don't get too excited yet. The real magic hasn't even started. Jenny blinked, her spoon frozen mid-air. What do you mean? This is already magic. But before she could press further, she felt a sudden warmth spreading across her chest and face. The sensation wasn't unpleasant, but it was startling, and she quickly placed a hand against her cheek. Dio, what's happening? Why is my face so warm? She asked, her voice tinged with a mix of curiosity and nervousness. Relax, Dio reassured her, raising a hand in a calming gesture. I warned you earlier that the process might feel strange. Just let it run its course and trust me. You're completely safe. Jenny hesitated, but seeing Dio's composed expression, she decided to trust him. After all, she had just declared her love for the soup a moment ago. How bad could it be? She sat back in her chair and waited, her curiosity growing with every passing second. The warmth in her face gradually intensified, and Jenny began to notice a tingling sensation spreading across her skin. It felt as though her pores were being gently scrubbed from the inside out. She gasped softly, her hands instinctively moving to her cheeks. It's so weird, like my skin is buzzing. Dio nodded knowingly. That's the treatment working. It's clearing out toxins, stimulating circulation, and rejuvenating your skin. Just give a moment. The results will speak for themselves. Jenny looked skeptical, but didn't say anything. The tingling sensation continued, and she could feel something happening beneath the surface of her skin. It was as if her face was being revitalized in real time. Then, the warmth began to fade, replaced by a cool, refreshing sensation that felt like a gentle breeze caressing her face. Jenny's voice faltered as she caught her reflection in the polished surface of her spoon. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Oh my God, Dio! She shot up from her seat, nearly knocking over the chair, and rushed to the nearest reflective surface, a framed photo hanging on the wall with a glass cover. Staring at her own reflection, she let out a gasp. My skin, it's glowing, she exclaimed, running her fingers over her now smooth cheeks. The dark circles under her eyes had completely vanished, and her complexion was radiant, with a healthy, porcelain-like glow. Even the faint freckles she had been obsessing over were nowhere to be seen. Dio crossed his arms, smiling faintly as he watched her reaction. Looks like the treatment was a success. Jenny turned back to him, her expression a mix of astonishment and exhilaration. Dio, this is insane. I look like I just walked out of a professional photo shoot. No, better. What's this stuff? Is it even legal? She laughed, though her voice carried an edge of disbelief. Perfectly legal, Dio replied smoothly. Like I said, it's all based on ancient Easter traditions. Food as medicine, prepared with specific techniques to target individual needs. You had skin concerns, so the treatment was tailored to address that. Jenny was practically bouncing with excitement now. This is incredible. I mean, I've tried every skincare product out there, and nothing has ever worked like this. Dio, you're sitting on a gold mine. You have to sell this. You could make a fortune. Dio chuckled softly, as if the thought had only just occurred to him. Well, I do plan to reopen the restaurant soon, focusing on this kind of therapeutic cuisine. But I don't want to rush things. The process is delicate, and it's important to maintain quality over quantity. No, Dio, you don't understand. Jenny interrupted, her enthusiasm bubbling over. You're thinking too small. This isn't just a restaurant thing. This could be the next big beauty trend. Imagine selling this as a luxury experience. Exclusive dinners, private treatments for celebrities. You could charge thousands, no, tens of thousands per session. Trust me, women will pay anything to look like this. She gestured dramatically at her reflection. Dio's smile widened ever so slightly. He had anticipated this reaction, of course. Jenny's vanity combined with her social connections made her the perfect mouthpiece to spread the word about his miracle treatments. But he wasn't about to let her take control of the narrative. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, he said, his tone measured. This is still experimental. I need to refine the recipes, test the process on different individuals, and ensure the results are consistent. That's why I wanted you to be the first to try it. You're helping me perfect this. Jenny's eyes sparkled as she realized what he was saying. So, you want me to be your test subject? Like a brand ambassador? You could say that, Dio replied with a small nod. If you're willing to help me spread the word and bring in a few friends to try it out, I'd be happy to offer you the treatments for free, at least for now. Are you kidding? I'd do it even if you charged me, Jenny exclaimed, practically bouncing on her heels. Dio, this is going to be huge. I'll tell everyone I know. You're going to need a waiting list by the time I'm done. Dio smiled, not at her words, but at how seamlessly his plan was falling into place. Jenny's enthusiasm would ensure his restaurant's grand reopening would be nothing short of spectacular. Well then, he said, gesturing to the table, why don't you finish your meal? There's still the salad to try, and I'd like to hear your thoughts on the full experience. Jenny eagerly sat back down, her earlier doubts completely forgotten. As she picked up her fork, she looked at Dio with sparkling eyes and said, Dio, I don't know what kind of magic you discovered, but whatever it is, it's going to change everything. This is hands down the best soup I've ever had in my entire life. No contest, Jenny declared, leaning back in her chair with a rosy flush on her cheeks. She looked like a ripe apple, glowing with satisfaction, though her posture was anything but ladylike after having practically chugged the entire pot. Dio smiled knowingly and said, The flavor is just the surface, Jenny. The real magic is about to begin. Jenny tilted her head, her face full of question marks. She had no idea what he meant. And then it happened. Without warning, tears began streaming from her eyes. No, not streaming. They burst forth like a dam breaking. Oh my God, what's happening to me? Jenny's voice rose in panic as she frantically tried to stop the deluge. It was no use. She wasn't just crying. She was crying in a way that made her feel completely out of control. It was as if the soup was so good it had literally brought her tears. But this was no poetic metaphor. It was happening in the most literal, chaotic, and embarrassing way possible. And it wasn't over. Just as Jenny was grappling with the flood of tears, a sudden warmth surged through her abdomen, radiating downward in a way that made her unconsciously clench her legs together. Her face turned pale before immediately flushing beet red. Dio, call an ambulance, she screamed, her voice cracking with desperation. Something's wrong. Really wrong. I think I'm dying. Dio, however, remained calm, his tone steady and soothing. Remember what I told you earlier? There's no need to panic. This is just part of the treatment process. It'll pass in about 10 seconds, 15 at most. Whether it was Dio's confident reassurance or the fact that she had already resigned herself to her fate, Jenny stopped demanding an ambulance. She still screamed intermittently, her body shuddering from the bizarre sensations. But she no longer fought against the process. Somewhere in her mind, she even recalled the strange, soundproofed walls and realized why they were there. True to Dio's word, the overwhelming sensations subsided after about 15 seconds. The tears stopped, the warmth dissipated, and in their place came a wave of clarity and relief. For the first time in what felt like forever, Jenny felt truly at ease, her mind clear, her body refreshed. "Congratulations, Jenny," Dio said, handing her a mirror with a slight bow. "You're even more beautiful now." Jenny took the mirror absent-mindedly, still trying to process what had just happened. But when she looked at her reflection, all the confusion and frustration vanished in an instant. Her mouth fell open, and the mirror trembled in her hands. "Is this really me?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. Her eyes, once burdened by dark circles and fatigue, now gleamed like polished gemstones, clear and radiant. Her skin, previously marred by dryness and faint blemishes, was now smooth and luminous, with a healthy glow that seemed almost unnatural. She blinked, tilting the mirror to check her angles, and found that no matter how she looked at herself, the transformation was undeniable. I don't even recognize myself," she murmured, still in disbelief. Her fingers grazed her cheeks, marveling at the silky texture of her skin. Even the persistent discomfort from her hormonal imbalance, a nagging issue for weeks, was gone, replaced by a soothing warmth in her lower abdomen. Dio, standing nearby with his usual composed expression, chuckled softly. "I think you'll find it's still you, Jenny. Just a better you. The real you." Jenny's face turned bright red at his words. She stammered Dio, but quickly stopped herself. Underneath the table, her legs fidgeted nervously. The truth was, she was hiding a secret, one that she would never admit to Dio, especially not now. Dio, oblivious to her internal turmoil, straightened his posture and said, "Next up is the main course. I call it Sunrise Delight. Please wait here for just a moment." If Jenny had been tempted to flee after her earlier ordeal, she now found herself completely rooted in place. The results of the soup had been so immediate, so dramatic, that she couldn't bring herself to leave. If this was just the beginning, what wonders could the next dish hold? Surely any discomfort was worth enduring if it meant achieving such miraculous results. Her anticipation grew as Dio returned from the kitchen, carrying a plate of chicken salad. Of course, in his hands wasn't just chicken salad. It was now titled Imperial Therapy, Sunrise Delight. "Please enjoy," Dio said as he set the plate before her. Jenny hesitated briefly before picking up her fork. She took a cautious bite, expecting it to taste like any ordinary salad. But the moment the flavors hit her tongue, her eyes widened once again. It was exquisite. The chicken was tender and flavorful, the vegetables crisp and refreshing, and the dressing perfectly balanced. She couldn't stop. Bite after bite, she devoured the salad with an urgency that bordered on desperation, as though it might vanish if she paused for even a second. When the plate was finally empty, Jenny leaned back in her chair, letting out a satisfied sigh. "That was amazing," she said, licking her lips. Then almost immediately, she tensed up. "Wait, what's going to happen this time?" Dio smirked, his expression enigmatic. "You'll find out in just a moment." Jenny barely had time to process his words before it hit her. This time, it wasn't tears or warmth. It was an intense, maddening itch spreading across her face. She let out a startled yelp, her hands flying to her cheeks. "Dio, my skin, it's peeling," she shrieked, horrified as flakes of dead skin began falling away with every scratch. Her hands froze mid-motion, trembling as she stared at the evidence on her fingertips. "What's happening to me?" "Relax," Dio said calmly, though he made no move to stop her. "It's just the outermost layer of dead skin shedding away. Keep going, it won't hurt you." Jenny hesitated, then resumed scratching, unable to resist the unbearable itch. Layer after layer of dead skin fell away, littering the floor like fine dust. It should have been a gruesome sight, yet there was no blood, no raw flesh, only smooth, untouched skin emerging beneath. When the itching finally subsided, Jenny grabbed the mirror once more, her hand shaking. She braced herself for the worst. but what she saw left her speechless. Her face was flawless. Baby soft, radiant, and completely free of imperfections. It was as if she'd been reborn. She touched her face with trembling fingers, marveling at the transformation. This is magic," she whispered, her eyes filling with awe. "Dio, this is unbelievable. You've unlocked something incredible." Dio gave her a polite smile, though inwardly he was already calculating his next steps. Jenny was the perfect catalyst to spread the word about his imperial therapy. But when she looked at him with that fiery gaze, he knew he had to play it cool. His focus was on building his empire, not getting entangled with someone as unpredictable as Jenny. "Thank you, Jenny, but today's treatment ends here," Dio said, raising his hands in mock surrender. "There's no third course." Jenny looked crestfallen. "What? But patience," Dio interrupted with a grin. "You've already seen what 2 dishes can do. Imagine what a full course will accomplish when we officially open." Jenny bit her lip, then nodded reluctantly. "Fine, but when you open, I want to be your first customer. Promise me." Dio smiled. "You'll be the first to know." "No more." Jenny's face immediately shifted into an expression of disappointment. Her lips pursed as she stared at Dio. Dio, however, had been prepared for this reaction. He nodded calmly and began his well-rehearsed explanation. "This imperial therapy is based on a recipe I stumbled upon by sheer luck. To achieve the kind of effects you just experienced, it requires an extremely meticulous selection of rare and valuable medicinal ingredients. On top of that, every individual's physiology is different, which means the recipe has to be adjusted to each person's specific needs. Without that careful preparation, it would just be an ordinary, albeit tasty dish. The allure of scarcity always made things more desirable." For Jenny, Dio himself was already an object of fascination, and now this miraculous therapy had joined him in that exclusive category. Jenny was quickly convinced. After all, something this extraordinary couldn't possibly be easy to create. Surely Dio had spent a great deal of time and effort preparing for this. But still, she couldn't help feeling unsatisfied. She glanced down at the skin on her arms, then compared it to her flawless, radiant face in the mirror. The contrast was almost unbearable. Furthermore, the fact that Dio had chosen her, out of everyone he knew, to test this miraculous Oriental cuisine only fueled her imagination. Was this just a business move, or was there something deeper behind his decision? "So, will I have the chance to try this amazing therapy again in the future?" Jenny asked, her tone laced with a subtle hint of eagerness. Then, with a playful smile, she added, "Of course, I'd be happy to pay, whatever it costs." The fish had taken a bait. Dio maintained his composed demeanor as he nodded. "Of course, once the restaurant officially reopens, I'll be focusing exclusively on this kind of therapeutic cuisine. However," he paused, letting the word linger in the air, "the price will be quite steep." "How much are we talking?" $100. Jenny tilted her head, trying to gauge his seriousness as she saw him raise a single finger. Dio let out a soft chuckle and shook his head. $10,000. $10,000? Are you out of your mind? Jenny's voice shot up, her disbelief written all over her face. Her reaction didn't faze Dio in the slightest. He had anticipated this and was ready to address it. The price wasn't just a random figure pulled from thin air. It was a carefully calculated number that reflected the extraordinary effects of Pearl Jam. He needed the price to justify the miraculous results and, more importantly, to fund his plans. After all, he couldn't afford to gacha his way to strength without some serious cash flow. And when compared to what the ultra-wealthy spent on luxuries, was $10,000 really that extravagant? For people who wouldn't blink at dropping that amount on a bottle of premium wine, this was practically a bargain. As for women like Jenny, who spent thousands annually on skincare products and spa treatments, the value proposition became even clearer. The results of Pearl Jam's therapy weren't just cosmetic. They were transformative, far beyond anything conventional beauty products or treatments could achieve. Paying $10,000 for something that delivered immediate, undeniable results was practically a steal. Dio leaned forward slightly, his gaze steady as he posed his question. Forget the price for a moment. Tell me honestly, what did you think of the result from the 2 dishes you just had? Jenny glanced at the mirror again, catching sight of her flawless reflection. All the arguments she had been preparing to make dissolved on her tongue. "It's incredible," she admitted reluctantly. "If I hadn't experienced it myself, I'd never have believed it." "But $10,000 is so expensive," she protested weakly, though her voice lacked conviction. "If it were, say, $1,000, I wouldn't hesitate." Dio could see the conflict in her eyes. The miraculous results she had experienced were too powerful to ignore, and her vanity was waging a fierce battle against her sense of practicality. "It's not expensive at all," Dio said firmly, his voice calm but persuasive. "Let's do the math together. Over the years, how much have you spent on beauty products and trips to the spa?" Jenny nodded slowly, realizing that the number was far higher than she'd care to admit. As a woman who prided herself on her looks, she had invested heavily in maintaining her appearance. Dio's expression shifted into a confident smile as he delivered the finishing blow. "And now, after experiencing this therapy, do you still think you'll need to spend all that money on makeup and beauty treatments?" Jenny froze, her mind racing. She raised the mirror again, studying her reflection with renewed intensity. The longer she stared, the more she realized how much time and money she could save if she didn't have to rely on expensive products and treatments to cover up her flaws. "How long will the effects last?" she asked, her voice trembling with a mix of hope and hesitation. Dio smirked faintly, as if he had been waiting for this question. "That's a foolish question," he said. "Let me clarify something for you. This isn't some superficial fix that covers up your flaws like makeup or spa treatment. This is healing from within, a complete reset for your body. What you see in the mirror now is your real, natural self. The only thing that will degrade it over time is your own lifestyle, poor sleep, bad habits, stress. The effects aren't temporary. They're as permanent as you choose to make them." Jenny's heart raced as she processed his words. "Think about it," Dio continued, his tone calm but compelling. "If someone told you they could restore your skin to its youthful, 18-year-old glow for $10,000, wouldn't you think it was worth it?" Jenny swallowed hard, glancing once again at the mirror. The reflection staring back at her was so radiant, so flawless, that it felt almost unreal. But it was real. She could feel it in her skin, her body. "All right, Dio," she said finally, her voice steady with determination. "You've convinced me. But as your test subject and your first customer, I think I deserve a discount. How about 50% off?" 50%? Dio pretended to muse, then shook his head with a playful smile. "How about we try something else? After today, if you help me spread the word among your circle of friends, I'll give you a 10% discount for every new customer you bring in. Bring in 10 customers, and your next session, 3 full courses, will be free. What do you say?" Jenny's eyes widened in surprise. Really? She couldn't hide her excitement. The idea of earning a $10,000 treatment for free just by leveraging her social network was too enticing to resist. For most people, convincing others to spend $10,000 on a meal would be an insurmountable challenge. But Jenny wasn't most people. As a well-connected socialite from a wealthy family, she had plenty of affluent friends who would jump at the chance to try something so exclusive and miraculous. "Have I ever lied to you in all the years we've known each other?" Dio asked, his voice warm but confident. Jenny grinned and extended her hand. Dio shook her hand lightly, maintaining his polite demeanor. Jenny, emboldened by the moment, playfully brushed her fingers against his palm, her sultry gaze practically dripping with seduction. But Dio, ever focused on his goals, simply withdrew his hand with a polite smile, leaving Jenny to bite her lip in mild frustration. For Dio, there was nothing more important than his plans, and right now, Jenny was the perfect stepping stone to achieving them. "Does the treatment process really have to be that terrifying? I'm worried that if I bring people here, they might just run off after seeing what happens," Jenny asked, dragging her chair closer to Dio. Her big, expressive eyes blinked at him, filled with both curiosity and concern. Dio had been waiting for this question. In fact, it was one of his main concerns as well. Not everyone had the mental fortitude to handle the dramatic and unconventional healing process brought on by Pearl Jam. The way it broke down and rebuilt the body was bound to leave most people shaken. Still, he couldn't exactly tell her the full truth. So Dio merely shook his head and responded smoothly. That's precisely what makes this therapy so miraculous. You see, it accelerates the body's metabolism, clears toxins, and then blah blah blah. Dio weaved a long, pseudoscientific explanation, peppered with words that sounded convincing but ultimately said nothing. By the time he was done, Jenny's skeptical expression had faded into one of tentative understanding. "Oh, I see," she said, nodding as if she fully grasped the situation. "So," Dio continued, "when you're introducing this to your friends, make sure to prepare them mentally. Let them know it might feel a little intense, but it's all part of the process. And ideally, bring them one at a time. That way, I can focus on tailoring the treatment to each individual without anyone else around to get spooked by unexpected moments." "Okay, I get it now," Jenny replied, clearly more at ease. She even seemed a little excited to share her newfound beauty secret with others. "What's next, then?" "Next?" Dio looked at her, confused. She leaned closer, a sly smile curling on her lips. "You know what's next?" Her hand began to slide downward, but before it could go any further, Dio gently but firmly caught it. He looked her in the eyes, his expression serious but not unkind. "Jenny, we're friends. You're very beautiful, but we're not right for each other. And to be completely honest, I don't want to be another name for you to boast about in casual conversations with others." Jenny froze, her hand retreating as if it had been burned. She stared at him in disbelief. "That's why you've been rejecting me all this time?" "Yes," Dio said with unwavering honesty. "It's not that I have any hang-ups about someone's past relationships, nor do I care how many boyfriends you've had before. But your attitude toward these things, I just can't overlook it." Jenny straightened in her seat, her face a mixture of emotions. She couldn't deny that she had a playful approach to relationships, often treating them as fleeting conquests to collect and compare. And while many men seemed to find her confidence and boldness irresistible, Dio was a frustratingly rare exception. "All right," she said after a moment, her voice tinged with regret. "Looks like this date ends here." There was a faint note of sadness in her tone, but also a stubbornness that suggested she wasn't ready to change for anyone. Jenny admitted to herself that she was increasingly drawn to Dio, but perhaps that attraction stemmed more from the challenge he represented than anything deeper. If she ever met someone even more handsome or intriguing, who knew how her feelings might shift? "I'll walk you out," Dio offered. "No need," Jenny replied curtly, standing up. "I drove here." Before leaving, Dio handed her one of his jackets. The late March air in New York was brisk, with an average temperature around 10 degrees Celsius. While Jenny's skimpy outfit didn't seem to bother her much, Dio figured it was better to be safe. "Take it," he insisted. "You can tie it around your waist." Jenny hesitated for a second before realizing his intent. She snatched the jacket and quickly secured it around her waist, remembering her earlier embarrassment. Had she walked out as she was, she'd likely have drawn the attention of a dozen leering strangers. "Thank you," she muttered softly, her cheeks still burning with lingering shame. Then, without another word, she hurried out of the restaurant, practically sprinting to her car. Dio watched as she sped off, the roar of her engine echoing down the street. "Should I remind future customers to bring an extra pair of pants?" Dio mused to himself, chuckling as he began tidying up the restaurant. 2 days later, the once quiet He family kitchen reopened under a new name, Dio's Fantastical Eatery. The change was subtle, almost understated, but it was enough to spark whispers among the neighbors. "Why the name change?" asked Will, who had stopped by to support Dio on his reopening day. He even brought 2 flower baskets for the occasion. Will wasn't the only one who found the rebranding curious. The neighbors and shopkeepers in the area were buzzing with speculation. Some thought the restaurant had been sold to a new owner. Others were skeptical that Dio could keep the business afloat, especially after his parents' passing. Many watched from the sidelines, quietly betting on his failure. "The menu's different now," Dio explained casually. "So the old name didn't feel right anymore. Come on in, we'll talk inside." It was Will's first time seeing the newly renovated interior, and as soon as he stepped through the door, he froze in confusion. "Wait, why is there only one table?" Will exclaimed, looking around the nearly empty space. "Where are the other tables? Where's the seating? It's almost lunchtime. Get everything set up, I'll help." He rolled up his sleeves, ready to spring into action. But Dio stopped him with a laugh, pressing a hand to Will's shoulder. Relax. The single table is intentional. I'm only serving one group at a time. The next group won't be seated until the current one finishes their meal. Will stared at him like he'd just announced he was starting a moon colony. He blinked, then reached out and touched Dio's forehead. Hey, are you feeling okay? No fever? Seriously, Dio, I think the loss of your parents has really messed with your head. Come on, let's go see a doctor. I heard Dr. Simon over on Triple X Road is great with these kinds of mental issues. Dio couldn't help but laugh as we'll try to drag him out the door. Stop it. I'm serious. I'm perfectly fine, and I'm not joking about the one-table policy. One table? Will repeated, incredulous. Dio, do you even understand business? That's insane. At this rate, your restaurant won't last a week. Trust me, Dio said with a calm smile. I know what I'm doing. Will gave him a long, hard look, then shook his head. You've lost it, man. This is nuts. But hey, if it works out, I'll be the first to admit I was wrong. Good, Dio replied, patting Will on the back. Now, how about a quick bite? On the house. Consider it a thank you for the flowers. As Will followed him to the single table, Dio couldn't help but reflect on the gamble he was taking. His one-table policy, his premium pricing, his reliance on Pearl Jam. It was all a calculated risk. But if it worked, he wouldn't just have a restaurant. He'd have an empire. For now, though, he needed to focus on getting through the first day. Hell's Kitchen? Why would people from there show up here? Dio asked, though his tone was more casual curiosity than actual concern. Who knows what's really going on over there? Will replied with a shrug, clearly relishing the chance to spin a tale. But the rumors? Oh, they're juicy. Apparently, there are two weirdos running wild, targeting the most notorious gangs. And their methods? Brutal. Word is, the small fry we're seeing now are the ones who were lucky enough to escape. Who knows how many others have been left behind in that hellhole, for good. He paused dramatically, then waved his hand dismissively. Of course, I think it's more likely that two new gangs are rising up in Hell's Kitchen. They're probably fighting for turf and making examples out of anyone in their way. I mean, come on, two people taking out entire gangs? What do they think this is, the movies? Everyone else isn't just standing around, you know. Will had a natural talent for storytelling. He could take a simple rumor and embellish it with just the right amount of flair to make it sound like a blockbuster plot, only to immediately undercut it with his own logical explanation to make himself seem clever. But this time, Dio suspected that Will might have unknowingly stumbled upon the truth. The mention of two powerful individuals wreaking havoc in Hell's Kitchen immediately brought a few familiar faces to Dio's mind. Still, he had no intention of getting involved. Whoever, or whatever, was responsible, it had nothing to do with him. Let the heroes or vigilantes handle it, Dio thought to himself. I'm just a guy trying to make a living. Even with Ripple breathing protecting me, I'm not about to test how well it holds up against a spray of bullets. From the moment he had found himself in this world, Dio's ultimate goal had always been simple: survival. Ideas like saving the world or fighting for justice were lofty concepts meant for heroes, not someone like him. Sure, if the day came when he had no choice but to face danger head-on, he'd make that decision then. But for now, the best course of action was to stay low, focus on his plans, and quietly build a foundation strong enough to protect himself. Will, sensing Dio's lack of interest in the Hell's Kitchen rumors, quickly shifted the conversation back to the restaurant. So, what's the deal with the changes here? You're not just sprucing the place up, are you? Dio sighed, realizing he couldn't dodge the question. After locking the front door to ensure they wouldn't be interrupted, he turned to Will and said seriously, "Recently, I stumbled upon a miraculous food therapy recipe from the East. Haven't you noticed how much better I seem lately? It's all thanks to this therapy. But the ingredients it requires are ridiculously expensive, which is why I've restructured the restaurant. Fewer customers, higher quality. That's also why I've kept it to just one table. The rarer something is, the more valuable it becomes." Will raised an eyebrow, still clearly skeptical. But Dio's explanation made a certain kind of sense. After all, scarcity had always been a cornerstone of value. If diamonds were suddenly as common as pebbles, who would bother proposing with one? The same applied here. By limiting access to his miraculous therapy, Dio was ensuring its perceived value remained sky-high. So, how expensive are we talking? Will asked, still not fully convinced. Dio didn't hesitate. A single meal will cost $10,000. $10,000? Will's jaw practically hit the floor, his expression identical to the one Jenny had when she heard the same price. Are you out of your mind? That's more than most people make in a month. Hell, that's more than I make in a month. Dio smirked but didn't argue. Instead, he leaned forward and said, "You don't believe me now, do you? That's fine. Today's special occasion is on me. Try it for yourself, and then tell me whether it's worth $10,000. Will's expression softened slightly, though he still looked doubtful. A $10,000 meal, huh? All right, fine. I'll bite. Honestly, I've never eaten anything that expensive in my life. So, thanks, bro." He grinned, clearly thinking this was all a joke. I mean, for 10 grand, I could hit up a Michelin-star restaurant and still have enough left over for some fancy wine. Dio chuckled silently, knowing full well that Will didn't believe a word of it. But he didn't bother explaining further. Action spoke louder than words, and in a few minutes, Will would see for himself. After observing his friend for a moment, Dio mentally assessed Will's condition. Unlike Jenny, Will didn't need skincare or beauty treatments. Instead, his body bore the marks of his lifestyle, bruises on his neck and arms, likely from recent fights, as well as signs of fatigue and stress. If Dio wanted to make an impression, he'd need to address these issues in a way that left no room for doubt. Returning to the kitchen, Dio summoned 3 of his Pearl Jam stand-ins, their tomato-like forms bouncing playfully in the air. "Target, Will," he said quietly. "Treatment focus, bruises, insomnia, anxiety, and scar removal." The small tomatoes giggled mischievously before diving into the chosen ingredients. For today's opening, Dio had splurged on premium ingredients, a black chicken for the soup, and a variety of hand-selected mushrooms. If he was going to justify the price tag, he needed to go all out. As he worked, Dio reflected on the challenges ahead. While he couldn't reveal the true nature of Pearl Jam to Will, there were plenty of other ways to explain the miraculous results. As long as he kept a low profile and avoided drawing attention from organizations like S.H.I.E.L.D., he'd be fine. Of course, he knew that keeping S.H.I.E.L.D. in the dark forever was unrealistic. The best he could do was buy himself as much time as possible. An hour later, the meal was ready. Dio brought out the dishes with a flourish, a steaming pot of chicken and mushroom soup, a perfectly seared steak, and a simple yet elegant pudding. He set the table with care, each dish placed precisely. Will, who had been waiting impatiently, looked at the spread and raised an eyebrow. "This is it? A pot of soup, a steak, and some store-bought pudding? For $10,000. Dio smiled but said nothing, gesturing for Will to dig in. "All right, let's see what all the fuss is about," Will muttered, picking up his spoon. As the first sip of soup passed his lips, his expression changed almost instantly. "Wait, what the hell? This is amazing," Will exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "What did you put in this?" Dio leaned back, a satisfied smirk on his face. "Keep eating. You'll understand soon enough." "That's it," Will couldn't help but blurt out, his face filled with doubt. It was written all over him. "Asterisk, you're telling me this is a $10,000 meal? Asterisk. Hey, we're brothers, aren't we? Even if you don't have some high-end meal prepared, you could at least avoid fobbing me off with supermarket pudding," he grumbled, pointing at the dessert like it was an insult. "Look," Dio sighed, shaking his head, "no matter what I say right now, you won't believe me. So, just experience it for yourself. Drink the soup first, then eat the steak, and finish with the pudding." Normally, Dio would have served each dish one at a time. The side effects of the Pearl Jam therapy were far too dramatic to let a customer go through them without supervision. And serving multiple dishes at once risked overlapping treatments, which could get messy. He didn't need his customers passing out or worse in his restaurant. But Will? This fool had waltzed in and immediately tried to drag him to a psychiatrist. Besides, Will wasn't paying for the meal. Asterisk, definitely asterisk, not paying. So Dio figured he could loosen up the rules just this once. All right. What's with all these mushrooms, though?" Will asked, eyeing the soup suspiciously. "You know I hate mushrooms, man." Despite his constant complaining, the fragrant aroma wafting from the pot was hard to ignore. He hesitated for just a moment before dipping his spoon into the broth for a tentative sip. The moment the soup touched his tongue, Will's eyes widened, and his entire face lit up in surprise. Whoa, it was delicious. No, beyond delicious. The rich, umami flavor seemed to expand in his mouth, warming him from the inside out. He didn't even have time to comment before his appetite kicked into overdrive. He tore into the soup like a starving man, scooping up chunks of black chicken and mushrooms as if they were treasures. In no time at all, the pot was nearly empty, and Will found himself staring at the mushrooms he'd been so wary of earlier. If the soup and chicken were this good, how bad could the mushrooms really be? With a resigned sigh, he picked up a piece of mushroom and popped it into his mouth. And that was the moment everything changed. Why can't I stop? Will mumbled through tears, his voice trembling with emotion as he devoured the mushrooms one after another. I hate mushrooms, but these are amazing. By the time he finished, the pot was completely empty, and Will was an emotional wreck. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably, his nose running like a faucet. Oh my God. Dio, give me a napkin. This is disgusting. Will wailed, gesturing wildly at the string of mucus hanging from his nose like some grotesque party streamer. Dio leaned casually against the counter, watching his friend's meltdown with a mix of amusement and pity. Yep, Pearl Jam side effects strike again. What Will didn't realize was that the therapy was targeting more than just his bruises. The constant runny nose and sneezing he'd been dealing with weren't just annoying. They were symptoms of chronic sinus issues that had been plaguing him for years. The Pearl Jam enhanced soup was clearing out his sinuses, and boy, was it thorough. After a solid minute of weeping and sneezing, Will finally managed to pull himself together. The long string of mucus hit the floor with a wet plop, and he groaned in embarrassment. Oh, this is disgusting. I need to see a doctor. Those bloodsuckers are going to clean out my wallet, but I can't keep living like this. But as he muttered to himself, Will suddenly froze. His eyes widened, and he took a deep breath, and then another, and another. For the first time in what felt like forever, he could breathe freely. The constant pressure in his head was gone, replaced by a clarity and lightness that left him almost dizzy. Dio, he began, turning to his friend. Hey, calm down, Dio interrupted, his tone calm and reassuring. This is exactly what I wanted to explain to you. Dio launched into the same spiel he'd used with Jenny, describing the miraculous Eastern food therapy in vague but convincing terms. By the time he finished, Will was practically vibrating with excitement. Wait a minute, Will said suddenly, his voice rising. Is this what Annie he used to call da non bu su pi yo ho ho? Dio froze for a moment, his expression blank. Then, as the meaning of the nonsensical phrase registered, his face contorted into a mix of confusion and exasperation. God damn it, Will, he muttered under his breath. What does that even mean? That sounds so, never mind. Just eat your steak before it gets cold. Will laughed, clearly enjoying Dio's reaction, but he didn't need to be told twice. He dove into the steak with gusto, savoring every bite. By the time he finished, he'd completely forgotten his earlier skepticism about the meal's price tag. When he finally got to the pudding, Will hesitated for a moment, then grinned. Let me guess, this supermarket pudding is secretly magical too, huh? You'll find out soon enough, Dio replied, cryptically. Sure enough, the pudding delivered its own unique treatment effects. While still bizarre, Will had grown accustomed to the strange sensations by now, and his reactions were more amused than frightened. When the meal was over, Will leaned back in his chair, patting his stomach with a satisfied sigh. Dude, that was insane. I feel like a completely new person. He ran his hands over his arms and neck, marveling at how smooth his skin felt. The bruises and cuts that had covered his body just hours ago were gone, and even the long, jagged scar on his back had vanished without a trace. This is unbelievable, he muttered, almost to himself. Now do you believe me? Dio asked, his voice calm but tinged with satisfaction. Will looked up, his eyes shining with excitement. Believe you? Dude, I don't just believe you. I get it now. $10,000? That's a steal. Heck, if the rich guys I know heard about this, they'd throw down 10 times that without batting an eye. Dio smirked. Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Right now, I'm still keeping things low-key. The last thing I need is to attract the wrong kind of attention. Will nodded, his expression turning serious for a moment. Yeah, I get that. But seriously, Dio, this is incredible. Whatever this is, you've got something special here. The sincerity in Will's voice warmed Dio's heart. For all his flaws, Will's loyalty and genuine happiness for his friend were undeniable. All right, Dio said, chuckling. Enough with the compliments. If you're really that impressed, how about you help me clean up? Only if you promise me another meal like this someday. Will shot back with a grin. Dio. Done for. What's done for? Dio glanced at Will, who looked as if his soul had just left his body. Just moments ago, the guy had been bouncing off the walls with excitement, and now he was slumped over like a wilted plant. My symbol of pride? It's gone. A what? Dio instinctively glanced at Will's lower half, his mind spinning in confusion. Wait, don't tell me I accidentally. Hey, not that, Will shouted, his face twisting in a mix of embarrassment and frustration. I'm talking about the scar on my back. It's gone. How am I supposed to convince those idiots I fought Fly Jackie single-handedly for 300 rounds if I don't have the mark to prove it? Dio's eyes widened for a moment before he let out a long sigh, slowly raising a middle finger in Will's direction. Asterisk, of course. Of course, this idiot isn't upset about losing a disfigurement. He's upset about losing his glory. Asterisk. For someone like Will, who ran in gang circles, scars weren't just scars. They were badges of honor, proof of survival, and, in some cases, intimidation tools. Without that glory, his tales of bravado were going to lose some serious credibility. And as for Fly Jackie, Dio could only guess he was some low-life gang member. Hopefully, Jackie wasn't the type to end his sentences with "eat sh*t" after a fight. Dio's thoughts were interrupted by the sudden ring of his phone. He waved off Will's theatrics and answered the call. Hi, Jenny. I'm guessing you've arrived? If by arrived, you mean we're about to head back to Manhattan for some shopping, then sure, Jenny replied, her voice dripping with sarcasm. All right, you win. Just hurry up and get over here. Don't you think you should make yourself even more dazzling before hitting the shops? Dio countered smoothly. So, does that mean you're offering me another free lunch? Jenny asked, emphasizing the word free with a pointed tone. Of course, Dio replied cheerfully. I know a great restaurant. With today's income, we might even open a nice bottle of vintage wine while we dine. Oh, FXXKU Dio. You know exactly what I mean, you bastard. Jenny snapped, her frustration bursting through as she realized he was toying with her. Now, a beautiful lady shouldn't lose her temper so easily. Anger only makes you age faster. And if there's anyone qualified to speak on the subject, it's me, Dio teased with a chuckle. So, if you want another free lunch, you'd better work harder for me, my dear, devoted employee. Jenny's voice dropped to a low, teeth-gritting growl. Dio, I swear, you are the most infuriating, arrogant, fake gentleman I've ever met. Your compliments mean the world to me, Dio replied mockingly. There was a brief pause on the other end of the line before Jenny let out an exasperated sigh. You have 5 minutes to get ready. Damn it, I must have been possessed by the devil to agree to this in the first place. Before Dio could get another word, the line went dead. With a faint smile, Dio slid his phone back into his pocket. But when he turned back to the dining area, his smile faded. The mess Will had left during his treatment still hadn't been cleaned up. Hey, how long are you planning to sulk over your missing scar? I've got guests on the way, so get off your ass and help me clean this place up. Dio barked, jabbing a finger toward the floor. And if you don't get it spotless in 5 minutes, I swear I'll sneak some special ingredients into your next meal and make sure you lose all your glory. The sheer menace in Dio's voice snapped Will out of his funk instantly. He jumped to his feet, a grimace plastered across his face as he muttered, Fine, I'm on it, you psycho. As he got to work scooping up the disgusting remains into a black trash bag, Will couldn't help but gag. Oh shit, I can't believe this nasty crap came out of me. Ugh. Dio ignored his whining and grabbed a mop, scrubbing the floor over and over until the area was spotless. After 5 rounds of mopping and a liberal spray of cheap air freshener, the space finally smelled somewhat tolerable again. Phew, that was disgusting, Will muttered, tossing the trash bag aside. Dio wiped his hands and sighed. You know, I should start charging a cleaning fee for every meal. And tips will be mandatory. Will snorted. You really are a cold-hearted businessman, huh? You've got no idea, Dio muttered under his breath, already plotting ways to maximize his earnings. 5 minutes later, the sound of a high-performance engine echoed outside. Dio opened the restaurant door just in time to see Ginny stepping out of a sleek, cherry-red Ferrari. She was dressed to the nines, with a scarf and coat wrapped tightly around her to shield against the March chill. But what really caught Dio's attention wasn't Ginny, or even her dazzling smile. It was the car. That beautiful red Ferrari, easily worth $1.5 million. It wasn't the most expensive car in the world, but to someone like Dio, who was currently struggling to scrape together funds, it might as well have been made of solid gold. And when he saw the equally well-dressed blonde stepping out of the passenger seat, Dio's eyes gleamed. Not with lust, but with opportunity. Asterisk jackpot. A real, bona fide rich friend. Asterisk. Hi, Dio. Ginny called out cheerfully, seemingly having forgotten their earlier spat. She gestured toward the blonde. This is my good friend, Jessica. Jessica, this is Dio. He's the one I told you about, the guy with the amazing Oriental food therapy. You're about to see for yourself just how incredible it is. Dio extended his hand with a warm smile. Pleasure to meet you, Miss Jessica. Today, I'll be preparing a special meal that showcases the wonders of Eastern culinary therapy. But before we begin, I must let you know there may be some unusual reactions during the process. I hope you'll keep an open mind and trust that it's all part of the experience. Jessica, who had been eyeing Dio with skepticism since stepping out of the car, finally gave a small nod. She took his hand briefly, her grip light but firm. Ginny's told me a lot about you, Jessica said, her tone measured. And I know you've already rejected her several times. So let me just say this. If this is some kind of elaborate scam or cheap stunt, I won't stand for it. If you don't like someone, don't use them, and don't play games with their feelings. If you're struggling financially, just say so. For Ginny's sake, I'd be willing to help. Once. Dio raised an eyebrow, his smile never faltering. Asterisk, well, this one got some bite. Asterisk. Jessica, having removed her sunglasses, revealed a face that, while undeniably beautiful, carried the faint traces of fatigue. Her words, however, carried no such weariness. They were sharp, deliberate, and precise, each one landing like a calculated blow. She perfectly embodied the image of a protective best friend, a sharp-witted elite standing against what she presumed to be a manipulative schemer. In her mind, Ginny's over-the-top praise of this so-called Oriental food therapy was nothing more than the desperate act of a hopeless romantic trying to win the favor of a handsome man. Had this been a few months ago, Jessica might have played along, pretending to be oblivious while subtly indulging the situation with a bit of money and vanity to make things easier for her friend. But everything had changed after she uncovered the lies of a scumbag in her own life, a man who had wasted her time, money, and even a piece of her heart. So now, standing before Dio, she wasn't here to indulge or play along. She was here to expose what she believed to be a scam and snap Ginny out of her lovesick haze. The atmosphere grew tense, awkwardly so. Ginny's eyes widened in disbelief. She hadn't expected Jessica, who had shown interest earlier, to suddenly flip the script. In an instant, her friend had gone from curious guest to skeptical interrogator, practically branding Dio as a con artist who preyed on women's emotions. Dio, however, didn't flinch. As Jessica's piercing gaze bore into him, he maintained his composure. After briefly shaking her hand, he quickly let go, his grip firm but unintrusive. He then offered the same gentlemanly smile he had practiced countless times, one that radiated calm confidence. Any new idea, especially one that challenges common understanding, will, at first, be dismissed as a scam, Dio began, his tone measured and polite. If I told you 100 years ago that humanity would soon set foot on the moon, would you have believed me? Jessica raised an eyebrow, her lips twitching as if she wanted to retort, but couldn't deny the logic behind his question. Finally, she shook her head. No, I wouldn't have believed it. Dio nodded slightly, as if her response had been expected. Exactly. It's natural to doubt things that seem beyond our grasp. But let me ask you this. If 100 years ago someone had dismissed the Apollo program as nonsense, would that have changed the fact that humanity did, in fact, land on the moon? Jessica's expression hardened. She wasn't about to be sidetracked by philosophical musings. A clever redirection, she said, her voice laced with a biting edge. Bravo. But are you seriously comparing your so-called miraculous food therapy to the Apollo program? Do you really think what you're offering is on par with one of humanity's greatest achievements? In some ways, yes, Dio replied, his tone steady and confident. The moon landing was an extraordinary feat, but its impact on our daily lives is still limited. We can't colonize the moon or solve our most pressing problems there. Not yet, anyway. What I offer, however, has the potential to transform lives here and now. You'll see for yourself if you give it a chance. Jessica's eyes narrowed, her skepticism deepening. She couldn't decide if Dio was genuinely as arrogant as he seemed, or if he was simply an exceptionally convincing liar. Either way, his self-assuredness was starting to get under her skin. "You're unbelievably full of yourself," she said with a shake of her head. "I don't know what Jenny sees in you. Is it just because of that face of yours?" Her tone was dripping with disappointment, as if she had expected more from him despite her initial doubts. Noticing a few passers-by glancing curiously at their exchange, Dio shrugged and offered a faint, almost dismissive smile. "Perhaps you're right, but the truth often lies with the few who dare to see it. Sometimes, all that's missing is a pair of eyes willing to look beyond the surface and a bit of courage." Without waiting for a response, Dio turned on his heel and walked back into the restaurant, leaving the two women standing outside. Jenny and Jessica exchanged stunned looks. Jenny's disappointment was evident. She had experienced the miraculous effects of Dio's cooking firsthand, and she had genuinely wanted Jessica to see it for herself. Now, it seemed her plan was falling apart. In her mind, she was already calculating how to scrape together the $10,000 for another session, even if it meant putting off her plans to buy the latest designer bags next month. Jessica, on the other hand, was unexpectedly shaken. Dio's confidence had thrown her off balance. There was something about the way he spoke, so calm, so certain, that made her question her assumptions. Was he just an egotistical con artist, or was there actually something to what he was saying? "Jenny," Jessica said at last, her voice low but firm, "tell me the truth. Did you bring me here because of him?" Jenny rolled her eyes dramatically. "Oh, come on. Do you seriously think my entire world revolves around men?" Jessica tilted her head, her expression deadpan. "Not men. Handsome men." Jenny scowled. "Fine. Yes, I'm a hopeless fangirl, or whatever you want to call me. But you have no idea what you're missing. It's your loss, not mine." She crossed her arms and then added with a mischievous smirk, "So, how about you lend me $10,000? I'll pay you back, next month. Or maybe the month after that." Jessica raised an eyebrow. "Does this have anything to do with what he cooked for you last time?" Jenny pointed at her face, which was still glowing with the effects of Dio's treatment, even under the faint layer of makeup she had applied. "You tell me. Do you think I'm lying about this?" Jessica paused, studying her friend's face. The results were undeniable. Jenny's skin looked flawless, almost unnaturally so. Finally, Jessica let out a long sigh. "Fine, let's see what this is all about." Without waiting for a response, she strode toward the restaurant entrance, her heels clicking confidently against the pavement. Jenny watched her go, a triumphant grin spreading across her face. "You're finally going to see what I've been raving about," she muttered to herself. Inside, Dio was already preparing for the next act. He didn't know if Jessica's curiosity would outweigh her skepticism, but one thing was certain: she wouldn't leave without experiencing the truth firsthand. And Dio was more than ready to show her. Just you. Will, who had stayed inside and was completely unaware of what had transpired outside, looked surprised to see Dio return alone. "The bait's been cast," Dio replied with a faint smirk. "Now, we just wait to see if the fish bites." Despite the initial setback, Dio's confidence remained unshaken. He firmly believed that true value would eventually shine through, just like gold. If this particular venture didn't work out, he could always fall back on his plan Z of joining S.H.I.E.L.D. as a low-key support member. Life would be stable, free of the daily grind for survival, and probably even comfortable. But the idea didn't excite him. If this were his old life, Dio would have happily latched on such an opportunity without hesitation. But this was a second chance, and the rules had changed. With newfound potential came newfound ambition. Strength wasn't just about responsibility. It was about growth, freedom, and control. That's why S.H.I.E.L.D. was his absolute last resort. To Dio, signing on with an organization like that meant sacrificing his autonomy, becoming yet another cog in their machine. And for what? To end up like the Avengers, glorified pawns who were used, discarded, and vilified despite all their sacrifices? No thanks. The key lay in securing a means of self-preservation before S.H.I.E.L.D. or any other group discovered his abilities. Without leverage, there would be no bargaining power, no way to negotiate terms. And leverage, in this world, often meant one thing: money. Will, meanwhile, had no idea what Dio was rambling about. He just stared at his friend, utterly baffled. Fish? Bait? What the hell are you talking about? Man, just admit it. You got rejected. They think you're a scammer, and they're not buying it. Happens to everyone. Will's casual quip hit closer to the truth than he realized. But Dio, ever the strategist, let it slide. He wasn't about to explain his plans to someone who wouldn't see the bigger picture. Just as the two locked into a silent stare-off, their eyes practically sparking with unspoken challenges, the restaurant door creaked open. The fish had taken a bait. Dio's lips curled into a smile, a perfectly calculated blend of charm and smugness. Asterisk, today's fat sheep has entered the slaughterhouse. Dio Brando always gets his prize. Asterisk. Welcome back, ladies, Dio greeted, his tone light and pleasant as he walked forward. His carefully crafted, gentlemanly smile was firmly in place. Is there anything else I can help you with? Jenny, who was already questioning whether she truly understood this man at all, felt her doubts deepen. Was this the same Dio she had been infatuated with? The confident, magnetic man who occasionally revealed glimpses of genuine kindness? Or was it this sharp-tongued, cunning version who seemed to revel in toying with others? Perhaps the real Dio Brando was an amalgamation of all these facets. Jessica, however, had no patience for his pleasantries. She crossed her arms and shot him a glare. Cut the fake politeness. We're here for one reason: to eat. I still think you're an arrogant, self-absorbed narcissist, but for Jenny's sake, I'll give your so-called mystical oriental food therapy a try. Her tone was biting, her words laced with sarcasm. It wasn't just Dio she was challenging. It was the entire premise of his miracle. And to make her point even sharper, she deliberately threw his earlier words about courage back at him, twisting them as a form of mockery. Dio's smile didn't falter. If anything, it grew brighter, almost dazzling. Inside, though, he was already planning how to deal with this self-righteous woman. Prepare yourself, Miss Jessica, he said smoothly. What you're about to experience will be unlike anything you've ever tasted. And if, after the meal, you find yourself satisfied, I'd suggest offering Jenny an apology. After all, when you assumed this was a scam and that I was some manipulative fraud, you cast doubt not only on me, but also on her. A sincere apology would go a long way in mending that. His words left both women momentarily stunned. Jenny blinked, unsure of how to feel. Jessica, on the other hand, was caught off guard by the unexpected shift in focus. Dio wasn't asking for an apology for himself. He was asking for one on Jenny's behalf. Dio executed a flawless bow, the kind that exuded the practiced elegance of an English gentleman, before retreating to the kitchen. He didn't need to say more. The message was clear. While Dio's request for an apology was polite and indirect, it wasn't entirely selfless. He didn't need Jessica to apologize to him. Her skepticism was her own burden to bear. What he wanted was to plant a seed of doubt in her mind, to make her question whether she might, in fact, owe him something after all. And if she didn't, well, he had another way to deal with her, through the food. In the meantime, Will, having been silently observing the exchange, was quickly ushered into the back room. Dio didn't need an audience for what was about to happen. The treatment process was unique, to say the least, and Will was no stranger to how unflattering it could get. Yeah, I get it, Will muttered as he shuffled off, not wanting to relive his own therapy session in front of strangers. Now, the restaurant was quiet once more, save for the two remaining women seated at the single table. Jessica let out a frustrated sigh, glancing around the sparsely decorated space. Seriously? A restaurant that doesn't even offer water to its guests? This is a first. Jenny, ever the loyal defender of Dio's methods, quickly chimed in. Not only that, but have you noticed? You don't even get to choose what you eat here. Everything's decided by him. Jessica frowned. I've seen places like this before, those pretentious chef-owned spots where the menu is whatever the chef feels like making that day. People line up for it like sheep, worshipping the guy as if he's some kind of god. Jenny smirked. You mean people like you? Watch it, Jessica warned, though her tone carried a hint of amusement. Still, Jessica added after a moment, this guy better not just have a big ego and no skills. If this turns out to be a waste of time, I'm holding you responsible, Jenny. Jenny rolled her eyes. You should be apologizing to both of us once this is over. And don't worry, I'll be here to remind you. Jessica huffed, but said nothing, glancing toward the kitchen door with an expression that was equal parts suspicion and curiosity. Despite her skepticism, she couldn't deny the faint flicker of anticipation that was beginning to take root. Whatever happens next, she thought, it had better be worth it. It didn't take long for Dio to reappear, carrying a single bowl of seaweed egg drop soup. The soup was crystal clear, with not even a hint of oil on its surface. Visually, it looked plain, almost underwhelming. Hardly the kind of dish one might expect from a so-called culinary miracle. Yet, as the bowl was placed on the table, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, drawing immediate attention. Jessica glanced up at Dio, her expression skeptical but curious. It was as though she was silently asking, "This is it?" Dio met her gaze with an air of calm confidence, his smile tinged with mystery. "This is an appetizer to whet your palate. Taste it, and you'll understand." Though the soup might have looked simpler than the red date soup Jenny had enjoyed or the black chicken soup served to Will, the ingredients Dio had added were anything but ordinary. This bowl had been infused with a double dose of Pearl Jam's miraculous power, a double-edged sword of extraordinary benefits and intensified side effects. Jenny, meanwhile, could barely contain her excitement. Her eyes sparkled with a childlike eagerness as she glanced between Dio and the soup. "What about me? Where's mine?" she asked, her voice tinged with the kind of pleading tone one might expect from a puppy begging for treats. Dio turned to her with a faintly apologetic smile. "I'm sorry, but each meal is tailored specifically to the customer's current condition. Even if I served you the same dish, it wouldn't have any effect." Jenny blinked, recalling that Dio had mentioned something similar before. At the time, she'd assumed it was just an excuse to avoid giving her free meals. But now, faced with his unyielding tone, she began to reconsider. Maybe he wasn't lying after all. "Fine," she said with a dramatic sigh, leaning back in her chair. "But I'll wait." Dio chuckled softly. She truly was persistent, but he didn't mind. Every ounce of her determination brought him closer to another $10,000. Meanwhile, Jessica had finally decided to take her first sip of the soup. Her plan was to simply taste it, nothing more. But the moment the warm liquid touched her tongue, an explosion of flavor bloomed in her mouth. The aroma she had smelled earlier didn't even begin to compare to the sensation of actually tasting it. A soothing warmth traveled down her throat and settled in her stomach, spreading throughout her body like a comforting embrace. Before she even realized it, the bowl was empty. Jessica set it down, blinking as if she had just woken from a dream. A fine layer of sweat had formed on her forehead, a clear sign of her naturally cold constitution and recent physical exhaustion. As she wiped her brow, Jessica became acutely aware of two pairs of eyes fixed on her. Jenny's gaze, in particular, was filled with a teasing amusement that made her cheeks flush with heat. Still, she couldn't deny the truth. That was incredible. "It was good," Jessica admitted, her voice steady but tinged with genuine curiosity. "Really good. The flavor was so unique. I can't help but wonder, what did you put in it?" "Of course, you don't have to answer if it's a secret." Dio's lips curled into a knowing smile. "It's a stand," he thought to himself. "I put a stand into it." But instead of answering, he simply maintained his enigmatic expression. Jessica frowned slightly, and used to being ignored in such a manner. Yet, strangely, she didn't feel offended. Perhaps it was the soup. Its extraordinary taste had sparked a flicker of trust, however small, in Dio's abilities. Just as she was beginning to reconsider her initial hostility, something unexpected happened. Tears. A torrent of tears came flooding from her eyes, as sudden and uncontrollable as a burst dam. "Wait, what's happening? Why am I crying?" Jessica cried out, her voice filled with panic as she clutched at her face. Dio, however, didn't move to comfort her. Instead, he remained perfectly composed, his smile as infuriatingly calm as ever. Jenny, on the other hand, was grinning from ear to ear, her phone already in hand and snapping photos of Jessica's tear-streaked face. "Oh my God, you two are the worst," Jessica wailed, glaring at them through the blur of her tears. It was then that realization struck her. Jenny's repeated warnings before their visit, Dio's pointed remarks about unusual side effects. This must be what they had been referring to. So, this is part of the treatment process? But before she could fully process the thought, another sensation overtook her. "Oh no." Jessica let out a high-pitched shriek as she felt her body betray her completely. Her light-colored pants were suddenly stained a darker hue, the unmistakable result of her bladder letting go entirely. The room fell silent for a moment, save for the sound of Jenny furiously snapping photos from multiple angles, her laughter barely suppressed. Jessica's face turned scarlet as she buried it in her hands. "Oh, God, this is the most humiliating thing that's ever happened to me." Dio, meanwhile, was feeling unusually vindicated. While he refrained from taking photos himself, wisely deciding against any actions that might have long-term consequences, he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of satisfaction. After several agonizing seconds, the side effects finally subsided. Jessica, who had been left physically and emotionally drained, slumped back in her chair, her breathing heavy. Despite the sheer embarrassment of what had just occurred, she couldn't deny that she felt lighter, cleaner, refreshed. Her body, which had been plagued by various minor issues, hormonal imbalances, fatigue, and other ailments she didn't care to name, now felt rejuvenated, as though years of stress and toxins had been washed away in an instant. The warmth that spread through her wasn't just physical. It was a sense of renewal, of rediscovery. "Well," Jenny asked, leaning forward with a smirk, "was it worth it? Come on, don't hold back. I'm dying to hear what you think." Jessica glared at her, though her expression lacked its earlier fire. "First, give me your phone. Right now. Delete every single photo you just took." Jenny raised a single finger, grinning like the cat that caught the canary. "One condition." Jessica groaned in frustration, but ultimately nodded. "Fine. What is it?" "You admit that Dio was right, and you apologize for doubting me." Jessica hesitated, her pride warring with the undeniable truth of her experience. Finally, she sighed. "All right, you were right. And I'm sorry I doubted you." Jenny beamed, clearly savoring her victory. "And now," Jessica added, her voice softening, "I want to see what else he can do." Jenny's grin widened. "Oh, trust me, the best is yet to come." Moments ago, Jessica had been ready to bolt out the door, her dignity shattered and her skepticism still lingering. But now, standing before the mirror and seeing her radiant reflection, she found herself utterly captivated. Her fingers lightly brushed against her smooth, glowing skin, as if trying to confirm that the youthful, vibrant face staring back at her was truly her own. Those bright, watery eyes, were they really hers? Her pride had taken a monumental hit, but her heart now craved more. For beauty, a woman could endure anything. Jenny, meanwhile, was cheerfully deleting the photos she'd taken earlier, honoring her promise to Jessica. In return, Jessica swiftly wrote out a check for $10,000 and handed it over without hesitation. She even offered a sincere apology to Jenny for doubting her earlier. With the check in hand, Jenny had long since forgotten the earlier drama. Or rather, she had forgiven it. After all, before she experienced Dio's miraculous cooking herself, she had been just as skeptical as Jessica. Now the two women sat in silence, their anticipation palpable, their eyes brimming with expectation. About half an hour later, Dio reemerged from the kitchen, carrying a pristine white plate. "What is that?" Jessica asked, her curiosity piqued. "Pork trotters," Dio replied matter-of-factly. "Rich in collagen, and particularly effective for rejuvenating the skin. This dish will take you back to the smooth, firm complexion of your 16-year-old self." Jessica hesitated. Americans typically avoided eating things like pork trotters, chicken feet, or organ meats. Jessica was no exception. But the moment Dio mentioned the promise of youthful, radiant skin, a spark lit up in her eyes. In that moment, she wasn't looking at a plate of pork trotters. She was looking at the years between her current self and her 16-year-old self, served up on a plate. No woman could resist such temptation. especially not after experiencing the transformative effects of Dio's earlier dish. Without further hesitation, Jessica picked up her knife and fork, carefully cutting off a small piece of the trotter's skin. Summoning her courage, she placed it into her mouth. And then, as if possessed by some unseen force, she couldn't stop. The flavor was irresistible. It was as though a surge of primal hunger had awakened within her. Jessica, who moments ago had been trying to eat with grace and restraint, suddenly tossed her utensils aside. Grabbing the entire pork trotter with both hands, she began devouring it with unrestrained enthusiasm. The scene was nothing short of chaotic. Jenny, wide-eyed and slack-jawed, watched her friend in stunned silence. Then, with a guilty glance around, she stealthily pulled out her phone and began snapping pictures. If the earlier photos were worth $10,000, these were easily worth double. Dio stood to the side, utterly pleased with himself. The dish's appeal wasn't just due to its preparation, but also the miraculous power of his stand, pearl jam, which he had infused into it. Of course, he credited himself for the effort it took to channel the stand's energy so precisely. This was his achievement through and through. Jessica, meanwhile, was fully aware of what she was doing. Her mind was clear, and she knew how crude and embarrassing her behavior was. But her body refused to comply. The primal desire to consume overwhelmed her rationality. Eventually, she gave up trying to resist and simply embraced it, gnawing on the pork trotter with reckless abandon, a look of pure bliss on her face. When the last bone had been stripped clean, Jessica finally set it down with a satisfied sigh. Her hands and mouth were smeared with grease, and any semblance of her polished, professional image had been completely obliterated. She looked nothing like the poised, high-powered woman who had walked in earlier. And then the treatment began. The restaurant echoed with Jessica's high-pitched screams, the kind that might have made a passerby think a horror movie was being filmed inside. But Dio had taken precautions. He'd lined the walls with soundproofing material and locked the doors, ensuring complete privacy for his guests. For Dio, this was a moment of triumph. Watching Jessica undergo the process, he couldn't help but think of the classic villain line. Asterisk, behold the fruits of my genius. Asterisk, Jessica's face underwent a visible transformation as the treatment progressed. Layers of dead skin flaked away, revealing a complexion that was smooth, bright, and impossibly youthful. Her formerly dull and slightly sagging skin now appeared firm and radiant, glowing with a natural luster that seemed almost otherworldly. Her large, luminous eyes shimmered with life, and her cheeks carried a healthy, rosy hue. She looked like a beautiful, vibrant girl who had stepped straight out of a painting. Even Jenny, who had invited Jessica to experience this, couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Dio's miraculous cooking clearly wasn't meant for just one person, and now that Jessica had joined the fold, Jenny's exclusivity felt slightly diminished. Still, the $10,000 check softened the blow considerably. Oh my God, is this really me? Jessica's voice trembled as she held up the mirror Dio handed her. Her hand shook, and her eyes filled with disbelief. If the earlier events had been within the realm of understanding, what she saw now was beyond comprehension. The reflection in the mirror wasn't just her. It was a version of her she thought she'd lost long ago. Tell me, this is real, right? When I wake up tomorrow, it'll still be me, won't it? I'll still look like this, right? Jessica's voice grew frantic as she grabbed Dio's hand, her gaze pleading. Of course, Dio replied, his tone steady and reassuring. This is the real you. I promise. This beauty won't fade overnight, nor will it vanish without warning. Unless, of course, you decide to take a knife to that lovely face of yours. He chuckled lightly, then added with a confident smile, and even if that happens, don't worry. No scar will leave this restaurant intact. Jessica's eyes widened. Really? Any scar? Even one from years ago? Most likely yes, Dio said, nodding thoughtfully. But I need to see it in person to confirm. Each dish is custom-made for the individual, so the results can vary. Jessica's excitement grew. I have a younger sister. When she was little, she suffered a terrible burn on her back from hot water. The skin grafts didn't take well, so she's been living with it ever since. Could I bring her here next time? Of course, Dio said, his smile widening. But I'd recommend booking an appointment in advance. I imagine Miss Jessica wouldn't want anyone else present for such a personal experience, right? His gaze flicked briefly to Jenny, who immediately looked sheepish. Jessica nodded firmly. Yes, absolute privacy is a must. Unspoken but not unnoticed was Jessica's realization. Someone like Dio, who held knowledge of people's physical vulnerabilities, would always walk a fine line between opportunity and danger. Trust was paramount, but it was also fragile. All right, Dio said, breaking the tension with a smile. Now it's time for dessert. He returned to the kitchen and emerged moments later with a beautifully caramelized dish of candied sweet potatoes, their golden sheen catching the light. Enjoy, he said, setting the plate before Jessica with a flourish. After all the treatments were completed, Jessica couldn't stop herself from exclaiming incredible. Not once, not twice, but 10 times in a row. Yes, the candied sweet potato dessert had temporarily caused her to lose all her hair. A horrifying moment, to be sure, but in mere seconds, her golden locks had regrown, brighter, smoother, and stronger than ever. Years of dyeing, perming, and relentless styling had left her once-envied golden hair brittle and lifeless. No matter how much she spent on treatments and products, the damage only ever seemed to increase. But now, with just one meal, her hair had been completely restored to its former glory, if not better. Hair is a cornerstone of beauty for many women, and Jessica was no exception. A single change in hairstyle can transform a woman's entire aura. And now, staring at her reflection, Jessica was awestruck. She couldn't stop running her fingers through the silky strands, marveling at how perfect they were. She was utterly captivated by her own newfound beauty, unable to pull herself away from the mirror. The transformation was so profound, so miraculous. It was as if Dio had rewritten the very laws of nature. Well then, Dio finally said, standing beside the two radiant women with his signature calm smile. Are you satisfied with your Apollo package? Jessica, who had previously been brimming with skepticism and arrogance, looked up at him with nothing short of reverence. The woman who had once doubted him now seemed like a loyal follower. Absolutely satisfied, she declared without hesitation. To me, this is my Apollo. I must apologize for my earlier arrogance and doubt. Please forgive my ignorance. Her apology was as heartfelt as it was direct. She quickly pulled out her checkbook and, with several swift strokes of her pen, wrote out a check for $100,000, handing it to Dio with both hands. Dio glanced at the check before quirking an eyebrow. It seems there's an extra zero here. Was this a mistake? Jessica shook her head firmly. No, please accept it. The extra amount represents my sincere apology and my satisfaction with your service. Hearing this, Dio didn't argue further. He accepted the check with a polite nod, though inwardly he was grinning like the cat that got the cream. A little compensation for emotional distress, a tip, and a cleaning fee, $90,000 extra, seems perfectly reasonable. This was one very fat sheep. Dio's excitement was genuine, though he kept it neatly hidden behind his composed demeanor. Earning $100,000 in a single day was nothing short of a dream come true. But just as quickly as the joy came, it was tempered by a sobering thought: taxes. In the United States, the IRS was more terrifying than SHIELD, Hydra, or even the White House itself. This was an agency that could bring down congressmen and mob bosses alike. Once they had their eyes on you, there was no escape. If this business takes off too much, will the IRS think I'm laundering money for someone? Dio sighed internally. The mere thought of dealing with them gave him a headache. Jessica, still glowing both physically and emotionally, suddenly spoke up again. I know this might be presumptuous of me, but have you ever considered expanding your business, Mr. Dio? With something as miraculous as this, it seems a shame for only a select few to experience it. If you're open to it, I'd love to discuss a potential partnership. Her tone was warm and considerate, as if she were genuinely concerned about helping Dio achieve his potential. But Dio wasn't fooled. He could see the glint of ambition in her eyes. Jessica wasn't just being generous. She wanted a piece of the pie. Her family, though primarily in the construction business, wasn't blind to opportunities in other industries. For years, they had been searching for the right entry point, but venturing into unfamiliar sectors was always risky. A single misstep could lead to disaster, even in their established field. But Dio's miraculous food therapy, that was a game changer, a disruptor with the potential to reshape entire industries. It was no wonder Jessica was tempted. She had experienced its power firsthand and knew its value better than anyone. Unfortunately for her, her plans were destined to fail. Dio wasn't opposed to making money or even partnering with capital, but the foundation of his entire operation, his stand, Pearl Jam, was a secret he couldn't afford to share with anyone. It wasn't just about protecting his livelihood. It was about protecting his life. The idea of working under someone else's thumb was laughable. Dio hadn't even considered bowing to S.H.I.E.L.D., so why would he sell himself out to corporate interests? Besides, his time and energy were limited. He could only serve so many customers in a day. Scaling up wasn't just impractical. It was impossible. Without hesitation, Dio smiled politely and declined. "I'm sorry, but this recipe only works in my hands. Trying to mass-produce, it would be a dead end. To save us both time, I'll be clear. No matter who asks or how much they're willing to pay, I won't sell it. And even if I did, it wouldn't work without me." Jessica, sensing the finality in his tone, didn't press the issue further. Still, the regret in her expression was evident. It seemed she wasn't entirely ready to give up, but for now, she let it drop. "In that case, may I reserve a spot for dinner tonight?" she asked, shifting her approach. To her surprise, Dio shook his head again. "As much as I appreciate enthusiastic customers, I must decline. While I do have availability this evening, I wouldn't feel right serving you another meal so soon. Each treatment is tailored to the individual, and overindulging could lead to irreversible harm. The best approach is to wait at least a day before your next session." The reasoning was unconventional, perhaps even dubious, but Jessica and Jenny had both experienced enough to trust him. His insistence on ethics over profit only reinforced their perception of him as a man of integrity, though Dio himself knew it was really just a convenient excuse to manage demand. "Then what about me?" Jenny interjected, waving the $10,000 check she'd earned from Jessica. "It's been a few days since my last treatment. Surely I'm due for another round." Dio's eyes lit up with his familiar, "I see a fat sheep" smile. Bowing slightly, he said, "Of course, Miss Jenny. It would be my honor to serve you." "Great." Jenny beamed. "This time, I want my entire body to be as flawless as my face. I've been hiding under these conservative clothes for too long. It's time to show off." Dio chuckled lightly, already calculating how to tailor her next treatment. After all, the customer is always king, or, in this case, queen, and Dio would never refuse the call of a $10,000 check. Jenny's treatment session was equal parts shocking and, well, awkwardly alluring. Since she had specifically requested for the skin on her body to match the delicate, smooth texture of her face, the process naturally involved her, enthusiastically scratching at herself. Of course, her clothing quickly became an inconvenient barrier. Although Dio had the foresight to politely excuse himself and turn away at the right moments, he couldn't completely avoid catching glimpses of what he shouldn't and should. Let's just say that the unrestricted Jenny was far more impressive than she appeared while fully dressed. When Jenny had finally redressed herself, Dio returned, his expression as neutral as ever, as if nothing had happened. "Today's treatment is complete," he announced calmly. "Another session, and you'll reach your ideal results, Miss Jenny." Dio wasn't about to exhaust all his opportunities at once. Sheep like Jenny were best sheared slowly. With today's carefully planned treatment, he had only replaced the skin on the upper half of her body, leaving more for a future session. Thankfully, Jenny seemed thrilled with the progress. Perhaps due to the sheer embarrassment of the earlier scene, she didn't press further. Instead, she simply threw down her $10,000 check, grabbed Jessica by the arm, and made a hasty exit. Dio, pleased with his day's earnings, pocketed the 2 checks and shouted, "Will, are you still sleeping back there? Get out here and clean this place up." Meanwhile, outside the restaurant, a disheveled Jessica and Jenny practically sprinted to the car, their faces red with a mix of humiliation and lingering awe. The occasional passerby glanced curiously at them, their expressions ranging from amused to judgmental as they stole looks at the sign for Dio's fantastical eatery. Once inside the car, Jessica slammed the door shut with a loud thud, finally letting out a deep sigh of relief. That was mortifying. Thank God your little boyfriend loaned me a change of clothes, Jessica muttered from the driver's seat as she glanced down at her damp pants, a wry smile tugging at her lips. Jenny almost blurted out that her first experience had been just as humiliating, but she stopped herself. No sense in doubling up on the embarrassment by sharing her own horror story. Now do you believe me? Jenny said instead, her tone triumphant. She tilted her chin up like a proud swan, clearly savoring her victory. If we weren't such good friends, I definitely wouldn't have shared something this amazing with you. Fine, fine, Jessica conceded, shaking her head. I'll admit it, I was wrong. And I'm grateful you brought me along for this bizarre, miraculous experience. But before Jenny could bask in her friend's gratitude, Jessica's eyes narrowed. Without warning, she snatched Jenny's phone from her hands. Now, explain to me why your phone suddenly has a bunch of new pictures, Jessica said, scrolling through the gallery with an accusing glare. Jenny froze. She had been caught red-handed. Hey, I was just messing around, so you won't mind if I delete them then? Jessica countered, raising an eyebrow. Of course not, Jenny replied hesitantly, her voice trailing off. Satisfied, Jessica deleted the photos, then handed the phone back to her. But before Jenny could sigh in relief, Jessica added with a smirk, oh, by the way, my phone now has a few exclusive photos as well. And they're very revealing. Care to take a look? Fuck, you snapped pictures of me. Jenny screeched. Jessica shrugged, her tone cool and unapologetic. Consider it payback. Or, as you'd say, just a joke. Not so funny now, is it? Fine, you win, Jenny muttered, slumping in defeat. I'll delete them, and I'll even give you back the $10,000 from earlier. No need. Jessica waved her off with a dismissive hand. I just want to make sure those pictures of me never see the light of day. You didn't back them up anywhere, did you? Jenny forced a strained smile, trying to maintain composure. Of course not. You can trust me. I promise. Good, Jessica said, her expression softening slightly. And one more thing. I don't want anyone to hear about what happened today. If word gets out, it could damage my reputation. You understand? Jenny nodded reluctantly. She and Jessica now held equal leverage over each other, a mutually assured destruction pact of sorts. If only she hadn't let her curiosity get the better of her. With the tension resolved, the two friends slowly relaxed, and soon enough, they were chatting and laughing as if nothing had happened. Tax season in the United States officially runs from early February to mid-April every year. For Dio, however, it might as well have been a ticking time bomb. After purchasing the small restaurant, his parents had poured nearly all their savings into the venture. When they passed away unexpectedly, the modest inheritance they left behind had been almost entirely spent on funeral costs and other related expenses. But the IRS doesn't care about personal tragedies. On top of settling his parents' previous year's taxes, Dio also faced estate taxes and a host of other miscellaneous fees. For someone in his position, it was a crushing burden. The only silver lining was that Dio had the option to request a 6-month filing extension, which he immediately submitted. It wasn't much, but it bought him some time to either earn the money he needed or prepare for the IRS to come knocking. Unlike SHIELD or Hydra, the IRS didn't need superpowers or shady conspiracies to ruin your life. They were relentless, and no one, not even mob bosses, dared cross them. With his extension secured, Dio wasted no time. He rushed to the bank to cash in his $110,000 worth of checks, then headed straight to a nearby gold shop. Thanks to fluctuations in gold prices, Dio managed to purchase 2,100-gram gold bars for just $100,000, even after paying an additional $4,000 in sales tax. As Dio left the shop, the balding manager handed him a business card with a subtle grin. If you ever need discounted gold for other purposes, feel free to give me a call. Dio nodded politely, though inwardly he smirked. In the U.S., discounted usually meant off-the-books black market goods that couldn't be sold through legal channels. It didn't surprise Dio that the manager had such connections. After all, stolen or laundered goods had to go somewhere, and shady dealers like him were the middlemen who made it happen. Still, the suggestion gave Dio an idea. If I'm only using the gold for in-game purposes, does it really matter if it's clean or not? He thought. I'm not reselling it, so even the FBI wouldn't find trail back to me. The thought was tempting, Black market gold could be as much as 30% cheaper than retail prices. But for now, Dio decided against it. Without the means to protect himself, getting involved in illegal dealings wasn't worth the risk. One wrong move, and he could end up robbed, or worse. For now, he'd stick to the safer path. But someday, once he had the power to back it up, perhaps he'd revisit the idea. Back in the restaurant, Dio flipped the sign to closed and carefully locked the door. He headed into the small room he had been living in, a storage space he'd cleaned up over the past few weeks. It wasn't glamorous, but for someone in the early stages of entrepreneurship and given his need for secrecy, it would have to do for now. He eagerly pulled out the 20 gleaming gold bars, each weighing 100 grams, and held them in his hands for a moment. Taking a deep breath, he mentally commanded, "Recharge." In an instant, the gold bars vanished without a trace. The sight left Dio feeling a bit hollow. After all, those gold bars represented $110,000 worth of hard-earned cash. But the feeling of loss was quickly replaced by a surge of excitement. The JOJO mobile game, which had somehow crossed worlds with him, was finally ready for some serious pay-to-win action. Gold bars 20. That was enough for 2 10 pulls in the game's gacha system. For some lucky players, 2 10 pulls could mean 4 or 5 stands in a single session. Even if the results weren't top tier, they'd still be enough to work with. But for someone like Dio, asterisk a proud representative of the African savannah in terms of luck asterisk, he would be grateful if even one stand showed up. At this point, he wasn't even wishing for the strongest stands. Anything combat-related or defensive would do. Ba, 3 pure ones above, Dio muttered, clasping his hands together like a devout monk. Then he paused, realizing his dilemma. Wait, this is the West. Maybe they're out of jurisdiction here. Should I pray to Jesus? Or God? He sighed. Forget it. My luck is so bad. Even all the gods combined couldn't save me. With a resigned shrug, Dio picked up his phone. He decided to play a song for good luck, his last desperate attempt at gacha superstition. Today is a good day. As the upbeat melody filled the room, Dio closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and tapped the screen to start his first 10 pull. The results? Low-level Ripple, Orb. Mid-level Ripple, Orb, X3. High-level Ripple, Orb, X2. Moonlight Brothers Loincloth, X3. Ripple Skill, Extendable Punch. Dio stared at the screen in utter disbelief. Are you kidding me? He had spent the equivalent of $55,000 on this 10 pull, and there wasn't even a hint of stand. The loot consisted of 1 low-level Ripple Orb plus 10 Ripple Energy, 3 mid-level Ripple Orbs plus 100 Ripple Energy each, 2 high-level Ripple Orbs plus 1,000 Ripple Energy each. Ripple Skill, Extendable Punch, a technique that allows the user to dislocate their arm bones to extend punch range, using Ripple to suppress pain. And of course, the utterly useless Moonlight Brothers loincloth, which was described as never washed, with a strong odor that could potentially be used as a biochemical weapon. Dio looked like he might faint from sheer disappointment. He began popping the Ripple Orbs into his mouth like candy, watching his Ripple energy grow. Despite his frustration, the power boost was undeniable. In the JOJO mobile game, leveling up Ripple energy required increasing amounts of points. Level 1, 100 points. Level 2, 200 points. Level 3, 400 points. Level 4, 600 points. Level 5, 800 points. Level 6, 1,000 points. Level 7, 2,000 points. Level 8, 4,000 points. Level 9, 6,000 points. Level 10, 10,000 points. Before today, Dio had painstakingly trained and pulled from the free friendship pool to reach 191 Ripple Energy. With the new orbs, his energy skyrocketed by 2,310 points, bringing his total to 2,501. He was now much closer to level 10, which would unlock a second stand slot. All right, Dio muttered with renewed determination. There's still one more 10 pull left. Let's do this. He also quickly learned the Ripple skill, Extendable Punch. Though it wasn't flashy, the technique of dislocating arm bones to increase attack range while nullifying pain had surprising potential. Dio practiced the move briefly, and the possibilities immediately excited him. His initial disappointment began to fade. Feeling more optimistic, Dio splashed cold water on his face and returned to his tiny room. full of resolve. This time, he swapped out the cheerful song for a chaotic, meme-filled video from a cross-dressing content creator. The nonsensical background audio filled the air as Dio prepared himself. All right, let's go. This time, we're getting something. Give me a stand. And then, flash, a burst of rainbow light filled the screen. Dio's heart skipped a beat as he saw the familiar figure materialize before him. Grayish-white skin, golden armor plating, and two canister-like objects strapped to its back. Cold, unfeeling eyes stared forward with unwavering intensity. The world. The world. Dio gasped, nearly toppling backward. His excitement was so overwhelming that he accidentally smashed his small bed with a single ecstatic punch. This is it. This is MY Stand. I knew it. How can there be a Dio without the world? For a moment, all his frustration and bitterness evaporated. The gacha gods had smiled upon him at last. Luck doesn't change lives? Gacha superstition doesn't work? Nonsense. Dio Brando's name alone is the ultimate good luck charm. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Dio even went back to the video and left a comment. I got my stand. Here to give thanks. Once he calmed down, Dio opened the game to review the results of his second 10 pull. 5 mid-level ripple orbs. 1 supreme-level ripple orb plus 10,000 ripple energy. 2 miscellaneous items. Arrow fragment X1. The arrow fragment description caught Dio's attention. Arrow fragment 1/5. Ability 1 * grants non-stand users the potential to awaken as stand users, at a risk of death. Ability 2 * allows existing stand users to awaken new, stronger abilities. Success depends on the user's willpower and the stand's growth potential. Side effect * death. And then, the pinnacle of his pulls. Stand, the world. Attributes *. Destructive power, A. Speed, A. Range, C 10 meters. Durability, A. Precision, B. Development potential, B. Special ability * time stop. Allows the user to halt time and move freely within the pause time. Dio practically teared up as he read through the world stats, his heart racing with excitement. This is how it's supposed to be. This is the real power of a reincarnated Dio Brando. No longer a weakling, Dio clenched his fists with renewed determination. With the world by his side, he finally felt like the true Dio. Victory was no longer a distant dream. It was his destiny. Dio was absolutely thrilled with the explosive attributes of a world. Its raw power and versatility were undeniable, and the fact that it came with the iconic time-stopping ability made it all the more exhilarating. This was a stand worthy of his name, Dio Brando Star. Its potential wasn't weak either. Dio knew from the lore of the JOJO universe that the world could theoretically evolve into the world over heaven, an even more terrifyingly powerful stand with the ability to rewrite reality itself. It was quite literally God tier. And of course, no Dio Brando could be complete without the world. The moment he drew this stand, it felt like destiny had aligned perfectly. The only thing that mildly irritated him was the game's cheeky description labeling him as evil. Still, there was no denying how satisfied he was. As Dio's eyes wandered to the arrow fragment he'd pulled earlier, his thoughts turned to the possibilities it represented. In the JOJO universe, there were multiple ways to become a stand user, but few were as iconic or as dangerous as being pierced by the stand arrow. Dio himself was a prime example of this method. And the arrow didn't just awaken stands, it could also evolve them. In Diamond is Unbreakable, the villain Yashikage Kira was pierced in a moment of desperation, resulting in the evolution of his stand into Killer Queen. Bites the dust. This gave him the ability to rewind time and eliminate anyone who discovered his identity, a power as terrifying as it was game-changing. Similarly, in Golden Wind, Giorno Giovanna's stand, Gold Experience, was struck by the arrow during his battle with Diavolo's King Crimson. The result was Gold Experience Requiem, a stand so overpowered it could reset any action or intent to 0, trapping its victims in an infinite loop of futile attempts. It was the ultimate checkmate. The possibilities of evolution and awakening were intoxicating, and Dio couldn't help but indulge in a few moments of daydreaming. It was as if he'd gone from being a penniless underdog to winning the lottery jackpot overnight. His heart raced with excitement, and he couldn't stop grinning like an idiot. After a solid 10 minutes of ridiculous, giddy laughter, Dio finally pulled himself together. He quickly consumed the remaining Ripple orbs from his last 10 pull, watching his Ripple energy skyrocket to 13,001 points. With that, he leveled up to rank 10, unlocking the coveted second stand slot. Without hesitation, he equipped the world. The moment he summoned it, the world materialized behind him, its metallic figure gleaming ominously. The sheer presence of the stand was overwhelming. Dio glanced at his game interface and noted that even summoning the world consumed a staggering 1,000 Ripple energy, far more than Pearl Jam. The good news, however, was that the world's A-tier durability meant it only required 1 Ripple energy per second to remain active when idle. Combat, of course, would drain energy at a much faster rate. Dio's fingers twitched with anticipation. He wanted to test its destructive power, to see how much havoc the world could wreak. But he quickly remembered where he was. This little restaurant was not only his business, but also his home and the foundation of his plans. Destroying it would be the epitome of stupidity. He reluctantly restrained himself, deciding to test the world in a more suitable location tomorrow. But then, his gaze shifted to the stand's time-stopping ability. Time stop. Just once can't hurt, right? The temptation was impossible to resist. Confidence swelled within him. After all, hadn't he just broken his streak of bad luck with that amazing 10-pull? Surely, things would go smoothly. Dio smirked and dramatically raised his hand. With a voice dripping with theatrical flair, he called out, "Asterisk the world! Asterisk!" In an instant, everything froze. Time itself came to a screeching halt. The air seemed to thicken, and the world around him became eerily silent. But as Dio attempted to move, he immediately realized something was wrong. His movements were sluggish, as if he were wading through molasses. While the game mechanics had granted him access to the world abilities, his body wasn't yet trained to handle the strain of operating within a time-stopped field. A moment later, his legs gave out, and he toppled to the floor with a heavy thud. The strain was overwhelming. His head felt like it was about to split open, and his limbs were shaking uncontrollably. He quickly glanced at the game interface, only to see that his Ripple energy, over 13,000 points just moments ago, had been completely drained. 0. He groaned. So that's the cost of stopping time. 1 second completely wiped me out. The game's minimum time unit was 1 second, so Dio couldn't even imagine how much energy would be required to extend the duration. Still, he couldn't deny the potential. With enough Ripple energy, the world could rival even the Time Stone in its ability to manipulate time, a power that could defy the very fabric of reality. As Dio lay sprawled on the floor, recovering from the ordeal, far away in the Himalayan mountains, the Ancient One sat in quiet meditation. The all-seeing Sorcerer Supreme suddenly snapped her eyes open. The Time Stone, housed within her care, had flared with an intense burst of energy, as if responding to some unseen force. The glow had lasted only a fraction of a second before fading, but it was enough to catch her attention. For a brief moment, she had felt time itself come to a halt. Her brows furrowed as she processed the anomaly. The Time Stone's reaction suggested that a powerful temporal disturbance had occurred, one that didn't rely on the stone itself. Could it be another being from beyond this world? She murmured to herself. Anyone capable of manipulating time without the aid of the Time Stone was a potential threat. Such power invited questions and danger. The Ancient One extended her vast psychic senses, searching the entire planet for the source of the disturbance. Her abilities, honed over centuries, allowed her to scan the Earth with unparalleled precision. Yet, despite her efforts, she found nothing out of the ordinary. The only unusual presences were ones she already knew about, entities she had been monitoring for years. Even beings as powerful as Dormammu couldn't evade her detection. And yet, this anomaly had managed to leave no trace. The Ancient One's expression darkened. Something isn't right. Another season of turmoil begins, she muttered, letting out a weary sigh. Her title as the Sorcerer Supreme had burdened her for far too long. Though her immense power had allowed her to protect the Earth for centuries, it had come at a great cost. one she could never escape. After a moment of contemplation, she issued her orders to the empty air. Bring him to me, and instruct the New York sanctum to remain vigilant. Though I couldn't pinpoint the source of the disturbance, all signs seemed to point in that direction. Perhaps disaster is closer than we think. Dio had no idea that his impulsive decision to use the world's time-stopping ability had inadvertently caught the attention of a certain powerful figure meditating high in the Himalayas. As far as he was concerned, he was just testing out his new toy. Like most people showing off, he hadn't thought too deeply about the consequences. At the moment, all he cared about was adjusting his breathing and getting some much-needed rest. The next day dawned peacefully. Too peacefully. The restaurant had seen only a few stray customers wander in throughout the day, but none of them stayed. They were all quickly scared off by the restaurant's eccentric rules and sky-high pricing. No menu. The dishes were entirely at the whim of the chef. Each guest could only have 3 dishes, with a minimum cost of $10,000 per meal. These 2 rules alone were enough to send 99% of potential customers running for the hills. By the time 8 p.m. rolled around, Dio's second day of business ended with 0 revenue. It was a stark contrast to the previous day's success with Jessica and Jenny. Still, Dio wasn't discouraged. He had expected this. That's why he'd started by having people like Jenny test the waters and spread word of his miraculous food therapy. While her connections clearly weren't as useful as he'd hoped, she had at least brought him 1 paying customer. It was a start. Dio remained confident that once word got out, more fat sheep would come knocking. And when they did, he fully intended to fleece them for all they were worth. Anything less, and he'd be unworthy of the name Dio Brando. Just as he was locking up for the night, an older woman from the neighboring shop ambled over. "Ah, no customers today, huh?" she began, her tone dripping with faux concern. Dio turned to face her, smiling politely. "I heard about your restaurant," she continued. "They're saying you charge $10,000 for a single meal. Kid, that's not how you run a business. Listen to me, go hire a proper chef. Chinese cuisine is really popular with the Americans these days." "Oh, right, my nephew just got here from the countryside. He used to be a head chef at the XX Hotel. I can introduce you too. He's got skills, and you can help him get settled here." At first, her words seemed like genuine advice, albeit a bit blunt. But as she kept talking, her true intentions became clear. She wasn't offering help. She was fishing for an opportunity to plant her relative in Dio's restaurant and make some money off him in the process. Dio was no fool. If her nephew had really been a head chef at a prestigious hotel, why would he leave to come work in the United States, likely doing menial jobs just to get by? Anyone with common sense knew that life in the U.S. wasn't as glamorous as it was often portrayed. Smiling graciously, Dio shook his head. "Thank you for the suggestion, but I'm doing just fine on my own. Business is steady." The woman's expression soured at his rejection. She muttered something under her breath, spat on the ground near the restaurant door, and shuffled away, cursing him as she went. "Keep this up, and your place will shut down in no time." "Oomph, not like I care anyway," she grumbled, waddling back to her own shop. Nearby, a few onlookers who had been watching the exchange dispersed, some chuckling to themselves. None of them believed Dio's restaurant would last much longer. In fact, many were probably rooting for its failure, eager to see one less competitor in the neighborhood. Dio didn't pay them any mind. He returned to the restaurant, tidied up a bit, and began his nightly routine. As the owner, chef, waiter, cleaner, and errand boy all rolled into one, he had his hands full. Hiring staff was an option, not with the secrets he had to keep. He didn't hear the woman's parting insults, but even if he had, he wouldn't have cared. Engaging with people like her was a waste of time. Dio had no intention of letting petty gossip distract him from his goals. What had bothered him, however, was the absence of Will. Will had mentioned yesterday that he'd be stopping by to help out, but he hadn't shown up all day. He hadn't called or texted, either. It wasn't like him to just disappear without a word. Dio frowned. Will was a member of a gang, and everyone knew what that lifestyle entailed. You reap what you sow wasn't just a saying, it was a certainty. For a moment, Dio considered calling the police, but the thought made him laugh bitterly. What would he even say? And how would the police help? Will's world wasn't one where you could just file a report and expect results. He flipped his phone over in his hands, deep in thought. After several seconds, he made up his mind. He had to find Will. Yes, it was risky. Yes, it might expose his abilities. But Dio wasn't the type to stand by and do nothing when a friend was in danger. He lived by his own code, and abandoning someone in need simply wasn't in his nature. Besides, he wasn't the same powerless person he'd been before. With the world by his side, he had newfound confidence. Even if his time-stopping ability only lasted a single second, that second could mean the difference between life and death. And if it was just a case of gang conflict, Dio was fairly certain he could handle it. While he wasn't a hero in the traditional sense, he wasn't exactly human anymore either. With his decision made, Dio quickly changed into inconspicuous casual clothes, complete with a face mask and baseball cap to hide his identity. Using the cover of night, he slipped out of the restaurant and into the streets. He remembered the location of Will's gang hideout. The two of them had visited it once when they were younger, back when joining a gang seemed like the coolest thing ever. Dio had been punished severely by his parents for that little adventure, and he hadn't gone back since. Will, on the other hand, had made his choice and stuck with it. Dio's parents had tried to steer him away from that life, but everyone has the right to choose their own path. They weren't Will's real family, after all. The path Dio was walking now wasn't just to protect himself. It was to protect those few he cared about in this dangerous, unpredictable world. And tonight, that meant finding Will. The Red and Blue nightclub was neither a particularly large nor fancy establishment, but it had a notorious reputation for being a haven of vice. Gambling, drugs, prostitution. It was a one-stop shop for all things illicit in the area. Despite its modest size, the place was well known in the neighborhood, supported in the shadows by the Black Bear Gang, the very group Will was a part of. In Chinatown, the largest gangs were naturally run by Chinese, but the area was a melting pot of cultures. Southeast Asian gangs, African American gangs, and various other groups all carved out their own niches. Though predominantly Chinese, Chinatown streets were a chaotic blend of different ethnicities and factions, each vying for territory and influence. The Black Bear Gang, entirely comprised of African Americans, was one such group. Most of its members were rough, aimless men who often didn't even know who their fathers were. They grew up learning only how to fight and survive. The gang was originally formed as a means of mutual protection, but thanks to their physical prowess and willingness to fight hard, they managed to claim a few territories and gain some notoriety. Tonight, however, something seemed off. When Dio arrived by taxi, the first thing he noticed was the nightclub's tightly shut doors. It was strange. This was prime business time for a place like this. A closed door at this hour could only mean one thing. Something bad had happened. The thought flickered through Dio's mind as he exhaled quietly, steeling himself. With a calm demeanor, he approached the front entrance. Just as he got close, two burly white men stepped out from the shadows, blocking his way. "Hey kid, the place is closed tonight. If you want to have fun, go somewhere else," one of them barked, his tone sharp and dismissive. "I'm here to find someone," Dio replied, his voice calm but firm. He didn't have time to waste, not when Will's safety was still uncertain. If he wanted answers, he'd have to rely on these two. The two men exchanged a sly glance. One of them, a tattooed brute, narrowed his eyes as he asked, "Who are you looking for?" "Will," Dio answered without hesitation. "I'm his friend. I'm here to pick up some goods. Big deal." He feigned an ignorant, clueless tone, even adding, "By the way, since when did the Black Bear Gang start hiring white guys as muscle?" The tattooed man's lips curled into a cruel smirk. His large hand clapped down on Dio's shoulder, his grip firm. "Yeah, we're new recruits. Your buddy's inside. We'll take you to him." In reality, the two men had been lying in wait for any stragglers or leftovers who might show up. Stumbling across Dio, a seemingly naive sheep, was an unexpected bonus. They weren't about to let this easy payday slip through their fingers. Coincidentally, Dio was thinking the same thing. With all the cameras outside, he couldn't afford to make a move here. But once they were inside, it would be a different story. He'd get the answers he needed, and deal with these two however he saw fit. Feigning compliance, Dio allowed the men to escort him into the nightclub. The moment he stepped through the door, Dio was greeted by the sight of chaos. The once lively venue was now a wreck, with shattered glass littering the floor and bloodstains in several places. It was clear that a serious fight had taken place here. Before Dio could take in more of the scene, The two men dropped their facade. Their faces twisted into sneers as they closed in on him. "Almost forgot," one of them said, his tone laced with mockery. "Will's not here. But hey, we got goods too. Doing business with us is just as good." "Yeah, kid," the tattooed man added, pulling out a knife. "Hand over everything valuable you've got, and maybe we won't have to hurt you." Dio raised his head slowly, his calm expression betraying none of the storm brewing inside him. He smiled faintly, baring his teeth. "And if I don't?" Before the men could react, Dio's ripple energy surged through his body. The force blasted their hands off his shoulders as if they'd been burned. Without hesitation, Dio stepped forward and drove his fist into the tattooed man's chest. Bang! The man didn't even have time to scream. His chest caved in with a sickening crunch, and he was sent flying several meters back, slamming into the door before crumpling to the ground. Blood spilled from his mouth as he wheezed, the broken ribs piercing his lungs. Within moments, he was coughing up blood, his life slipping away. The sheer force of that punch left the other man frozen in shock. "Oh, FXX gay," he shouted before turning to flee. Running was the smart choice. After all, anyone who could kill a 200-pound man with a single punch wasn't someone he wanted to mess with. But Dio wasn't about to let him go. With a swift kick, Dio's foot connected with the man's leg. The sound of bones snapping echoed through the room, followed by a blood-curdling scream. "My leg! Oh God, my leg!" The man howled, collapsing to the floor. His shin bone had shattered so violently that the bone tore through his skin, leaving a gruesome, bloody mess. Dio stood over him, his expression cold and unfeeling. "Shut up," he said quietly, crouching down. "If you scream again, I'll send you to join your friend." The man immediately clamped his hands over his mouth, stifling his cries despite the unbearable pain. To him, Dio wasn't just another thug. He was a monster. "Good," Dio said, his voice eerily calm. "See? That wasn't so hard. If you'd cooperated from the start, I wouldn't have had to do this." The injured man nearly burst into tears. If only Dio had made his strength clear earlier, they never would have dared mess with him. "Now," Dio continued, his tone sharp, "I'm going to ask you some questions. You're going to answer. If you hesitate, I'll kick you again. If you're lucky, I'll aim for something you can live without." The man nodded furiously, his mind racing with panic. He didn't know what kind of monster he'd run into, but one thing was clear. He'd do whatever it took to survive. P.S. The Urban Soldier King reference was just a light-hearted jab at a trope in certain genres of fiction. It's a playful nod for readers familiar with those types of stories. Don't take it too seriously. A few minutes later, Dio emerged from the nightclub, his face expressionless. Though he had anticipated the day he would need to fight someone, killing, that was something else entirely, and it left him feeling deeply unsettled. The first death he could chalk up to losing control, an accident, something he hadn't intended. But just moments ago, after an intense internal struggle, he had made the deliberate choice to end the tattooed man's life. Dio had learned one harsh truth from countless movies, novels, and stories. Leaving an enemy alive when you've already crossed into hostile territory only invites endless trouble. To ensure his own safety and that of those he cared about, the only logical course of action was to eliminate the threat entirely. While he didn't deny that he was a selfish person, once he committed to a path, he wouldn't look back. Taking a few deep breaths, Dio forced down the nausea and guilt that came with taking a life. His hands clenched into fists before he released them, and then, with a determined stride, he vanished into the night. Thanks to the useful information he had extracted from the tattooed thug, he now knew the full story, as well as Will's likely whereabouts. The situation was simple yet grim. A gang from Hell's Kitchen had set their sights on the Black Bear Gang's territory. When negotiations failed, they didn't hesitate to escalate to violence. Any gang that could survive in Hell's Kitchen, a lawless, cutthroat corner of the city, was far more dangerous than the Black Bear Gang, which had only managed to claim a few blocks in Chinatown. In a single afternoon, the Hell's Kitchen gang obliterated all of Black Bear's operations. Their venues were smashed, their members captured. Only the gang leader, Black Bear, Bayer, had managed to escape, leaving the rest of his crew to fend for themselves. The Hell's Kitchen gang's motives were twofold. First, they wanted to force Bayer out of hiding so they could finish him off and secure their position. Second, They were trying to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. Killing too many people in Chinatown, a more policed and public area than Hell's Kitchen, would draw unwanted attention from the authorities. Instead, they opted to capture their enemies, hoping to recruit those who were willing to switch sides and crippling those who weren't. Well, Dio's target was most likely being held at the Hell's Kitchen gang's temporary hideout, awaiting their decision. Join them or be tossed into the street, broken and discarded, like a piece of trash. Knowing this, Dio wasted no time. With ripple energy coursing through his legs, he sprinted through the dark streets with silent precision. The night air was cool against his skin, but his mind was sharp and focused. The odds were against him, one man against an entire gang. But Dio knew that this wasn't a situation that could be solved through diplomacy. He had no power, no influence, no wealth. All he had was his ripple training and his ace in the hole. The world, tonight, he thought grimly, would be bathed in blood. Several blocks away, in an abandoned factory, the Hell's Kitchen gang had set up camp. Inside, the scene was grim. 30 to 40 Black Bear gang members were strung up like cattle, their bodies battered and bruised. Many bore fresh cuts and wounds, and all were under the watchful eyes of their captors. The Hell's Kitchen crew, numbering over 50 members, lounged carelessly around the factory. Most were white men, and their expressions ranged from amused to malicious as they laughed and jeered at their prisoners. Their leader, Butcher Recton, sat sprawled on a sagging sofa, a bottle of vodka in his hand. Once a prominent player in Hell's Kitchen, his gang had boasted over 200 members at its peak. But then he showed up, the Punisher. One by one, their scattered members were hunted down and slaughtered. The survivors were gripped by paranoia, unable to sleep, unable to trust anyone. In their desperation, they gathered together to make a stand, only for the Punisher to attack their stronghold directly. Dozens were killed that night, and Recton never even got a clear look at his enemy. The gang fell apart. The remaining members fled Hell's Kitchen, scattering like rats. Recton managed to regroup a small faction and fled to Chinatown, where they set their sights on rebuilding their empire. The Black Bear gang was just the first step. Once they consolidated their strength, they planned to systematically take out the other gangs in the area and claim Chinatown for themselves. "Hey, look at me, hata!" one of the Hell's Kitchen thugs yelled mockingly, mimicking Bruce Lee's iconic moves with exaggerated motions. "Oh, come on, you're doing it all wrong," another thug laughed before breaking into his own version of the routine. Asterisk bam, 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 asterisk. The sound of fists meeting flesh echoed through the factory as the gang members took turns beating on their prisoners for fun. Their laughter and taunts filled the air, mingling with the occasional groans of pain from the bound Black Bear members. "Take it easy," Recton barked from his seat, his tone gruff but commanding. "Don't overdo it. I don't want the cops sniffing around because of you morons." While it was true that a few deaths during gang fights weren't unusual in America, and the police often turn a blind eye to such incidents, there was a limit. Too many bodies, and public pressure would force the authorities to act. Recton, for all his brutality, was smart enough to know where the line was. "Relax, boss," one of his men replied, a short-haired thug with a sadistic grin. "We know what we're doing. Worst case, they'll just lose a limb or two." He punctuated his words by grabbing one of the prisoners and snapping his arm backward with a sickening crack. "Yeah!" The man's scream was ear-piercing, filled with raw agony. "Shut him up," Recton growled, irritation flashing across his face. For reasons he couldn't quite explain, he had a bad feeling about tonight. The sense of unease gnawed at him, making it impossible to enjoy the victory they'd achieved earlier that day. The short-haired thug shrugged, clearly disappointed that his fun was being cut short. He raised his fist, and with a single, brutal punch, smashed the prisoner's nose to silence him. Blood spattered across the floor as the man slumped unconscious, his breathing shallow and labored. With one victim out of commission, the thug turned his attention to the others. His predatory gaze swept over the remaining prisoners, who all avoided his eyes, their fear palpable. The thug smirked. He enjoyed the power, the control, the unspoken knowledge that he could do whatever he wanted, and no one could stop him. At least, that's what he thought. What he didn't know was that, at that very moment, a shadow was closing in on the factory. Dio was coming. The short-haired thug grinned with sadistic glee as he loomed over Will, who was forced to lift his bruised face, his eyes filled with simmering rage. The thug's words dripped with mockery as he continued his psychological and physical torment. "Your boss is nothing but a coward," the thug sneered. "He abandoned all of you and ran off with his tail between his legs." The feeling of controlling someone else's fate was intoxicating for the thug. He relished the fear and hatred in his victim's eyes. It made the act of breaking them all the more satisfying. "Hey, what's your name?" the thug asked, feigning curiosity as he gripped Will's chin, forcing him to look up. "Earlier, when I broke that guy's arm, you looked pissed. Care to tell me why?" Will spat through gritted teeth, his voice defiant despite his battered state. "Go home and ask your mom. She'll tell you exactly who I am." Will's sharp retort didn't anger the thug. In fact, it thrilled him. As the one holding all the power, he savored his victim's last remnants of resistance. To him, it was like seasoning a meal. The more they fought back, the sweeter the victory when they finally broke. "Good," the thug said, his grin widening. "Let's see if you can keep that attitude after I snap every bone in your body." Thud! The thug's fist slammed into Will's stomach with brutal force. Will's entire body convulsed as pain erupted in his abdomen, his organs feeling as though they'd been twisted into knots. His eyes bulged as his stomach heaved, and he vomited violently, the contents of his stomach splattering all over the thug. The thug stumbled back, momentarily stunned as he stared at the mess on his clothes. His face twisted in fury. "You little! I'll kill you for this." Around them, the other gang members erupted into laughter, finding the thug's misfortune more entertaining than the beating itself. Their jeers echoed through the factory, amplifying the thug's humiliation. But before the thug could act on his anger, a deafening crash rang out, silencing the room. The factory's steel doors had been blasted off their hinges, sent hurtling inward with immense force. The heavy doors slammed into the ground with a metallic clang, and one of them struck the short-haired thug directly, crushing him under its weight. "Who's there?" The laughter died instantly as the gang members scrambled to react. Their leader, Butcher, Recton, felt his stomach drop. The ominous premonition he'd had earlier was now a chilling reality. His instincts kicked in, and he quickly ducked behind cover, pulling out his weapon. The remaining gang members, though momentarily stunned, began drawing their guns and aiming them at the now open doorway. Was it reinforcements from the Black Bear gang? That thought was dismissed almost as quickly as it arose. Bayer, their so-called Black Bear, was a coward. If he had the guts to stage a counterattack, he wouldn't have abandoned his crew in the first place. "Whoever you are, I'm going to rip your head off." The short-haired thug, now bloodied and battered from the impact of the door, growled as he struggled to his feet with the help of his comrades. His left arm hung limply at his side, likely broken, and blood dripped down his face. His ribs were clearly fractured, judging by his labored breathing and the pained grimace plastered across his face. But the only response to their threats was silence. No one noticed the twin fist imprints deeply embedded into the steel door. Recton gestured for two of his men to investigate. "Go. Check it out." The two unlucky thugs hesitantly moved toward the doorway, guns raised and fingers hovering over their triggers. The tension in the room was palpable. Outside, Dio stood in the shadows near the wall, his breathing steady as he observed the scene through the world's eyes. Through his stand, he had already surveyed the entire factory and taken stock of the situation. Will's beaten and bloodied form, strung up alongside the others, sent a surge of cold fury through Dio. As for the two guards stationed outside, they had been silently dealt with by the world. Their necks had been snapped in an instant, leaving them lifeless before they even realized what had happened. Taking a deep breath, Dio gave the command. "Attack!" The world moved with blinding speed. Asterisk thud. Thud. Asterisk. The two thugs approaching the doorway didn't even see what hit them. They were launched backward by a force so overwhelming that their bodies crumpled midair, their chests caving in as they flew several meters before landing with sickening thuds. By the time they hit the ground, they were already dead. "Shoot! Shoot!" Panic erupted among the gang members as they opened fire, their bullets tearing through the air and riddling the doorway with holes. The deafening roar of gunfire filled the factory, the muzzle flashes briefly illuminating their terrified faces. But the world had already retreated, floating silently behind Dio like a guardian spirit. "Stop shooting. Hold your fire," Recton bellowed after emptying his own clip. The gang reluctantly ceased fire, their weapons smoking and their ammo dangerously low. "What the fuck just happened?" Recton barked, his voice trembling with a mix of fear and frustration. A few brave, or perhaps foolish, members approached the bodies of their fallen comrades. What they found sent shivers down their spines. Their chests, they didn't just have broken ribs. Their torsos had been completely crushed, as if they'd been hit by a speeding truck. The flesh was soft and unrecognizable, the bones reduced to pulp. When the findings were relayed, disbelief rippled through the room. "What truck? We didn't see anything. There's nothing there." Recton's unease deepened. He knew something was horribly wrong. "Hey, I'm Butcher Recton," he shouted toward the open doorway, his voice laced with desperation. "Whoever you are, this might be a misunderstanding." At the same time, he signaled 10 of his men to quietly slip toward the windows, hoping to flank or escape. The silence that followed was deafening. Recton's mind raced. The lack of response only confirmed his worst fears. Whoever was out there wasn't interested in negotiation. "You're scared, aren't you?" Recton shouted again, his voice rising. "If you weren't, you'd already be in here. You don't have the numbers, do you?" Despite his bluster, his hands trembled. His instinct screamed at him that this wasn't a fight they could win. Still, he clung to the hope that his gamble was correct, that their unseen assailant wasn't as powerful as the fear they were sowing in the gang's hearts. But deep down, a nagging voice whispered that this night would not end well. The world was undeniably powerful, and Dio, bolstered by his ripple energy, was no pushover either. But against a hailstorm of bullets from dozens of guns, even the smallest mistake could turn him into Swiss cheese. At the end of the day, Dio wasn't yet the asterisk. "I reject my humanity." Dio. If he were killed, he would die. And Recton, for all his brutishness, had accurately identified Dio's weakness. But that didn't mean they could do anything to him. The instant the gunfire ceased, the world reappeared at the factory entrance. Meanwhile, the gang members attempting to sneak out through the windows had long been spotted by Dio through the world's vision. Dio immediately adjusted his approach. Instead of heading straight in, he directed the world to guard the outside perimeter, ready to ambush the escapees. Muda. Asterisk, coldly efficient and merciless, the world unleashed a flurry of rapid punches with unparalleled speed and destructive force, each blow striking vital areas with deadly precision. In the blink of an eye, the 10 armed gangsters attempting to flee were obliterated. Their throats were crushed, their hearts ruptured. Instant death. And after dispatching the group, the world stood tall, crossing its arms in its signature exaggerated pose. The figure radiated an intimidating yet strangely elegant aura, its presence almost artistic in the bizarre, exaggerated style that could only belong to the JOJO universe. Inside the factory, Recton's breath quickened as he heard the screams from outside. His chest heaved, his eyes burned with anger. But beneath the fury, there was a deep undercurrent of fear. The men he had sent outside were some of his best. Survivors of Hell's Kitchen, men who had faced death a dozen times over and lived. Even in firefights with the most powerful factions, they wouldn't go down without a fight. Yet whoever or whatever was out there had wiped them out without a sound. The silence outside was unnerving, almost suffocating. It felt as though a monstrous predator was prowling just beyond the shadows, devouring anything that crossed its path. Recton gritted his teeth, his mind racing. "We can't just sit here like lambs waiting for slaughter. Let some of those guys out front go first. Use them as bait. Then we'll rush out together. Staying holed up in here only gives them the upper hand." He pointed toward the prisoners, specifically the ones who still had some fight left in them. His men nodded, understanding the plan. They moved to untie a few of the captives, shoving them toward the exit with guns pressed against their backs. "You get one chance to save your sorry lives. Run," one thug barked. But the prisoners, having witnessed the chaos and slaughter earlier, were paralyzed with terror. They shook their heads frantically, their faces pale. Despite the guns at their backs, None of them dared to move toward the ominous, shadowy doorway. Fear of the unknown was the most primal and overwhelming kind of terror. The gangsters had yet to see their enemy, yet death had come for them with terrifying efficiency. To the prisoners, the open doorway wasn't an escape, it was the gaping maw of a monster. They would rather face a bullet to the head than walk willingly into its jaws. Bang! A gunshot echoed through the factory. One of the prisoners, the one who had resisted the hardest, dropped lifelessly to the ground, his head blown apart by Rekton's pistol. "Anyone else want to test me?" Rekton growled, his voice filled with venom. "You run, or you die right here." Faced with such brutality, the remaining prisoners broke. "No, don't kill me. I'll go. I'm not with them. I'm just a hostage. Help! Somebody help me." Their cries rang out as they scrambled toward the exit in a blind panic. "Move! Follow them!" Rekton barked, signaling his men to stay close behind the fleeing prisoners. The gangsters moved cautiously, their guns sweeping the area as they approached the doorway. The tension was palpable. Every shadow seemed alive, every sound a potential threat. Meanwhile, Dio, who had been observing everything through the world, hesitated. The first few escapees were members of the Black Bear gang, not his enemies. Dio wasn't here to play hero or purge the city of crime. He wasn't a crusader for justice, and he had no delusions about cleansing the darkness from the world. If it weren't for Will, he wouldn't even be here tonight. He hesitated, uncertain whether to intervene or let them go. But Rekton's group made the decision for him. The gang members deliberately mingled with the fleeing prisoners, using them as human shields as they charged out of the factory. Rekton had quickly deduced that whoever was attacking them wasn't indiscriminately killing everyone. If the captives were being spared, then blending in with them was their best chance of survival. Dio cursed under his breath. The chaotic mix of targets made it impossible to tell friend from foe. Damn it! He quickly retreated, taking cover behind a rusted, abandoned car near the factory entrance. Rekton's group was only a few steps away, but those steps were the difference between life and death. Muda 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 muda. Asterisk. The world roared back into action. Bursting forward from Dio's position, it unleashed another torrent of devastating punches, targeting the lagging gang members at the rear of the group. The last few gangsters didn't even have time to scream before they were reduced to broken, lifeless husks. Their bodies crumpled to the ground, their chests caved in from the force of the blows. "There! Shoot! Monster! Yeah!" Rekton's men screamed in panic as they turned their guns toward the spot where the world had stood moments ago. Bullets sprayed wildly, the muzzle flashes lighting up their terrified faces. But their shots hit nothing but air. The world had already retreated, returning to Dio's side like a loyal guardian. "It's a monster! It's invisible!" One of them shouted, his voice trembling as he tried to make sense of what he was seeing, or rather, not seeing. Rekton's hands shook as he reloaded his weapon. The situation was spiraling out of control. He had been in countless fights, survived Hell's Kitchen, and faced death more times than he could count. But this was something else. "What the fuck are we dealing with?" he muttered under his breath, his confidence crumbling with each passing second. For the first time in his violent, ruthless life, Rekton felt the icy grip of true fear. In the world of JOJO's Bizarre Adventure, stand are spiritual manifestations visible only to stand users. This is because stands are the physical embodiment of one's spiritual energy, meaning only those with extraordinary mental strength can perceive them. And those with such mental strength are almost always stand users themselves. Just to clarify, this is a bit of creative liberty for the story. Otherwise, if only the protagonist could see stands, it'd be far less engaging. Let's not get too caught up in the technicalities and just enjoy the ride. To Rekton and his men, the stand the world was nothing short of an invisible, bloodthirsty monster. They had seen it, or rather, its terrifying effects. Ripples of energy would distort the air, and anyone caught within those ripples would crumble like fragile dolls. They had witnessed comrades' bones snap with sickening cracks, and one man's head had been grotesquely crushed, spraying blood and brain matter across the horrified survivors. The once quiet, deserted lot now echoed with the deafening roar of gunfire as Rekton's gang emptied their clips into the darkness. This location, which Recton had carefully chosen as their temporary hideout, was isolated, hidden, and perfect for their illicit activities. But all of its advantages had now turned against them, becoming their death trap. Had this been in the bustling streets of New York City, the police would have intervened long ago. And as much as they hated cops, prison would have been a far better fate than what they currently faced. Whether they regretted the path that led them here, only they could truly know. "Show yourself. What the hell are you?" Recton screamed, his voice raw with desperation after emptying yet another magazine. His bloodshot eyes darted frantically around the shadows, searching for the invisible enemy. Recton had thought that the night the Punisher came for them in Hell's Kitchen was the worst nightmare of his life. But now, he realized he had been wrong. This unrelenting terror was far worse. If this was a nightmare, why wouldn't he wake up? Did he have to die to escape this hell? For the first time in his life, Recton felt true despair. The world he thought he understood, the rules he had lived by, were all crumbling apart. The invisible killer stalking them shattered everything he believed in. Even as the gang leader, Recton was teetering on the edge of a mental breakdown. His men were faring no better. Sometimes, death wasn't the worst fate. The worst thing was not knowing how or when you were going to die. The factory was pitch black, the air thick with tension. Somewhere out there, the invisible monster lurked, silent and unseen. Its quiet approach was more terrifying than any sudden attack. "I can't take this anymore." One of the gang members snapped, throwing his gun to the ground and breaking into a desperate sprint in a random direction. "Get back here, you idiot! This is exactly what the enemy wants," Recton roared, stomping his foot in frustration. He knew this was part of their unseen attacker's plan, to whittle them down psychologically until they tore themselves apart. But his words fell on deaf ears. When faced with death, logic and loyalty often vanished. *MUDA. Before the fleeing man could take another step, he was struck mid-air. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he was sent hurtling backward. His chest caved in as though he'd been hit by a speeding truck. When his body hit the ground, it was lifeless, his wide-open eyes staring into the void. The remaining gang members froze in terror. What kind of power could inflict such destruction? Now, only a dozen or so remained, including Recton himself. Outside the factory, Dio exhaled slowly, the tension in his body easing slightly. He had thinned their numbers enough. One more round of the world's relentless attacks, and it would all be over. What would be safe? Still, the fight had taken its toll on Dio. His ripple energy reserves had dropped significantly after summoning the world repeatedly and maintaining his assault. He had spent thousands of points of energy thus far. Thankfully, the world's stamina was rated A, allowing it to remain active for extended periods without draining him completely. But just as Dio prepared to deliver the final blow, something unexpected happened. We surrender. Recton and his remaining men suddenly threw down their weapons, raising their hands high in the air. Their faces were pale and drenched in sweat, every muscle in their bodies tense with fear. They remained perfectly still, not daring to make a single sudden move. They had surrendered. For a moment, Dio froze, caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events. His brows furrowed as he considered his options. He had prepared himself to kill his enemies, to do whatever it took to save Will. But now that they had surrendered, he hesitated. Letting them go was out of the question. Men like Recton and his crew would undoubtedly seek revenge if given the chance. Even if they didn't know who Dio was, Will would inevitably get caught in the crossfire again. Leaving them alive was a risk he couldn't afford. But killing people who had already surrendered? That was a line Dio wasn't sure he was ready to cross. Before tonight, Dio had been an ordinary man who had never taken a life. But with each act of violence, each death he caused, he felt himself changing. The initial nausea and disgust had faded, replaced by something darker. 1 kill, 2 kills, 10, 20. The carnage wrought by the world was his carnage, its relentless brutality a reflection of his own growing detachment from the value of human life. The silence stretched on, torturous for Recton and his men, who trembled with fear as they awaited their fate. But when Dio finally spoke, his voice was cold and resolute. "Mercy for your kind is cruelty to myself and to others who might suffer because of you. So I'm sorry, but your surrender is not accepted. As Dio's words fell like a death sentence, the world reappeared in their midst. Its golden form gleamed ominously as it unleashed a storm of devastating punches. Muda 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 muda. Asterisk. The gang members had no chance. They fell one by one, their bodies battered and broken by the stand's overwhelming power. There. That's where the voice came from. The short-haired thug, miraculously still alive, spotted Dio's position and raised his one working arm, fumbling for a hidden handgun. But he was too slow. The world moved faster than he could react, delivering a single, crushing blow that snapped his neck. His lifeless head hit the ground with a sickening thud. Run? Useless. Asterisk MUDA. Asterisk. Plead? Useless. Asterisk MUDA. Asterisk. Fight back? Useless. Asterisk MUDA. Asterisk. When the world turned its attention to Recton, the gang leader's face twisted into a deranged grin. If I'm going down, I'm taking you with me, monster, he snarled. As the world delivered its final, fatal punch to Recton's chest, the gang leader's hand released a prime grenade. The grenade tumbled to the ground, its pin already pulled. The tiny metal sphere sparkled with a blinding light as it began to detonate. Dio's heart raced. Had he just walked into his own demise? Asterisk the world. Asterisk. What could you accomplish in 1 second? As Dio's desperate cry echoed from the depths of his soul, the flow of time came to a grinding halt. The world froze, suspended in that single second where only Dio and the world could move freely. Unlike his first attempt, this time Dio had a better grasp of his stand's time-stopping ability. With newfound clarity, he leaped backward with all his strength, and the world simultaneously moved far out of the blast radius of the grenade. And just like that, the second was over. Time resumed its relentless march forward. Boom! The military-grade grenade detonated with a thunderous roar, a fiery explosion consuming everything in its immediate vicinity. The force of the blast sent Dio hurtling through the air like a rag doll, slamming him harshly onto the ground some distance away. Asterisk cough cough, asterisk. Lying on the ground, Dio grimaced as he struggled to stand. His chest heaved with effort, his body weak and trembling. Activating the world had drained the last of his ripple energy reserves, leaving him unable to shield himself from the concussive force of the explosion. His back throbbed painfully as though a sledgehammer had struck him squarely. At that moment, Dio was utterly vulnerable. He couldn't summon the world in his current state, and even a regular adult could easily overpower him. Glancing at the burning, crumbling remains of the abandoned factory, Dio made a quick decision. The commotion, gunshots, explosions, and carnage was bound to draw the authorities. And with so many dead bodies at the scene, the police would undoubtedly arrive soon. What was safe for now, and the chaos Dio had sown would ensure that no one dared harm him further. Staying any longer would only risk his own capture. Without hesitation, Dio disappeared into the night, leaving behind the smoldering wreckage and bringing an end to this unquiet evening. When the NYPD received the 911 call, they responded swiftly. The call had come from a young couple who had ventured out seeking some adventurous fun in the secluded area. Their romantic escapade was cut short when they heard the rapid gunfire and a deafening explosion, prompting them to call the authorities. Police sirens blared through the streets, racing toward the scene. As the patrol cars sped past the hidden Dio, he couldn't help but notice how unusually fast the NYPD had mobilized tonight. Normally, they couldn't care less about gang skirmishes, especially in areas like this. Luckily, Dio hadn't lingered at the scene. If he had, his carefully laid plans, and perhaps his freedom, would have unraveled entirely. Hiding in the shadows of a nearby alley, he waited for the sirens to fade into the distance before cautiously making his way back to his restaurant, avoiding security cameras along the way. Meanwhile, the responding officers arrived at the factory, their initial annoyance at the call quickly replaced by shock at the sight before them. The air was thick with the acrid stench of smoke and gunpowder. Flames still flickered amidst the wreckage, casting eerie shadows over the carnage. Bullet casings littered the ground, alongside shattered glass, blood splatters, and mangled corpses. Inside the factory, faint cries for help broke through the grim silence. Weak but desperate. What the hell happened here? one of the officers muttered, his voice tinged with disbelief. A seasoned, middle-aged officer surveyed the scene, his sharp gaze taking in the remnants of the explosion. This was caused by a military-grade grenade, he growled. God damn it. These guys are out of their minds. His younger partner, a white rookie with far less patience, cursed under his breath, kicking a stray piece of debris. What the hell is wrong with these scumbags? Do they think Chinatown is Hell's Kitchen now? Great, just great. Another sleepless night of paperwork and overtime. Quit whining, the older officer snapped. Someone called it in, so we have to respond. And with this many dead bodies, it's our problem whether we like it or not. Be glad the press hasn't gotten wind of this yet. If they do, it'll be a circus. The veteran officer sighed heavily. You know how it goes. The reporters will start screaming about how such a tragedy could happen in the middle of New York City. They'll demand to know why the police didn't prevent it and where all the taxpayers' money is going. Then the brass will chew us out in meetings, telling us to solve the case in record time to restore public confidence. He shook his head, his expression weary. I swear, I'm more afraid of those damn reporters than I am of any gangbanger with a gun. As if on cue, the piercing screech of tires announced the arrival of several news vans. The journalists piled out like sharks, smelling blood in the water, cameras and microphones at the ready. Speak of the devil, the younger officer muttered, exchanging a resigned look with his partner. The two officers hastily set up a perimeter, unfurling yellow caution tape to keep the press at bay. Hey, remember me? I interviewed you last time, one reporter shouted, shoving a microphone toward the older officer. What's the situation here? How many casualties? Was this a gang war or something else? No comment, the officer replied curtly. Come on, we've heard reports of gunfire and grenade explosions. Civilians are worried about their safety. How are these criminals getting their hands on military-grade weapons? And why do the police always show up after the fact, just to clean up the mess? I said, no comment. Is this how you waste taxpayers' money? The public has a right to know the truth. The reporters, emboldened by their numbers and experience, bombarded the police with questions, their relentless words like a torrent of blows. The officers could do little but grit their teeth and endure, knowing full well that any misstep would be splashed across headlines by morning. Inside the factory, other officers were busy rescuing the surviving hostages, including Will. The scene inside was no less grim. As the officers pieced together the events through witness statements and forensic evidence, they quickly realized that this was no ordinary gang conflict. The survivors' accounts were chaotic and surreal, full of incoherent descriptions of an invisible monster that had torn through the gang like a force of nature. The lead officer rubbed his temples, his patience wearing thin. I'm starting to think you all were high on something. These statements are useless. Bring them back to the station. Maybe they'll make sense once they've sobered up. As the night wore on, the truth of what had transpired in the factory remained shrouded in mystery. But for Dio, the night was over. For now, Chief, I think you need to come and see this, a police officer crouched on the ground said, his expression twisted into something between disbelief and dread. The precinct chief, puzzled by the officer's tone, walked over. His eyes immediately widened in shock when he saw what the officer had found. Is this some kind of sick April Fool's joke? He muttered. As he spoke, the chief crouched down, his hand reaching out to tap on the object of interest, a steel door, roughly 2 fingers thick, now lying on the ground. It's definitely steel, he confirmed after a few knocks. Not plastic. So these marks? His voice trailed off, leaving the implication hanging in the air, but the officer beside him finished the thought. They look like fist imprints, the officer said, his voice trembling with incredulity. He balled his own hand into a fist and placed it inside the indentations, finding them just slightly smaller than his own. This is the size of a human fist. But is this really something a person could do? The chief stood back up, his face dark with contemplation. His thoughts returned to the earlier testimonies he'd brushed off as panic-induced nonsense. A monster. Everyone was killed by an invisible monster, the survivors had said. But how? How could such a thing be possible? Keep searching. Don't overlook a single piece of evidence. And question those people again. I want to know exactly what they saw. The chief ordered before turning and heading outside to deal with the chaos of reporters still swarming the scene. About 10 minutes later, two sleek black sedans arrived at the scene, their engines barely making a sound as they came to a stop. From the cars stepped several men in black suits with stoic expressions. Without so much as a glance at the makeshift barriers or the NYPD officers trying to maintain order, they strode directly into the crime scene. The chief, who had been battling a headache from the barrage of reporters' questions, quickly handed off the crowd control to his subordinates and hurried over to intercept the newcomers. "Who are you people?" he demanded, though his tone betrayed a hint of unease. "FBI," one of the suited men replied, flashing a badge. "Phil Coulson, senior agent. From this point forward, this scene is under our jurisdiction." The chief instinctively took the badge to inspect it, only for his eyes to widen in alarm. "Phil Coulson, FBI senior agent. Clearance level D4. The FBI's internal hierarchy had 19 levels, with D4 being the highest. This man wasn't just an agent. He was a regional director. The chief hurriedly handed the badge back, his demeanor shifting to one of nervous respect. I wasn't informed about this." Before the chief could finish his sentence, his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw that it was his direct superior. The call was brief, but left the chief visibly pale. "You've been informed now, I take it," Coulson said with a faint smile. "Yes, sir." "Agent Coulson, the scene is yours." Without further argument, the chief promptly gathered his men and retreated, leaving behind all the evidence they had painstakingly collected, as well as a very confused Will and the other survivors. The chief wasn't stupid. For the FBI to intervene in what appeared to be a routine gang conflict, and for someone as high-ranking as Coulson to show up in person, the situation had to be far more complicated than it seemed. This wasn't the kind of mess a local police department wanted to get tangled up in. The reporters, too, were quickly ushered away. One by one, they received phone calls from their respective networks, instructing them to leave the scene immediately. Some grumbled and protested, but ultimately, none dared to defy direct orders from above. Once the area was cleared of all unauthorized personnel, Coulson and his team began their investigation in earnest. He personally approached Will and the other survivors, who were still visibly shaken. "Who are you people? Why won't you let us leave?" Will demanded, his voice hoarse from a mix of exhaustion and frustration. Coulson gave him a calm, measured smile. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Phil Coulson, senior agent with the FBI. As you've probably gathered, we're taking over this case. Until the investigation is concluded, your only option is to cooperate with us. Unless, of course, you'd prefer to spend the next few years in a New York City jail cell. We've already told the cops everything we know." Will snapped. "God damn it. It wasn't a hallucination. We weren't high. That thing was real." Okay. Relax," Coulson said, holding up his hands in a placating gesture. "I'm not saying I don't believe you. I just need a bit more detail. Let's start with this monster. Are you absolutely sure no one saw what it looked like? Anything you can remember, no matter how small, could be helpful." Coulson listened intently as Will and the others recounted their harrowing experience. Though their accounts were fragmented and inconsistent, one thing was clear. Whatever had attacked the gang wasn't human, or at least, not entirely human. By the time the questioning was over, it was evident that the survivors didn't have much more to offer. Still, Coulson wasn't taking any chances. He arranged for a bus to transport Will and the others to a SHIELD medical facility for treatment. There, they would be monitored around the clock to ensure they weren't connected to or influenced by the mysterious entity that had wreaked havoc at the factory. Until SHIELD was satisfied with their findings, none of the survivors would be allowed to leave. "Agent Coulson, we've collected all the evidence," one of his subordinates reported. "Good work," Coulson replied. "Let's wrap this up. The rest of this mess isn't our problem." With that, the black sedans departed as quietly as they had arrived, leaving behind only the scorched remnants of the night's chaos. Back at his restaurant, Dio had no idea that his actions had drawn the attention of SHIELD, turning what should have been an ordinary gang war into a classified mystery event. The magical cuisine he intended to use as his calling card hadn't yet caught their notice, but his inadvertent display of the world's power certainly had. Dio didn't know it yet, but SHIELD was now scouring every available lead to identify the invisible monster responsible for the carnage. For now, though, Dio was oblivious. Exhausted, both physically and mentally, he collapsed onto his bed without bothering to change or clean up. Every time he used the world, he felt like he was drowning, gasping for air and teetering on the edge of death. It was a stark reminder of just how weak he still was. His Ripple reserves, even at over 10,000 points, were barely enough to sustain the world in a prolonged battle. At best, his stand was a last-minute lifeline, not a tool for extended fights. Tonight's near-death experience had been a harsh wake-up call. As he lay there, his breathing gradually steadying thanks to his Ripple breathing technique, Dio reflected on the night's events. Overall, he had performed well. He had been bold yet cautious, using the world's unique abilities to outmaneuver and overpower his enemies. 50-plus gang members had been reduced to nothing more than corpses, and Will was safe. But the night had also exposed his greatest flaws. His lack of combat experience, his moments of hesitation and self-doubt. These weaknesses could have cost him everything. In battle, hesitation was death. Dio closed his eyes, his resolve hardening. He would learn from this. He would grow stronger. Because in this world, weakness wasn't an option. The next day, Dio's bizarre restaurant opened its doors as usual, as if nothing had happened the night before. Will's phone was still unreachable. To avoid suspicion, Dio made a show of calling several more times, leaving anxious voicemail messages and sending worried text messages. Ultimately, Will's fate would come down to luck. As someone with a criminal record, even if he was technically a victim this time, it was unlikely the police would let him off easily. But Dio wasn't overly concerned. In the end, this was America. Money could solve most problems. If Will needed bail, the police would inevitably let him make a call, giving Dio a legitimate reason to step in. The only problem was, Dio was broke. The $110,000 he had previously earned was almost completely spent. Even paying bail would require him to quickly reopen for business. What Dio didn't know, however, was that Will hadn't been taken to the NYPD at all. Instead, he'd been whisked away by another, far more secretive organization. That phone call Dio was waiting for, it might never come. As Dio absent-mindedly stared into space, his phone suddenly rang. He pulled it out and glanced at the screen, an unfamiliar number. Still, he answered. "Hello, Dio speaking. Who's calling?" A cool, efficient female voice came through the receiver. "Hello, Mr. Dio. Do you remember me?" Dio recognized the voice almost immediately. It was Jessica, the wealthy woman who had driven a Ferrari to his restaurant and been introduced by Jenny. Hearing her voice brought back memories of that day, specifically her rather embarrassing incident and those soaked pants. A sly, almost mischievous smile crept onto Dio's face. "Good afternoon, Miss Jessica. I'd say we both left a rather unforgettable impression on each other last time we met. So, how can I be of service today?" On the other end of the line, Jessica instinctively pressed her legs together, her face flushing with embarrassment. That day had been one of the most humiliating and unforgettable moments of her life. She couldn't tell if Dio was deliberately bringing it up, but she decided to ignore it for now. She had more important matters to address. Her sister. "It's about my sister," Jessica said, skipping the pleasantries. "I mentioned her to you last time. She needs treatment. Do you have time?" Americans were famously direct when it came to business, and Jessica was no exception. Hearing that the golden goose, no, the generous benefactor, wanted treatment for her sister, Dio immediately perked up. He feigned a deeply concerned tone. "Of course. I was truly sorry to hear about her condition when you mentioned it before. I'd be more than happy to help. However, I do currently have another guest to attend to. Would an hour from now work? I'll need to see her in person to determine if treatment is possible." Guest. In the empty restaurant, where not a single soul besides Dio could be seen, it was obvious there was no such guest. But Dio's lie wasn't meant to deceive Jessica. It was meant to reinforce his image as someone important, someone in high demand. The message he wanted to convey was simple. His food therapy was miraculous and exclusive, and as word spread, more and more people would be clamoring for it. This subtle implication would make Jessica value him even more, and hopefully loosen her purse strings further. After all, if she had written a $100,000 check just as an apology last time, what would she be willing to pay to heal her beloved sister? And then there was the matter of Jessica's network. Wealthy people like her didn't just have casual friends. They had connections, powerful connections. If she was bringing her sister this time, who would it be next? A close friend? An uncle? A business partner? Even Americans, despite their reputation for valuing practicality above all else, weren't immune to the influence of personal relationships. When the stakes were similar, people always chose to do business with those they trusted or liked. Dio understood this dynamic well. Building relationships with the wealthy elite wasn't just about money. It was about creating a reputation that would ripple through their circles. As long as his food therapy remained exclusive and effective, Jessica and people like her would be eager to leverage it for their own gains, whether to secure deals or curry favor with influential figures. Sure enough, Jessica didn't question his little white lie. Her own experience with Dio's food therapy had been so extraordinary that she didn't doubt his claim of being in high demand. Honestly, if it were allowed, she'd probably have all her meals prepared by Dio from now on, including afternoon tea and midnight snacks. For the ultra-wealthy, $10,000 per meal was pocket change. Health was priceless, and they knew it. Jessica quickly confirmed the appointment, and Dio felt a surge of satisfaction. Feeling unusually motivated, he decided to personally head into the kitchen to prepare for the session. He retrieved a fresh grass carp he'd bought earlier that morning and began cleaning it. For training purposes, Dio even summoned the world to assist him. Having a stand prepare ingredients and cook them was certainly a one-of-a-kind experience in the entire universe. Absolutely not because Dio was lazy. He'd swear on it. With the world's incredible precision and speed, the fish and other ingredients were prepped in no time, neatly arranged on the cutting board in a way that was almost artistic. Satisfied with his progress, Dio checked his phone and saw that he still had plenty of time before Jessica arrived. With nothing else to do, he decided to browse the news. The headlines immediately caught his attention. Stark Industries CEO Tony Stark confirmed missing this morning. Obadiah Stane to temporarily assume the role of chairman. Stock prices plummet following the announcement. Yesterday, a suspected gang conflict broke out near an abandoned factory on XX Street. Casualty numbers remain unclear, but military-grade grenades, reportedly manufactured by Stark Industries, were found on site. Our sources managed to secure an exclusive interview. Dio's eyes narrowed as he read the reports. He couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. It seemed yesterday's incident was already making waves in more ways than one. And with the mention of Stark Industries, Dio had a sinking feeling that things might get even more complicated. Still, he pushed those thoughts aside for now. Jessica's arrival was imminent, and he had a role to play. The mysterious, miraculous chef whose food could change lives. For now, that was all that mattered. Tony Stark has gone missing? Dio's eyes lingered on the headline as a mix of thoughts swirled in his mind. If Obadiah Stane had already made his move to seize control of Stark Industries, that meant Tony had indeed been captured by those terrorists, undoubtedly being forced to build weapons for them in some cave. The exact timeline was unclear, but one thing was certain. Tony Stark would soon emerge from that cave, donning the first iteration of his Iron Man suit. The birth of Iron Man was imminent. The realization left Dio caught off guard, yet tinged with a strange sense of anticipation. At this point in time, the Hulk was likely still on the run, hiding from the government. Thanos was far from making his grand entrance into everyone's nightmares. Captain Marvel was probably still out in Kree space, punching her way through cosmic problems. And Star-Lord? Well, the future leader of the Guardians of the Galaxy was likely somewhere out in the stars, goofing off and getting into trouble with his crew. So many heroes had yet to take the stage, but the arrival of Iron Man felt like a catalyst, a spark that would ignite the era of superheroes. And then there were the mutants. The sheer scale of it all left Dio with a sense of urgency. Even with his knowledge of the general storyline and his own cheat code abilities, he couldn't help but wonder where he would fit into the grand scheme of things. What role could he play in the looming crises, the world-altering events that he knew were coming? One thing was clear. Dio was working hard to adapt to this dangerous, unpredictable world. He had already decided that if the time ever came, if the world truly needed his strength, he would step forward. After all, selfish as he might be, if the planet was destroyed, conquered by aliens, or snapped out of existence by Thanos, what would be the point of all his careful planning? Could he really just stand by and watch it all happen? But for now, he needed time. Time to grow stronger. Time to prepare. With a deep breath, Dio pushed those thoughts aside and muttered to himself, "First things first, focus on the job at hand." The sound of the restaurant door opening snapped him out of his reverie. He looked up, and there stood Jessica, as radiant and confident as ever, with a shy, hesitant young girl hiding behind her. Dio's face immediately lit up with a welcoming smile. It wasn't just a polite smile. It carried the warmth of someone who could practically hear the crisp rustle of dollar bills calling out to him. "Welcome, Miss Jessica, as beautiful as always," Dio greeted warmly, his tone smooth and charming. His gaze shifted to the figure peeking out from behind her. And who might this little angel be? It had to be said, Dio's appearance was a significant asset. His sharp yet masculine features, combined with his tall, well-built frame and a hint of British gentlemanly charm, made him undeniably captivating. His look was the kind that left grandmothers doting, toddlers giggling, and everyone in between sneaking second glances. Dio's natural charm had only been enhanced by his use of Pearl Jam's restorative effects. His current appearance was the epitome of perfection, the kind that made strangers stop him on the street to hand over business cards. Just last week, several self-proclaimed talent scouts had approached him, insisting that he had the potential to be the next big thing in Hollywood. Dio had entertained their spiel for about half a second before tossing their cards into the nearest trash can. Sure, he was handsome enough to break the internet, but he knew better than to dive into the shallow, cutthroat world of Hollywood. Fame wasn't his goal. He preferred to keep a low profile and quietly stockpile wealth. No amount of promises about overnight stardom could tempt him to trade his freedom for the fickle world of celebrity life. The young girl peering out from behind, Jessica, hesitated for a moment, her large, curious eyes fixed on Dio. Finally, in a voice barely above a whisper, she said, "I'm Aaron Jones." Dio's expression softened as he crouched slightly, bringing himself down to eye level with the girl. With a gentle smile, he extended his hand toward her. "Dio Brando. My friends just call me Dio. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Aaron." For a girl of 13 or 14, being treated like an adult rather than a child was the quickest way to gain her trust and respect. Dio understood this, and his approach worked like a charm. Aaron hesitated, her wide eyes flicking between Dio's outstretched hand and his kind smile. With a shy, almost hesitant movement, she reached out and lightly shook his hand. The moment their hands touched, she quickly withdrew her own, her face flushing a deep red. She looked down at her feet, her embarrassment making her appear even more endearing. Jessica watched the interaction with quiet interest. She didn't interrupt, nor did she stop Dio's seemingly forward behavior. What caught her attention, however, was Aaron's unusual response. For a girl who was painfully introverted and self-conscious, introducing herself and shaking hands with a stranger was almost unheard of. As Aaron's older sister, Jessica knew better than anyone how much of a breakthrough this was. Still, she didn't dwell on it too much. After all, even she couldn't deny that Dio's presence, his looks, his demeanor, his inexplicable charisma, was enough to leave an impression on anyone. "It seems Aaron has taken quite a liking to you," Jessica remarked with a smile. "At home, it's rare for her to say more than a few words, even to our parents. And aside from family, you're the first male she's willingly interacted with." Hearing the word liking, Aaron's face turned an even deeper shade of red, and she tried to hide behind Jessica. Dio chuckled softly, his expression relaxed. "I'm honored. Though if I may ask, who's the other lucky guy?" Jessica's lips curved into a playful smile. "Ah, a little competitive, are we? Don't worry. It's just a white Bichon Frise named Snowball. And yes, he's a boy." Dio's confident smile faltered for a split second, which Jessica immediately noticed. She couldn't help but laugh, covering her mouth as she did so. "My apologies. I should have been clearer. You're actually the first human male she's willingly interacted with." Jessica's teasing tone only deepened Aaron's embarrassment. The girl looked up at Dio with wide, apologetic eyes, as though she were worried she had offended him. "Snowball is very sweet and cute," Aaron mumbled, her voice barely audible. "And he never leaves me alone. He's always there when everyone else is busy." Dio raised an eyebrow, but quickly softened his expression. He gave Aaron a small, understanding smile, and a light shrug, as if to say, "Fair enough." "Well, Snowball sounds like a wonderful companion," he said warmly. "But I'm here now, Miss Erin. So how about we see if I can help you feel even better than your fluffy little friend can?" Erin's cheeks flushed once more, but this time there was the faintest hint of a smile. Erin's voice was soft, almost inaudible, but Dio and Jessica both heard it clearly. Jessica, as the older sister, suddenly looked a bit awkward, as though she wanted to explain something but ultimately chose to remain silent. Dio, ever perceptive, chose not to press on the topic. Instead, he made an inviting gesture, motioning for them to take a seat. He wasn't interested in prying into the lives of the wealthy or discussing their problems. What mattered to him was the task at hand and the opportunity it presented. "Though I apologize if this seems a bit forward," Dio began, his tone sincere. "May I take a look at Erin's condition? I need to assess the severity before I can determine the treatment's effectiveness." He wasn't just being cautious for show. Dio understood the limitations of Pearl Jam's abilities. Its healing powers weren't all-encompassing, and many conditions fell outside its scope. Pearl Jam worked by breaking down damaged areas and repairing them, making it particularly effective for physical injuries. However, it wasn't a universal cure-all, at least not yet. To protect his reputation and ensure the best results, Dio needed to see the condition firsthand before committing to the job. Jessica hesitated for a moment before turning to Erin, who was fidgeting nervously by her side. "Dio's cooking is truly miraculous," Jessica said gently. "I believe he can help with the scars on your back. But it's your decision." Erin hesitated, her large eyes darting between Jessica and Dio. Finally, she gave a barely audible and turned her back to them. Jessica took the cue and carefully lifted the back of Erin's shirt. The sight made Dio's breath catch in his throat. Her back was covered in horrific scars, angry, twisted lines that looked as though she had been pulled from a fire. The skin was discolored, raised, and uneven, a stark reminder of the pain she must have endured. Dio couldn't help but wonder how much suffering this young girl had gone through. At an age when most children were carefree and full of joy, she had to hide herself, wrapping her body in layers of clothing to avoid the stares and whispers of others. The thought softened Dio's expression. "Is it only her back?" he asked, glancing at Jessica. He deliberately emphasized the word burns, as if to underline his point. Jessica shook her head firmly, her composure unbroken. "No, it's just her back. Can you treat it?" Erin, who had turned back around, now looked at Dio with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Her cheeks were flushed, her expression both shy and expectant. "If it's only this," Dio said, his lips curving into a confident smile, "then there's absolutely no problem." His assurance seemed to lift the spirits of both sisters. "That's wonderful. Thank you so much," Jessica said, visibly relieved. "This is my job," Dio replied with a slight bow. "Please excuse me for a moment while I prepare a dish specifically tailored for Erin's treatment." With that, he headed to the kitchen. Once inside, Dio's mind went to work. The severity of Erin's scars was worse than he had anticipated, but it was still within the capabilities of Pearl Jam. The solution was simple: use more ingredients. He summoned 3 Pearl Jam orbs, targeting Erin's condition, specifically the scars on her back. The orbs, resembling tiny cherry tomatoes, glowed briefly before merging with the chosen ingredients, infusing them with magical healing properties. Dio began his meticulous preparation. He placed the cleaned fish head into a pot of boiling water with slices of ginger, letting it simmer. Then, one by one, he added water chestnuts, red dates, and wolfberries. After the broth reached a rolling boil, he added flash-frozen fresh cordyceps, ensuring the dish would retain its medicinal potency. Finally, just before serving, he seasoned the soup with sesame oil, cilantro, and salt, creating a dish that was both flavorful and healing. The process took nearly an hour, and Dio poured every ounce of his focus into it. When he was done, the dish, a creamy, fragrant soup, was carefully ladled into a clay pot and covered. He emerged from the kitchen, carrying the pot with the care and pride of an artist presenting their masterpiece. "My apologies for the wait," Dio said, placing the pot on the table. "This is a specially crafted magical soup for Miss Erin. Once you've had it, all your worries will melt away." The moment the lid was lifted, a rich, milky white steam wafted into the air. The aroma was intoxicating, and both Jessica and Aaron couldn't help but inhale deeply, their eyes lighting up with delight. "It smells amazing," Aaron exclaimed softly, her shyness momentarily forgotten. "Go ahead, dig in," Dio encouraged with a smile. "But aren't you going to eat too, sis?" Aaron asked, looking at Jessica. Jessica swallowed subtly, clearly tempted by the enticing aroma, but she turned to Dio for guidance. "As a chef, I'd recommend that Miss Aaron eat the entire dish herself," Dio explained. "This will maximize the treatment's effectiveness. Of course, Miss Jessica is welcome to try some, but it wouldn't have the same magical properties." Jessica hesitated for a moment before nodding. "You're right. Aaron, go ahead. I'll order something else later." Encouraged, Aaron took a small sip from the soup. Her eyes widened in surprise. The broth was rich and savory, without even a hint of the earthy fishiness she had feared. Piece by piece, she worked her way through the dish. Despite her initial apprehension, she found herself thoroughly enjoying it. The fish was tender and silky, the herbs balanced perfectly, and the cordyceps, though unfamiliar, added a unique flavor that wasn't unpleasant at all. Before she knew it, the entire pot was empty. I ate the whole thing." Aaron blinked in disbelief, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. She looked up to see both Jessica and Dio watching her with anticipation. "Did I eat too much?" she asked nervously, lowering her head. But before anyone could respond, Aaron's expression shifted. "It's itchy, really itchy." She squirmed uncomfortably, reaching behind her back to scratch the affected area. The sensation grew stronger, like 1,000 tiny ants crawling across her skin. "The medicine is taking effect," Dio said, his tone calm and reassuring. "Miss Jessica, if you're not afraid, you can help her. This process might look intense, but it's perfectly normal. I'll step out for now, just call for me if anything happens." Jessica nodded, understanding immediately. The memory of her own experience with Dio's food therapy was still fresh in her mind. As soon as Dio left the room, Jessica helped Aaron remove her shirt, closing her eyes tightly as she assisted her sister. Layers upon layers of dead skin began to peel away from Aaron's back. The sight was grotesque, but Jessica gritted her teeth and pressed on, whispering words of encouragement to her frightened sister. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, but eventually the itching subsided. When Jessica finally opened her eyes, she gasped. Aaron's back was flawless. The rough, discolored scars were gone, leaving behind smooth, pale skin that looked as though it had never been marred. It's gone," Jessica exclaimed, her voice trembling with joy. At Jessica's words, Aaron's face turned beet red. The thought of being free from her scars, being able to wear beautiful backless dresses, to go to the beach, to swim, to surf, or even to date a handsome boy, it was a future she had never dared to imagine. Her mind wandered, and, as if by instinct, the image of Dio's handsome, confident face surfaced. He had saved her, changed her life, and he had done it all with such charm and grace. Jessica couldn't help but tease her. "It seems our little princess Aaron is finally at the age where love is in the air." Aaron squealed, breaking free from her sister's side. Her face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and indignation as she glared at Jessica. But even as she tried to act angry, she couldn't help but feel a pang of awkward self-consciousness, especially when she noticed the stark contrast between her sister's figure and her own. "All right, settle down," Jessica said, trying to suppress a chuckle. "Hurry and get dressed. That guy will probably come back in any minute." Aaron nodded quickly, her hands fumbling to put her clothes back on as she tidied herself up. When Dio returned, his demeanor was as composed and polished as ever. He stepped into the room with an effortless air of confidence, his movements smooth yet unassuming. His presence alone seemed to brighten the room, and both Jessica and Aaron found their hearts racing just a little faster. "It seems Miss Aaron's troubles have been resolved. Am I correct?" Dio said, his gaze briefly sweeping over the scene before settling on the two sisters. His ever-present gentlemanly smile returned, though he couldn't help but mentally calculate how much he could charge for this session. Aaron shyly nodded, her voice soft as she said, "It was delicious and magical." Thank you so much. It was my pleasure, Dio replied smoothly, bowing his head slightly. It's the will of God himself. No angel should have to bear such burdens. Between his dashing looks, his undeniable talent, and his silver tongue, Dio seemed to be the very embodiment of perfection in the eyes of the two sisters. Erin, in particular, was quickly losing herself to the allure of the man who had quite literally changed her life. What neither of them realized, however, was that Dio's charming words weren't meant to woo them. They were a calculated effort to make them feel good about spending money. A little flattery could go a long way when it came to getting clients to part with their cash willingly. It was all part of the game. Is Erin's treatment complete? Jessica asked, her tone filled with a mix of hope and relief. Rest assured, Dio said with a solemn nod. This dish was crafted with the utmost care and attention to detail. Normally, a single dish would only be able to remove one scar at a time. However, given the severity of Miss Erin's condition, I used a significant amount of rare and precious ingredients to achieve a complete and flawless result. I can guarantee that there will be no recurrence or side effects. You have my personal word on that. Dio's words were spoken with utmost sincerity, his tone both earnest and convincing. At the same time, it was a subtle reminder to Jessica that he had gone above and beyond for this treatment, and that such effort, naturally, came at a price. Jessica smiled warmly. Money wasn't an issue for her. What mattered most was that her sister was finally free of the scars that had burdened her for so long. That's very reassuring. Thank you, Dio, she said. And now, do you think I might have the honor of trying one of your miraculous dishes again? Dio paused for a moment, as if in thought, before responding. Of course. That's my oversight. I should have prepared something for you as well. May I ask what kind of effect you're hoping for this time? Jessica's eyes sparkled with anticipation. I'd like my skin to be tighter, smoother, and more radiant. Is that possible? If you'd like such results across your entire body, it would require at least 2 treatments, Dio said, his tone thoughtful yet sincere. Internally, he was already patting himself on the back for finding a way to extend the transaction. I'm looking forward to it, Jessica replied with a smile. After completing Jessica's treatment, Dio saw the two sisters off with his signature warm smile. In their place, he now had a $200,000 check safely tucked into his pocket. Ah, Dio sighed, a look of satisfaction crossing his face. What a business. I feel like I'm starting to suspect myself of laundering money at this point. The absurdity wasn't lost on him. A small, unassuming restaurant pulling in $200,000 in a single day? If word got out, the IRS and FBI would probably swarm the place within hours. But Dio wasn't worried. When the world is on the brink of chaos, who's going to care about some small restaurant's cash flow? He muttered to himself. Glancing at the time on his phone, Dio realized it was nearing dinner. The surrounding restaurants were bustling with activity, but Dio, flush with success, decided to close up early. Why stick around to deal with the occasional walk-in customer when he could get some real work done? Besides, anyone who stumbled into his restaurant would likely be driven off by the steep prices and strict rules. With his mind made up, Dio locked up the restaurant and hopped into his second-hand Ford. Ignoring the disdainful looks of passers-by, he drove off toward the bank. After cashing the check, Dio headed to the gold shop he had visited previously. This time, however, he wasn't as cautious. With his growing strength, he found himself far more confident, even curious about the store's low-priced gold. Standing outside the shop, Dio pulled out the manager's business card and dialed the number. Hello. Who's calling? A voice answered warily. I'm interested in purchasing some affordable gold, Dio said coolly. I'm standing outside your shop right now. You've got the wrong number. We don't sell anything like that, the voice replied curtly, clearly trying to brush him off. Are you sure about that? Dio asked, his tone calm but pointed. I recall you weren't so dismissive when you handed me this business card. After hanging up, it wasn't long before the slightly overweight, balding, middle-aged manager emerged, glancing around cautiously. Across the street, Dio waved at him, signaling for him to follow. The two slipped into a quiet corner to meet in private. So it's you? The man, who introduced himself as William, said apologetically. I have to be careful with these private transactions, you understand? Don't worry. I'm not a cop, and I don't care where or how you got your affordable gold, Dio replied, cutting straight to the point. All I want to know is whether you actually have the goods, or if you're just a middleman playing messenger. William's posture relaxed slightly at Dio's words, though he still carried himself with a degree of caution. How much are you looking to buy? He asked, dodging the question. Dio thought for a moment. Let's keep it simple, same as last time. A $100,000 transaction. If the price is right, there'll be a next time. For an individual deal, $100,000 was no small amount. Transactions larger than that usually attracted more scrutiny and involved bigger players. Hearing this, William's demeanor shifted into something more eager. Hey, everyone in this area knows my name. William's reputation is solid, he said, flashing a wide grin. How does $45 per gram sound? Dio's own smile didn't falter, but he turned and began to walk away without saying a word. This greedy pig was obviously taking him for a fool. Sure, $45 per gram was cheaper than the current market price of $52, but it was far from the bargain William had implied. Dio knew better. From what Will had told him previously, stolen or hot, gold usually sold for at most a third of its market value. Even gold shops, which often accepted unclaimed gold under the table, typically offered no more than 70% of its value, and that was before deducting any fees. If the gold was so suspicious that even pawnshops and gold dealers hesitated to touch it, then the real price could drop to half or even lower. Risk drove prices down. In Dio's eyes, it was clear that William was sitting on a batch of gold he couldn't sell through legitimate channels. If he could, he wouldn't be bothering with small-time buyers like Dio. Instead, he'd have found a way to clean the gold and sell it at full price. But instead of acknowledging the risk, William was slapping a sticker price on it like it was any other casual deal. Why should Dio stick around to be swindled? Wait. William called out, stepping forward to block Dio's path. If the price isn't right, we can negotiate. Dio stopped, his expression calm but calculating. Just as he'd suspected, William was desperate. Likely, he'd bought this gold from someone else, someone who was now being closely watched by the authorities. Unable to move the gold freely, William had taken a gamble, betting his own resources on the promise of future profit. Let me guess, Dio said, his voice even. You're having trouble moving this gold, aren't you? William's smile stiffened, though he quickly recovered. I'd say $40 per gram is still a great deal. That's 20% below market price. Dio ignored the response and pressed on. If I guarantee that the gold I buy from you never re-enters circulation, never appears on the market again, wouldn't that ease some of your worries? William hesitated for a moment, his professional mask slipping ever so slightly. And how exactly would you guarantee that? He asked, his tone skeptical. Dio smirked faintly. My reputation. William let out a dry laugh. Come on, friend. That's not exactly a comforting guarantee. All right, fine. Let's say $38 per gram. That's as low as I can go. Still dissatisfied, Dio tilted his head, considering his options. Finally, he said, here's my counteroffer. I'll take your entire stock, all of it, and I'll make sure it disappears for good. But the price is $30 per gram. That's fair, considering I'm the one assuming all the risk. William shook his head vigorously. No. My buying price was already over $30 per gram. I can't sell a loss. And besides, your so-called guarantee isn't exactly reliable. I have plenty of other buyers. I don't need to sell everything to you. Dio frowned slightly, but he didn't push further. He couldn't be certain of William's bottom line, and he wasn't about to risk walking away empty-handed. Fine, Dio said after a pause. Let's start with one transaction. Build some trust first. After some back-and-forth haggling, Dio and William finally settled on a deal. The price, $35 per gram. The quantity, 3,000 grams. Given the lack of trust between them, Dio stayed behind while William drove off to retrieve the gold. It wasn't long before William returned, carrying a small black briefcase. He opened it to reveal rows of neatly arranged gold bars, each weighing either 30 or 100 grams. The transaction took place in William's car, parked in a busy area with plenty of foot traffic. This arrangement ensured neither party could attempt anything shady. Both sides inspected the goods and payment carefully before completing the deal. For William, the transaction was a windfall. He just pocketed nearly $5,000 in profit from this single sale. Given the batch of gold he had bought for $500,000, he was well on his way to doubling his investment. All he had to do now was sit back and wait for the remaining stock to trickle out. "Pleasure doing business," William said, grinning as he extended a hand. Dio shook it lightly, his expression neutral. "They're not exactly cheap, you know. If there's a next time, I'll expect a better deal. If you can guarantee the gold never reappears on the market, I'm sure we'll have plenty of opportunities to work together. And, of course, better discounts can be arranged," William replied smoothly. "Let's hope this deal doesn't bring me any trouble," Dio said, offering a casual remark that carried more weight than it seemed. With that, he turned and left, the black briefcase tucked safely under one arm. As Dio drove off, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Sure, William had made a tidy profit, but Dio wasn't walking away empty-handed either. For the price of 2 transactions, he'd practically secured the value of 3. And now, with this gold in hand, there were bigger plans to consider. Back at the restaurant, Dio wasted no time retreating to his room, shutting the door behind him. The moment he was alone, he pulled out the black briefcase, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. It was time. Time to charge. 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 Asterisk, asterisk. If it weren't for the fact that he needed to keep the remaining $100,000 for emergencies and for Will's potential bail, Dio would have dumped it all into his investment. True to his word, the 30 affordable gold bars vanished completely from the world. Not even Captain America himself could have found a trace of them. Of course, Dio couldn't exactly explain to someone that he'd spent them on what amounted to a gacha game. If he'd mentioned that, he probably could have haggled the price even lower. With the gold bars cashed in, it was time for the next step, the legendary gamble, the mystical draw, the ritual of RNG. Dio didn't take this lightly. He showered, changed into fresh clothes, and respectfully lit incense at the small altar he'd set up in his room, complete with a figure of Guan Yu, the Chinese god of war. Once he was fully prepared, he opened his phone and queued up a particularly cursed compilation of humorous videos featuring a streamer in questionable cosplay. As the absurd sounds and chaotic visuals filled the room, Dio took a deep breath and tapped the 10 pull button on the gacha pool. The first roll of the day was in motion. The results? Low-tier Ripple Pearl. Low-tier Ripple Pearl. Low-tier Ripple Pearl. Dio's heart sank. Was this going to be another disaster? The roll continued. Mid-tier Ripple Pearl. Mid-tier Ripple Pearl. High-tier Ripple Pearl. Dio stared at the screen, his expression frozen. Well, it's not the worst outcome, he muttered to himself, trying to console his bleeding heart. At least I got a high-tier Ripple Pearl. Ripple energy is the foundation for all my abilities, so this isn't a loss. Not really. But deep down, he was screaming internally. 10 gold bars spent, and no stands, no high-value skills, nothing particularly rare. Before consuming the Ripple Pearls, Dio decided to check out the only skill card he'd pulled. Ripple Technique. Lie Detection. Description. By licking the target's sweat, determine whether they're lying based on changes in the chemical composition of their perspiration. Dio's eye twitched. Asterisk, wait a second. Isn't this that weird thing Bucciarati did in Part 5 of JOJO's Bizarre Adventure? Asterisk. Who in their right mind would turn that into a Ripple technique? The game's development team had been a chaotic group of individuals, each contributing their own ideas. Given that the game was still a beta project when Dio had, well, died, it wasn't surprising that some questionable features had made their way into the final version. But this was beyond ridiculous. Asterisk, why would this even need to be a Ripple technique? Asterisk, Dio thought, horrified. Asterisk, and why does it have to involve licking sweat? Asterisk, he shivered at the thought. No way. I'd rather die out there, riddled with bullets, than use this stupid skill. Fine, let's learn it. Dio clicked the Learn button. To his surprise, the mechanics of a skill turned out to be surprisingly scientific. The Ripple technique amplified his senses, allowing him to analyze the chemical composition of sweat and detect subtle changes that indicated whether someone was lying. Ah, Dio muttered, genuinely impressed. That's actually pretty clever. I'll give them credit for that one. Still, the idea of licking someone's sweat made him cringe, even if the skill itself was undeniably useful. Determined to shift his luck, Dio switched to a new video, this time featuring an elite player who was known for insane gacha luck. The video was filled with glowing comments like "She-oh cheat," absorbing luck energy. Feeling a flicker of hope, Dio tapped the 10 pull button again. The results? Low tier Ripple Pearl. Low tier Ripple Pearl. Low tier Ripple Pearl. Mid tier Ripple Pearl. Mid tier Ripple Pearl. Jasuke Higashikata's wig. Rohan Kishibe's self-portrait. Dio stared at his screen for a long, silent moment. What the hell is this garbage? He clicked on the item descriptions, hoping they'd at least have some redeeming qualities. Jasuke Higashikata's wig asterisk. Change your hairstyle to match Jasuke's iconic pompadour. Asterisk, who in their right mind would want that ridiculous haircut? Asterisk, Dio thought, resisting the urge to throw his phone across the room. Rohan Kishibe's self-portrait asterisk. Asterisk, a masterpiece of narcissism. Has minor collectible value. Asterisk. You gotta be kidding me. Dio's frustration boiled over. He lit a cigarette, taking a long drag as he tried to calm himself down. Asterisk, what did the comments mean by "She-oh cheat"? They must have meant I was giving my luck away, not absorbing it. Asterisk. Dio was down his final roll. His hands trembled slightly as he stared at the screen, the sunlight streaming through the window, almost mocking him. Do I pull now? Or wait? He muttered aloud. What am I even saying? It's not like it'll make a difference. With a resigned sigh, he switched videos once more. This time, he chose a video from a notorious cursed streamer with a reputation for jinxing people. The streamer's voice boomed through the video. There's no way you can lose when you're this far ahead. Taking that as his cue, Dio snuffed out his cigarette and hit the 10 pull button. The results? Top tier Ripple Pearl. Dio blinked. Not bad. At least I got a guaranteed top tier item. The roll continued. Mid-tier Ripple Pearl. Mid-tier Ripple Pearl. Mid-tier Ripple Pearl. Ripple Technique, Ripple Barrage. Dio sat up straighter. Okay, now we're talking. That's an upgraded version of Ripple Overdrive. Not bad at all. But the surprises didn't stop there. Ripple Technique, Silver Ripple Overdrive. Dio nearly choked. Wait, is this actually happening? 2 advanced Ripple Techniques in one roll. The next item caught his eye. Lisa's Training Simulation Card. Description: experience a virtual Ripple training session under the guidance of Lisa herself. Dio grinned. Now that's interesting. I don't remember this being in the game. Finally, the last item appeared on the screen, accompanied by a dazzling rainbow effect. His heart skipped a beat. Stand, Gold Experience, Limited Trial Card. Are you kidding me? Dio shouted, slamming his hand on the table. The words trial card glared back at him mockingly. Tall. For a moment, Dio simply sat there, staring at his phone in disbelief. He lit another cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke as he muttered under his breath. This game is going to kill me all over again. Asterisk, asterisk, damn. 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 Asterisk, asterisk. Dio couldn't help but curse out loud, pacing back and forth in his room as he clenched his phone tightly. The feeling of being lifted to the heavens only to be slammed back down into the dirt was absolutely infuriating. Gold Experience. It wasn't just any stand. It was the stand of Giorno Giovanna, the protagonist of JOJO's Bizarre Adventure. Golden Wind and Dio's own biological son in the storyline. Though classified as a support-type stand, its ability to imbue objects with life was nothing short of a cheat in a game of survival. If Dio could truly summon Gold Experience permanently, he'd essentially be unkillable. Short of being instantly obliterated or losing both arms, he'd be able to heal himself completely with its absurd abilities. And when awakened as Gold Experience Requiem, it would provide him with a trump card so powerful that he could rewrite almost any situation to his advantage. To have such a stand slip through his fingers and appear only as a trial card, the disappointment was crushing. He looked at the card's details again. Stand trial card, Gold Experience. Remaining time, 30 minutes. Reusable. Dio paused, his frustration slightly easing when he noticed the word reusable. At least it's not a one-time use card, he muttered, exhaling a breath of relief. In the game's design, stand trial cards came in 2 types. The first were single-use cards that would vanish after activation, regardless of how much time was actually used. The second type, reusable trial cards, worked differently. Time was only deducted while the stand was active, and unused time could be saved for later. However, Even just activating the stand for a brief second would deduct a full minute of use. In other words, Dio could summon gold experience up to 30 times if he used it sparingly. While 30 minutes wouldn't last through an extended battle, it was more than enough to save his life in a critical moment. The card's value, when used strategically, was immense. Having processed this, Dio's mood began to stabilize. The final roll hadn't been a complete disaster after all. He closed the video of the yellow surnamed Cursed Streamer, vowing to never fall for such reverse luck charms again, and moved on to take stock of his haul. After tallying his rewards, the results were as follows. 1 top-tier Ripple Pearl, 1 high-tier Ripple Pearl, 7 mid-tier Ripple Pearls, 13 low-tier Ripple Pearls. One by one, Dio consumed the Ripple Pearls. With every pearl, he felt a surge of energy coursing through his body. The numbers on his Ripple energy meter climbed rapidly, finally settling at 24,900. The remaining 100 or so points were the product of Dio's daily Ripple breathing training, an effort that had clearly paid off. As his total Ripple energy grew, so too did his training efficiency. He was now gaining dozens of points every day. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for him to reach the 150,000 Ripple energy required to hit level 20 and unlock the 3rd stand slot. It was just a matter of time and money. Next, Dio sorted through the rest of his inventory. Jasuke Higashikata's wig, Rohan Kishibe's self-portrait. These 2 items were promptly tossed into the game's inventory system, likely never to see the light of day again. If he ever found a buyer willing to take them off his hands, he'd consider it. Otherwise, they were just clutter. Ripple Technique, Ripple Barrage. Ripple Technique, Silver Ripple Overdrive. Dio immediately learned both techniques. The knowledge flooded into his mind, expanding his arsenal of combat skills. Ripple Barrage was a straightforward upgrade to the standard Ripple Overdrive, offering greater speed and impact. Silver Ripple Overdrive, on the other hand, was a more specialized technique that allowed Ripple energy to be channeled into weapons. Can it be applied to bullets? Dio wondered aloud, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Might be worth testing later. Finally, there was the card that had left him scratching his head earlier. Lisa's training simulation card. Description: Lisa is a highly skilled Ripple master, proficient in various advanced techniques, and an exceptional teacher. Asterisk effect: enter a virtual training scenario under Lisa's guidance. Unknown benefits, asterisk. Remaining uses, 3/3. Dio stared at the card, piecing together its purpose. This had to be one of the experimental features his former coworker, Little Lee, had been tinkering with before the game went live. The name, Lisa, finally clicked. She was Joseph Joestar's Ripple Master and the biological mother of the second JOJO, both of whom were integral to the series' second arc. 50 years old, yet looking no older than 20 thanks to her mastery of Ripple breathing techniques. In the original story, she had been responsible for training Joseph in the art of Ripple. Not bad, Dio muttered, intrigued. This could actually be useful. Feeling curious, and with no immediate plans for the evening, Dio activated the card. When Dio opened his eyes, he found himself no longer in his room. Instead, he stood on a small, secluded island surrounded by endless ocean. A strange mask covered his face, making every breath a struggle. What the hell is this? Dio thought, his hands instinctively reaching for the mask. Breathing was so difficult that even maintaining his Ripple breathing technique felt impossible. Just as he was about to rip the mask off, a calm, yet authoritative voice rang out. For the next month, you will live with that respirator on. If it falls off your face, your training will be considered a failure. Startled, Dio looked up to see a stunning woman with long red hair, dressed in a crimson outfit, standing a short distance away. Though her beauty was undeniable, Dio immediately lost interest upon remembering that she was over 50 years old and had been married with children. Adjust your breathing, Lisa said coolly. As long as the rhythm remains steady, you'll be able to breathe normally. But if your rhythm falters, you'll experience the agony of suffocation. Dio gritted his teeth. Her explanation made sense in theory, but maintaining composure while suffocating was easier said than done. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down. This is just a training scenario, he reminded himself. I can't actually die here. With his fear of death temporarily set aside, Dio focused on regaining control. His training over the past few days finally bore fruit as he re-established the special breathing rhythm of ripple energy. Gradually, the suffocating feeling faded, replaced by the fresh, salty breeze of the ocean. Not bad, Lisa said with a faint smile. Follow me. To earn my guidance, you'll need to pass one final test. With that, she turned and walked away, her movements graceful but purposeful. Dio quickly followed, his competitive spirit reigniting. He didn't know how much time would pass in the real world while he was in this training simulation, but one thing was certain. He wasn't going to waste this opportunity. Everything he did was for one goal, to become stronger. Dio followed Lisa to the base of an imposing castle. The structure loomed over him, its shadow stretching across the island's rocky terrain. The prelude to your trial is called the Hell Climb Pillar, Lisa announced, her voice cold and emotionless. If you cannot pass this trial, you have no right to remain on this island. Before Dio could respond, the massive steel gate before him groaned open, revealing a dark pit below. Now down you go. Without so much as a warning, Lisa shoved him forward. Wait, what? Dio barely had time to shout before he was sent hurtling downward. His instinct was to summon the world to stop his fall, but to his shock, he found himself utterly unable to call upon any of his stands. The realization hit him like a brick wall. This training simulation had stripped him of his usual powers. Asterisk, what the hell? Asterisk, Dio cursed inwardly as he plummeted. The drop was over 20 meters, and Dio braced himself for impact. Fortunately, the bottom of the pit was filled with a thick layer of oil, which cushioned his fall. Coupled with the enhancements to his body from Ripple Energy and Pearl Jam's treatments, he managed to avoid any serious injury. The slick, greasy surface of the oil made it difficult to stand as he got up, but as he surveyed his surroundings, a faint memory stirred in his mind. He began to piece together what this trial was. Sure enough, Lisa's voice echoed down from above. The trial is simple. Climb to the top of this 24-meter stone pillar using nothing but your hands and ripple energy. No other methods are allowed. With that, she turned and walked away, leaving Dio alone in the pit. Are you kidding me right now? Dio shouted after her, his voice laced with frustration. He looked up at the towering, oil-slicked marble column before him and sighed deeply. Just a stupid game, right? Did you really have to make it this accurate? He muttered, cursing his former colleagues, or perhaps the mysterious system that had transformed his gold finger into this unpredictable monstrosity. Dio shook his head and pulled up the game interface, half expecting it to be disabled in this scenario. To his relief, he found that he could exit the simulation at any time. At least I won't starve to death here, he muttered, closing the menu. Turning his attention back to the pillar, Dio recalled what he knew about this infamous trial. Both Joseph Joestar, the second JOJO, and Caesar Zeppeli had faced this exact challenge in the original story. It had taken them over 60 hours to complete. The key to success? Mastering the ripple technique of adhesion. By concentrating ripple energy into his fingertips, he could create a suction-like effect that allowed him to cling to the pillar surface. This is essentially the ripple's version of running up walls or walking on water, Dio thought, drawing a mental comparison to the chakra control exercises in Naruto. Closing his eyes, Dio took a moment to center himself. He focused on everything he'd learned about ripple energy and its applications. When he opened his eyes, his determination was renewed. Pressing his fingers against the slick marble surface, he concentrated ripple energy into his fingertips. Keep breathing. Focus the ripple into my fingers. Adhere to the surface. It worked. Dio's body lifted off the ground, his 10 fingers gripping the pillar like a spider clinging to a wall. But his triumph was short-lived. In his excitement, Dio lost control of his breathing rhythm. The ripple energy dissipated, and he immediately slipped, falling back into the pit of oil with a loud splash. Damn it, he cursed, wiping the oil from his face. Breathe, Dio. Keep the rhythm steady. The breathing apparatus strapped to his face made maintaining the ripple breathing technique exponentially harder. Every movement felt suffocating, every breath a struggle. But that was the point. Lisa had designed this trial to force Ripple users to internalize the breathing technique until it became second nature. If Dio could master this while wearing the respirator, he'd never lose his rhythm in real combat. Steeling himself, Dio climbed back to the base of the pillar. This time, he approached the trial with greater patience, focusing on his breathing before attempting to climb again. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, 5 meters. Time blurred as he climbed, each movement requiring immense focus and precision. The higher he went, the steeper the incline became, and the more ripple energy he had to expend to maintain his grip. A full day passed. Dio had climbed 15 meters, but the remaining stretch was even more challenging. The pillar's incline grew sharper the closer it got to the top, and every slip threatened to undo hours of progress. Fortunately, the simulation removed the need for food or water, allowing Dio to focus entirely on the trial. With each attempt, his understanding of adhesion deepened. Unlike the pre-learned ripple techniques he'd acquired through the game, this skill was something he had earned through sheer effort and practice. It was burned into his muscle memory, a skill he'd never forget. After 55 grueling hours, Dio finally reached the top of the Hell Climb pillar. Collapsing onto the flat surface, he lay there gasping for air, his limbs trembling with exhaustion. His body felt like it had been pushed to its absolute limit, but his mind was sharper than ever. The trial had forged him into something stronger, both physically and mentally. Lisa appeared beside him, as if she'd materialized out of thin air. To complete the trial in such a short amount of time proves your talent and resolve, she said, her tone as impassive as ever. Dio managed a weak nod, too tired to argue. Lisa tossed something toward him, and Dio instinctively caught it, channeling ripple energy into his hands to ensure his grip. It was a cup of water. Or rather, it was an inverted cup of water. Despite being upside down, not a single drop spilled. Dio stared at the cup in astonishment, finally realizing what had happened. Through his mastery of adhesion, he'd managed to hold the water in place using nothing but ripple energy. Ripple energy really is an incredible power, Dio murmured, amazed at his own progress. Don't get distracted, Lisa said curtly. Your real training begins now. Dio pushed himself to his feet, despite his lingering exhaustion. Thank you, he said sincerely, surprising even himself with the genuine gratitude in his voice. Lisa's expression didn't change, but she gave a small, almost imperceptible nod before turning to leave. Dio followed her, his anticipation growing. For the first time, he felt that the best reward from his series of gacha pulls wasn't the gold experience trial card. It was the opportunity to learn from Lisa's training simulation. This was a chance to reshape himself, to become truly strong. And Dio wasn't about to waste it. The next phase of Dio's suffering tour began immediately after completing the trial of the Hell Climb pillar. With his ripple breathing now steady, he was thrust into a series of grueling challenges designed to push him to his absolute limits. Maintaining a one-finger handstand atop a thin needle-like structure while balancing ripple energy. Inhaling for 10 minutes straight, followed by exhaling for another 10 minutes, all while achieving a rhythm of over 10 breaths per second. Endless marathon-style swimming until his muscles screamed for reprieve. Deep-sea diving without any equipment, descending into depths where the pressure alone could crush an ordinary human. Back in New York City's Chinatown, Dio lay on his bed, his body still and his mind seemingly at rest. But then his eyes snapped open. 1 month of hellish training had ended, and Dio had emerged from the simulated ordeal a changed man. His body, mind, and spirit had undergone a complete transformation. His ripple mastery had reached new heights, and he'd gained a profound command over 2 key techniques: adhesion and repulsion. The grueling training had also allowed him to fully integrate the previously acquired ripple combat skills into his repertoire, significantly enhancing his combat capabilities. His ripple energy had surged to a staggering 4,900 points. Of this total, 10,000 points were awarded as a reward for completing the Hell Climb pillar trial. Another 6,000 points came from his daily practice while wearing the breathing correction apparatus. The remaining gains were a testament to his sheer determination and effort, with his average daily increase now reaching an impressive 200 points. The exponential growth in his ability was undeniable. Returning to reality, Dio felt like a fish in water, free and unhindered. The absence of the breathing correction device felt like a weight had been lifted from his chest. Ripple breathing had become so ingrained in his instincts that he no longer needed to consciously think about it. It simply happened, as natural as breathing itself. Reflecting on the experience, Dio finally understood why Lisa's training simulation card carried the description, "Learning effects unknown." The results depended entirely on the user's dedication and effort. If he had treated the training as a joke or taken a lackadaisical approach, he wouldn't have gained anything significant. Only by fully embracing the challenges had he been able to maximize the benefits. "What an amazing tool," Dio murmured, flipping the card between his fingers. "But I'm not going back anytime soon." He placed the card back into the game's inventory. While the rewards of the training had been immense, the mental and physical exhaustion it caused were equally overwhelming. The simulation wasn't just about learning new techniques. It was about unlocking hidden potential, and that required time to recover and grow stronger. "Better to let it settle for now," Dio muttered, leaning back. "Maybe next time I'll be ready for another round of torture." After checking his phone, Dio realized that only 30 minutes had passed in the real world since he'd entered the simulation. The time dilation was remarkably efficient. A single minute in reality translated to an entire day within the simulation. "Next time I'll set up a camera," Dio mused, rubbing his chin. "I need to know if it's my physical body going in or just my mind." Brushing the thought aside, Dio decided to give himself a well-deserved break. Enough thinking. Time to sleep. Exhausted beyond words, Dio stripped down and collapsed onto his bed. He didn't care if it was too early to sleep. His body demanded rest, and he wasn't about to argue. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, their interrogation of Will and the other witnesses was nearing its conclusion. After multiple rounds of questioning, the agents had largely verified the truth of their testimonies. Once it was clear that the group truly knew nothing about the invisible monster, plans were made to release them. Of course, protocols still needed to be followed. SHLD's existence had to remain a secret, so the witnesses would be handed over under the guise of an FBI operation. A knock echoed in the director's office. "Come in," Nick Fury's deep, commanding voice called out. Phil Coulson entered, carrying a thick report. He placed it on Fury's desk, standing at attention. "Director, this is the report on the invisible monster incident at the abandoned factory in New York. We've confirmed the witnesses' statements and ruled out the possibility of any of them being enhanced individuals. We're preparing to release them tomorrow." Fury, leaning back in his chair, didn't even glance at the report. "Summarize your findings for me." "Sir, my conclusions and analysis are all included in the report." "I said, summarize," Fury interrupted, his tone leaving no room for argument. "Fine," Coulson thought, suppressing the urge to roll his eyes. "Preliminary analysis suggests the culprit may be a mutant with invisibility and superhuman strength, likely seeking revenge on the victims. Considering the gang's history, it wouldn't be surprising if they'd made enemies capable of such an attack. Alternatively, it could be someone using advanced cloaking technology, though we've found no evidence to support that theory. Unfortunately, the lack of concrete leads makes it difficult to determine the exact cause." Fury's one eye narrowed. "What about surveillance footage?" "Our agents reviewed all nearby cameras, 12 in total. Half weren't functioning, and the others were too far from the crime scene to capture anything useful. I've assigned personnel to analyze the footage for anyone suspicious, but it's a slow process. And sir, our manpower is stretched thin. It's been a while since anyone's had a proper vacation. So about those leave requests I submitted last week and the week before." Fury finally looked up, his expression unreadable. "Don't worry, Coulson. I approved your vacation weeks ago. Just send me another request, and I'll make sure it's processed." Coulson blinked, incredulous. "You've been saying that for the last 2 weeks. Can't you at least come up with a new excuse?" Fury's lips curled into a faint smirk. "How about this? The system had a glitch, and your request didn't go through. That worked for you." Coulson stared at him, deadpan. "A glitch? Really? SHELD's systems don't glitch. You're just saying you're not approving my vacation." Fury leaned back, unbothered by Coulson's irritation. "Is Stark still missing?" Coulson sighed, recognizing the change in topic. Our agents are still searching, but the group that kidnapped Tony Stark is extremely careful. There's no trace of him, and it's possible he's already, well, deceased. I also suspect there may be internal issues within Stark Industries. If that's the case, our chances of rescuing him drop significantly. Fury's tone turns serious. No matter the odds, we can't give up. Tony's father was one of SHLD's founders. We owe it to him to try. Understood, sir, Coulson replied, though his expression remained grim. The search for Tony Stark continued, and with it, the shadow of a larger conspiracy loomed ever closer. The next morning, Dio was jolted awake by the sound of his phone ringing incessantly. Hey bro, are you at the restaurant? Hurry the hell up and open the door for me. It was Will's voice, loud and impatient. Will, where the hell have you been these past few days? Do you even know that if I didn't hear from you today, I was about to call the cops? Dio grumbled as he fumbled to get dressed, his voice still groggy from sleep. He glanced at his phone to check the time. 10:12 a.m. He'd slept for over 10 hours straight. No wonder Will sounded a little irritable. For a moment, guilt crept into Dio's mind. His closest friend had gone missing, and instead of being worried sick, Dio had been snoring away without a care. Anyone in Will's position would have had some complaints. Still, their bond was strong enough to weather such minor annoyances. Dio's missed calls, dozens of them, were proof enough of his concern. By the time Dio, still half-dressed and wearing slippers, unlocked the restaurant's door, Will's irritation had completely melted away. The moment he saw Dio, he rushed forward and wrapped him in a big, emotional hug. Hey, back off, man. Dio shoved Will away with a grimace. Do you even realize how bad you smell? What did you do these past few days? Sleep in a dumpster for fun or something? Will, clearly unbothered by Dio's complaints, grinned mischievously and leaned in closer. Oh, come on, Dio. We're bros. What's a little smell between friends? Dio could tell Will was riding the high of surviving whatever ordeal he'd been through. It wasn't every day you stared death in the face and came out the other side. Okay. My bad. Dio surrendered, raising his hands in mock defeat. Let me make you something to eat. Go clean yourself up first. There's soap and towels in the bathroom, and spare clothes in the cabinet. After you're done, we'll sit down and talk about what the hell happened to you. He ushered Will inside and locked the door behind them. Closed for lunch today, Dio muttered to himself. He wasn't planning to serve any customers anyway. If Jenny or Jessica had brought him new clients, they would have called ahead to make a reservation. Will, fully aware of his own funk, wasted no time grabbing a towel and heading for the shower. The scent of days-old sweat and grime was enough to make even him grimace. Because Dio lived in the restaurant, he'd renovated a spare room into a small bedroom and added a basic shower to the bathroom. It wasn't luxurious, but it was functional. If there had been public bathhouses in America, he would have dragged Will to one for a proper soak. Unfortunately, that wasn't an option. The sound of running water soon filled the air as Will began scrubbing away layers of dirt and stress. Meanwhile, Dio headed to the kitchen to get to work. Will had clearly been roughed up during his ordeal. The bruises on his face hadn't fully faded, a testament to the beatings he'd endured. Dio decided to make a few nourishing dishes to help his friend recover. Of course, no meal he prepared these days would be complete without his trusty stand, Pearl Jam. A few cherry tomatoes floated into the air, glowing faintly as Pearl Jam infused them with its restorative energy. The enhanced tomatoes joined the other ingredients Dio was chopping, and soon, the kitchen was alive with the sound and smell of sizzling food. For a close friend like Will, Dio didn't bother getting fancy. He simply used whatever ingredients were left in the fridge. Within minutes, he'd whipped up 3 dishes: kung pao chicken, tomato and egg stir-fry, and spicy chicken. The abundance of chicken on the menu was purely because there was so much of it in the fridge. Outside the kitchen, the tantalizing aromas wafting through the air were driving Will insane. He sat at the dining table, fidgeting like a starving wolf. When Dio finally brought the dishes to the table, Will practically lunged for them. I made some rice too, Dio said, setting down the rice cooker alongside the dishes. Eat up. These should help with your injuries. I'll make something for myself later. Will wasted no time grabbing a bowl and chopsticks. His movements were quick and practiced. He handled chopsticks with the ease of someone who'd been using them his whole life. Despite being African American, Will had grown up alongside Dio and his family, adopting many of their habits. He preferred authentic Chinese food eaten with chopsticks over steak and forks any day. Now this is cultural exchange done right, Dio thought. Watching will dig in. Two bad guys like him are so rare. Most Westerners would rather eat bastardized versions of Chinese food than the real deal. Back in the kitchen, Dio began preparing his own meal. He decided to keep it simple: braised pork belly and smashed cucumber salad with extra garlic to cut through the richness. When his food was ready, Dio returned to the dining area, only to be greeted by a shocking sight. Asterisk, what the hell? Don't tell me you ate the whole damn pot of rice. Asterisk. The table was a disaster zone. The plates were licked clean, and the rice cooker looked like it had been scraped down to the last grain. Dio's expression darkened as he stared at Will, who was now sprawled in a chair, hands on his bloated stomach, and a look of pure satisfaction on his face. Man, where do you even put it all? Dio muttered, half annoyed and half amused. Bro, where did you get that rice? Will asked, letting out a satisfied belch. It's so good. And the food? Amazing. I couldn't stop myself. You're gonna kill yourself one day, eating like this, Dio said, shaking his head. But before he could scold Will further, his friend's expression twisted in pain. Ow, ow. Damn, it hurts. Will groaned, clutching his body as waves of heat and pain coursed through him. Stop whining, Dio said flatly. That's just the healing process kicking in. It'll pass in a bit. Will's protests turned into sharp gasps as the pain intensified. Suddenly, he clutched his stomach, leaned over, and vomited violently. A foul stench filled the restaurant as the mess splattered onto the floor. Dio froze, his face contorting in disgust. Asterisk, ugh, you idiot! Asterisk, he shouted, pinching his nose. I told you not to eat so much. Now look what you've done. Amidst Will's groaning and the nauseating smell, Dio sighed and went to grab cleaning supplies. Never a dull moment with this guy, Dio muttered under his breath. Oh, sh*t. Did you crap on the floor, you idiot? Dio hadn't expected the healing effects of Pearl Jam to be this violent. It was probably because Will had eaten way too much, way too fast, causing the full brunt of the reaction to hit him like a freight train. Business for the day was officially canceled. Covering his nose and mouth, Dio bolted back to his room, slamming the door shut behind him. A few minutes later, a rejuvenated and completely healed Will knocked on the door, his tone sheepish. Hey bro, I'm all cleaned up now. Get lost. Dio's furious roar came from the other side of the door. There's a broom and mop in the kitchen. If you don't have this place spotless in 30 minutes, I swear I'll toss you into the ocean to feed the sharks. Will froze for a moment, then awkwardly withdrew his hand before heading off to clean up the mess. 30 minutes later, Dio emerged from his room, his nose and mouth still covered with a scarf. In both hands, he wielded bottles of cheap air freshener, spraying them liberally as he walked through the restaurant. Every door and window was wide open in an attempt to purge the god-awful stench that clung to the air. Even then, it still felt like the smell refused to leave. Forget running the restaurant. Dio was seriously considering booking himself a hotel room for the night. By now, Will had taken out the trash, cleaned the dishes, and scrubbed the floor until it sparkled. When he walked back into the restaurant, his expression was a mix of embarrassment and apology. Hey man, don't be mad, okay? I mean, I didn't do it on purpose. That healing effect was way more intense than I expected. I was in so much pain I almost cried, you know? Don't give me that crap, Dio snapped, glaring at him. I told you to eat. I didn't tell you to pig out like your life depended on it. To emphasize his point, Dio kicked Will lightly on the backside, but it was enough to make Will yelp dramatically. Ow, sh*t. Are you trying to kill me so you can inherit my collection of rare, magazines? Will grumbled as he rubbed his sore behind. Dio rolled his eyes. What the hell would I want with your stash of dirty magazines? If I want a woman, I'll just go get one, no problem. To prove his point, Dio flipped him the bird, his expression unamused. In public, Dio was always the picture of charm and refinement. A perfect gentleman admired by all. But when he was with family or his idiot best friend, his true self emerged. He'd curse, throw middle fingers, and wasn't above a good old-fashioned shove or punch. Okay. Will laughed, throwing up his hands in mock surrender. I admit it. If you wanted to, you could probably put Tony Stark to shame as a playboy. The guy wouldn't stand a chance against you. He clasped his hands together, pretending to pray. May God bless us all. May Tony Stark never return to plague womankind again. Amen. Dio snorted. Since when did you start believing in God? Will clasped his hands even tighter, his expression solemn. Just now. Dio responded by flipping him off again. Quit the act. Even if Stark died in some desert and never came back, you'd still have no chance with his women. And let's be real, when you've got money, looks don't matter. Throw a suitcase of cash at someone, and they'll be yours in no time. Will shrugged. Fair point. So, screw rich people. And screw God. If God's real, you're definitely going to hell, Dio deadpanned. Will grinned. Then I'll screw him too. Dio couldn't help but laugh, shaking his head. Fine. Screw rich people. Screw God. The two childhood friends burst into laughter, their voices echoing through the restaurant. But their laughter was abruptly interrupted by a loud, unmistakable sound. Gurgle, gurgle. The noise came from Will's stomach. The two of them stopped laughing, their expressions freezing. You haven't eaten lunch yet, have you? Will asked innocently, his eyes lighting up. I saw some braised pork in the kitchen earlier. Don't you dare, Dio shouted, rushing toward the kitchen. If you eat that, I swear I'll kill you. But Will was already on his feet, heading for the kitchen like a man on a mission. Dio grumbled under his breath as he grabbed plates and rice, determined not to let Will hog all the food again. By the time they were done, the two of them had devoured enough food to feed 5 or 6 people. Every grain of rice, every piece of braised pork, it was all gone. As they leaned back, full in content, Will finally began recounting the events of the past few days. Dio listened quietly, feigning ignorance about what had actually happened. So, you're telling me that some people claiming to be the FBI showed up, kicked out the NYPD, and took you guys to some weird facility for questioning? Dio asked, genuinely surprised. When had the FBI become so proactive? And why were they so quick to act on such a minor incident? Could it be that the gang he'd wiped out had ties to the FBI somehow? Yeah, Will said, nodding. They kept asking us about the details of that day, especially about that invisible thing. Even now, the memory of that night sent shivers down Will's spine. He couldn't help but feel like he'd narrowly escaped death. If that monster had decided to attack, none of them would have survived. Dio, meanwhile, found it amusing to be thought of as a monster by his best friend. Of course, it wasn't him directly, it was his stand. Wait a minute, Dio interrupted, his tone thoughtful. You're saying they didn't question your testimony or accuse you of being high and hallucinating. They just accepted the existence of this monster and asked for details. Dio's brow furrowed. Something about this didn't add up. This wasn't how normal interrogations worked. It sounded more like these agents were used to dealing with the supernatural. Will thought back carefully, then nodded. Yeah, that's exactly how it went. I remember one of the agents, he called himself Carlson, showed up and seemed to believe everything we said, no matter how crazy it sounded. Even afterward, the people questioning us never doubted the monster was real. Dio's expression darkened at the mention of Carlson's name. So it's S.H.I.E.L.D. then. The FBI agents who had taken over the scene weren't FBI at all. They were S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives. And with SHELD's resources, they wouldn't have left any gaps in their cover. Their paperwork and credentials would have been flawless. Dio sighed, leaning back in his chair. Looks like this is going to be more trouble than I thought. As Dio sat in his room, replaying every detail of his actions from that night, an unsettling realization began to sink in. His dream of quietly making a fortune might be unraveling faster than he'd anticipated. Though he'd gone to great lengths to avoid cameras and had even concealed his face, he knew better than to think his actions were flawless. Far from it. The entire operation had been rushed, with no prior planning. Just the fact that he'd left the restaurant so suddenly, dressed like that, and returned at that particular time could already raise questions. The area around his restaurant had plenty of surveillance cameras. Sneaking out completely unnoticed? Not realistic. If S.H.I.E.L.D. really put their resources to work, tracking him down might just be a matter of time. Worse yet, they could already be working backward, using Will and the other witnesses as starting points to investigate their acquaintances. For all Dio knew, there might already be agents parked outside, sitting in an unmarked car and listening to every word they said. Damn it, Dio thought bitterly. If he'd known Will had been under SHLD's radar, he wouldn't have rushed to heal him so quickly. The sudden, dramatic disappearance of Will's injuries was practically a flashing neon sign pointing straight to Dio's restaurant. "Hey, what's with the face? You look like you've seen a ghost," Will asked, breaking Dio's train of thought. "It's nothing," Dio replied, shaking his head. "Listen, if you're going out in the next few days, make sure you wear a mask and a hat. Your injuries healed too quickly. It'll raise questions if someone notices. I'm trying to keep a low profile for now." Will raised an eyebrow, clearly confused. Didn't Dio want more people to know about the restaurant's miracles? After all, Dio had even asked Jenny to spread the word and bring in customers. Why the sudden change? Still, Will didn't press the issue. Ever since that incident, he noticed subtle differences in Dio's demeanor. The guy was still the same person, but something about his behavior had shifted. Whatever it was, Will chalked it up to Dio's own reasons. If Dio said to keep things quiet, then that's what he'd do. "Got it," Will said with a shrug. "I was planning to lay low for a bit anyway." He then began sharing what he'd learned since his release. The Black Bear Gang was done for. After the Butcher crew had been wiped out, the gang's leader had returned to reclaim their territory. But his decision to abandon everyone and flee when things went south had destroyed his reputation. The streets had long since stopped running on loyalty or honor, but some lines couldn't be crossed, not even in the world of gangs. Leaving your crew behind to save your own skin was one of them. Now, the Black Bear Gang's leader was a shadow of his former self. Word of his cowardice had spread, and no one wanted to follow him anymore. Other groups were circling like vultures, eager to carve up his territory. As for Will, he decided to cut ties completely. He'd heard enough to know the gang was a sinking ship, and he wasn't about to go down with it. For now, he'd come to Dio for advice, hoping his old friend could help him figure out what to do next. Dio listened quietly as Will explained everything, nodding occasionally. When Will mentioned he was done with gang life, Dio's face lit up with genuine relief. "About time," Dio said, clapping a hand on Will's shoulder. "How many times did my parents and I tell you to get out of that mess? I don't want to get a call one day saying I need to come identify your body." Will winced at the bluntness, but didn't argue. He knew Dio was right. The past few days have been a wake-up call. "If you haven't figured out what you want to do yet, why don't you help me out here for a while?" Dio offered. "You know how it is. I'm running this whole place by myself. Chef, waiter, cleaner, cashier, I'm doing it all. Every time I go into the kitchen, I have to leave the customers waiting. I was planning to hire some help anyway. So, if you're here, I'd feel a lot better knowing it's someone I can trust." Will hesitated for a moment. He'd never seriously considered working as a waiter or doing menial tasks like cleaning. If he had, he wouldn't have joined a gang in the first place. But Dio's restaurant was different. They were childhood friends, practically family, and helping out here didn't feel like a job. It felt natural. Before Will had joined the gang, he'd even helped out at the restaurant a few times, earning pocket money from Dio's mom for his quick and efficient work. Besides, in the culture Will grew up in, helping a successful friend wasn't seen as a loss of pride. Among lower-class black communities, there was an unspoken rule. If one person made it big, they were expected to lift up their circle. It wasn't just a saying, it was a widely accepted reality. Unlike in some cultures where self-made individuals might distance themselves from their roots. In this context, success was often shared. NBA players, for example, were known to support their childhood friends, hiring them as bodyguards, assistants, or managers, or just letting them crash at their mansions indefinitely. It was a strange dynamic, but it was deeply ingrained in the culture. Will, however, had no intention of being a leech. He wasn't about to freeload off Dio, but he also wasn't too proud to accept his help. "All right," Will said with a grin, "but don't think I'm doing this for free. Pay me properly, or I'll start calling up all those women you've been turning away for dates." Dio smirked and flipped him the bird again. "Cheeky bastard. Fine, I'll pay you. But don't come crying to me if I work you to the bone." "Deal," Will said, laughing. As they talked, Dio couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Will leaving the gang life behind was a victory in itself. But the mention of S.H.I.E.L.D. still lingered in his mind. If they were really sniffing around, things were bound to get messy. For now, though, he'd keep a close eye on the situation. One thing was certain. He couldn't afford to let his guard down. Over the course of the following week, everything remained calm and uneventful. Nothing Dio had feared came to pass. No mysterious agents, no unexpected visitors, no ominous cars parked outside watching his every move. For now, at least, it seemed like the storm he'd been bracing for had yet to arrive. Meanwhile, Dio's fantasy restaurant was steadily finding its footing. Jenny had dragged along two more of her besties, who had eagerly taken advantage of a 30% discount to experience Dio's miraculous cooking. Jessica, true to her word, returned with her younger sister for another round of treatment and even referred a new client to the restaurant. The new customers followed a familiar pattern: skepticism, shock, and then utter disbelief before quickly becoming Dio's loyal patrons. Some even vowed to bring their friends and family to experience his groundbreaking culinary therapy. In just one short week, Dio had effortlessly made $57,000. The sight of money flowing in so quickly lit a fire in Will, who began working even harder, his excitement palpable. "This is nothing," Will mused as he worked. "If the restaurant starts running at full capacity, say, serving 10 or more clients a day, this place could be pulling in millions every month." Dio wasn't blind to the business potential either, with costs negligible and taxes, well, a matter for future Dio to worry about. The profit margin was staggering. Even Wall Street wolves would be salivating over returns like this. To reward his loyal customers and further streamline the business, Dio made a bold decision for the new week. The set menu was no more. From now on, each dish would cost $10,000, with healing effects randomized. 4 custom treatments, the price started at a minimum of $100,000. The outrageous pricing didn't deter his wealthy clientele in the slightest. These were people who thought nothing of spending millions on supercars to gather dust in their garages. To them, a few tens of thousands of dollars for a meal, with miraculous health benefits, was a no-brainer. Why waste money on incompetent doctors when they could eat their way to better health? Of course, they weren't fools. If Dio's unique cuisine could be replicated elsewhere, they wouldn't have been so eager to fork over their money. But the unparalleled results spoke for themselves, and those who paid left with nothing but gratitude and astonishment. Dio, for his part, remained steadfast in his principles. No matter how much they begged, he refused every invitation to become a private chef for the rich and famous. Suggestions to share his recipes or partner up to expand the business were met with polite but firm rejections. Even delivery and takeout were banned outright. "If you want to eat, you come here," Dio declared. It was a strict house rule, but of course, there were always those who tried to bend it. Some clients attempted to sneak leftovers out of the restaurant. Others sent assistants or bodyguards to pick up their orders. Dio didn't stop them. He simply warned them that the meal's effects would vanish once they left the restaurant, and he would not be held responsible. After all, Pearl Jam's healing power only lasted within a 20-meter radius of Dio. Once the food left that range, it became nothing more than ordinary ingredients. Even if someone tried to analyze the food's components in a lab, they'd find nothing special, just regular tomatoes, chicken, and other mundane ingredients. If anyone got angry or tried to use force, Dio almost hoped they would. He was more than ready to deal with them. A month passed in this manner, the restaurant's reputation growing steadily. "Hello, this is Dio's Fantasy Restaurant. I'm Dio speaking. You'd like to make a reservation? I'm sorry, but tomorrow and the day after are fully booked. How about the day after that? The weather forecast says it'll be a beautiful day, perfect for recovery and relaxation." "Oh, I see. Miss Jessica referred you? Well, in that case, tomorrow evening at 8 o'clock, I'll set aside some private time to personally take care of you." "You're welcome. See you then." Dio hung up the phone, his tone polished and professional. From the other room, a peculiar set of muffled groans and sighs signaled the end of another treatment. After waiting a few minutes, Dio adjusted his shirt, straightened his cuffs, and walked out to greet his latest client. "Congratulations, Lady Mary. If your husband comes home today, he'll surely be stunned by how radiant you look," Dio said with a warm, genuine smile, completely ignoring the thick layer of dead skin now covering the floor. Mary, holding a small mirror in her trembling hands, couldn't tear her gaze away from her reflection. Her once dull, aging skin was now smooth, tight, and glowing with youthful vitality. Hearing Dio's compliment, She lowered the mirror slightly, her voice filled with wonder. Thank you. I can hardly believe this is my face. I thought I'd lost my youth forever. Lady Mary had come here after seeing the miraculous transformations in her friends. At first, she'd assumed they'd undergone some new kind of cosmetic surgery or medical breakthrough. But after asking around, she'd been directed to this unassuming little restaurant. When she'd first arrived, she'd nearly turned around and left. The place seemed far too modest for the kind of clientele it attracted. Only her deep trust in her friend kept her from storming off in disbelief. Still, it was hard to ignore the luxury cars parked outside, each one worth a small fortune. It looked more like a high-end car exhibition than the entrance to a Chinatown restaurant. And to think Lady Mary, a regular guest at exclusive, members-only clubs, had almost been denied entry. Were it not for her friend's reservation, she would have been turned away, regardless of how much money she offered. Once inside, the menu shocked her even more. The prices were astronomical, and the restaurant's decor was far from luxurious. She'd almost walked out again, but her friend's insistence kept her there. Curiosity eventually won out, and she ordered the most expensive custom treatment available. Unlike other restaurants, where the focus was on the type of cuisine, here the menu revolved around desired effects. Clients didn't choose what they ate. They chose what they wanted to heal or improve. Skeptical but intrigued, Lady Mary had reluctantly described her request: to restore her skin's youthful firmness and glow. To her shock, the handsome chef had smiled confidently and agreed as though it were the simplest request in the world. And then, the unimaginable happened. As she ate, she felt the changes begin, subtle at first, then undeniable. Looking back, the experience was almost frightening. But the results? Nothing short of miraculous. At over 40 years old, her skin now looked as smooth and radiant as it had at her teenage years. It was as if she'd been transported back to her 16-year-old self. Now, staring at her reflection, Lady Mary couldn't help but feel overcome with gratitude. She glanced at Dio, her eyes filled with admiration and appreciation. If I were 20 years younger, she thought wistfully, I'd pursue him in a heartbeat. Youth truly is a blessing. Dio couldn't help but reflect on how quickly his restaurant had taken off. Even he hadn't anticipated this level of success so soon. He had severely underestimated how obsessive the wealthy could be when it came to health and youth. When someone is so rich that they couldn't spend all their money in several lifetimes, what becomes their priority? It was no mystery. History offered countless examples of emperors and kings who spent their lives and fortunes chasing immortality. The richer someone was, the more terrified they became of death, and the more they obsessed over their health. To them, regaining youth or vitality, no matter how fleeting or even illusory, was worth any price. And so, as word spread among the upper echelons of society, Dio's fantasy restaurant had become a sensation almost overnight. With his usual polite smile, Dio accepted Lady Mary's $100,000 check, tucking it away as he walked her to the door. She'd been so thrilled with her results that she'd even tried introducing her daughter to him, a gesture Dio tactfully declined. After learning the restaurant's unique rules, Lady Mary had been understanding and had even graciously scheduled her next appointment. The guideline discouraging back-to-back treatments, ideally with at least a day in between, had effectively become a moot point. The sheer demand meant that most clients had to wait 2 or 3 days for their next reservation anyway. Still, Dio never skipped the courtesy of reminding them. Details mattered, after all. Before leaving, Lady Mary offered a suggestion, her tone gentle and diplomatic. You might consider moving your restaurant to a better location. This area isn't ideal for some people, you know. Thank you for the suggestion, Dio replied with a slight bow. But this restaurant belonged to my parents. For now, I intend to stay here and carry on their legacy. What a filial young man, Lady Mary said, nodding approvingly. Perhaps I'll bring Jennifer next time. You young people will probably have much more to talk about. As she spoke, she gave him a playful wink, her youthful glow making her look far younger than her 40-plus years. It was as if her mindset had reverted to her teenage years along with her skin. Dio smiled politely, but didn't respond. Internally, he thought, if she's really beautiful, I might consider it. As for marriage, well, that's a different matter entirely. With the last reservation of the day finally over, Dio let out a deep sigh of relief and turned back toward the restaurant. Behind him, he could feel the envious and curious gazes of passers-by, some of whom had no idea what kind of business he was running to attract such wealthy clientele. He didn't care. Inside, Will was cleaning up the aftermath of Lady Mary's treatment with an exaggerated look of disgust. The pile of shed dead skin on the floor was enough to make anyone queasy, but this was part of his job. One of many, really. Man, I can't believe how thick-skinned that old lady was literally, Will muttered, wrinkling his nose as he swept. But I'll admit, she's looking pretty fine now. If she invited me over to her place, I wouldn't say no to enjoying some, abalone. Enough with your nonsense, Dio snapped, rolling his eyes. Finish cleaning up so we can close for the day. Oh, and here's your paycheck. Dio pulled a thick envelope from his pocket and tossed it onto the table. Just don't blow it all on women tonight, okay? The moment the envelope hit the table, Will's eyes lit up. He immediately abandoned his broom and rushed over, tearing the envelope open with excitement. For the past month, Will had been working as a cleaner, a waiter, and a general helper around the restaurant. While the job wasn't particularly demanding, he'd been living hand-to-mouth, relying on Dio's generosity to keep his car fueled and his stomach full. Now, finally, he had some cash in hand. I love you, Franklin. Ha! Will exclaimed, grinning as he fanned out the bills. The envelope contained $10,000. By most standards, it was a generous paycheck, especially considering that Dio had pulled in around $1.5 million this month, mostly from custom dishes. Still, the disparity between Dio's earnings and Will's paycheck was staggering. But Will didn't mind. He wasn't a business partner, just a friend helping out. And besides, $10,000 a month was far above the average income in the United States. Most Americans didn't even crack $100,000 a year. In fact, over half the population earned less than $25,000 annually. In this context, Will knew he was lucky. He didn't have to deal with the risks of his old gang life. And he was earning far more than he ever had selling drugs for a measly commission. Pocketing the cash, Will handed the envelope back to Dio. Here, recycle this for next month. Let's go out tonight. Drinks are on me, Will declared, patting his now bulging wallet. No, Dio replied flatly, already anticipating Will's true intentions. Whenever Will said he'd treat, it usually meant Dio would end up footing the bill. Besides, Dio had no interest in the kind of entertainment Will enjoyed. Those cheap thrills held no appeal for him. Just clean up a restaurant and get out of here, Dio ordered. Yes, sir. Will saluted mockingly before rushing to finish his tasks. Motivated by the promise of a night out, Will cleaned the place thoroughly and efficiently. Within minutes, the restaurant was spotless, and he bolted out the door without so much as a goodbye. Dio chuckled to himself, shaking his head. May God bless him to meet his end in the arms of some stripper. He locked up the cash register and began heading toward the door to lock up for the night. But just as he reached for the handle, the door swung open from the outside. The first thing Dio saw was a pair of long, slender, and impeccably toned legs. He froze for a moment, his eyes drawn upward to the figure standing in the doorway. The woman before him exuded elegance and confidence. Her fitted designer dress perfectly complemented her figure, and her piercing gaze immediately commanded attention. Are you Dio? She asked, her voice smooth and composed. That depends, Dio said, his usual polite smile returning as he masked his curiosity. Are you here for dinner? Or something else entirely? The woman didn't answer right away, her lips curling into a faint smile as she stepped inside, her heels clicking softly against the floor. Something about her told Dio this wasn't going to be a normal evening. Apologies, but our business hours have ended for the day. If you'd like to dine here, please make a reservation in advance. The prices and guidelines are clearly posted on the wall, Dio said with an apologetic smile. The woman standing before him was undeniably striking. Her wine-red curls cascaded lazily down her back, framing a face so flawlessly sculpted it could stop traffic. Her sultry black slip dress revealed a delicate collarbone and a deep, tantalizing neckline, while her toned legs stretched endlessly beneath the hem, even without the added height of her red 3-inch heels. She was a vision of seduction, the kind of perfection that looked like God's personal masterpiece. Her mere presence exuded an invisible allure, drawing attention without effort. Yet, despite her captivating beauty, Dio felt not even the slightest temptation. His ripple energy, constantly and instinctively probing his surroundings, had already flagged her as anything but ordinary. The sheer vitality radiating from her body far exceeded that of a normal human being, enough to put Dio on high alert. And then there was her face, a face he knew all too well. The moment Dio saw her, he sighed inwardly. He recognized her. How could he not? She bore a striking resemblance to Scarlett Johansson, which could only mean one thing: Black Widow. Ever since he'd seen Tony Stark's unmistakable downy face, Dio had pieced together that he was in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Compared to the chaos and sheer absurdity of the Marvel Comics universe, the MCU was relatively tame and far easier to navigate. But recognizing her now, Dio knew his time, flying under the radar, might be running out. Was it the miraculous food? He wondered. Asterisk, or the incident with Will? Or worse, both? Asterisk. The woman didn't seem the least bit fazed by his polite refusal. Tossing her hair with practiced ease, she smiled charmingly. Turning customers away isn't great for business, you know. Besides, I was referred by Jenny. Didn't she call ahead to let you know I'd be coming? Dio's expression didn't waver, but his heart sank slightly. If she mentioned Jenny, it meant she'd already done her homework, and probably a lot more. Before he could respond, his phone buzzed in his pocket. He glanced at the screen. Jenny. He looked back at the woman, who was still smiling, her posture relaxed but her sharp eyes studying him closely. Sighing internally, Dio answered the call and put the phone to his ear. Hi, Dio. I just sent over another client for you. An incredibly charming lady. Has she arrived yet? Jenny's voice sounded perfectly normal, cheerful even. Relieved that she didn't seem to be in any kind of trouble, Dio relaxed slightly. At the very least, it appeared that the woman in front of him hadn't resorted to any hostile measures. Yes, she's here. A very beautiful lady indeed. But, Jenny, you know this is my private time. Business hours are over, he replied, playing along. Oh, come on. Don't be such a stick in the mud, Jenny teased. You should seize the opportunity. My friend isn't just beautiful. She's rich, too. And between you and me, she paid me a little something to make this introduction. So you really should take this one. Rich, Dio said dryly. How much did she pay you to make this call? $10,000. I mean, just a token of appreciation for a friend. Jenny stammered, quickly changing her tone. Look, this is a prime opportunity. She's a big spender, so go ahead and give her the VIP treatment. Anyway, I got plans for the night, so don't call me unless it's an emergency. Bye. The line went dead, leaving Dio holding the phone in silence. So S.H.I.E.L.D. really tried to bribe their way in. Through Jenny, no less. Dio shook his head, amused by the lengths they'd gone to. He could already guess that this friendship with Jenny was nothing more than a paid cover story. Classic. So, the woman said, her voice smooth as silk, can I come in now? Dio stepped aside without a word, gesturing for her to enter. Whatever her intentions were, he'd find out soon enough. As she entered the restaurant, Dio closed the door behind her and turned to face her with his usual polite demeanor. I'm the owner of this establishment. You can call me Dio. And may I ask your name, miss? Call me Carrie, she replied, her lips curling into a playful smile. My friends all call me Carrie, like the girl from Carrie, the witch. You know the movie, right? Asterisk Carrie? Really? Sure, I believe that. Asterisk Dio thought sarcastically. He didn't buy a single word, but his expression remained neutral as he nodded. Pleasure to meet you, Carrie. Since you're a friend of Jenny's, I assume you've already heard a bit about how things work here. Oh, absolutely, she said, her voice dripping with charm. Jenny told me all about it. I'm really looking forward to the experience. I've heard it's magical. She licked her lips ever so slightly, a gesture that was undeniably seductive. Would you like a customized treatment? Dio asked, ignoring the gesture entirely. No need, she replied casually. I trust you, Chef Dio. Make whatever you think is best. Dio studied her for a moment, his expression unreadable. Then he nodded and turned toward the kitchen. The moment Dio disappeared into the kitchen, Carrie sprang into action. Moving with precision and stealth, she began inspecting the restaurant. She placed small, discreet devices in various nooks and crannies, each one carefully hidden from plain sight. Once she'd finished the main area, she quietly opened the door to Dio's private quarters and slipped inside. What she didn't realize was that every move she made was being watched, by a small, floating tomato. From the kitchen, Dio's brow furrowed as he received a mental signal for Pearl Jam. It relayed everything it had seen, from the planted bugs to her sneaking into his room. Dio clenched his fist briefly, then forced himself to relax. Asterisk, calm down. Let her play her little games. There's nothing in that room that can incriminate me. Asterisk. All evidence from the night he'd rescued will had long since been destroyed, including the clothes, mask, and hat he'd worn. His private room contained nothing but personal belongings, certainly nothing that could tie him to anything unusual. A short while later, Dio emerged from the kitchen carrying a beautifully plated dish. Carrie was back at her seat, looking completely at ease, as if she hadn't moved an inch. She smiled brightly at him, her expression one of genuine anticipation. "Your meal is ready," Dio said, setting the plate down in front of her. His tone was polite, his face calm, as if he had no idea what she'd been up to. "Thank you," she said, her voice warm and inviting. "I can't wait to see if it lives up to the hype." "Oh, it'll be an experience. All right," Dio thought to himself, watching her closely as she picked up her utensils. "But not the one you were expecting." Dio stood there, calm and composed as if the sudden escalation didn't faze him in the slightest. His golden eyes gleamed with amusement as he looked at the woman now standing before him, gun aimed directly at his head. "Ah, so the performance begins," Dio said smoothly, his voice laced with faint mockery. "Though I must admit, flipping the table was a bit dramatic, don't you think?" His words further fueled Natasha's irritation, but she remained steady, her grip on the gun firm even as beads of sweat trickled down her temple. The pain in her stomach was intensifying, and her instincts screamed at her to act before it was too late. "What did you put in the food?" she demanded, her voice low but sharp, each word a threat. Dio tilted his head slightly, his expression unbothered. He even had the audacity to smirk. "What I put in the food? I could ask you the same about what you've been putting in my restaurant all evening." Natasha's eyes narrowed, but her mind was racing. Asterisk, does he know? No, he couldn't have spotted the bugs. Could he? Asterisk. "I don't have time for games," she snapped, her voice colder now. "Answer me before I put a bullet in your skull." Dio chuckled lightly, utterly unimpressed by her threat. His relaxed demeanor only made Natasha more uneasy. "Miss, or should I say, Agent Carrie," he began, emphasizing the false name with faint mockery. "You came here knowing full well what this restaurant is capable of, didn't you? You've been watching me long enough to know that my food is unique. And yet, here you are, eating without asking any questions. Didn't anyone ever tell you not to take candy from strangers?" Natasha's jaw clenched. "Stop deflecting. What did you do to me?" Dio sighed, shaking his head as if disappointed. "Relax," he said, his tone condescending. "You're not dying, if that's what you're worried about. What you're feeling right now is simply the side effect of my cuisine doing its job." "Side effect," Natasha repeated, her voice dripping with suspicion. "Yes," Dio continued, his tone as smooth as ever. "You see, Agent Romanoff. Forgive me, I mean, Carrie, my food doesn't just taste good. It heals. It repairs. It rejuvenates. But to do that, it has to deal with, let's call it, the garbage inside you." He gestured vaguely toward her stomach. "The toxins, the impurities, the lingering damage from years of stress, injuries, and God knows what else you've subjected your body to. All of it is being purged right now. Painful, isn't it? But necessary." Natasha's sharp mind immediately latched onto his words. "He knows who I am." The casual mention of her real name confirmed her suspicions. This man wasn't just some eccentric chef. He was dangerous, very dangerous. The pain in her stomach was almost unbearable now, but she forced herself to remain standing, her gun still trained on him. "Convenient explanation," she said through gritted teeth. "But how do I know you're not lying? How do I know this isn't some poison or drug you've slipped into the food?" Dio raised an eyebrow, his smirk widening. "Poison? My dear Agent Romanoff, if I wanted you dead, I wouldn't bother with something as crude as poison. You would have been dead the moment you walked through that door." The sheer confidence in his voice sent a chill down Natasha's spine. "I'm not your enemy," Dio added, his tone softening slightly. "But I don't take kindly to being spied on in my own home. Your little devices, you're sneaking around my restaurant. I let it slide because I was curious to see how far you'd go. But now, he took a step forward, his golden eyes locking onto hers. Now you're pointing a gun at me? How rude. Natasha's instinct screamed at her to pull the trigger. But something about the way Dio spoke, the way he carried himself, made her hesitate. He wasn't afraid of her, and that made him unpredictable. The pain in her stomach suddenly shifted. It was still intense, but now it felt different, almost as if something inside her was being cleansed. You're lying, she said, though her voice lacked the conviction it had before. Dio smiled knowingly. Am I? Then why don't you pull the trigger? Go on. Shoot me. The challenge hung in the air, thick with tension. Natasha's finger hovered over the trigger, but she couldn't bring herself to pull it. Something wasn't right. Her instincts, honed through years of espionage and combat, told her that pulling the trigger would be a mistake. Instead, she asked, if you're telling the truth, then explain why it hurts so much. Dio shrugged. Healing isn't always pleasant, Agent Romanoff, especially for someone with as much baggage as you. He gestured toward a nearby chair. Why don't you sit down? The worst of it will pass soon enough. Natasha hesitated, her gun still aimed at him. Dio sighed again, this time with genuine impatience. You don't trust me. Fine. But ask yourself this. If I wanted to harm you, why would I wait? Why would I serve you food at all? Use that sharp mind of yours, Agent Romanoff. You're smarter than this. Her grip on the gun loosened ever so slightly. Dio's logic was annoyingly sound. Despite the pain, she forced herself to think clearly. If this man truly meant her harm, he'd had plenty of opportunities to act. Reluctantly, Natasha lowered her weapon and sat down, though her body remained tense and ready to react. Good, Dio said, his tone returning to its previous calmness. Now, let me make one thing clear. I don't appreciate being treated like a criminal in my own restaurant. If you have questions, ask them. But don't insult me with theatrics. Natasha glared at him, her composure slowly returning as the pain began to subside. You still haven't explained how your food works. Dio chuckled. Trade secrets, my dear. But let's just say, my cooking has a little something extra. He leaned back against the counter, his arms crossed. Now, tell me, Agent Romanoff, what does S.H.I.E.L.D. really want from me? Natasha's eyes narrowed. How do you know about S.H.I.E.L.D.? Dio smirked again, his golden eyes gleaming with amusement. Oh, I make it my business to know who's watching me. You're not as subtle as you think. Her lips pressed into a thin line. This man was trouble, a lot of trouble. But for now, she needed to play along. All right, Dio, she said, leaning forward slightly. Let's talk. Seeing the table flipping toward him, Dio took a casual step back, effortlessly dodging it. His golden eyes narrowed slightly as the woman, still calling herself Carrie, pointed a gun at his head, her face contorted in pain. If this scene had played out during his first few days after arriving in this world, Dio might have panicked. Back then, a gun aimed at his head would have left him trembling, hands raised high in surrender. But now, after nearly 2 months of relentless training in ripple energy and summoning the formidable Stand the World as his trump card, Dio was no longer the same man. His confidence was unshakable, and fear was a distant memory. In fact, he felt so unbothered that he almost wanted to light a cigarette for dramatic effect. With the mastery of the ripple art, specifically the defensive technique known as zoom punch or ripple deflection, Dio was fully capable of defending against bullets. The ripple could harden his body to withstand even high-pressure water jets, and the tiny pistol in Natasha's hand was hardly a threat. He was certain he could block this without a scratch. What did I put in the food? Dio finally spoke, his tone calm and measured. As you can see, just some common ingredients and a few rare medicinal herbs. He glanced at the mess on the floor, the shattered remains of plates, scattered food, and broken glass. Internally, he sighed. Asterisk, what a waste. And now I'll have to clean this up later. That'll be an extra charge for her. Cleanup fee and emotional damages. Asterisk. Though I must say, Miss Carey, your reaction is a bit extreme. Bringing a gun to a restaurant? That's not something most ordinary diners would do. His sharp tone carried an unspoken accusation, one that made Natasha's cover crumble further. At this point, there wasn't much left of her cover story anyway. The situation had spiraled beyond plausible deniability. But Natasha was nothing if not resourceful, and she wasn't about to abandon her mission so easily. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she turned her head slightly and spoke into her calms. "Send 2 agents inside. I've subdued the target. Also, I may be poisoned, requesting immediate medical assistance." Dio raised an eyebrow, his expression one of pure exasperation. "I wouldn't recommend that," he said flatly. "Escalating things further will only turn this misunderstanding into a full-blown conflict. And for the record, I really don't like being threatened with a gun. So, perhaps you consider putting that thing down." He gestured casually at her gun, as if it were an annoying fly rather than a deadly weapon aimed at his head. "All you're experiencing is a treatment reaction. There's no need to resist. Just let it run its course, and the pain will subside." His voice was calm, almost soothing, but his eyes were sharp, watching her every move. Natasha's eyes flickered with doubt. The term treatment reaction echoed in her mind. She had read vague mentions of unusual phenomena during treatment in the reports, but the specifics were never detailed. None of the high-profile clients who had undergone treatment at Dio's restaurant had been willing to share the intimate details of their experiences. Given their status, even S.H.I.E.L.D. hadn't pressed too hard for answers. Is this just part of the process? She wondered. But she couldn't take that chance. Trusting a potential enemy was a mistake she couldn't afford to make. Her training dictated that survival and control came first. Everything else was secondary. "Back off," she barked, her voice sharp despite the pain racking her body. "One more step, and I'll shoot." Dio, however, ignored her warning entirely. His calm, measured steps continued, closing the distance between them. His golden eyes locked onto hers, unwavering and unafraid. Natasha's resolve hardened. Her instinct screamed at her to act. He's not stopping. "If I don't do something now, I'll lose control of the situation." Her eyes flashed with determination, and she made her move. Bang! The gunshot echoed through the restaurant as Natasha pulled the trigger. But instead of a scream of pain or the sound of body hitting the floor, there was a metallic clang. The bullet ricocheted off Dio's leg, clattering harmlessly to the ground. Natasha's eyes widened in shock as she processed what had just happened. His leg, not only unharmed but completely untouched, didn't even have a tear in the fabric of his pants. It was as though the bullet had struck solid steel. Her sharp mind immediately began analyzing. Is he wearing some kind of bulletproof suit? Or is this something else? But Natasha wasn't the type to waste time gawking. Her next move was swift and calculated. Bang, 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 3 more shots rang out in rapid succession, each aimed at a vital area: his head, throat, and heart. Natasha wasn't holding back anymore. She needed to neutralize the threat, and she needed to do it now. But her efforts were in vain. The bullets seemed to deflect mid-flight, veering off course as they neared Dio. It was as if an invisible barrier surrounded him, protecting him from harm. Natasha's instincts took over, and she immediately began retreating toward the door. Her movements were precise and deliberate, her eyes never leaving Dio as she called into her calms. Target is hostile and beyond control. Conventional firearms are ineffective. Requesting immediate reinforcements, bring heavy weaponry. The response came quickly through her earpiece. Copy that. Team 1 is en route to the restaurant entrance. Team 2 is setting up heavy firepower and clearing civilians from the area. Hearing the confirmation, Natasha exhaled shakily, though the pain in her abdomen was still excruciating. She staggered slightly but forced herself to keep moving. Dio, meanwhile, stood his ground, his body shimmering faintly as ripple energy enveloped him. The bullets that had been fired at him lay scattered on the floor, harmless and spent. His patience, however, had officially run out. This woman, he thought, his jaw tightening. She's called in reinforcements and is trying to turn my restaurant into a battlefield. I won't let that happen. Determined to end the confrontation quickly, Dio focused his ripple energy into his legs. In an instant, he moved. To Natasha, it was like he'd vanished. One moment, he was several feet away, and the next, he was directly in front of her. Her eyes widened in genuine shock, but her reflexes kicked in. Dropping her now useless gun, she pivoted and launched a high, precise roundhouse kick aimed at Dio's head. But before her foot could connect, Dio's golden eyes glinted dangerously. Outside, the sound of approaching footsteps grew louder, the reinforcements just seconds away. Dio's expression hardened. If they want to fight, I'll give them something they'll never forget. Natasha's whip-like kick tore through the air with deadly precision, her years of enhanced training and genetic modification evident in the force behind the strike. A normal person would have been broken in half, bones shattered, possibly even killed outright, if they were unfortunate enough to stand in her way. Even seasoned soldiers would have struggled to withstand such a blow. But Dio? He caught her leg with one hand. Effortlessly. Natasha's confidence took a brutal hit as he held her leg firmly in his grasp, his golden eyes flicking upward with the faintest glimmer of mockery. Or was it amusement? To make matters worse, his gaze briefly dipped toward her thighs, and she realized, with a jolt of indignation, that he'd caught a glimpse of what lay beneath her dress. Before she could react, Dio moved with lightning speed. His free hand shot out, gripping her throat in an ironclad hold. In one swift motion, he slammed her body backward, smashing her against the glass door with a thunderous crash. The door shattered into countless pieces, sending shards raining down as Natasha's body collapsed onto two SHIELD agents who had just arrived at the scene. All three went down in a heap, the agents groaning as Natasha struggled to regain her footing, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Despite the blow and the lack of oxygen as Dio's hand continued to press against her throat, Natasha didn't give up. Her hand shot toward the back of her waist, grabbing two razor-sharp alloy blades hidden in her gear. With a practiced motion, she slashed upward, aiming for Dio's neck. The blades, designed to cut through even advanced armor, stopped short of their target. An invisible barrier, thin yet unyielding, repelled the blades, no matter how much force she applied. The knives couldn't even graze his skin. What is this? Natasha thought, panic creeping into her mind. Was this some kind of force field? Another ability? For the first time, doubt and regret began to surface. She had underestimated this man. Badly. Her initial plan, bring a small team to handle the situation discreetly, was proving to be a grave miscalculation. If this was his raw power, what other abilities was he hiding? Was the invisible monster from the reports actually him? Her thoughts were interrupted by the sound of shouts and the click of firearms. Don't move. Let her go. The first squad of SHIELD agents had regrouped, and 4 of them now stood at the ready, pistols aimed squarely at Dio. Their commanding voices filled the tense air, but Dio didn't even flinch. Instead, he tilted his head slightly, his grip on Natasha loosening just enough to keep her conscious but immobilized. She hung limply in his grasp, her sharp, calculating eyes still trying to read him. Dio chuckled, low and quiet. You're telling me not to move, and yet you want me to let her go? Bit contradictory, don't you think? But before anyone could respond, the world materialized behind Dio. The towering, golden stand moved faster than the human eye could follow, a blur of motion that ended with the agents' pistols exploding in their hands. The metallic clatter of destroyed weapons echoed in the room, leaving the agents frozen in place, their expressions a mix of fear and disbelief. The invisible monster had made its presence known. The agents stood rigid, their instincts screaming at them to retreat. Though they couldn't see the world clearly, they felt its oppressive aura, an unshakable presence that seemed to loom over them. Even the thought of reaching for a backup weapon sent shivers down their spines. I don't like being threatened with guns, Dio said coldly, his voice cutting through the tension like a blade. So, can we talk now? Natasha, despite the pain in her precarious situation, managed to croak out, Stand down. That's an order. The agents hesitated, exchanging uncertain glances, but ultimately relented. Yes, ma'am, they replied in unison, retreating toward their vehicles. Of course, they weren't truly retreating. Natasha's coded message in her earlier command had been clear. Fall back, call for reinforcements, and bring heavier firepower. Dio watched them go, his sharp gaze lingering on the last agent as they disappeared from view. Only then did he release Natasha, who dropped to the ground in a heap. She immediately began coughing violently, her lungs desperate for air. You're lucky I don't hold grudges, Dio said, stepping back to give her space. If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it already. I don't appreciate having my restaurant turned into a battlefield. Natasha, still catching her breath, wiped the blood from her lips and looked up at him. His words weren't hostile. If anything, they carried a tone of exasperation. He didn't seem like a man eager for violence, despite his overwhelming strength. We don't mean any harm, she said, her voice hoarse but steady. What happened earlier was a misunderstanding. I overreacted. Let's start over and talk this through. Dio raised an eyebrow, his expression skeptical. A misunderstanding? Is that what you're calling it? His gaze flicked toward the broken glass and the agent's retreating figures. Natasha straightened herself as best she could, forcing her voice to sound calm and sincere. I'm serious. This situation got out of hand. Let's sit down and discuss this like civilized people. Civilized people? Dio almost laughed at the irony, but he knew now wasn't the time to escalate things further. He'd already demonstrated his capabilities, and it was clear Natasha understood she was outmatched. If nothing else, he'd gained the upper hand in any negotiations that followed. Fine, he said after a long pause. But first, you need to finish what you started. Natasha frowned in confusion. What do you mean? Dio gestured toward the overturned table and the spilled food. The treatment. You've been holding out this whole time, fighting against it. That's why it's hurting so much. If you just let it run its course, it would have been over by now. She hesitated. The pain in her body was still present, a dull ache that flared up with every movement. And yet, there was a strange logic to his words. Trust me, Dio added. If I wanted you dead, you'd already be a corpse. I gained nothing from killing you. Natasha reluctantly nodded. Fine, let's finish this. Back inside the restaurant, Natasha sat down once more, her body tense but compliant. As the treatment resumed, the effects hit her like a tidal wave. The pain intensified briefly before giving way to a strange, euphoric sensation. Her enhanced body, despite its genetic modifications, wasn't immune to the years of accumulated damage and toxins. Decades of rigorous training, countless missions, and near-death experiences had left their mark. But now, she felt those scars being erased, her body rejuvenated in ways she hadn't thought possible. When it was over, Natasha felt different, lighter, stronger. It was as though a massive weight had been lifted from her shoulders. Finally, she stood, wiping the sweat from her brow. Her eyes met Dio's, and for the first time, there was genuine respect in her gaze. Thank you, she said sincerely, her voice steady. I can see now. I was wrong about you. What you've created here is extraordinary. Dio smirked, leaning casually against the counter. I know. Now, about that misunderstanding, Natasha straightened her posture, brushing off the lingering awkwardness. Her characteristic confidence returned as she prepared to negotiate. Let's talk. After everything that had just transpired, Dio found it exceedingly difficult to believe a single word coming out of the woman's mouth. Her sincerity may have been convincing on the surface, but Dio wasn't about to lower his guard so easily. So, what's it going to be? Dio asked, his voice calm but tinged with a subtle sharpness. Do you want to sit down now and have a proper conversation, or would you prefer to go change into something clean, reassure your team, who, by the way, are definitely calling for reinforcements, and come back when you're ready for serious discussion? The second option, of course, carried an air of absolute confidence. Dio wasn't hiding it. Natasha blinked, momentarily caught off guard by his willingness to let her leave. But she quickly recovered, offering a small smile. As much as I'd love to clear up this misunderstanding right away, I suppose a bit of formality wouldn't hurt. I'll go clean up first. First impressions matter, after all. Suit yourself, Dio said with a shrug. Just make sure that when you come back, you're not bringing an army with you. We wouldn't want things to escalate unnecessarily, would we? The subtle warning in his words wasn't lost on Natasha. Her heart tightened slightly, but she forced herself to remain composed. Taking a deep breath, she replied, I don't make the same mistake twice. If there's a chance to resolve this peacefully, I'll make sure no one else gets hurt. Her tone carried an implied message, one that spoke not only of her calm confidence, but also of the immense power and resources backing her. She knew Dio was strong, dangerously so, but few people truly understood just how deep the waters ran when it came to S.H.I.E.L.D. She didn't want to escalate things further, but if push came to shove, There were protocols in place for dealing with individuals like Dio. Dio's expression remained neutral, though his sharp golden eyes seemed to pierce through her. He gave her a small nod, gesturing toward the door. Then go ahead. I'll be here when you're ready to talk. Natasha turned and began walking toward the exit. Just as she reached the door, Dio's voice called out behind her, almost as if he'd just remembered something. Oh, and one more thing, he said casually. Don't forget to settle the bill when you come back. That includes the meal, the cleaning fee, the emotional damages, and, of course, the cost of fixing the door you broke. Small businesses don't run on credit, you know. Natasha froze mid-step, her back stiffening. Her jaw clenched as she bit back a retort. He's lucky I'm not charging him for medical expenses, she thought bitterly, recalling how close she'd been to suffocating under his grip. Any trace of good humor she'd felt earlier was snuffed out in an instant. Arrogant bastard. Without another word, she pushed open the broken door and walked out, teeth clenched in frustration. Dio watched her leave, letting out a small huff of amusement as he turned his attention to the mess she had left behind. The faint smell of sweat and tension still lingered in the air, but what bothered him more was the debris scattered across the floor. Wrinkling his nose, he grabbed a mask and tied it around his face before grabbing a broom. Troublesome woman, he muttered under his breath as he began sweeping. Meanwhile, back at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, the situation was already causing a headache for Director Nick Fury. The reports coming in painted a grim picture. A man with inhuman speed and strength who had easily overpowered Natasha Romanoff, one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s best agents. Conventional firearms were completely ineffective, and preliminary intelligence suggested he might be the same invisible monster responsible for the earlier massacre at the warehouse. If that was true, then the target likely possessed additional abilities, such as invisibility or advanced technology. Deploying reinforcements wouldn't be a simple task, especially in a busy urban area like Chinatown. Using heavy weaponry in such a densely populated location would undoubtedly result in collateral damage, not to mention the political and legal fallout that would follow. Fury leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples. Damn it, this just keeps getting messy. A fresh update suddenly came through on the comms. Director Fury, we have Agent Romanoff on the line. Fury sat up straighter, his one good eye narrowing. Put her through. Natasha, he began, his voice as calm and measured as ever. How did you get out? Explain the situation in detail. Natasha, seated in a vehicle parked a short distance from the restaurant, let out a small sigh. She recognized the suspicion in Fury's tone immediately. Of course, the man wasn't going to trust that she'd simply walked away unscathed. She began recounting everything that had happened, from the moment she entered the restaurant to her interactions with Dio, the ensuing confrontation, and, finally, his decision to let her leave. Fury listened intently, his expression unreadable. Once she finished, he remained silent for several moments, processing the information. So, you're saying he let you go, Fury said finally, his tone skeptical. And you're certain this isn't a trap? I'm sure, Natasha replied firmly. If he wanted to kill me, he had plenty of chances to do so. He's dangerous, yes, but I don't think he's hostile. At least, not unless provoked. Fury leaned back in his chair, arms folded across his chest. Even so, are you really comfortable going back in there alone? We can send reinforcements. Heavy reinforcements, if necessary. Natasha shook her head, even though Fury couldn't see her. No, this was my mistake, and I'll fix it. Sending in a strike team will only escalate things unnecessarily. Let me handle this. Fury considered her words carefully. Though he trusted Natasha's judgment, the situation was far from ideal. Still, he knew she was one of the few agents capable of navigating such delicate circumstances. Fine, he said at last. But keep your comms open. If things go sideways, I want to know immediately. Understood, Natasha replied. Roughly 30 minutes later, Natasha returned to the restaurant. This time, she was dressed in her signature black tactical suit, her hair tied back in a sleek ponytail. Her entire demeanor had shifted. Gone was the flirtatious Carrie persona. In her place stood the Black Widow, one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s most elite operatives. Pushing open the repair door, she stepped inside with the confidence of a woman who had faced countless adversaries and lived to tell the tale. Dio glanced up from the counter, where he'd been sipping tea. His eyes briefly scanned her new appearance before a faint smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. Well, well, he said, setting his cup down. Back so soon? And looking much more professional this time. Natasha ignored the teasing tone as she stepped forward, extending a hand. Let's start over. My name is Natasha Romanoff. I'm an agent of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, though most people call it SHIELD. Some know me as the Black Widow, but personally, I prefer Natasha. Dio leaned back slightly, his smirk growing. Dio Brando, he replied, his voice dripping with amusement. Owner of Dio's Fantasy Restaurant, and, apparently, your current headache. Now, Natasha, let's talk. Apologies. Does the organization you're part of have a more memorable name, Miss Natasha? While Natasha was reporting on the situation at hand, and even managed to squeeze in some time for a shower and a change of clothes, Dio hadn't been idle either. He first tidied up the table, swept the mess off the floor, and, in the process, incidentally removed every single hidden camera and listening device Natasha had discreetly planted in the corners of the dining room when he wasn't paying attention. Actually, a lot of people have mentioned that the name is a bit of a mouthful and hard to remember. So, we usually just call it SHIELD, or the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division. SHIELD? Now that's much easier to remember. So, beautiful agent, may I ask the reason for your sudden visit? If it were someone from the IRS, perhaps I'd understand a little better. On the night of April 10th, where were you? And what were you doing? Wow, is this an interrogation? For a moment there, I almost thought I was in an interrogation room at a police station. Dio's tone was light and casual, deliberately avoiding a direct answer. He knew he couldn't explain it away. Looking back now at what he had done that night, he realized how full of holes his actions were. He had made far too many mistakes, but he didn't regret it. Life is all about learning and improving through mistakes. If something similar happened again, he was confident he'd handle it better. In short, Dio was growing on all fronts. Faced with Dio's refusal to cooperate, Natasha didn't seem annoyed. She simply tapped a few times on her phone and then placed it on the table. The phone displayed a surveillance video, edited into a sequence. It pieced together Dio's movements that night in chronological order, creating a clear timeline and route. After conducting an investigation, we discovered that you and Will have been close friends for years. That same night, Will had an incident. He was being held in an abandoned factory on the outskirts of town. Based on the route inferred from the surveillance footage, the place you were heading to was precisely that factory. It's clear that the situation arose suddenly, so you didn't have time to prepare a perfect action plan. Consequently, several hidden cameras managed to capture your image. Also, don't worry, we're not here to convict you. Those societal scumbags who crawled out of Hell's Kitchen aren't worth the effort. We simply want to confirm what exactly happened that night, and what or who that invisible monster the survivors described really is. Dio could have continued denying it, claiming it wasn't him in the footage, just someone with a similar height and build. Or perhaps he could have said it was merely a thief who'd wandered into his restaurant. After all, his face wasn't fully captured on camera. But such excuses, which would insult both the intelligence of others and his own, were simply too foolish. No one would believe them. Besides, even if none of this had happened, the things he had just unintentionally revealed had already caught SHIELD's attention. Since plans couldn't keep up with changes, an early encounter with an organization like SHIELD was still within acceptable bounds. Who knows? Maybe he and SHIELD could even form some unexpected cooperation. He gently pushed the phone forward, looked seriously at Natasha, and said, I understand what you're trying to confirm. In this matter, I'm willing to cooperate with your investigation, but I will not join your organization, nor will I admit to committing any crimes. No matter whether the people killed deserved it or not, taking a life was a violation of the law. If SHIELD decided to make an issue of that, then aside from becoming a fugitive, Dio's only option would be to join an organization where killing wasn't a crime. And was there a better option than a vast organization like SHIELD? Therefore, Dio would never admit to killing anyone. Even if it meant lying through his teeth, he would never leave himself vulnerable. Push him too far, and perhaps the task of saving the world would fall to Hydra instead. Natasha seemed momentarily taken aback. She hadn't even gotten to the part about recruiting him, yet this guy had already preemptively rejected the idea. Did I ever say anything about asking you to join SHIELD? You investigate me, don't arrest me. and only want to confirm my abilities? I can't think of any other motive you might have. Natasha thought about it for a moment. That had seemed to be the case. If they had no ulterior motives, why go to such lengths? However, she still explained, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s responsibility is to handle all kinds of unusual incidents and to build profiles for individuals with extraordinary abilities. We identify those who pose a threat to society or harbor malicious intent. For others, we don't take excessively harsh measures. Of course, if some of these individuals are willing to work with us, they can become S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Dio wisely refrained from asking about the fate of those deemed threats to society. He could already imagine they were either locked away or 6 feet under. Fortunately, he had no antisocial tendencies. All he wanted was to live a better life. Yet even such a trivial wish seemed incredibly difficult in this world filled with malice. There was always some fool causing trouble. Like this. As if performing a magic trick, Dio pulled out a plastic bag and dumped its contents, an assortment of surveillance equipment, onto the table. He counted them one by one. Not a single one was missing. Natasha showed no embarrassment. She was merely surprised that he had managed to locate and remove all the cameras and bugs in such a short amount of time. That's right. I planted all of these earlier. But imagine, if someone with abilities like yours used their powers for malicious purposes, what kind of consequences would that bring? Without monitoring, we wouldn't even be able to locate them immediately after they caused harm. And in the meantime, how many innocent people would get caught up in the chaos? Dio instinctively nodded. I agree with some of your views, but not when it comes to me. Next time, if you need to find me, just call my phone. I leave it on 24/7. As for these, he gestured toward the pile of surveillance equipment. Let me help you deal with them. Under Natasha's astonished gaze, the devices on the table seemed to be swept up by an invisible hand, floating eerily in midair. Then, with a grinding noise like teeth being clenched, the advanced equipment was suddenly crushed into fine powder, which softly fell back onto the table. While any ordinary adult could destroy such delicate instruments, to crush them into powder through sheer force, that required an unimaginable amount of strength. And how exactly had he done it? Suddenly, Natasha's eyes gleamed as she glanced toward the seemingly empty space. Could it be that the invisible monster the survivor spoke of was standing right in front of her at this very moment? When her agents were attacked by an unknown force earlier, Natasha hadn't witnessed it with her own eyes. Though she had received their reports afterward, nothing compared to personally experiencing the shock of it all. Snapping back to reality, Natasha immediately said, I can't make decisions about your request, but I'll report it truthfully. Additionally, we need to know the specifics of your abilities. That thing, what exactly is it? Until my personal safety and freedom can be guaranteed, I can only tell you this. I am neither a mutant nor someone with superpowers. All my abilities stem from a mysterious form of chi technique. As for it, you can think of it as a kind of guardian spirit. Personally, I prefer to call them stands. Natasha's eyes flashed. If this wasn't just a slip of the tongue, it meant that the invisible creature, this so-called stand, wasn't the only one of its kind. Beyond that, she was also intrigued by the mysterious chi technique Dio mentioned. If it were some kind of innate talent, there might be no way to replicate it. But if it was a specific chi technique, did that mean anyone could potentially train in it? The strength and speed Dio displayed during his previous battles had already been astonishing. So much so that even someone like Natasha, who had undergone genetic modifications to become a superhuman, had almost no way to counter him. If all of this was a result of that mysterious chi technique, how can Natasha not be tempted? Can you elaborate on the chi technique you practice? Don't get me wrong, I'm just amazed by your ability to withstand bullets. Natasha rested her arms on the table and tilted her head slightly, her sharp yet beautiful face gazing at Dio with the curiosity of an inquisitive girl. However, Dio, already well aware of Black Widow's reputation and her history, wasn't fooled by the innocent act in the slightest. Ripple Chi, that's its name, and I'm the only practitioner of it in this world. I call myself a stand user. All right, Miss Natasha, that's all the information I'm willing to share for now. You can report my request, and please understand this clearly. I have no desire to be your enemy, but that doesn't mean I'm incapable of it. So, stop those little games of yours. Maybe we could try working together instead. Dio had talked at length about his abilities, but in the end, it was as good as saying nothing at all. He had only revealed some inconsequential names. Even if S.H.I.E.L.D. poured immense resources into investigating Ripple Chi and stands, it would ultimately lead to nothing. But Natasha clearly didn't see it that way. To her, this was an excellent starting point, and she was particularly interested in Dio's mention of collaboration. Collaboration? Exactly. As you've already seen for yourself, I also possess certain healing abilities. If you ever encounter something you can't handle, you could try reaching out to me. Cosmetic treatments, skin rejuvenation to bring back that baby soft complexion. It's all possible. Of course, the best discount I can offer you is 10% off. When it came to business, Dio seemed to perk up instantly. Natasha couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. She had been on countless missions before, but this was her first time encountering someone like this. A person who would try to do business with S.H.I.E.L.D. itself. Truly one of a kind. All right then, let's end today's conversation here. I'll compile everything you've said into a report for my superiors. As for what decisions they'll make, that's beyond my control. However, on a personal note, I still think you should use your abilities for a greater purpose. People need us, and this world has never truly known peace. Thank you for the advice, but the whole, with great power comes great responsibility sentiment is, in my opinion, nothing more than a moral trap. When I was at my lowest point, no one came to save me. So, why should anyone expect me to help them? I'm sorry, but I have no ambitions of being the world's policeman or a hero to the masses. I owe nothing to anyone. The only people who truly need me are myself and those closest to me. Nothing more, nothing less. Dio's tone was especially earnest as he said this. He wasn't a saint, nor did he have such lofty ideals that he'd sacrifice himself for the safety of strangers. If it was something that required only a small effort, perhaps he'd help out. But if anyone dared to demand more from him, as if it were his duty, they'd find him unwilling to comply. Why should he? Natasha gave him a long, deep look, then stood up, ready to leave. For the next few days, it's best if you stay here. We're going to construct an X-file on you. Additionally, we may need to conduct some tests on your abilities. If you ever turn to a life of crime, this will serve as a reference when we devise a plan to apprehend you. After a moment's hesitation, Natasha decided to add the last part, knowing his personality. Through their brief interaction, she had realized he preferred things laid out openly on the table. In truth, that was better for them as well. They were far more wary of those enigmatic individuals whose true thoughts and intentions were impossible to decipher. Just as she thought, Dio's brow had begun to arch sharply at her words, but upon hearing her explanation, his expression quickly returned to normal. Does everyone go through this? Everyone. Natasha nodded firmly. Then she added, it's just a basic assessment of your abilities. It won't take up much of your time. Dio reluctantly nodded. We'll see when I have time. Just so, you know, reservations for my restaurant are already booked 3 days in advance. Natasha was momentarily speechless, taking a deep breath before calmly saying, I'll be leaving now, but I'm sure we'll meet again soon. Wait a second. Aren't you forgetting something? Forgetting something? Dio's face immediately lit up with an I knew it expression as he handed her a bill. Natasha glanced at it, and her temper instantly flared. If she weren't certain that she couldn't win in a fight, she would have delivered a roundhouse kick to his head right then and there. Meal costs, cleaning fees, and repair fees for the restaurant door. I can understand all of that. But what's this emotional distress compensation? And you want $100,000? Are you out of your mind? Even if S.H.I.E.L.D. had money, they couldn't possibly let themselves be taken advantage of like this. In fact, no organization dared to let anyone scam them for money. Stingy. It's not even your money. What do you care about public expenses? Dio muttered under his breath as he took back the bill Natasha had slapped onto the table. He scribbled on it with a pen, then handed it back to her. You guys pointed guns at me. Isn't it normal to claim emotional distress compensation? Since you just spent money here, I'll give you a 90% discount, $10,000 for emotional distress. Not a penny less, or I'll take this to court. When Natasha heard a man who had recently slaughtered dozens of gang members threaten to sue them in court, she nearly burst out laughing in disbelief. However, after thinking it over, she realized Dio was right. It wasn't her money. She was simply completing a mission, and any expenses incurred would naturally go through official channels. Let the director deal with the headache instead. That's too much money. It'll need to go through the proper approval process. Besides, someone will be coming by soon to repair the restaurant door, so that cost will be deducted. As for the rest of the compensation, you can take it up with the director the next time we meet, she said, turning swiftly and disappearing from sight as if afraid of being dragged into another argument. Dio hurried after her, shouting, "Wait! I almost forgot. What about my defamation compensation? Everyone saw you storm into my restaurant with guns drawn. How am I supposed to do business after this?" But no reply came. The only sound left was the distant roar of the departing car engine. Returning to the now empty restaurant, Dio's demeanor immediately turned serious. In summary, this first encounter with S.H.I.E.L.D. hadn't gone according to his expectations. It had come much earlier than he had planned. However, the outcome was still acceptable. By this point, it seemed Nick Fury was already scouting for candidates to assemble the Avengers. Once Iron Man emerged and Tony Stark publicly embraced his superhero identity, Fury would likely make up his mind. Thus, SHLD's attempt to recruit Dio wasn't entirely unexpected. When it came to people with abilities, S.H.I.E.L.D. tended to be exceptionally lenient, whether it was by taking in former Hydra scientists or tolerating the Hulk, who had destroyed countless buildings and killed more than a few soldiers. By comparison, Dio had only killed a few despicable gangsters. In Fury's one remaining eye, that was practically a non-issue. The problem was that Dio had no intention of working for S.H.I.E.L.D. If he refused to become one of their own, it was uncertain how cooperative Fury's Black Ops eye would continue to be. Dio didn't need to think too hard to figure out that he was probably already surrounded by S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives keeping a close watch on him. Walking away casually wasn't an option. He needed to prepare for multiple contingencies. Taking out his phone, Dio didn't bother worrying whether S.H.I.E.L.D. was listening. Boldly, he called a contact, the middle-aged manager of Gold Shop. "I'll take the rest of your stock. All of it." Back at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Natasha immediately reported to director Nick Fury. She had a rough idea of Fury's plans to create a superhero initiative, and from the looks of things, Dio was an excellent candidate. With his healing abilities, exceptional strength and speed, and near invulnerability, he was already impressive. Add in the so-called stand ability he mentioned, and it was clear Fury wouldn't pass up the opportunity to recruit him. As expected, after hearing her full report, Fury fell into deep thought. This kind of talent seemed tailor-made for the team he envisioned. And that healing ability? It was a resource every organization urgently needed, regardless of the situation. Even if the superhero initiative didn't exist, Fury would still want Dio and S.H.I.E.L.D. If Natasha's assessment was correct, a little training could turn him into a top-tier agent capable of handling missions on his own. He explicitly stated he doesn't want to join us. Fury finally asked, "Yes." In fact, before I even extended the invitation, he seemed to have already guessed our intentions and rejected us outright. He also expressed a clear unwillingness to take on too much responsibility. With great power comes great responsibility. Are you sure he said that? I'm sure. But he seemed to hold the idea in disdain. Disdain? Fury raised an eyebrow. Anyone who could utter such words, even while outwardly denying any interest, likely had a burning fire within them that wouldn't easily be extinguished. Fury had made up his mind. However, everything would hinge on the results of the upcoming tests. He needed to see for himself whether Dio's abilities were worth personally stepping in to extend an invitation. Arrange for him to come to the base as soon as possible for an evaluation of his abilities. Tell the testing team to be as thorough as possible. What about the basic evaluation we mentioned earlier? Natasha asked, arching a brow slightly. That was just a polite way of putting it. This time, I want him properly assessed, Fury said firmly. Natasha wasn't surprised. She was used to her boss's tendency to double back on his words and approach things with a mix of diplomacy and pragmatism. By now, she'd more or less accepted her role as a willing accomplice in these little deceptions. After all, her loyalty was to S.H.I.E.L.D. first and foremost. And really, wasn't lying just one of the perks of being a woman? Without dwelling further on the matter, Natasha pulled out the bill Dio had handed her before she left and placed it on Fury's desk. "What's this?" Fury asked suspiciously. "A bill," Natasha replied coolly. "The target wants us to pay for the following: meal costs, cleaning fees, repairs for the restaurant door, and emotional distress compensation." Oh, and he also shouted about wanting compensation for defamation, claiming our entrance with guns drawn might hurt his business. Natasha's tone was icy, but there was a mischievous glint in her eye as she watched Fury's brow furrow. There was a certain satisfaction in seeing her boss caught in an awkward situation. Oomph. This is extortion. Shield doesn't pay for nonsense like this. Fury snapped, slamming the bill onto the desk. The total came to $130,000. Meal costs, $100,000. Cleaning fees, $10,000. Door repairs, $10,000. Emotional distress compensation, originally $100,000, later crossed out and reduced to $10,000. Unspecified defamation compensation left blank. Dio clearly had no hesitation about taking advantage of SHLD's deep pockets. After all, why not? He'd never been shy about taking bold risks, which is exactly how he'd managed to storm a gang hideout alone to rescue someone. The door repair fee can be deducted. I've already arranged for a new door to be installed, Natasha said. As for the emotional distress compensation, it was originally $100,000, but he reduced it to $10,000. If we want to win him over in the future, this could be an avenue to explore. But for now, we should pay the compensation to show our sincerity. You're seriously suggesting we pay this absurd amount? $100,000 for a meal. What exactly did you order? On the contrary, I think the meal was worth every penny. If you ever get the chance, director, I highly recommend experiencing it for yourself. You'll understand what I mean, Natasha said with a sly smile. It seemed Natasha was more than willing to go to great lengths for a good meal, especially one funded by the agency's budget. Dio's purchase of a large amount of gold from someone was entirely under S.H.I.E.L.D. surveillance. Although they had questioned what he intended to do with the gold, they refrained from intervening due to certain considerations. They could never have imagined that someone in this world could rapidly grow stronger by paying to win. William's ability to discreetly offload goods was actually quite decent. Over this period, the gold in his possession had dwindled to just 15,000 kilograms. Subtracting the 3 kilograms Dio had purchased from him last time, William had also sold nearly 7,000 kilograms in smaller quantities elsewhere. Normally, with William's cautious personality, he should have been able to sell off all his inventory without incident. Unfortunately, this time, Dio bought out the remainder of his stock, which immediately drew S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attention. It wouldn't be surprising if William found himself invited for coffee on his way home. Because this transaction involved such a large amount of gold, and it wasn't the first deal between the two, the price per gram was reduced by a few dollars, ultimately concluding at $32 per gram. In total, Dio spent $480,000. The price was cheap, and there were no taxes. He was very pleased. Afterward, he left a subtle ripple of power on the windows and newly repaired doors of the restaurant. If anyone entered, they would trigger these invisible ripples, alerting Dio to their intrusion. With all preparations complete, Dio calmly recharged the gold he had just acquired into his mobile game. The number of gold bars in the game instantly reached 150. This time, Dio didn't try to rely on some kind of mystical superstition to change his fate. Instead, he straightforwardly chose to pay to win. He simply refused to believe that 15 10 pulls wouldn't yield anything good. Lighting a cigarette, Dio began his quest for redemption in the smoky haze of an African tier luck streak. The first 10 pull, a bunch of ripple orbs and random junk. The second 10 pull, more ripple orbs, junk, and a single ripple combat skill book. The third, fourth, all the way to the 10th, forget rare stands. Dio only managed to pull one valuable ripple combat skill book and not even a shadow of a stand. When someone with notoriously bad luck plays a gacha game with no guaranteed pulls, the above scenario is highly likely to occur. If a 1% drop rate means most people would get a rare item after 100 pulls, Dio's odds were such that each pull remained a fresh 1% chance. On his unluckiest days, he could pull 1,000 times and still get nothing. It's safe to say that when he finally pulled the world, he had completely exhausted a lifetime's worth of good luck. At this moment, Dio's hands trembled slightly. It wasn't until the cigarette was about to burn his fingers that he blankly put it out, slapped his face to snap himself out of it, and continued pulling. On the 11th 10 pull, he got a second fragment of the arrow. Not a bad haul, But the 12th and 13th pulls were complete busts, leaving Dio's face as dark as a thundercloud. Finally, just when Dio was on the brink of giving up hope, the 14th 10 pull began to shine with a rainbow glow. This was the sign of a rare pull. Dio's spirits immediately lifted. He thought of all the powerful stands he wanted: the bombastic space, White Album, Killer Queen, Villain Squad. There were just too many he craved. But reality has a way of cruelly dashing one's hopes. What kind of stand is this? Staring at the lump of wriggling, clay-like, mustard-yellow goo, Dio was momentarily dumbfounded. When the 14th 10 pull ended, he immediately began examining the attributes of this strange stand. Stand *num. Description *, named after one of the 9 major Egyptian gods. Type * body enveloping stand. Ability * mimicry. When attached to the user's body, it can freely alter the user's appearance, hair, height, weight, voice, and even scent. Attributes *. Destructive power E. Speed E. Range E. Durability A. Precision E. Growth potential E. Evaluation * perfect for transforming into anyone, provided your acting skills are up to par. Dio's eyes widened in disbelief. Wasn't this the same stand used by the brother from Part 3 of the series? The one who seemed to exist purely for comic relief? He distinctly remembered there were only 2 stands capable of transforming into other people: the flawed Yellow Temperance and this one, Knum, which could perfectly mimic someone else. Appearance, hair, height, weight, voice, and even scent, all of it could be altered. This was practically cloning. It even rivaled Mystique's abilities. However, unlike Mystique, Knum couldn't transform clothing along with the body, making it slightly less versatile in action. Nevertheless, despite this minor flaw, the ability was still incredibly powerful. Initially, Dio was disappointed upon pulling such an odd stand. However, after reading its ability description, he quickly became satisfied. Although this stand had almost no combat potential and offered no enhancement to his strength, as a utility-type stand, Knum was perfect for his current situation. Shield surveillance over him had effectively become a joke. If he wished, he could easily slip away and go anywhere he wanted. He could even adopt a new identity and operate right under Shield's nose without fear of being exposed. If he were feeling particularly bold, he could infiltrate Shield step by step, assassinate that annoying bald-headed egg, and assume his position to take control of the entire organization. Unfortunately, such a plan wasn't entirely feasible. Knum's transformation ability didn't grant him the target's memories. Even if he killed the bald-headed egg, he'd be exposed almost immediately. Those sharp-eyed agents weren't pushovers. Another ace up my sleeve, not bad. Dio exhaled deeply, and the frustration from the previous failed pulls dissipated in an instant. Come to think of it, spending just a few $100,000 to gain Mystique's transformation ability was definitely worth it. Knum's unique ability also reinforced the saying that there are no truly useless stands. Many seemingly weak or niche stands could prove invaluable in specific situations. Hoping exclusively for stands with high offensive power seemed unnecessary, not that he could pull one anyway. Given his abysmally bad luck, pulling any stand at all was already a miracle. How could he dare ask for more? With a shrug, Dio casually initiated his final 10 pull. At this point, he didn't care what he got anymore. Even if it was just more Ripple orbs, he'd accept it. He could always level up to 20 and unlock the next card slot. Lower tier Ripple orb, a radio, a pet card. The final 10 pull, which had essentially become a consolation prize, spat out a pile of orbs, along with a radio and a pet card. When Dio saw the pet card, his mind stirred. He vaguely recalled that the pet system in the game hadn't even been fully developed. Originally, pets in the mobile game were meant to be captured by players during dungeon runs. Of course, for players willing to spend money, there was also a specialized pet gacha pool that could yield rare pets. These pets typically offered combat boosts and unique skills. However, since the pet pool hadn't been completed, this feature was absent from the version of the mobile game that traveled with Dio into this world. In a way, this was a blessing. If there were yet another gacha pool to spend on, Dio felt he might lose his mind. Out of curiosity, he opened the pet card. Pet card. White use on a selected target to attempt capture as a pet. Success rate is limited. As expected, it required the user to capture the pet themselves. Now the real question arose. Was there any rare or exotic creature on Earth that was worth turning into a pet? Could he capture Rocket Raccoon or Groot, who were currently floating somewhere in outer space? Dio vaguely remembered that white-tier pet cards only had a 10% success rate, and the rarer the target, the lower the success rate would be. Basically, white-tier pet cards were only good for capturing ordinary white-tier creatures. Attempting to capture anything above that tier would require the presence of a true luck god. In other words, the best use for this card was probably to enhance the obedience of a future pet, a cat or dog, for instance, making it more docile and able to understand basic commands. How utterly useless! Dio glanced at the card once before tossing it into his game inventory. As for the radio, even more worthless. Radio from Morio Town * belonged to an ordinary office worker who enjoyed using it to listen to morning broadcasts. This item was originally part of the game, a trigger for the Kira Yashikage dungeon questline. Now it served no purpose. Where was Dio supposed to find Kira Yashikage to activate the quest? When he turned it on, nothing but static greeted him. No signal at all, completely useless. Dio casually threw it into his inventory, planning to deal with it later alongside the rest of the junk. At the end of the day, Dio reviewed his haul. 15 10 pulls resulted in 1 stand, 1 ripple combat technique, 1 pet card, 1 fragment of the arrow, and a pile of miscellaneous items, including a variety of ripple orbs. First, Dio opened the ripple combat technique and selected Learn. The technique detailed the application of endurance. If repel allowed the user to deflect any attack from their body's surface, endurance simply enhanced their defensive power. Additionally, when applied to objects, endurance could make them sturdier and more durable. For example, under the effect of endurance, a soft strand of hair could harden into a needle-like weapon. It was an immensely practical technique, and Dio was quite pleased with it. He made a mental note to practice it more when he had time. Next came the familiar and satisfying eating candy phase. One by one, Dio popped the ripple orbs into his mouth, converting them into streams of ripple energy coursing through his body. On the game interface, the ripple energy value steadily climbed, fueling a sense of visible growth that was highly addictive. By the time all the ripple orbs were consumed, Dio's ripple energy had reached a total value of 80,350. He was now tantalizingly close to the 150,000 ripple energy required to unlock the 3rd card slot. The next day, as expected, Will showed up late to work. Who knows which voluptuous partner had drained him of all his energy the previous night. He looked utterly exhausted, so much so that he didn't even notice the restaurant's newly replaced doors. Dio couldn't be bothered to comment on him. If not for his acute awareness of this world's dangers and the constant sense of crisis driving him to grow stronger, Dio suspected he might have fallen into an even deeper state of decadence. After all, who wouldn't yearn for a life of indulgence, surrounded by luxury and soft embraces? And just like that, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Dio received daily text messages asking when he would be available for an ability assessment. He ignored all of them. Finally, on this particular evening at 7 p.m., Dio decided to wrap up work early. With a few casual words, he dismissed a grinning Will, who was clearly planning another night of debauchery. Dio didn't join him. Instead, for the first time, he replied to the message he had been ignoring. Barely 30 seconds later, a sleek black car pulled up in front of the restaurant. Stepping out was Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, dressed in her signature black leather jumpsuit. "I thought you were planning to keep stalling," Natasha remarked. "No, I've just been busy," Dio replied casually as he locked the restaurant door and walked over. "Besides, I have an outstanding bill to collect, don't I?" Natasha searched his expression but found no trace of fear or concern. It was as if the place he was about to visit wasn't some secretive organization's headquarters, but just a casual getaway destination. "You're awfully confident. Aren't you worried about your safety?" "Of course not. I'm a peace-loving man," Dio said with a calm smile. "Let's hope today is a peaceful day as well. After all, I'm just here to settle accounts, not to pick a fight. Unless, of course, you've already set up a trap for me." Suddenly, An intense and oppressive aura radiated from Dio. The air seemed to thicken, and Natasha found herself struggling to breathe. Her right hand instinctively moved toward her gun, but halfway through the motion, she froze. Her instinct screamed at her to stop. Any further movement, and she would be torn apart in the next second. Beads of cold sweat unknowingly dripped from her forehead. By the time Dio was seated in the car, a gust of cool air snapped her back to reality. She looked at him again, her expression complicated. It was clear that S.H.I.E.L.D. had never truly understood this man. All the intelligence they had gathered on Dio suddenly felt meaningless, shredded to pieces in Natasha's mind. What had just happened was a subtle warning, but it was also a blatant display of power. Taking a deep breath, Natasha climbed into the car. The convoy of black vehicles quickly departed, heading toward the outskirts. 15 minutes later, a helicopter, rumbling with deafening noise, awaited them. At this time, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s headquarters was still located in Washington, D.C., housed in the iconic Triskelion, a building that was anything but low profile. Without a word, Dio boarded the helicopter alongside Natasha, and they sped off in a specific direction. Roughly an hour later, the Triskelion came into view. As Dio walked through the building, if he hadn't already known this was S.H.I.E.L.D's headquarters, he might have mistaken it for the office of some obscenely wealthy corporation. Everything appeared so ordinary, so mundane. People bustled about, working diligently. At most, a few female employees stole lingering glances at the strikingly handsome young man, but other than that, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Of course, Dio knew this was all just a facade. The real core of S.H.I.E.L.D. lay underground, deep below, where the true base of operations resided. Following Natasha and the other agents, Dio strolled leisurely, taking in his surroundings, until they finally arrived at a futuristic-looking facility that practically screamed science fiction. Go on in. After we complete your danger assessment and set up your file, we'll send you back immediately, Natasha instructed. I believe I mentioned before coming here that I'm here to collect what's owed to me, Dio replied with a serious expression. Whether or not I cooperate with your evaluation will depend on what happens afterward. His tone was firm, as if he might turn around and leave if S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't pay up. The tough stance wasn't just posturing. It was a deliberate test to probe S.H.I.E.L.D's limits. Natasha frowned slightly, about to speak, when a familiar voice cut in from behind. Here's what you asked for. Take a look, said Nick Fury, his face impassive as he appeared seemingly out of nowhere. In his hand, he held a sleek, silver metallic case. The moment Fury appeared, Dio's brow twitched slightly. He had immediately recognized who this was, but he maintained an air of feigned ignorance, glancing questioningly at Natasha. This is our director, Nick Fury, Natasha introduced curtly before falling silent. Dio turned his attention to the case being handed to him. A light smile broke across his face as he accepted it. When he opened it, he was greeted by the sight of stacks upon stacks of crisp U.S. dollar bills, filling the case to the brim. This sight genuinely surprised him. Compared to a thin piece of paper like a check, a case full of cash was far more visually impactful. After a quick count, his surprise only deepened. It seems there's a little extra, he remarked. At that moment, Fury chuckled. A rare sight. There's $200,000 in total. The extra amount is compensation for any damage to your reputation and an apology for my agent's reckless actions. Natasha shot Fury a glance, her disbelief apparent. She couldn't help but wonder if the man in front of her was really the same director she knew. Just a few days ago, during discussions about compensating Dio, Fury had been adamantly opposed to paying even a cent. And now, not only had he relented, but he'd also upped the amount from $120,000 to $200,000. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling face. The unexpected windfall of $200,000 instantly brightened Dio's mood. Especially since the money was wrung out of a behemoth like S.H.I.E.L.D., it felt all the more satisfying. His expression softened as he swiftly closed the case and lifted it with one hand. Extending the other for a handshake, he said with a genuine smile, "Too kind, Director Nick Fury. Let's leave the past in the past. For Benjamin Franklin's sake." Dio beamed, utterly content. After all, he hadn't been the one to suffer in their earlier conflict. Now that he'd received more than adequate compensation, he had no reason to complain. Fury, wearing a smile layered with unspoken meaning, shook Dio's hand. In this moment, the air between the two cunning foxes seemed unusually harmonious. After the handshake, Fury brought up the matter again. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, I trust you understand we mean no harm. Evaluating individuals with supernatural abilities, assessing potential risks, and creating specialized profiles for them is a core part of SHLD's responsibilities. We would greatly appreciate your cooperation. In this instance, S.H.I.E.L.D. clearly held the moral high ground. Their reasoning was sound, their role legitimate, a responsibility entrusted to them by many nations around the world. Most importantly, Dio no longer had a valid excuse to refuse. After all, the tension between him and S.H.I.E.L.D. had just dissolved, thanks to the enticing cash in his hands. What a sly old fox. For a brief moment, Dio felt the money in his hand grow uncomfortably warm. But since it was already in his possession, there was no way he was returning it. He decided to play along. After all, what could S.H.I.E.L.D. possibly uncover from him that he didn't want them to see? With his abilities, evaluations were merely a matter of him willing it so. With that decision made, Dio's smile grew even brighter. Of course. Since it's your job, I'll be happy to cooperate. Glad to hear it, Fury replied, giving Dio a pointed look before signaling the researchers to begin preparations. Dio was then led by an agent into a unique chamber. The space was completely empty, surrounded by transparent glass, made of some unknown material. It reminded him of the containment cell used for Magneto in the X-Men movies, though this one was slightly larger. First test, strength assessment. Through a microphone, Dio could hear the instructions from outside. Following the announcement, the floor beside him suddenly split open, and a steel plate, 2 fingers thick and twice as tall as a person, rose from the ground. Please strike the steel plate in front of you with full force. Dio, not wanting to reveal his true strength, enveloped his fist with a small amount of ripple energy and used the endurance technique to avoid injuring himself. Taking a deep breath, he let out a dramatic "ha" and punched the steel plate. Bang! The plate, made of some unknown alloy, stood completely unmoved. Not even a scratch marked the spot where Dio's fist had landed. Dio couldn't help but marvel at the material's durability. Even though he had held back, using only 100 points of ripple energy for augmentation, that level of power would have shattered bones and torn tendons on an ordinary person. Yet, it left no trace on the plate. Still, this result was exactly what he wanted. With a burst of theatrical flair, Dio feigned frustration, furrowing his brow in dissatisfaction. Quietly, he increased his ripple energy output to about 150 points and struck the steel plate again. The deafening impact echoed through the enclosed chamber. Outside, researchers quickly analyzed Dio's force output using their computers. However, the results left Fury, who had taken the time to observe in person, visibly unimpressed. The subject's strength is approximately 5 times that of an average adult male. Shall we continue testing? The average person's punching force doesn't exceed 50 kilograms, with an impact force of 100 to 150 kilograms. This meant Dio's supposed full force punch had an impact force just over half a ton. Impressive compared to ordinary humans, but laughable when considering supernatural abilities. For Fury, these results were almost insulting. Using Spider-Man's strength as a reference, even someone like Peter Parker, whose strength isn't particularly outstanding among superheroes, can lift 15 to 20 tons. If we're talking about impact force, that number could easily double. And as for the Hulk, that's an entirely different league. A few hundred tons is just the starting point. Thousands of tons? Tens of thousands? With his strength continuously growing as his rage increases, the upper limits of Hulk's power remain immeasurable. So the strength Dio displayed at the moment was downright unimpressive, a level sufficient for intimidating ordinary humans at best. This left Nick Fury, who had high expectations, utterly dissatisfied. Hold on a moment. I'd like to have a word with him, Fury said, stepping forward. The researchers immediately and tactfully stepped aside to give him space. While I can see you're putting on a good show, my instincts tell me you're holding back during these tests. And truthfully, you wouldn't be the first to try something like this, Fury said, his tone sharp and unyielding. "If this is the extent of your abilities, then I'm afraid you won't be returning to New York today. You'll be staying here indefinitely. I hope you don't think I'm joking, because this is no laughing matter." Fury's stern expression was intimidating, exuding an air of authority that could make anyone uneasy. Natasha couldn't help but recall the oppressive aura she had sensed from Dio earlier. She wanted to advise Fury not to provoke him any further, but given her position and the director's naturally suspicious nature, she chose to remain silent. Instead, her body tensed, instinctively readying itself for any sudden developments. Even Dio hadn't expected Fury to turn hostile so abruptly. The man's swift change in demeanor made Dio's brow furrow, and an invisible ripple of energy began to spread across his body. "This isn't a very funny joke," Dio said coldly. "So you think this place can hold me?" Fury gave a faint smile. The glass surrounding the chamber was significantly stronger than the special steel plate used for testing. It was designed with the safety of the observers in mind. If Dio managed to break out, Fury would almost welcome it. It would give him a clearer understanding of the threat they were dealing with. "Let's see," Fury replied, his voice calm but challenging. Dio's expression darkened. Fortunately, he had anticipated scenarios like this before coming here. He had only decided to engage with S.H.I.E.L.D. after determining that, even in the worst-case scenario, he had a high chance of escaping unscathed. Still, the previously cordial atmosphere had lulled him into a false sense of security. Fury's sudden shift left him feeling both irritated and underestimated. "Trust me, you'll regret this," Dio warned, his voice low and menacing. "I'm looking forward to it," Fury shot back, his tone unwavering. That was the last straw. Fury's attitude finally lit a fire of anger within Dio. The ripple energy around his body intensified, crackling and sparking with strange, colorful flashes as it collided with the air. The sight of these sparks made the observers instinctively take a step back. They could feel it. There was a beast awakening inside the chamber. Even Fury, whose face typically remained unreadable, grew visibly serious. "Director, this is getting dangerous. We should retreat to a safer location," one of the agents advised, concern evident in their voice. "No, I'm staying right here," Fury replied firmly. Fury had faced countless dangers in his lifetime. A caged beast didn't scare him. The real threats, he knew, were often the seemingly harmless or deceptively beautiful ones. Unconsciously, his fingers brushed over his eye patch, his expression momentarily complicated. Inside the chamber, the situation escalated. Dio gathered the ripple energy that had been enveloping his entire body, concentrating it into his right hand. On the game interface, the ripple energy value began to drop rapidly. 1,000 points, 2,000 points, 3,000 points. Finally, when 10,000 points of ripple energy had been condensed into his right fist, Dio stopped. He then applied the endurance technique to further enhance his attack. The ripple energy, now visible, distorted the air around his fist. Even the light in the chamber seemed to warp, as if his hand were a miniature black hole, drawing all attention to it. "Everyone, evacuate immediately!" Fury suddenly shouted, alarms blaring in his head as he turned and bolted for the exit, but was already too late. Ripple, dash, asterisk, asterisk. With a sudden burst of speed, Dio lunged forward and unleashed a devastating punch, not at the special steel plate, but at the glass wall separating him from Fury and the others. Boom! The impact was deafening. The glass wall, hailed for its unparalleled durability, shattered into fragments. The ripple-enhanced attack didn't stop there. It tore through the observation room, obliterating everything in its path. It punched through 3 layers of reinforced alloy walls before finally dissipating. The sheer destructive force of this one punch was terrifying. Augmented by 10,000 points of ripple energy, Dio's strike was already monstrously powerful. But ripple energy's true strength lies not just in physical impact, but in its devastating energy output and destructive capabilities. This was the result of a single punch. Dio's ripple energy reserves dropped by 1/8, and his right arm trembled slightly from the strain of compressing such a massive amount of energy. It was a temporary side effect, something he could recover from in under a minute. Currently, 10,000 points was the upper limit of what Dio could channel into a single attack. However, as both his ripple energy reserves and physical endurance continued to grow, this limit would only rise. Once his arm regained full function, Dio stepped out of the wreck chamber. The chaos he left behind was evident. Shattered glass, twisted metal, and debris strewn everywhere. The sound of footsteps echoed in the distance as countless agents rushed toward the scene. Dio had already made up his mind. If this display of power wasn't enough to make Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D. reconsider their approach, he wouldn't hold back anymore. After all, with the destructive power of the world and the near-invincible healing abilities of Golden Experience, Dio was a nightmare for any enemy. And let's not forget his trump card, Knum. If he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. I wonder if that bald egghead is dead or alive. Dio muttered to himself as he strode forward. When he emerged from the wreckage, he was greeted by the sight of countless agents pointing their guns at him. Raising an eyebrow, he noticed Fury among them, his head bleeding and his appearance disheveled, but alive. In truth, if not for Natasha's quick thinking, S.H.I.E.L.D. would have suffered heavy casualties. The moment Dio had shown signs of attacking, Natasha had evacuated the researchers and pulled Fury out of harm's way at the last second. Without her intervention, S.H.I.E.L.D. might have ended up needing a rebrand as Hydra. As you wished, I'm out. Satisfied, Nick Fury, Director? Dio asked mockingly, his tone calm and unafraid, even as he stood surrounded. I must say, you've given me quite the surprise. Nick Fury ignored the tense atmosphere entirely, walking past the gun-wielding agents who had formed a barrier in front of him. He stopped at a distance, neither too far nor too close to Dio, a move that only heightened the tension in the room. The agents had their fingers on their triggers, ready to fire at the first sign of danger from the man who had caused such chaos. Dio's slightest move would likely have led to a hailstorm of bullets. The reason Fury hadn't immediately ordered his men to fire was simple. Throughout everything, he hadn't felt any killing intent from Dio. Even when Natasha had dragged him out earlier, Fury had replayed the moment in his mind and realized something critical. Dio hadn't aimed that punch at him. If he had, there was no way Fury would have made it out alive. The sheer aftershock of the attack had destroyed 3 reinforced alloy walls. If Dio had truly wanted to kill, there wouldn't have been anyone standing here now. By the time the other agents arrived, they would have found nothing but a room full of shattered corpses. Then there was Dio's demeanor. Even in the face of being surrounded, with countless guns trained on him, there wasn't a trace of fear or panic in his eyes. There was only composure and an unshakable confidence that seemed to say, I'll walk out of here unscathed, no matter what. Fury didn't know the source of that confidence, but he could sense it wasn't baseless. Dio undoubtedly had more cards up his sleeve, things S.H.I.E.L.D. hadn't yet uncovered. At the very least, there was that invisible creature, a being undetectable by all of SHLD's equipment. For all Fury knew, that creature might be standing right in front of him, ready to turn him into a pile of minced meat at a moment's notice. So Fury was faced with a choice that wasn't particularly difficult. Option 1. Let his pride dictate his actions, order an all-out assault, and hope they could kill Dio to eliminate the threat permanently. But could he guarantee success? And even if they succeeded, how many agents would die in the process? How much damage would S.H.I.E.L.D. suffer? The math simply didn't add up in his favor. Option 2. Patch up the fraying relationship before it tore completely, and if possible, recruit Dio as an ally. Someone with his abilities could become a major asset to S.H.I.E.L.D. and even lay the groundwork for the initiative Fury had been envisioning for some time. The choice was obvious. Fury had always lived by the principle of being flexible when the situation called for it. It was a trait that had served him well over the years, allowing him to execute even the most audacious plans, like faking his death so convincingly that not even his closest confidants could tell whether he was alive or dead. So, after emerging from the wreckage, Fury gave Dio a deep, appraising look before issuing an order that left everyone around them dumbfounded. Lower your weapons and return to your posts. What just happened was a minor testing mishap. A minor mishap? The agents who had been tensely aiming their guns at Dio felt utterly speechless. What kind of testing mishap could nearly blow up an entire floor? Were they testing a new kind of bomb? Director, Natasha stepped up beside Fury, her voice tense with concern. But Fury gave her a firm nod, signaling his confidence in his decision. Despite the absurdity of the situation, the agents obeyed, retreating like a receding tide back to their stations. However, the security forces on this floor, now fully exposed, didn't entirely fade in the background. Instead, they subtly maintained their attention on the dangerous man in the room. Watching all this, even Dio couldn't help but feel a flicker of admiration for Fury's composure and decisiveness. If their roles were reversed, Dio doubted he'd have the nerve to place himself in such a precarious position. Or perhaps, Dio mused, Fury had some hidden trump card that allowed him to act so fearlessly. No wonder Fury had managed to survive Hydra's infiltration of S.H.I.E.L.D. in the future. Not only had he survived, but he'd also managed to outmaneuver them, crippling their plans from the shadows. To lead an organization as vast as S.H.I.E.L.D. and later assemble a team of superheroes under the Avengers Initiative, it was clear Fury wasn't just an ordinary man. With the immediate danger seemingly past, Dio allowed himself to relax slightly. His body, which had been taut with tension, eased as he realized he wouldn't have to endure the unpleasant experience of being a human target for countless bullets. Though confident in his ability to protect himself with endurance and repel, it wasn't exactly something he wanted to test out firsthand. I have to say, I'm starting to regret all this, Fury said, breaking the silence. He gestured around at the destruction. Look at this mess. Do you have any idea how much damage you've caused? Especially to the precision instruments you destroyed. Those alone cost more than the $200,000 we gave you earlier. That doesn't even cover a fraction of it. Fury's tone was somewhere between a complaint and a wry joke, though the blood trickling from the wound on his head added a grim undertone. Fury's sudden shift in attitude didn't faze Dio. He was already familiar with the man's unpredictable style. Instead of addressing it directly, Dio played along. I thought this place had exceptional defenses, strong enough to keep me trapped forever. Imagine my surprise when it turned out to be so fragile. And as I said earlier, this was just an accident. So I don't think the responsibility lies with me. You can handle the repairs yourself. That was a burn. Fury felt a pang of embarrassment as he recalled his earlier bravado. His bold words, meant to provoke Dio, now seemed foolish in hindsight. He made a mental note to approve another round of upgrades to SHIELD's internal defenses, even though the last overhaul had been just 3 months ago. Let's set aside the matter of responsibility and compensation for now, Fury said, steering the conversation back on track. About the remaining evaluations. I think they're unnecessary, Dio interrupted. If another small mishap like the one earlier were to happen, it might not end so cleanly. Dio had fully grasped Fury's style by now, and wasn't about to let himself be put in an unfavorable position. Besides, he'd intended to breeze through the evaluations from the start. Fury's erratic behavior had only given him an excuse to refuse outright. Fury considered this for a moment before nodding. Fair enough. I'd rather not have to justify another budget request to a room full of stone-faced bureaucrats. Then let's change the setting, Fury continued. Come to my office. I'd like to discuss the cooperation you mentioned earlier. It's rare for someone to approach S.H.I.E.L.D. with a private proposal for collaboration. In fact, you're the first. I'm not a fan of the stiff atmosphere in offices. On the way here, I noticed there's a lounge nearby. That seems like a much better place for a chat, Dio replied with a polite smile, though there was no warmth in his eyes. Go to Nick Fury's office? Not a chance, Dio thought to himself. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury's office was undoubtedly the most fortified place in the entire organization, equipped with state-of-the-art defensive measures and probably a few emergency escape mechanisms as well. Having already been caught off guard once, Dio wasn't about to let himself be cornered again. In fact, if he had his way, he wouldn't let Fury out of his sight until he was completely out of SHIELD's reach. Fury was, in a way, his safeguard, a living insurance policy to ensure his smooth departure. Unbeknownst to everyone else, the world was silently following Fury, shadowing his every move, ever ready to act. Fury, however, didn't seem to pick up on Dio's subtle resistance. Or perhaps he pretended not to. Either way, he agreed without hesitation. No problem, Fury said, nodding. But before that, I think I need to patch myself up. Agent Romanoff will lead you to the lounge in the meantime. Make yourself comfortable. He gestured toward his still bleeding head wound, his grimace suggesting it was causing him more discomfort than he let on. His excuse was reasonable, leaving no room for objection. But Dio had no intention of letting him leave. About that injury, Dio said, his tone casual but firm. Why don't you let me take care of it? Fury paused for a moment, caught off guard. Then, with a quick recovery, he replied, I've heard about your unique methods from Agent Romanoff. Unfortunately, we don't have the necessary facilities for preparing your cuisine. Besides, it's just a small wound. It'll be taken care of in no time. No need to trouble yourself. A game of chess had begun. Fury was doing everything he could to find an excuse to slip away, while Dio was equally determined to keep him in sight. Actually, Dio continued, his voice calm, but with an unmistakable undertone of authority. I have another method of treatment. It doesn't require any fancy setup, and it'll heal you instantly. Care to give it a try, Director Fury? He was, of course, referring to Golden Experience. In this situation, spending a minute of its use didn't feel like a waste. It was an investment. But would Fury dare? Fury inhaled deeply, his one good eye narrowing slightly. Then, as if making a calculated decision, he turned to Natasha. Fetch a first aid kit. Just patch me up quickly, he ordered. It was classic Fury, distrustful even of his own people, let alone someone as dangerous and unpredictable as Dio. There was no way he would let Dio heal him, especially since the man seemed so insistent on keeping him within arm's reach. If anything, this only confirmed Fury's suspicion that Dio's invisible companion was nearby, watching his every move. Any slip-up, any sudden action could very well lead to an attack. The underlying tension between the two was palpable, the result of their earlier confrontation. The fragile trust between them was now hanging by a thread. Sitting in the bustling lounge, Fury kept a stony expression as Natasha carefully bandaged his head. Dio, on the other hand, remained relaxed, though his sharp eyes missed nothing. A few minutes later, Natasha finished her work. Fury now looked like a ridiculous caricature, a lopsided mummy with bandages wrapped around his head. The sight was almost comical, especially with his perpetually serious expression. He resembled an undercooked black egg with a touch of Bollywood warrior flair. Although the ability assessment was unexpectedly cut short, Fury began, his tone as serious as ever despite his absurd appearance. We still need to keep track of your whereabouts in real time, given the destructive power you displayed earlier. But before we get to that, I want to know more about this cooperation you mentioned. Perhaps it'll change my perspective. Despite the thick bandages, Fury's commanding presence was undiminished. It was as if he didn't fear Dio losing control again, or at least he didn't show it. Dio, unbothered by the tension, took the opportunity to pitch his miraculous cuisine. I believe the changes Agent Romanoff has experienced should be proof enough. The cooperation I'm proposing is related to this. When it comes to healing, I have a certain confidence in my abilities. So if, in the future, you encounter a problem that your people can't solve, feel free to come to my restaurant. Miracles often happen when you least expect them, don't they? Fury seemed unsurprised by Dio's words. In fact, he had anticipated this. After Natasha's initial report, Fury had immediately arranged for her to undergo the most advanced medical examinations available. The results had shocked everyone involved. It wasn't healing in the conventional sense. As the doctor in charge had put it, it was more like a rebirth. Natasha's body had accumulated years of hidden injuries and toxins, issues so severe that even SHLD's cutting-edge medical technology couldn't address them. The side effects of her genetic modifications only compounded the problem, leaving them with no viable solutions. All they could do was watch as her condition slowly worsened, mission by mission. No one could predict when her body would finally give out, but it was a ticking time bomb. And yet, after just one meal at Dio's restaurant, everything changed. The hidden injuries were significantly healed, and the toxins that had stubbornly resisted modern medicine were drastically reduced. Most astonishingly, there were no detectable side effects or signs of relapse. A few more treatments like this, and Natasha wouldn't have to worry about her body breaking down ever again. It was nothing short of miraculous. If Fury hadn't intervened, Dio likely would have been mobbed by a crowd of enthusiastic doctors the moment he arrived. I do have a few questions, Fury said, his tone sharp and inquisitive. Can you treat any injury or illness? And does it always have to be through cuisine? Dio wasn't bothered by the probing questions. He had no reason to hide. Of course not, Dio replied honestly. I can't treat everything. Not yet, at least. And even if I could, the patient's body might not be able to handle it. But for most common injuries, especially external ones, I'm confident. As for whether it always has to involve cuisine, he smiled faintly. Remember when I mentioned another method of treatment? That method comes at a great cost to me, but the results are unparalleled. It's not an exaggeration to call it a miracle. Dio's tone was almost boastful, like a street vendor singing the praises of his wares. But only he knew the truth. Golden experiences, effects were likely even more extraordinary than he was letting on. For example, Fury asked, his skepticism thinly veiled. For example, Dio said, his gaze sharp as he leaned slightly forward, you're missing eye. The room fell silent. Fury's demeanor remained stoic, but his fingers unconsciously brushed against his eye patch. It was a subtle, almost imperceptible movement, but Dio caught it. The bait had been cast. Now it was time to see if Fury would bite. Nick Fury's fingers unconsciously brushed against the edge of his eye patch before he responded, his expression unreadable. I've had plenty of opportunities to replace it, but that wouldn't really be my eye, would it? I haven't given up on it yet. It was true. With SHLD's vast resources, Fury could have had a functional replacement, whether a prosthetic, a cybernetic eye, or something else, long ago. But he had refused. He chose to lead S.H.I.E.L.D. with the face he bore now, a face that told a story of sacrifice and survival. Dio's offer stirred something faint within him, but that was all. No, I'm not talking about some prosthetic or cybernetic replacement, Dio said smoothly. I'm talking about your eye, an exact match to the one on your right. No rejection issues, no surgeries to worry about. Just as good as new. Dio wasn't entirely sure if the Marvel Universe had technology advanced enough for such a feat, though prosthetic and cybernetic replacements were certainly abundant. But he suspected Fury's reluctance wasn't just about the technology. It was likely because Fury didn't want to become something he saw as unnatural, a man with an artificial part that made him look even more like a machine or a freak. What Dio was offering with Golden Experience was a completely natural restoration, a seamless, almost supernatural repair that would leave Fury with no visible difference. It was the kind of offer that could tempt anyone. And the cost? Fury asked, his one good eye narrowing as he studied Dio. Dio leaned back casually, a smirk playing on his lips. I'd say the S.H.I.E.L.D. director's eye is worth at least $10 million, wouldn't you? He said it lightly, almost playfully, but the figure was no joke. It was a staggering price. Dio had no intention of giving away such a precious resource for free, let alone spending a minute of Golden Experience's activation time without compensation. He had never even considered using the Golden Experience trial card to make money before, but this seemed like an opportune moment to gauge its value and establish as leverage in future negotiations. When dealing with an organization as massive as S.H.I.E.L.D., playing weak would only lead to being completely overwhelmed. Earlier, when Fury had questioned and provoked him, Dio's display of overwhelming power had been the only thing keeping them on equal footing. Without sufficient bargaining chips, you didn't even have a right to sit at the table. 10 million? Didn't realize this I was worth so much. Fury chuckled, his tone tinged with irony. To him, $10 million wasn't an absurd amount. After all, he was responsible for overseeing budgets that ran into the billions. But he'd never once used that money for personal gain, and he wasn't about to start now. Tell you what, Fury said with a faint smile. If you ever do have $10 million lying around, maybe I'll sell you this eye. If you're interested, feel free to contact me then. He didn't haggle, nor did he pursue the topic further. Instead, Fury dropped it entirely, not even attempting to verify whether Dio's claims were genuine. That response made Dio reassess him slightly. It wasn't every day someone could remain unmoved in the face of such an offer. Fury's refusal, Dio realized, wasn't just about skepticism. It was about a level of self-discipline and resolve that was rare to encounter. He had underestimated this man. Of course, there was also the possibility that Fury simply didn't trust him. After all, the true value of Fury's missing eye was likely a secret known only to Fury himself. 10 million, huh? Maybe you're right, Dio said with a half-serious smile. If I ever have money to burn, I'll think about it. Both men, in that moment, silently acknowledged each other as difficult opponents, sharp, calculating, and impossible to manipulate easily. The verbal sparring left Dio mentally drained. He had no intention of staying any longer. Rising to his feet with the suitcase in hand, he said, "It seems we won't be reaching an agreement today. I think it's time I head back. There are plenty of customers waiting for me tomorrow. Oh, and no need to see me off. I'd rather not take off in a helicopter only to have it explode midair. Let's save everyone the trouble, shall we?" With that, Dio turned and began retracing his steps, heading back the way he had come. The entire time, Fury sat motionless, like a meditating monk, his expression unreadable. Natasha found the silence unnerving. It was entirely unlike the director she knew. "Are we just going to let him leave?" Natasha asked cautiously, though she wasn't exactly keen on provoking Dio again. Having witnessed his power firsthand, she knew how terrifying he could be. Any confrontation with him would be pointless and reckless. Before Fury could respond, Natasha's words caught her throat. Her eyes widened as she noticed something that made her go silent. Fury's handgun, the one he always kept on him for emergencies, was floating in the air. No, floating wasn't the right word. It was being crushed. Before their very eyes, the weapon seemed to collapse inward, as if an invisible hand were squeezing it into scrap. Piece by piece, the gun was compressed into unrecognizable fragments that clattered onto the table. It was a message, a warning, a final reminder from Dio as he walked away. What would happen if such power were used on a person instead of a weapon? Natasha's right hand instinctively began to move toward her own sidearm. But before she could reach it, "Don't move." Fury's voice was quiet but firm, stopping Natasha mid-motion. "It's watching you," Fury said in a low voice. "Don't make any sudden moves. Hand where it can see them." Slowly, though she had hesitated at first, Natasha quickly picked up on the oppressive presence lingering around her. It was a subtle but unmistakable sense of danger, like a predator's gaze fixed on its prey. Following Fury's instructions, she slowly raised her hands into view, palms open and empty. The tension in the air eased almost immediately. The crushing sensation of being watched faded as the last of the gun's fragments dropped onto the table. From somewhere around the corner, Dio smiled to himself. He had made his point. Without acknowledging the bewildered stares of the surrounding agents, he walked confidently out of the building, his steps steady and unhurried. Not a single person dared to stop him. Back in the lounge, the silence was palpable. Fury and Natasha remained frozen in their previous positions, neither daring to move. 4 seasoned operatives like them, standing still for an hour if necessary, was a minor inconvenience. But the psychological strain of facing an unseen, unknowable threat was far worse. It didn't help that other agents occasionally glanced their way, their expressions a mix of confusion and curiosity. "Is the director okay?" "Not sure. Maybe he's deep in thought. Let's not bother him. Let's go." A few minutes later, a hesitant agent stepped forward to deliver a message. "Director, the gentleman who just left asked me to pass something along." Fury raised an eyebrow, signaling for the agent to continue. He said, "Stop staring. I'm already gone." Fury let out a quiet chuckle, his lips curling into a faint, knowing smirk. He leaned back in his chair, finally allowing himself to relax. "Damn," he muttered under his breath. "That guy's gonna be a pain." "They're gone?" "Gone." Nick Fury and Natasha finally understood the significance of the message Dio had left for them. Fury gritted his teeth and suddenly hurled the glass of water in his hand toward the empty space in front of him. The sound of the glass shattering against the wall echoed sharply through the room, sending the already nervous agents outside scattering like startled birds. Nobody wanted to be the unfortunate soul standing in the line of fire as the boss vented his frustrations. "He's really gone." Only now did Fury and Natasha allow themselves to relax, the tension in their bodies finally dissipating. "What does that bastard take us for? Terrorists?" Fury growled, his face dark and stormy. "He's so paranoid, it's like he thinks we're out to kill him at every turn." The day had been a complete loss for Fury. He'd gained nothing, neither control of the situation nor the upper hand in their negotiations. Yet, despite his frustration, a reluctant admiration for Dio lingered in his heart. That cold, methodical attitude, the way Dio balanced caution with decisiveness, and his ability to stay composed under pressure, all of it reminded Fury of the qualities he valued most in an agent. Not just any agent, but the kind of agent who could become a legendary operative with unparalleled combat abilities. Still, Fury couldn't ignore the sting of being threatened multiple times in one day. It wasn't something he was used to, especially not since taking the reins at S.H.I.E.L.D. The thought of someone like Dio walking away unscathed, with the upper hand no less, gnawed at him. He admitted it. He'd underestimated Dio. The earlier misjudgment of Dio's strength had led to a situation spiraling out of control, a mistake Fury vowed not to repeat. Next time, Fury muttered to himself, next time, I'll be ready. I'll make damn sure I'm ready. His eye darkened with a flicker of resolve. Nobody, not even someone as slippery as Dio, had ever completely eluded Nick Fury's grasp. Agent Romanoff, Fury said, his tone sharp and commanding. Your new priority is to keep tabs on that man. I want every person entering and leaving his restaurant identified and logged. No, scratch that. I want everyone he's had any contact with investigated. Every single one of them. I refuse to believe that some ordinary guy suddenly picked up mystical powers and supernatural abilities out of nowhere. Also, I want every piece of intel we have on Dio Brando reevaluated from scratch. Start over. Fine. Everything. Understood, Director, Natasha replied without hesitation. She had no choice but to accept the assignment. Fury, however, had deeper worries that he hadn't voiced aloud. The mention of Qigong, that mysterious Eastern energy practice, stuck with him. It implied a system of power far beyond Dio alone, perhaps even an entire school or lineage of practitioners. If Dio wasn't lying about this, then it meant others might also possess similarly terrifying abilities. That possibility alone was enough to unsettle him. The thought solidified Fury's determination. He had to learn more. But as he turned back toward his desk, Fury noticed Natasha still standing there. Something else. Agent Romanoff, he asked, raising an eyebrow. Director, Natasha said after a brief pause, I'll need to request some operational funds for this mission. It'll be hard to conduct a thorough investigation otherwise. Fury frowned. You're asking me for funding for this? Go straight to the finance department and tell them I approved it. When did I start needing to handle every little detail myself? Typically, field agents were provided with the necessary funds and equipment to carry out their missions. As long as the request was reasonable, it would normally be approved without needing Fury's direct involvement. Only significant, high-cost requests required his explicit authorization. Clearly sensing Fury's irritation, Natasha quickly excused herself and left the room, not wanting to press the matter further. Sometime later, back in his office, Fury found himself stewing over the events of the day. Something felt off. Suddenly, a realization hit him like a lightning bolt. His expression hardened, and he grabbed the phone on his desk, dialing the finance department. Did Agent Romanoff stop by to request operational funds just now? He asked, his voice sharp and precise. Yes, Director, came the reply. She was here just a few minutes ago. We issued her $2 million in operational funds. Is there a problem? Fury's fist slammed down on his desk with a loud thud. $2 million? Are you out of your damn minds? He roared. Since when does a funding request over $1 million not require my personal approval? Do you want me to just hand over my job while you're at it? The person on the other end stammered, clearly caught off guard. And no, Director, we were going to report it, but Agent Romanoff had a video recording of you approving it. She said it was urgent, and the video showed you saying, don't bother me with small matters like this. So we thought. Crash. Fury slammed the phone back onto the receiver with such force it nearly shattered. He wanted to scream at their incompetence, but then he realized it would only make him look even more foolish. After all, who was really to blame? The words had come out of his mouth, or at least that's what they believed. He sighed heavily, rubbing his temples. Natasha had played him like a fiddle, and now he had no choice but to own it. Fine, he muttered to himself. She's earned it. Considerate compensation for all those missions with no breaks in between. As he calmed down, Fury began mentally drafting his next funding request from the bureaucrats upstairs. He'd just pad the budget with a few extra replacement high-tech instruments, including the ones destroyed earlier. Problem solved. Heartless and sharp as ever, Fury muttered with a smirk. No wonder she's one of mine. With his mood finally settling, Fury shouted toward the door. Get someone in here to clean this mess up, and have logistics send me a replacement phone while you're at it. The sound of agents scrambling to follow his orders was music to his ears. Once again, he felt like the boss, the man in control. It was a good feeling. Meanwhile, outside in the cool night air, Dio strolled away from SKLD's headquarters, his suitcase in hand. For a brief moment, he felt an urge to recite some poetry to mark the occasion. Dio paused dramatically, only to realize that he had no poetic talent whatsoever. After a long moment, all he could muster was a single syllable. He sighed, shook his head, and kept walking. The road ahead was desolate, not even a single taxi in sight. Am I really about to walk all the way back to New York? He muttered to himself. Hitch a ride, maybe. He considered the thought, but immediately dismissed it. At this hour, who's going to pick up a random stranger? And even if someone does, what are the odds they're heading to New York? He paused mid-step, stroking his perfectly chiseled jawline. With a face like mine, though, what if some female driver decides she wants to kidnap me for other reasons? Dio smirked at the thought, but quickly dismissed it. Nope, not worth the hassle. Better to find a hotel for the night. After all, I've got cash in hand, nothing to worry about. And with that, Dio confidently continued down the road, ready to take on whatever, or whoever, came next. After politely declining the sixth female driver who had gazed at him with a mixture of curiosity and hunger in her eyes, Dio decisively turned onto a side path to avoid further awkward encounters. And then he got lost. The surroundings were eerily quiet, and Dio couldn't help but wonder how he'd managed to wander into such a desolate area. Resigned, he stopped walking and pulled out his phone, intending to use navigation to get out of there and find the nearest hotel to spend the night. But before the map could load, two young men stepped out of a nearby house. Both were dressed in baggy, urban streetwear, their hair styled into dreadlocks that swayed as they walked. Yo, man, you new around here, huh? Where you from? One of them asked, his tone overly familiar as he moved to clap Dio on the shoulder. Dio, without so much as a glance, smoothly sidestepped the gesture with effortless grace. Is trouble coming to me now? Dio thought, suppressing a sigh as he pocketed his phone. What do you want? He asked flatly. Don't play dumb, man. What are you looking for? You want some goods? Got the cash on you. The other one, a bit less patient, shot Dio a suspicious look. His gaze then fell to the silver suitcase in Dio's hand, and his eyes lit up with greed. Dio instinctively looked up. Under the dim streetlight, he noticed a pair of shoes dangling from the power line above him, their laces tied together. It finally clicked. In some parts of the U.S., seeing shoes hanging from a power line is a sign. One that says, stay away. It's not some childish prank or random act. It's a marker. Specifically, if the shoes are tied together and hanging as a pair, it signifies a drug-dealing hotspot. If you wanted to buy, all you had to do was stand under the shoes, and someone would approach you to make the deal. If you didn't want anything, you'd better steer clear of the area, because standing there without business could lead to anything from verbal abuse to a thorough beating, or worse. Dio hadn't noticed the sign earlier and had unwittingly placed himself right in the middle of this mess. And now? Well, now he had two overly eager dealers eyeing him like a fresh payday. What to do? Explain himself? That might just get him beaten up. What a headache. Dio rubbed the bridge of his nose, feeling a rare twinge of embarrassment, before suddenly asking an unrelated question. You guys have a car, right? Yo, kid, are you messing with us right now? The more irritable of the two stepped closer, his head tilted forward aggressively like he was about to chest bump Dio. Do me a favor and back up, Dio said, his face twisting in disgust. Your breath stinks. You. You're dead. You hear me? Dead. The man shouted, his temper snapping. Without hesitation, he swung a punch at Dio's face. To Dio, the punch was laughable, slow, uncoordinated, utterly powerless. It was like watching a low-quality, slow-motion replay. Before the fist even got close, Dio shifted slightly, and his own hand shot forward. The man didn't even realize what had happened. A searing pain exploded in his abdomen, and the next thing he knew, he was airborne. He landed 2 meters away, curled up on the ground like a cooked shrimp, his face contorted in agony as he clutched at his stomach. The remaining man froze, his bravado evaporating in an instant. He hadn't even seen what Dio had done. All he knew was that his partner was now writhing on the ground, completely incapacitated. But his instincts kicked in quickly. His hand darted his waistband, pulling out a handgun. F******** this. You know whose turf you're messing with, he shouted, his voice shaking slightly. Don't move. Toss that suitcase over here, and while you're at it, hand over everything you've got. Otherwise, I'll put some holes in you and take it all myself. The commotion had drawn attention. Lights flicked on in nearby houses, and faint voices could be heard as people began stirring. Dio sighed, patting his chest mockingly. I swear, I didn't come here looking for trouble, he muttered to himself. Why does it always find me? He spoke quietly, but his next words were not meant for the 2 men in front of him. Finish him, then handle everyone inside. Keep it quiet. You talking to yourself, huh? You crazy or something? The man's threat died in his throat. His eyes bulged as his feet left the ground, his body hoisted into the air by an invisible force. A crushing grip tightened around his neck, choking the life out of him. He flailed, kicking and clawing at thin air, but there was nothing to fight against. Terror filled his eyes as his mind raced through possibilities. Was this some kind of monstrous creature? Witchcraft? Aliens? Before he could make sense of it, a sickening crack echoed in the still night. His head lolled to the side, and his body went limp. The unseen force, the world, dropped the lifeless body unceremoniously to the ground. Without hesitation, the stand turned and strode toward the shrimp, still writhing in pain. The man's horrified gaze met Dio's for a fleeting moment before the world silenced him permanently. Dio wasn't fond of killing, but he wasn't opposed to it either. With power like his, the lines of morality blurred. The law might as well be written on sand. It was fragile, fleeting, and easily swept aside. In the past, warriors were said to defy the ban with their strength, and in modern society, the principle remained the same. This was, in part, why S.H.I.E.L.D. had been founded, to monitor and control forces beyond the reach of conventional law. Fortunately for the world, Dio wasn't the type to kill indiscriminately. He wasn't a psychopath who found joy in bloodshed. But in the gray areas where the law failed, he didn't feel obligated to restrain himself. Reasoning with scum like this was a waste of time. And as for the law, if these thugs had feared the law, they wouldn't have been here in the first place. Sometimes, death was simply the most efficient solution. Panic erupted as others in the area realized what was happening. Shouts and screams echoed briefly, followed by the sharp crack of gunfire. But the chaos was short-lived. In minutes, everything fell silent. Throughout it all, Dio stood at a calculated distance, letting the world handle the dirty work. The stand was unfeeling, efficient, and utterly lethal. Once the area was cleared, Dio finally stepped forward. He glanced around at the bodies strewn haphazardly across the ground, but he didn't linger. His focus was on the money. Can't let this trip be a total waste, he muttered, stepping over the corpses. After thoroughly searching the buildings, Dio found only a meager haul, around $10,000 in cash. The goods, however, were another matter entirely. There were mountains of them, far more than Dio had anticipated. This isn't just some small-time operation, Dio muttered, his brow furrowing. These guys are just pawns. Someone higher up must be supplying them. It all made sense now. The cash was gone because it had been sent up the chain. This place was nothing more than a distribution point, a cog in a much larger machine. Causing trouble again. What a headache, Dio muttered as he watched the flames grow, consuming the stash of goods he had gathered into a single pile. Without sparing another glance, he disappeared into the night, leaving the scene far behind him. Before leaving, Dio ensured every last ounce of contraband was burned to ashes. He knew this group was likely just a small part of a much larger network, but if he was going to act, he would act decisively. There were no cameras in the area, and nothing could trace the incident back to him. The mess he left behind would inevitably become someone else's problem. Doing good without leaving my name behind, he mused sarcastically. Call me the red scarf of justice. Meanwhile, the bustling city of New York remained vibrant even in the deepest hours of the night, its lights shimmering like a sea of stars. In a high-rise building overlooking the city, a massive figure stood in a silk robe, holding a glass of red wine. The man's broad shoulders and towering frame were evident even through the loose fabric of his robe. On closer inspection, his body wasn't bloated with fat, as one might expect, but rather packed with dense, solid muscle, a physique that radiated raw, terrifying power. This man wasn't just anyone. He was someone whose presence alone could intimidate the strongest of men. And tonight, his usual calm had been disrupted by troubling news. "What's the damage?" he asked, his voice deep and rumbling, as if the earth itself had spoken. Behind him, a man in a perfectly tailored suit stood nervously, sweat dripping from his forehead. "The loss was significant," the man stammered. "Gil acted on his own and failed to distribute the goods to the other locations in time. As a result, 1/4 of the shipment we sent to Washington this month was destroyed in the fire. And the cause? Our informants in the Washington Police Department confirmed it was arson. Some witnesses nearby claim they heard gunshots before the fire started. The crime scene has already been classified as a homicide. The preliminary autopsy reports aren't out yet, but based on the injuries, it's clear the perpetrator was someone with immense strength and advanced combat abilities. And Gil, he didn't make it. His body was found at the scene. I seem to recall Gil had a lovely wife and 2 beautiful twin daughters, didn't he? The suited man's body trembled at the mention, and he instinctively lowered his head even further, as if trying to disappear. A man blessed with such a happy family. The figure sighed, swirling his wine glass. And yet, he still found time to keep a mistress. How careless. He sipped his wine and continued, his tone eerily calm. Send them all to join him. Don't forget the mistresses. After all, they might have been his true loves. The man in the suit visibly shuddered, his mouth dry as he nodded frantically. He didn't dare question the order. Someone had to take the fall for this disaster, and with Gil dead, the blame naturally extended to everyone close to him. The boss's anger would not be satisfied until every loose end was tied up. "Now," the towering man said, his voice dropping ominously, "you have 3 days to find the one responsible and bring them to me. If you fail, well, out of respect for the time you've served under me, I'll allow you to make arrangements for your family before we deal with you." The suited man's legs gave out, and he dropped to his knees, trembling uncontrollably. He knew there was no escaping the boss's wrath. Even if he managed to send his family away, it wouldn't matter. He himself would be hunted down, and the so-called mercy he'd been offered was nothing more than an extended punishment, a mockery of hope. As he crawled out of the room, his face ashen, the massive figure returned to gazing out the window. This man was no ordinary criminal. He was a kingpin in the truest sense of the word, a name that sent shivers down the spines of anyone in America's criminal underworld. Wilson Fisk, the kingpin. With his iron grip on nearly 40% of the country's criminal enterprises, he was the dark emperor of America's underworld. A single act of defiance, burning a drug stash, disrupting a smuggling operation, or even eliminating a small gang, could easily draw his ire, as the consequences of such actions almost always rippled up his vast network. The night, drenched in crime. "What a beautiful sight," Fisk murmured, swirling the crimson liquid in his glass before downing it in one gulp. Elsewhere, completely unaware of the hornet's nest he had kicked, Dio was still trying to figure out how to get a ride. After realizing the inevitable complications that would arise from stealing a car at the scene of the fire, Dio had immediately dismissed the idea. Doing so would have left a trail pointing straight back to him, an unnecessarily foolish move. Now, as he considered the possibility of charming one of those overly friendly women drivers into giving him a ride, a car screeched to a halt beside him. "Hey there, handsome. Need a lift?" Dio sighed internally. Damn it, this charm of mine. But as he leaned forward to open the car door, he froze. Wait, Jessica. This wasn't some random driver. Sitting behind the wheel was none other than Jessica, the sharp and elegant businesswoman who had left quite the impression on him during their last encounter. "It's been a while," she said with a smile, her demeanor unusually friendly. "Can I still call you Dio? Hop in." Seeing someone familiar in such an unexpected place was a pleasant surprise for Dio. Without hesitation, he climbed into the car. "It really has been a while," he said as he settled into the passenger seat. "What brings you here?" "What brings me here?" Jessica replied, raising an eyebrow. "I live here. My family's business is based in Washington. We've been shifting more focus to New York in recent years, but this is still home. What about you? What's a big-shot restaurateur doing out here? Don't tell me you've closed a restaurant already." As the car started moving, their conversation grew more animated. Jessica explained that her family's business had been expanding into New York, which was why she'd spent so much time there. Her university years had been in the city as well, so it made sense for her to stay. This time, she was back in Washington to handle some business matters and visit her younger sister. Dio remembered her sister, a shy girl with significant scars on her back that Dio had helped heal. Despite the physical transformation, Jessica admitted that her sister's personality hadn't changed much. She still preferred solitude and spent most of her time with her fluffy, white Bichon Frise, Snowball. Dio chuckled at the memory of that dog, recalling how they had almost become rivals at one point. The thought was both amusing and heartwarming. "Enough about me," Jessica said, her teasing smile returning. "What about you, Dio? The future giant of the culinary world, aiming to become the richest man on earth. Why are you wandering around here in the middle of the night? And, judging by your current state, homeless." Her teasing tone was accompanied by a rare, playful grin. "Ugh, it's a long story," Dio muttered, rubbing the back of his neck. "Someone ate at my restaurant and skipped out on their bill, so I came all the way here to collect." He patted the silver suitcase beside him for emphasis. "Looks like you got what you came for, though," Jessica said with a knowing smile. "Of course," Dio replied, brushing it off like it was no big deal. "No one skips out on my bill. Not in this world." "And now?" Jessica asked, raising an eyebrow. "Where are you headed? Don't tell me you expect me to drive you all the way back to New York." Honestly, that would have been ideal. Even Dio, with his thick skin, felt a bit sheepish about saying it out loud. Instead, he smiled awkwardly and avoided her gaze. "Help me find a nearby hotel," Dio finally said with a resigned sigh. "I'll make do for the night and head back early tomorrow." Jessica glanced at him briefly, her expression unreadable, before pressing down on the gas pedal without another word. Dio arched an eyebrow. He hadn't pegged this sharp, professional city woman as the type to enjoy a bit of adrenaline, but there was no mistaking the faint glimmer of excitement on her face as the car sped up. "Turns out she's a closet thrill-seeker," Dio thought to himself with mild amusement. However, as time went on, Dio began to grow suspicious. They had passed several hotel signs, each one visible and clearly within reach, yet Jessica hadn't so much as slowed down. "Where exactly are we going?" he asked, finally breaking the silence. "My place," Jessica replied casually. Dio blinked and gave her a sidelong glance, his mind racing. Was this it? Was her cool, professional exterior finally cracking? Was she about to reveal her true, predatory nature and pounce on him? Sensing his questioning gaze, Jessica let out a small huff and added, "Relax. My sister's been wanting to see you again. Since we ran into each other tonight, it's as good a time as any. Don't worry, we've got plenty of guest rooms. No one's making you sleep on the couch." "Oh," Dio said, nodding as if unfazed. Internally, he shrugged. "Fine, whatever. If I can walk out of SHELD's headquarters unscathed, why would I be afraid of one woman? Besides, free accommodations saves me the cost of a hotel." Not long after, Jessica pulled the car up to a sprawling villa that looked like it had been plucked straight from a luxury magazine. The sheer size and elegance of the property made it clear that this wasn't just any home. It was the home of wealth and privilege. As Dio stepped out of the car, a uniformed servant approached to drive it into the garage, while others gathered to ask Jessica if she needed anything. Watching the seamless efficiency of the staff, Dio couldn't help but let out a small whistle of appreciation. "Man, and this is just a typical rich person's life," he thought, amused. "Can't imagine the kind of decadence those billionaire types live in." Tony Stark comes to mind. He smirked, recalling the Playboy's over-the-top lifestyle. Once inside, Dio didn't bother with false modesty. He picked a guest room that caught his eye and made himself comfortable. It wasn't long before a small figure appeared in the hallway, dressed in an adorable cartoon-themed pajama set and clutching a fluffy, white Bichon Frise. "Is it really you, Dio?" The girl's big, Sparkling eyes lit up with joy as she spoke. Dio recognized her immediately. It was Jessica's younger sister, Eileen. Ever since their first meeting during her treatment, the girl had grown somewhat attached to him. She had even snuck out to visit him once after her scars were healed, though that stunt had ended with Jessica frantically retrieving her. "Hey there," Dio said with a warm smile. "Now, who's this beautiful little angel sneaking down to visit me in the middle of the night?" Eileen's face turned bright red at the compliment, and she buried her face in Snowball's fur. Unfortunately for her, Snowball was far too small to fully hide behind, making the scene irresistibly cute. The dog, meanwhile, looked thoroughly unamused as its round, expressive eyes locked onto Dio. "Haru." Snowball whined softly, wriggling free of Eileen's grasp. With a single indignant glare at Dio, the tiny dog scampered off, leaving its owner behind. The sight was so endearing that both Dio and Jessica burst out laughing. "Come on now, Eileen," Jessica said gently as she pulled her sister out from behind her. "You're always talking about wanting to visit Dio in New York, and now that he's here, you're too shy to even say a word." Eileen's cheeks puffed out in a display of adorable frustration, but she said nothing. Dio, sensing the girl's discomfort, glanced at the clock and decided to intervene. "It's getting late, and I've had a long day," he said with a kind smile. "But how about this? Next time you visit New York, I'll take you out for a full day of fun. Sound good?" Though visibly disappointed, Eileen nodded obediently. She was well-mannered enough not to throw a tantrum, and after a moment, she quietly excused herself to her room, no doubt to give Snowball a piece of her mind for abandoning her. Jessica watched her sister disappear down the hall before turning back to Dio with a teasing smile. "She doesn't really have many friends, you know. That was pretty harsh of you, turning down such an adorable little girl like that." "No," Dio said firmly. "That wasn't me being harsh. That's what happens when someone grows up without a father figure. She needs friends her own age, not me." "Fair enough," Jessica replied, her tone lighter now. "I'll leave you to get some rest." "Good night, Dio." As she turned to leave, she paused as if remembering something. "Oh, by the way, I'd suggest staying in your room tonight. Best not to wander around." Dio tilted his head, watching her retreating figure. Was that supposed to be a warning? Or was it something else? If it was a warning, fine. He hadn't planned on leaving his room anyway. But if it wasn't, well, he thought with a wry smile, do I act like a gentleman, or do I play the beast? Being handsome and talented really did come with its own set of unique problems. With a sigh, Dio decided to shelve the matter entirely. Forget it. Bath and bed. The guest room's bathroom was luxurious, and Dio took full advantage of it, soaking in the oversized bathtub until his muscles fully relaxed. After the day's events, especially the mental chess match with Fury, he felt thoroughly drained. Still, he had to maintain his air of mystery and strength, as it was the key to his leverage. Just a little longer, he thought as he stretched out on the bed. Once Stark's back in the spotlight, the world's attention will shift to him, and I'll finally get some breathing room. It was during the quiet stillness of the night that Dio's finely tuned senses picked up something. The door to his room creaked open, ever so slightly, and soft footsteps padded across the floor. Whoever it was, they were trying to be stealthy. Dio's ripple energy surged to life, his body ready to strike at a moment's notice. Even if someone opened fire on him right now, they wouldn't land so much as a scratch. The figure approached the bed, and then, without warning, snake-like arms wrapped around him. In the dim moonlight streaming through the window, Dio relaxed his guard. He knew who it was. Opening his eyes, he turned his head slightly to see Jessica lying beside him, her face close enough to feel her breath. "You?" Dio started, his voice low. "This," Jessica whispered, her tone teasing but firm, "is a reward for being such a good boy." Dio's mind briefly flashed back to her earlier words. Asterisk, best not to wander around tonight. Asterisk. Ah, he thought, smirking to himself. So that's what she meant. But he wasn't a boy, and he certainly wasn't going to be treated like one. At breakfast, it was as if nothing had happened the night before. Dio and Jessica behaved like nothing was out of the ordinary. No awkwardness, no inappropriate familiarity, just casual conversation over mundane topics. They seemed like nothing more than ordinary friends sharing a meal. The only exception was the household maid, who had caught a glimpse of Jessica sneaking out of Dio's room that morning. The maid's eyes lingered on Dio a little too long, as if trying to confirm whether her suspicions were true. Asterisk on asterisk. Didn't sleep well last night? Asked Eileen, who was sitting at the table with Snowball in her arms. Her large, innocent eyes blinked curiously at her older sister. Just a little tired, but it's nothing serious, Jessica said, skillfully deflecting the question. Hurry up and eat. Mom and Dad should be back this afternoon, and I'll have some time to nap later. She glanced meaningfully at Dio when Eileen wasn't looking, her gaze sharp and reproachful. Dio, entirely unfazed, lowered his head and continued eating his sandwich, pretending not to notice her glare. Dio, are you leaving after breakfast? Eileen asked, her voice tinged with disappointment as she looked at him with wide, pleading eyes. Yeah, Dio replied with a warm smile. I've got a lot of work waiting for me back in New York. But next time you visit, give me a call, and I'll make time to take you out for a full day of fun. Deal. He reached out to ruffle her hair gently, then playfully tousled Snowball's head as well. The little dog looked like it wanted to bite him, but restrained itself, clearly intimidated by the aura emanating from him. With a huff, Snowball turned its head away in defiance, enduring the indignity in silence. Eileen, though unhappy about Dio's impending departure, perked up at his promise. She eagerly held out her pinky for a pinky swear, which Dio gladly reciprocated, sealing the deal. After breakfast, Dio prepared to leave. I've arranged for someone to drive you to the airport, Jessica said. I already booked your ticket. It's a bit tight on time, so you'd better get going. Despite her fatigue, Jessica had thought of everything, and Dio couldn't help but feel a small flicker of gratitude. He quickly suppressed it, though. Thanks, he said earnestly, picking up his suitcase. Bye-bye, Dio. I'll come visit you soon, Eileen called out, waving her tiny hand. Dio turned back to give them one last big smile before getting into the car and leaving. Once Dio's car had disappeared from view, Eileen turned to her sister with a pout. No one knew that the night before, when Jessica had quietly slipped out of Dio's room, Eileen, who had been sleeping in the room next door, had followed her out of curiosity. So this is what adults are like, huh? Eileen muttered to herself as she looked down at her own shoes, her mood sour. She stomped back to her room, silently vowing that the next time she saw Dio, it would be war. An hour later, Dio finally landed back in New York. After grabbing a cab, he headed straight to his restaurant. The timing was perfect. Barely 5 minutes after he arrived, Will came stumbling in through the door, yawning loudly. Another night of partying? Dio asked, his tone sharp as he glanced at the clearly exhausted Will. Hee no way. Just a little bit of unwinding, Will said with a sheepish grin, quickly grabbing the broom from Dio's hands and getting to work. Seeing that Will still had the energy to joke around and clean, Dio decided not to press the matter further. But Will, as always, had a knack for starting conversations. Man, you wouldn't believe what happened yesterday, he began excitedly. A lot of big shots were out and about, and it sounds like they were looking for someone. Big shots? Dio asked casually, his curiosity piqued. Yeah, the kind of people you don't want to mess with, gang bosses and the like. Will explained, his tone eager. I don't know all the details, but I overheard some guys at a table near me talking about it. Apparently, someone burned up a shipment of goods headed to Washington, and now all the big players are scrambling to find whoever did it. Can you believe that? Something that happened in Washington has thrown the surrounding areas into complete chaos. Whoever's behind it is screwed if they get caught. Will was clearly in his element, happily recounting the drama of his old world. Dio, however, felt his fingers unconsciously tapping against his chin. Something about this story sounded oddly familiar. He had destroyed a drug den in Washington, hadn't he? He'd even set the place on fire. But surely that minor incident couldn't have caused such a massive stir, could it? And yet, here the news was already spreading to New York overnight. The scale of the organization behind that drug den was clearly larger than he'd anticipated. Their response was far swifter and more intense than he'd expected. You said it was a shipment headed to Washington, Dio said, narrowing his eyes slightly. Do you know who it belonged to? Will's eyes widened in shock, and he stared at Dio as if he were an alien. Wait, you don't know? Should I? Dio asked, his tone low and a little annoyed. Will dropped the broom dramatically and threw his hands in the air. There are only a handful of people in the entire country who can carry out criminal operations so openly and still make the cops look powerless. Of course, I'm talking about the Kingpin. The Kingpin, Dio repeated, his brow furrowing slightly. Yeah, Wilson Fisk. The guy's a legend. A criminal emperor, Will said, his voice rising with excitement. Half the criminal underworld in the U.S. works for him, and the other half wouldn't dare cross him. Drugs, smuggling, gambling. If there's money to be made, he's got his hands in it. And now, someone's gone and burned one of his shipments. There's no way he's letting that slide. Whoever did it, man, they're toast. I've heard Fisk's methods of dealing with enemies are brutal. Will's tone was almost reverent, as if he were describing a mythical figure. Dio, however, was unimpressed. At the end of the day, he's just another gang boss, he said coolly. What's the big deal? Just asterisk a gang boss. Will's voice rose in disbelief. But when he saw Dio's expression darken, he quickly backpedaled. Yeah, you're right. Totally right. Who needs that kind of life, anyway? I'm happy where I am now. Safe, stable, no more looking over my shoulder. I'm done with that stuff, I swear. Dio snorted lightly, his irritation fading. Will's exaggerated reaction reminded him of why he kept the guy around. He had his flaws, but he knew when to back off. Still, as Dio mulled over the events in Washington, he couldn't shake the feeling that things were about to get a lot more complicated. As Will had mentioned, the past 3 days had been utter chaos in the American underworld. It was as if every criminal organization in the country had collectively lost its mind, all in pursuit of a single person. For someone like Wilson Fisk, the so-called Kingpin, did that burned shipment of goods really matter? Not in the slightest. If he felt like it, he could toss 10 times the amount into the ocean just to let the sharks have a party. But that wasn't the point. First, it was the Punisher, then Daredevil, and now some unknown fool had come along and set fire to his cargo, openly challenging his authority. If Fisk let this slide without retaliation, it wouldn't just be the burnt shipment that was lost, it would be his reputation. He'd be seen as weak, his title as the Black King of the criminal underworld tarnished. This wasn't about the goods. It was about making an example. This was about reasserting dominance. And so, the Kingpin unleashed his fury. Gangs across the country erupted into violence, and the chaos spilled into the streets. The police in every major city were suddenly overworked, scrambling to contain the madness. They had no time to rest, no time to breathe. A significant number of officers, already exhausted from the relentless overtime, began harboring their own grudges against the mystery troublemaker who had set this all into motion. But Fisk's vendetta wasn't limited to one person. He wanted them all gone. The Punisher, Daredevil, anyone who dared to stand in his way. Everyone was a target. Hell's Kitchen, already a powder keg of crime and violence, became the centerpiece of this deadly game of cat and mouse. Each day, rumors spread about the staggering number of bodies being carted away. Some said a truckload of corpses left the neighborhood every evening. Whether these tales were exaggerated or true, only those directly caught in the madness knew for certain. Meanwhile, in a small, unassuming restaurant in New York, Dio carried on as if none of it concerned him. For 3 days, he operated his little eatery without a care, serving dishes to a clientele that was either obscenely wealthy, ridiculously powerful, or both. Each came with their entourage of bodyguards, and each left singing praises about the restaurant's miraculous delicacies. The demand for reservations grew so extreme that new customers were being booked for dates nearly a week out. It was no exaggeration to say that the business raked in money hand over fist. Strangely, despite the restaurant's success and the conspicuous crowds of high-profile visitors, there was no interference from the IRS or other government agencies. At first, Dio thought perhaps one of his wealthy patrons had quietly taken care of the matter for him. But the more he thought about it, the more it seemed unlikely, too coincidental, too convenient. It wasn't until today, when Natasha Romanoff walked into his restaurant dressed as an IRS agent, that everything became clear. Will, Dio called out, "Pour a cup of coffee for Miss Analita." "Coffee? Seriously?" Will shot back, looking at him like he'd grown a second head. "You almost never let customers drink coffee here. Everyone else gets plain water, but now you're pulling out coffee? Are you kidding me right now?" His words came out rapid fire, with a rhythm so snappy it might as well have been a freestyle rap. Dio shot him a glare. If we don't have coffee, go buy some. And while you're at it, pick up a coffee machine. Be sure to keep the receipt, or don't even think about getting reimbursed. Muttering under his breath, Will reluctantly tore his gaze away from the striking IRS employee and trudged toward the door. But not before tugging at his waistband and tossing Dio a dirty look. This is what happens when guys ditch their bros for a pretty face, he grumbled, flipping Dio the bird behind his back as he walked out. Buy coffee, he says. Buy my ass. Once he was gone, Dio sat down across from Natasha and lowered his voice. So, since when does S.H.I.E.L.D. moonlight as the IRS? And while we're on the subject, could you at least put a little more effort into making up a believable alias next time? I mean, Nalita? Really? Oh, come on, Natasha replied with a smirk, leaning forward slightly. Her arms rested on the table, and the sudden shift emphasized the deep curve of her neckline, drawing attention to the snowy expanse of skin revealed by her blouse. Don't like this vibe? What would you prefer? Doctor and patient? Or maybe cop and criminal? Dio sighed and tilted his head, clearly unimpressed. Yeah, no. Save that routine for someone else. We've done this dance before, Agent Romanoff. There's roughly 15 minutes before my next guest arrives, so let's cut the theatrics and get to the point. Her playful demeanor vanished in an instant. Straightening up, Natasha's expression turned serious, her voice sharp and professional. You've heard about the recent gang violence, she said, more a statement than a question. Dio's brow arched slightly, but he kept his tone light. You're S.H.I.E.L.D., right? I thought you folks only handled the weird stuff. Since when did you start caring about gang wars? Or is this one of those times where you're also FBI, or maybe NYPD? You sure do like to wear a lot of hats. His words carried a note of mockery, but Natasha didn't seem fazed. In fact, she chuckled softly. Aren't you curious about the reason behind it all? I heard they're looking for someone, Dio replied nonchalantly. But that has nothing to do with me, right? Natasha smiled, but there was a sharpness in her gaze as she continued. Oh, doesn't it? You were in Washington that night, alone, and after combing through hours of surveillance footage, we found you near the scene of the fire. You left shortly afterward in a white sports car. Care to explain? Dio's fingers twitched slightly, though his face betrayed nothing. Interesting, he said, his voice calm. You're making me question if I even remember what I did that night. Natasha reached into her bag and pulled out a folder, placing it on the table. Her eyes stayed locked on his as she pushed it toward him. The autopsy reports, she said quietly. They're eerily similar to the incident at that abandoned factory. The victim's injuries are consistent with being hit by a high-speed vehicle. And the bullet patterns? Completely chaotic. It's clear they had no idea where their attacker was. Or, more precisely, they couldn't see their attacker. Dio leaned back in his chair, feigning disinterest. Compelling theory. You got about 10 minutes left. Get to the point, Agent Romanoff. Natasha's composure didn't waver. If anything, she seemed genuinely pleased by his response. You mentioned a potential partnership last time we spoke, she said. I think it's time we explore that possibility. Dio's eyes narrowed slightly. What changed? Why the sudden shift in attitude? There's someone injured, Natasha said, her tone softening ever so slightly. And they need your unique abilities. As Will had mentioned, the past 3 days had been utter chaos in the American underworld. It was as if every criminal organization in the country had collectively lost its mind, all in pursuit of a single person. For someone like Wilson Fisk, the so-called kingpin, did that burned shipment of goods really matter? Not in the slightest. If he felt like it, he could toss 10 times the amount into the ocean just to let the sharks have a party. But that wasn't the point. First, it was the Punisher, then Daredevil, and now, some unknown fool had come along and set fire to his cargo, openly challenging his authority. If Fisk let this slide without retaliation, it wouldn't just be the burnt shipment that was lost. It would be his reputation. He'd be seen as weak, his title as the Black King of the criminal underworld tarnished. This wasn't about the goods. It was about making an example. This was about reasserting dominance. And so, the Kingpin unleashed his fury. Gangs across the country erupted into violence, and the chaos spilled into the streets. The police in every major city were suddenly overworked, scrambling to contain the madness. They had no time to rest, no time to breathe. A significant number of officers, already exhausted from the relentless overtime, began harboring their own grudges against the mystery troublemaker who had set this all into motion. But Fisk's vendetta wasn't limited to one person. He wanted them all gone. The Punisher, Daredevil, anyone who dared to stand in his way. Everyone was a target. Hell's Kitchen, already a powder keg of crime and violence, became the centerpiece of this deadly game of cat and mouse. Each day, rumors spread about the staggering number of bodies being carted away. Some said a truckload of corpses left the neighborhood every evening. Whether these tales were exaggerated or true, only those directly caught in the madness knew for certain. Meanwhile, in a small, unassuming restaurant in New York, Dio carried on as if none of it concerned him. For 3 days, he operated his little eatery without a care, serving dishes to a clientele that was either obscenely wealthy, ridiculously powerful, or both. Each came with their entourage of bodyguards, and each left singing praises about the restaurant's miraculous delicacies. The demand for reservations grew so extreme that new customers were being booked for dates nearly a week out. It was no exaggeration to say that the business raked in money hand over fist. Strangely, despite the restaurant's success and the conspicuous crowds of high-profile visitors, there was no interference from the IRS or other government agencies. At first, Dio thought perhaps one of his wealthy patrons had quietly taken care of the matter for him. But the more he thought about it, the more it seemed unlikely, too coincidental, too convenient. It wasn't until today, when Natasha Romanoff walked into his restaurant dressed as an IRS agent, that everything became clear. "Well," Dio called out, "pour a cup of coffee for Miss Naleda." "Coffee? Seriously?" Will shot back, looking at him like he'd grown a second head. "You almost never let customers drink coffee here. Everyone else gets plain water, but now you're pulling out coffee? Are you kidding me right now?" His words came out rapid fire, with a rhythm so snappy it might as well have been a freestyle rap. Dio shot him a glare. "If we don't have coffee, go buy some. And while you're at it, pick up a coffee machine. Be sure to keep the receipt, or don't even think about getting reimbursed." Muttering under his breath, Will reluctantly tore his gaze away from the striking IRS employee and trudged toward the door. But not before tugging at his waistband and tossing Dio a dirty look. "This is what happens when guys ditch their bros for a pretty face," he grumbled, flipping Dio the bird behind his back as he walked out. "Buy coffee," he says. "Buy my ass." Once he was gone, Dio sat down across from Natasha and lowered his voice. "So, since when does S.H.I.E.L.D. moonlight as the IRS? And while we're on the subject, could you at least put a little more effort into making up a believable alias next time? I mean, Nalita? Really? Oh, come on," Natasha replied with a smirk, leaning forward slightly. Her arms rested on the table, and the sudden shift emphasized the deep curve of her neckline, drawing attention to the snowy expanse of skin revealed by her blouse. "Don't like this vibe? What would you prefer? Doctor and patient? Or maybe cop and criminal?" Dio sighed and tilted his head, clearly unimpressed. "You know, save that routine for someone else. We've done this dance before, Agent Romanoff. There's roughly 15 minutes before my next guest arrives, so let's cut the theatrics and get to the point." Her playful demeanor vanished in an instant. Straightening up, Natasha's expression turned serious, her voice sharp and professional. "You've heard about the recent gang violence," she said, more a statement than a question. Dio's brow arched slightly, but he kept his tone light. "You're S.H.I.E.L.D., right? I thought you folks only handled the weird stuff. Since when did you start caring about gang wars? Or is this one of those times where you're also FBI? Or maybe NYPD? You sure do like to wear a lot of hats." His words carried a note of mockery, but Natasha didn't seem fazed. In fact, she chuckled softly. "Aren't you curious about the reason behind it all?" "I heard they're looking for someone," Dio replied nonchalantly. "But that has nothing to do with me, right?" Natasha smiled, but there was a sharpness in her gaze as she continued. "Oh, doesn't it? You were in Washington that night, alone, and after combing through hours of surveillance footage, we found you near the scene of the fire. You left shortly afterward in a white sports car. Care to explain?" Dio's fingers twitched slightly, though his face betrayed nothing. "Interesting," he said, his voice calm. "You're making me question if I even remember what I did that night." Natasha reached into her bag and pulled out a folder, placing it on the table. Her eyes stayed locked on his as she pushed it toward him. "The autopsy reports," she said quietly, They're eerily similar to the incident at that abandoned factory. The victim's injuries are consistent with being hit by a high-speed vehicle. And the bullet patterns? Completely chaotic. It's clear they had no idea where their attacker was. Or, more precisely, they couldn't see their attacker. Dio leaned back in his chair, feigning disinterest. Compelling theory. You've got about 10 minutes left. Get to the point, Agent Romanoff. Natasha's composure didn't waver. If anything, she seemed genuinely pleased by his response. You mentioned a potential partnership last time we spoke, she said. I think it's time we explore that possibility. Dio's eyes narrowed slightly. What changed? Why the sudden shift in attitude? There's someone injured, Natasha said, her tone softening ever so slightly. And they need your unique abilities. As Will had mentioned, the past 3 days have been utter chaos in the American underworld. It was as if every criminal organization in the country had collectively lost its mind, all in pursuit of a single person. For someone like Wilson Fisk, the so-called kingpin, did that burned shipment of goods really matter? Not in the slightest. If he felt like it, he could toss 10 times the amount into the ocean just to let the sharks have a party. But that wasn't the point. First, it was the Punisher, then Daredevil, and now, some unknown fool had come along and set fire to his cargo, openly challenging his authority. If Fisk let this slide without retaliation, it wouldn't just be the burnt shipment that was lost. It would be his reputation. He'd be seen as weak, his title as the Black King of the criminal underworld tarnished. This wasn't about the goods. It was about making an example. This was about reasserting dominance. And so, the Kingpin unleashed his fury. Gangs across the country erupted into violence, and the chaos spilled into the streets. The police in every major city were suddenly overworked, scrambling to contain the madness. They had no time to rest, no time to breathe. A significant number of officers, already exhausted from the relentless overtime, began harboring their own grudges against the mystery troublemaker who had set this all into motion. But Fisk's vendetta wasn't limited to one person. He wanted them all gone. The Punisher, Daredevil, anyone who dared to stand in his way. Everyone was a target. Hell's Kitchen, already a powder keg of crime and violence, became the centerpiece of this deadly game of cat and mouse. Each day, rumors spread about the staggering number of bodies being carted away. Some said a truckload of corpses left the neighborhood every evening. Whether these tales were exaggerated or true, only those directly caught in the madness knew for certain. Meanwhile, in a small, unassuming restaurant in New York, Dio carried on as if none of it concerned him. For 3 days, he operated his little eatery without a care, serving dishes to a clientele that was either obscenely wealthy, ridiculously powerful, or both. Each came with their entourage of bodyguards, and each left singing praises about the restaurant's miraculous delicacies. The demand for reservations grew so extreme that new customers were being booked for dates nearly a week out. It was no exaggeration to say that the business raked in money hand over fist. Strangely, despite the restaurant's success and the conspicuous crowds of high-profile visitors, there was no interference from the IRS or other government agencies. At first, Dio thought perhaps one of his wealthy patrons had quietly taken care of the matter for him. But the more he thought about it, the more it seemed unlikely, too coincidental, too convenient. It wasn't until today, when Natasha Romanoff walked into his restaurant dressed as an IRS agent, that everything became clear. Well, Dio called out, "Pour a cup of coffee for Miss, Nalita." "Coffee? Seriously?" Will shot back, looking at him like he'd grown a second head. "You almost never let customers drink coffee here. Everyone else gets plain water, but now you're pulling out coffee? Are you kidding me right now?" His words came out rapid fire, with a rhythm so snappy it might as well have been a freestyle rap. Dio shot him a glare. "If we don't have coffee, go buy some. And while you're at it, pick up a coffee machine. Be sure to keep the receipt, or don't even think about getting reimbursed." Muttering under his breath, Will reluctantly tore his gaze away from the striking IRS employee and trudged toward the door. But not before tugging at his waistband and tossing Dio a dirty look. "This is what happens when guys ditch their bros for a pretty face," he grumbled, flipping Dio the bird behind his back as he walked out. "Buy coffee," he says. "Buy my ass." Once he was gone, Dio sat down across from Natasha and lowered his voice. "So, since when does S.H.I.E.L.D. moonlight as the IRS?" And while we're on the subject, could you at least put a little more effort into making up a believable alias next time? I mean, Nalita? Really? Oh, come on, Natasha replied with a smirk, leaning forward slightly. Her arms rested on the table, and the sudden shift emphasized the deep curve of her neckline, drawing attention to the snowy expanse of skin revealed by her blouse. Don't like this vibe? What would you prefer? Doctor and patient? Or maybe cop and criminal? Dio sighed and tilted his head, clearly unimpressed. Yeah, no. Save that routine for someone else. We've done this dance before, Agent Romanoff. There's roughly 15 minutes before my next guest arrives, so let's cut the theatrics and get to the point. Her playful demeanor vanished in an instant. Straightening up, Natasha's expression turned serious, her voice sharp and professional. You've heard about the recent gang violence, she said, more a statement than a question. Dio's brow arched slightly, but he kept his tone light. You're S.H.I.E.L.D., right? I thought you folks only handled the weird stuff. Since when did you start caring about gang wars? Or is this one of those times where you're also FBI, or maybe NYPD? You sure do like to wear a lot of hats. His words carried a note of mockery, but Natasha didn't seem fazed. In fact, she chuckled softly. Aren't you curious about the reason behind it all? I heard they're looking for someone, Dio replied nonchalantly. But that has nothing to do with me, right? Natasha smiled, but there was a sharpness in her gaze as she continued. Oh, doesn't it? You were in Washington that night, alone, and after combing through hours of surveillance footage, we found you near the scene of the fire. You left shortly afterward in a white sports car. Care to explain? Dio's fingers twitched slightly, though his face betrayed nothing. Interesting, he said, his voice calm. You're making me question if I even remember what I did that night. Natasha reached into her bag and pulled out a folder, placing it on the table. Her eyes stayed locked on his as she pushed it toward him. The autopsy reports, she said quietly. They're eerily similar to the incident at that abandoned factory. The victim's injuries are consistent with being hit by a high-speed vehicle. And the bullet patterns? Completely chaotic. It's clear they had no idea where their attacker was. Or, more precisely, they couldn't see their attacker. Dio leaned back in his chair, feigning disinterest. Compelling theory. You got about 10 minutes left. Get to the point, Agent Romanoff. Natasha's composure didn't waver. If anything, she seemed genuinely pleased by his response. You mentioned a potential partnership last time we spoke, she said. I think it's time we explore that possibility. Dio's eyes narrowed slightly. What changed? Why the sudden shift in attitude? There's someone injured, Natasha said, her tone softening ever so slightly. And they need your unique abilities. As Will had mentioned, the past 3 days have been utter chaos in the American underworld. It was as if every criminal organization in the country had collectively lost its mind, all in pursuit of a single person. For someone like Wilson Fisk, the so-called kingpin, did that burned shipment of goods really matter? Not in the slightest. If he felt like it, he could toss 10 times the amount into the ocean just to let the sharks have a party. But that wasn't the point. First, it was the Punisher, then Daredevil, and now, some unknown fool had come along and set fire to his cargo, openly challenging his authority. If Fisk let this slide without retaliation, it wouldn't just be the burnt shipment that was lost, it would be his reputation. He'd be seen as weak, his title as the Black King of the criminal underworld tarnished. This wasn't about the goods. It was about making an example. This was about reasserting dominance. And so, the Kingpin unleashed his fury. Gangs across the country erupted into violence, and the chaos spilled into the streets. The police in every major city were suddenly overworked, scrambling to contain the madness. They had no time to rest, no time to breathe. A significant number of officers, already exhausted from the relentless overtime, began harboring their own grudges against the mystery troublemaker who had set this all into motion. But Fisk's vendetta wasn't limited to one person. He wanted them all gone. The Punisher, Daredevil, anyone who dared to stand in his way. Everyone was a target. Hell's Kitchen, already a powder keg of crime and violence, became the centerpiece of this deadly game of cat and mouse. Each day, rumors spread about the staggering number of bodies being carted away. Some said a truckload of corpses left the neighborhood every evening. Whether these tales were exaggerated or true, only those directly caught in the madness knew for certain. Meanwhile, In a small, unassuming restaurant in New York, Dio carried on as if none of it concerned him. For 3 days, he operated his little eatery without a care, serving dishes to a clientele that was either obscenely wealthy, ridiculously powerful, or both. Each came with their entourage of bodyguards, and each left singing praises about the restaurant's miraculous delicacies. The demand for reservations grew so extreme that new customers were being booked for dates nearly a week out. It was no exaggeration to say that the business raked in money hand over fist. Strangely, despite the restaurant's success and the conspicuous crowds of high-profile visitors, there was no interference from the IRS or other government agencies. At first, Dio thought perhaps one of his wealthy patrons had quietly taken care of the matter for him. But the more he thought about it, the more it seemed unlikely, too coincidental, too convenient. It wasn't until today, when Natasha Romanoff walked into his restaurant dressed as an IRS agent, that everything became clear. "Well," Dio called out, "pour a cup of coffee for Miss Analita." "Coffee? Seriously?" Well, shot back, looking at him like he'd grown a second head. "You almost never let customers drink coffee here. Everyone else gets plain water, but now you're pulling out coffee? Are you kidding me right now?" His words came out rapid fire, with a rhythm so snappy it might as well have been a freestyle rap. Dio shot him a glare. "If we don't have coffee, go buy some. And while you're at it, pick up a coffee machine. Be sure to keep the receipt, or don't even think about getting reimbursed." Muttering under his breath, Will reluctantly tore his gaze away from the striking IRS employee and trudged toward the door. But not before tugging at his waistband and tossing Dio a dirty look. "This is what happens when guys ditch their bros for a pretty face," he grumbled, flipping Dio the bird behind his back as he walked out. "Buy coffee," he says. "Buy my ass." Once he was gone, Dio sat down across from Natasha and lowered his voice. "So, since when does S.H.I.E.L.D. moonlight as the IRS? And while we're on the subject, could you at least put a little more effort into making up a believable alias next time? I mean, Nalita? Really? Oh, come on," Natasha replied with a smirk, leaning forward slightly. Her arms rested on the table, and the sudden shift emphasized the deep curve of her neckline, drawing attention to the snowy expanse of skin revealed by her blouse. "Don't like this vibe? What would you prefer? Doctor and patient? Or maybe cop and criminal?" Dio sighed and tilted his head, clearly unimpressed. "Yeah, no. Save that routine for someone else. We've done this dance before, Agent Romanoff. There's roughly 15 minutes before my next guest arrives, so let's cut the theatrics and get to the point." Her playful demeanor vanished in an instant. Straightening up, Natasha's expression turned serious, her voice sharp and professional. "You've heard about the recent gang violence," she said, more a statement than a question. Dio's brow arched slightly, but he kept his tone light. "You're S.H.I.E.L.D., right? I thought you folks only handled the weird stuff. Since when did you start caring about gang wars? Or is this one of those times where you're also FBI, or maybe NYPD? You sure do like to wear a lot of hats." His words carried a note of mockery, but Natasha didn't seem fazed. In fact, she chuckled softly. "Aren't you curious about the reason behind it all?" "I heard they're looking for someone," Dio replied nonchalantly. "But that has nothing to do with me, right?" Natasha smiled, but there was a sharpness in her gaze as she continued. "Oh, doesn't it? You were in Washington that night, alone, and after combing through hours of surveillance footage, we found you near the scene of the fire. You left shortly afterward in a white sports car. Care to explain?" Dio's fingers twitched slightly, though his face betrayed nothing. "Interesting," he said, his voice calm. "You're making me question if I even remember what I did that night." Natasha reached into her bag and pulled out a folder, placing it on the table. Her eyes stayed locked on his as she pushed it toward him. "The autopsy reports," she said quietly. "They're eerily similar to the incident at that abandoned factory. The victim's injuries are consistent with being hit by a high-speed vehicle. And the bullet patterns? Completely chaotic. It's clear they had no idea where their attacker was. Or, more precisely, they couldn't see their attacker." Dio leaned back in his chair, feigning disinterest. "Compelling theory. You got about 10 minutes left. Get to the point, Agent Romanoff." Natasha's composure didn't waver. If anything, she seemed genuinely pleased by his response. "You mentioned a potential partnership last time we spoke," she said. "I think it's time we explore that possibility." Dio's eyes narrowed slightly. What changed? Why the sudden shift in attitude? "There's someone injured," Natasha said, her tone softening ever so slightly. "And they need your unique abilities." Aswell had mentioned, the past 3 days had been utter chaos in the American underworld. It was as if every criminal organization in the country had collectively lost its mind, all in pursuit of a single person. For someone like Wilson Fisk, the so-called kingpin, did that burned shipment of goods really matter? Not in the slightest. If he felt like it, he could toss 10 times the amount into the ocean just to let the sharks have a party. But that wasn't the point. First, it was the Punisher, then Daredevil, and now some unknown fool had come along and set fire to his cargo, openly challenging his authority. If Fisk let this slide without retaliation, it wouldn't just be the burnt shipment that was lost. It would be his reputation. He'd be seen as weak, his title as the Black King of the criminal underworld tarnished. This wasn't about the goods. It was about making an example. This was about reasserting dominance. And so, the Kingpin unleashed his fury. Gangs across the country erupted into violence, and the chaos spilled into the streets. The police in every major city were suddenly overworked, scrambling to contain the madness. They had no time to rest, no time to breathe. A significant number of officers, already exhausted from the relentless overtime, began harboring their own grudges against the mystery troublemaker who had set this all into motion. But Fisk's vendetta wasn't limited to one person. He wanted them all gone. The Punisher, Daredevil, anyone who dared to stand in his way. Everyone was a target. Hell's Kitchen, already a powder keg of crime and violence, became the centerpiece of this deadly game of cat and mouse. Each day, rumors spread about the staggering number of bodies being carted away. Some said a truckload of corpses left the neighborhood every evening. Whether these tales were exaggerated or true, only those directly caught in the madness knew for certain. Meanwhile, in a small, unassuming restaurant in New York, Dio carried on as if none of it concerned him. For 3 days, he operated his little eatery without a care, serving dishes to a clientele that was either obscenely wealthy, ridiculously powerful, or both. Each came with their entourage of bodyguards, and each left singing praises about the restaurant's miraculous delicacies. The demand for reservations grew so extreme that new customers were being booked for dates nearly a week out. It was no exaggeration to say that the business raked in money hand over fist. Strangely, despite the restaurant's success and the conspicuous crowds of high-profile visitors, there was no interference from the IRS or other government agencies. At first, Dio thought perhaps one of his wealthy patrons had quietly taken care of the matter for him. But the more he thought about it, the more it seemed unlikely, too coincidental, too convenient. It wasn't until today, when Natasha Romanoff walked into his restaurant dressed as an IRS agent, that everything became clear. "Well," Dio called out, "pour a cup of coffee for Miss Naleda." "Coffee? Seriously?" Will shot back, looking at him like he'd grown a second head. "You almost never let customers drink coffee here. Everyone else gets plain water, but now you're pulling out coffee? Are you kidding me right now?" His words came out rapid fire, with a rhythm so snappy it might as well have been a freestyle rap. Dio shot him a glare. "If we don't have coffee, go buy some. And while you're at it, pick up a coffee machine. Be sure to keep the receipt, or don't even think about getting reimbursed." Muttering under his breath, Will reluctantly tore his gaze away from the striking IRS employee and trudged toward the door. But not before tugging at his waistband and tossing Dio a dirty look. "This is what happens when guys ditch their bros for a pretty face," he grumbled, flipping Dio the bird behind his back as he walked out. "Buy coffee," he says. "Buy my ass." Once he was gone, Dio sat down across from Natasha. "Who is it?" Dio's curiosity was piqued. For Nick Fury to change his mind and involve someone he clearly didn't trust in such a delicate matter meant the patient's identity must be both highly significant and beyond the capabilities of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s advanced medical resources. "I can't tell you that yet," Natasha replied, her eyes flickering briefly with hesitation. "Once you agree, we'll bring you to him." "Him? A man, then?" Dio caught the subtle detail, though he didn't immediately press the issue. He knew the upper hand was his, and if he didn't take advantage of that, he'd be doing himself a disservice. "Before I see the patient, I can't promise any results," Dio said bluntly. "And regardless of what happens after the treatment, whether the patient improves or not, I'm not taking any responsibility." If even your top-tier medical technology can't handle this, it suggests the injury is extraordinarily complex. I'm not about to risk myself for some stranger. Natasha considered his words carefully before nodding reluctantly. We understand. You won't be held accountable. But she added, her tone firm, you have to give it your best effort. No tricks, no games. If there's any risk, you need to disclose it up front so we can decide whether to proceed. And if you don't think you can handle it, don't force it. The patient isn't in immediate danger of dying. Not dying anytime soon, but gravely injured beyond modern medicine's help. Dio mused to himself. Something about this situation felt oddly familiar. Very well, he said, leaning back with a faint smirk. Since this is our first collaboration, let's discuss my fee. I don't work for free. Dio spoke without a hint of embarrassment. Saving lives wasn't his duty, and even those whose duty it was, doctors and nurses, still got paid. Why should he do it for nothing? If S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted his help, they'd need to show some sincerity. Natasha didn't seem surprised by his attitude. She sighed, as if she'd expected this, and said, don't worry. That guy isn't short on money. If you can heal him, whatever fee you name is yours. That guy. Dio's mind pieced together the clues. A wealthy, possibly obnoxious individual in need of treatment? Suddenly, a name sprang to mind. Asterisk, could it be? Has Tony Stark already made it back? Asterisk. But there'd been no news of his return. Something as big as that would have made headlines immediately. Unless his presence had been discovered by S.H.I.E.L.D. first. Dio hummed thoughtfully. If Stark had indeed escaped, his first instinct would likely have been to return home and handle things himself. That would explain the lack of media coverage. News of his return might break in the next day or two. And if that was the case, Natasha's sudden visit today made perfect sense. Natasha noticed Dio's subtle shift in expression and asked, what's on your mind? Is there a problem? Oh, nothing, Dio said smoothly, masking his thoughts. I was just wondering how much money I should squeeze out of this situation to make it worth my while. Natasha rolled her eyes, exasperated. How does someone with a personality like this even survive in the world? She wondered. Then again, recalling Dio's terrifying strength and destructive capabilities, she wisely chose to hold her tongue. Still, she couldn't shake her unease. If Dio and that guy met, would they end up trying to outdo each other in arrogance? Or worse, would they start fighting? So, you're agreeing to help? She asked. Let me guess, Dio said, his voice suddenly bright and sunny. If I'd refused, would you have tipped off the gangs about my whereabouts? That's where this is going, right? His smile was dazzling, but Natasha felt a chill run down her spine. The same pressure she'd felt before, that day in the abandoned factory, was back. She forced a smile of her own. Of course not. This conversation was purely to satisfy my curiosity. Now that I've got my answers, the matter is settled. S.H.I.E.L.D. would never betray its collaborators. So not agreeing would have been the same as agreeing, Dio thought, amused. This was getting more entertaining by the minute. Fine, he said at last. For the sake of money, I'll help. Send someone over after my restaurant closes for the day. Here? No, Natasha said firmly. You need to come with me immediately. Dio raised a hand to cut her off, his expression suddenly stern. It seems you're forgetting something. I'm the one in control here. I don't like being threatened, Agent Romanoff. I'll let it slide this time, but don't try it again. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have guests to attend to. Either bring the patient here later, or sit back and watch as I send those gangsters to hell one by one. Natasha's lips pressed into a thin line. It was clear to her now that Fury's plan had backfired. Dio wasn't the kind of person to be intimidated by gang threats, and trying to strong-arm him had only made matters worse. Perhaps if they'd been more upfront about their intentions from the start and appealed to his self-interest, things might have gone a bit smoother. With a sigh, Natasha stood and left the restaurant. Dio, meanwhile, donned his signature gentlemanly smile and turned his attention to the next guest, or, as he privately thought of them, his next fat lamb. When Natasha reported back to Fury, the director was less than pleased. I thought that kid was smart enough to understand the stakes, Fury muttered, massaging his temples. Guess I was wrong. The situation hadn't played out as he'd hoped. What was meant to be a demonstration of S.H.I.E.L.D's power had instead been interpreted as a threat, leaving Dio even more defiant than before. Not that Fury hadn't intended it as a threat. He had, a little, but clearly, Dio wasn't the type to be cowed by such tactics. Forget it. Leave it for now, Fury said finally. Leave it? Natasha asked, raising an eyebrow. Temporarily, Fury clarified. Stark's back home. He says he doesn't need us meddling, that he can handle things himself. Fine. Let him. We've done our part. Fury's tone betrayed a hint of frustration. He genuinely wanted to help Stark, not just for the potential of the Iron Man suit, but also for the man's survival. Yet Stark had responded with sarcasm and vulgarity, mocking the S.H.I.E.L.D. doctor's failures. Let him figure out, Fury said darkly. If he's so damn brilliant, let him clean up his own mess. Natasha nodded, understanding his decision. She ended the call and turned her attention elsewhere. That evening, as Dio waited for Natasha to return with a mysterious patient, he was surprised to see her walk into his restaurant alone. She ordered a massive meal, eating heartily and paying with the special funds she'd previously secured. Dio, watching her dig into her food, could only shake his head in disbelief. What the hell is going on now? He muttered to himself. I see. I realized something. Tony Stark's voice rang out from Dio's phone, the live stream of the press conference playing in his hand. I've realized that I can contribute more to the world than just making weapons. So, I've decided to shut down Stark Industries' weapons division. Effective immediately, Dio watched as Tony's bold declaration silenced the room of reporters, their shocked murmurs filling the air. The live stream ended with the camera freezing on the grim, furious face of Obadiah Stane, and Dio leaned back, lost in thought. Well, Dio muttered to himself. The flamboyant playboy Tony Stark is back. And just like in the original timeline, he's made his announcement in front of countless cameras. Seems like, despite some minor changes, the bigger picture hasn't deviated much. I suppose it's only a matter of time before he declares that unforgettable line for the whole world to hear. But Dio wasn't concerned about Tony's grandstanding. What truly mattered was whether he still had an opportunity to squeeze some cash out of this. Tony Stark wasn't just any wealthy individual. He was the Golden Goose, one of the richest and most influential men in the country. Sure, Tony could have found his own way to stabilize his condition sooner or later, with or without SHLD's involvement. Still, Dio mused, wouldn't it be a shame to miss out on the chance to contribute to the GDP, even if he hated paying taxes? Of course, that didn't mean Dio was about to go out of his way to ingratiate himself. A man with power should have some pride, after all. No point in doing a good deed only to have the other party act like he owed them something. God must really be blind to let that guy survive, Will grumbled as he wandered over, finishing up with the broom. Seriously, what kind of luck does someone like Tony Stark have to walk out of a situation like that? All right, enough, Dio said, waving him off. Go prep the place. The guests will be here soon. After the day's business was done, Dio did something completely out of character. He agreed to go out with Will for the evening. This unusual decision left Will utterly flabbergasted, and he wasted no time unleashing a barrage of teasing remarks even as they got into the car. Dio, however, ignored him entirely. His attention was fixed on the rearview mirror. He knew that while S.H.I.E.L.D. might have officially withdrawn its surveillance, there was no way they didn't still have agents keeping an eye on him from the shadows. Natasha's uncanny timing whenever she appeared was proof enough of that. To temporarily shake off any potential tales, Dio had decided to join Will on his little escapade. The chaotic atmosphere of their destination would provide the perfect cover for slipping away to take care of his own business. Listen, man, Will was saying, practically vibrating with excitement. Your presence alone is going to make those women lose their minds. I bet tonight I won't even have to spend a single dollar to leave with a bunch of beautiful ladies. Asterisk sheesh. Asterisk, is there anything in your head besides money and women? Dio asked, exasperated. But his response only encouraged Will, who grinned and shot back. Nah, man, this is the dream. Career and love. All wrapped up together. F asterisk 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 you, Dio said, flipping him a double bird. Don't try to dress it up with fancy words. That's not love. Don't tell me you've been blowing all the money I've been paying you on hookers. Come on, don't be like that. Tonight's going to be epic. And tomorrow's a day off. We can party all night long. Don't even think about it, Dio warned. I'm only staying for a couple of drinks to unwind. After that, I'm out. Don't come looking for me. Oh, Will said, his grin widening. Got another date lined up, huh? Let me guess. IRS hottie from last time? Damn, man. You can't just leave me hanging like this. I'm your best friend. Shut up, Dio said, rolling his eyes. Tonight's on me, so stop whining. Yes, sir. Will saluted dramatically, immediately distracted by the promise of free drinks. He cranked up the music and started rapping along with the beat, his energy so infectious that even Dio found himself smirking and bobbing his head to the rhythm. As annoying as Will could be, Dio couldn't help but think about how things might have turned out differently for him. If Will had been born into a better family and hadn't fallen into gang life, he could have made a decent career as a rapper. There was real potential there. A shame it was wasted. A short drive later, the two arrived at one of Will's frequented haunts, a bar that was anything but classy. The place was thick with the scent of alcohol, sweat, and hormones. The dim lighting barely masked the fact that a good portion of the women sitting at the bar were likely there for part-time work. Here, a not-so-cheap drink could buy you a conversation. And if the connection was right, or if the price was, things could escalate quickly. This was the kind of place where single men and women came to either try their luck or seek out their prey. Dio's entrance caused a noticeable stir. Even in the shadowy, chaotic environment, his presence was magnetic. Heads turned, conversations faltered, and more than a few women's eyes locked onto him, unable or unwilling to look away. Despite the bar's rough and rowdy vibe, Dio stood out like a polished gem among rocks. His sharp features, confident demeanor, and effortless charm made him the perfect dream man for nearly every woman in the room. I told you, Will said, nudging Dio as they sat down in a quiet corner. His tone was dripping with envy. There are at least 10 women here who haven't taken their eyes off you since we walked in. A couple of them are even high-level corporate types. I've seen plenty of guys crash and burn try to hit on them. But look at the way they're staring at you now. Dio shrugged, unimpressed. He wasn't here to revel in attention or play the social games these places thrived on. If not for his own ulterior motives, he wouldn't have set foot in this bar to begin with. The two ordered a couple of beers and started drinking quietly. Within minutes, Dio had already waved off 3 groups of women who had approached their table, much to Will's chagrin. Man, you're killing me here, Will muttered, watching yet another disappointed woman walk away. Dio ignored him, his focus elsewhere. His sharp eyes scanned the room, observing the ebb and flow of the crowd. He noticed the fleeting exchanges of glances, the subtle body language, and the unspoken agreements that led couples to leave together within minutes of meeting. But what caught his attention most was something far darker. He saw someone slipping a substance into a drink at the bar. Nearby, others clearly noticed but turned a blind eye. It was as if such behavior was just part of the normal here. Don't worry about it, Will said, noticing Dio's gaze. He leaned in and spoke softly. Anyone who comes to a place like this knows what they're getting into. No one here's a saint. If they're here looking for excitement, they've got to be ready to be someone else's prey. Dio nodded slightly, picking up another bottle of beer. He had no intention of playing the hero tonight. Like Will had said, anyone naive enough to accept a drink from a stranger in a place like this wasn't exactly innocent. And stepping in would likely just make things messy, for everyone involved. Sometimes, it was better to simply observe and let the world play out as it would. Hi there. Mind if we join you? I'm Mary, and this is my friend Emma. Before Dio could fully process the approach, the 2 women Will had mentioned earlier, the hard-to-get corporate types, had walked over, their sultry smiles betraying none of the professional airs they likely carried during the day. Their current appearances were strikingly different from the buttoned-up office attire Dio imagined they wore at work. Tonight, their outfits were bold and suggestive, leaving little to the imagination. Even their names gave away the facade. These were clearly aliases, just as lazy and half-hearted as a certain red-haired agent he knew. Sure, of course. Will practically jumped out of his seat, his eyes lighting up as if he'd struck gold. I'm Will, and this is... Before he could finish, Dio shot him a warning glare that shut him up instantly. Sorry, but Dio began, intending to decline, but his gaze flicked toward the entrance, where 2 men had just walked in, glancing around the bar with subtle but deliberate movements. The words on the tip of his tongue shifted. What would you ladies like to drink? Will's face lit up with excitement, but it fell just as quickly when he realized Dio wasn't going to let him bask in the spotlight. Whiskey okay? One of the women asked, her tone playful. Of course. A bottle of whiskey for these lovely ladies, and don't forget some ice," Dio said with a charming smile, effortlessly balancing generosity and gentlemanly behavior. The two women's smiles widened as they slid into the seats on either side of Dio, leaning in close without the slightest hesitation. They seemed entirely unbothered by the proximity, or perhaps they were hoping for exactly this. Will, now thoroughly sidelined, sulked silently, nursing his drink as he watched the scene unfold. While Dio exchanged polite conversation and deftly kept the women's wandering hands at bay, his focus was elsewhere. His peripheral vision tracked the two men near the bar, the ones nursing full glasses of untouched alcohol. Their occasional glances in his direction and overly cautious demeanor practically screamed agents. "Gotcha," Dio thought, inwardly smirking. Now that he was reasonably certain of their identities, he decided to adjust his plans slightly. Turning to the woman on his right, he gestured subtly toward Will and said, "My friend looks a little lonely. Things would be much livelier if we had a few more people. Don't worry, it's all on me tonight." The two women exchanged a quick glance, their expressions briefly betraying their disdain for Will, but they got the message. With understanding smiles, they got up and left, returning a short while later with two more women in tow. The newcomers were both attractive, their appearances just shy of the first pair's, but enough to immediately brighten Will's mood. The atmosphere quickly became lively, with laughter and clinking glasses filling the air. Despite the noise and activity, Dio's attention remained divided. He continued observing the two agents, who were clearly trying to blend in, but failing miserably. Meanwhile, the whiskey disappeared bottle by bottle, and the table became littered with empty beer bottles. Surprisingly, the women were heavy drinkers, keeping up with the pace like seasoned professionals. But in the end, they were no match for Dio's inhuman constitution and eventually succumbed to the alcohol, one by one, slumping onto the table in various stages of drunkenness. "Well, buddy," Dio said, clapping Will on the shoulder as he downed the last of his drink. "This is as far as I can help you." Will mumbled something incoherent about still being able to drink, only to promptly faceplant onto the table with a loud thud. Dio sighed, shaking his head in exasperation. "You had your chance and you blew it. Stick to what you're good at. Money over women." Glancing around at the group of unconscious drinkers, Dio realized there was no way he could deal with all of them. He called over the bar staff, booked a private room upstairs, and had Will and two of the women carried up. After settling the bill, Dio left the bar with the remaining two women draped over his shoulders. The sight of a man escorting two drunken ladies out was nothing unusual in a place like this, so no one paid him any attention, except for two particular individuals. As Dio exited the bar, the two agents finally drained their untouched drinks and hurried after him. "Cheap bastards," one of the bar staff muttered as he cleared their table. "Sat here for hours nursing a single drink. If things weren't so messy lately, I'd have tossed them out myself." Dio entered a nearby hotel, still supporting the two women. He booked a room and carried them inside, where he unceremoniously stripped them down to their underwear and tossed them onto the bed. He didn't spare them another glance. Instead, something extraordinary began to happen. A strange, malleable substance like clay or rubber emerged and enveloped Dio's body. Within moments, the man standing in front of the mirror was unrecognizable. The figure staring back at him was a completely different person, 5 feet 7 inches, Caucasian, with the unmistakable look of someone who had lived a life of indulgence. There was not a single feature that resembled Dio. Even the scent of his body had changed. This was the power of Knum. Though Dio had yet to unlock his third stand card slot, he had temporarily swapped out Pearl Jam for Knum in preparation for tonight's operation. With the restaurant closed tomorrow, the 24-hour cool-down period wouldn't be an issue. Satisfied with his new appearance, Dio changed into a set of pre-prepared clothes, completing his transformation. He returned to the bed, ensuring the two women were fully unconscious and wouldn't wake until morning. Then, throwing his phone into the bathroom as a decoy, he carefully prepared to leave. Using the world, he manipulated a piece of tissue to briefly cover the hallway's surveillance camera. Within seconds, he slipped out the door and into the stairwell, knowing the camera would reset itself moments later. As he exited the hotel, he passed right by the two agents, who didn't even glance at him. Perfect disguise. If he wanted to, Dio could disappear right now, erasing his identity from existence. Not even S.H.I.E.L.D. would be able to find him. The successful test of Knum left Dio in high spirits, but he wasn't done yet. Tonight wasn't just about testing the stand ability. He had other objectives. He needed more gold. Dio's ability to grow stronger by consuming gold was his most closely guarded secret, one he couldn't afford to let anyone uncover. The occasional gold purchases he'd made so far were already risky, but they could be written off as eccentricity. However, if he continued to buy large amounts without explanation, even the dimmest observer would start to suspect something. The existence of the bizarre JOJO mobile game system was a secret he would take to his grave. From now on, every move had to be more calculated, more cautious. Caution wasn't weakness, it was survival. Many battles were won or lost in the details. If he ever reached the point where his power was absolute, he wouldn't need to care about secrecy. He could take over the entire planet, and no one would dare oppose him. But for now, his strength was far from sufficient. There was still much work to be done. The last time Dio had bought out all the gold from William, the seller had given him a phone number. That number now became Dio's next target. Taking out the cash he had prepared in advance, Dio swiftly made his way to the location provided over the phone. When he arrived, he found himself in a slum, a place teeming with poverty and crawling with unsavory individuals. As he approached closer, two blinding searchlights suddenly illuminated him, and out of nowhere, a dozen figures emerged, blocking his path. The atmosphere grew instantly tense. Dio, unfazed, calmly placed his briefcase on the ground in front of him and called out, "I'm here for a deal." I called ahead. From behind the group, a raspy voice responded, "Who gave you this number?" "William," Dio said without hesitation. "I bought out the rest of his stash, and he gave me this number afterward." The air seemed to freeze. For several long seconds, no one moved or spoke. Finally, the voice came again. "Bring him in, and check the area. Make sure no one else is around." The group parted, and Dio walked forward confidently. At the end of the path, he saw the source of the voice. A man whose entire body was covered in tattoos sat sunken into a couch, his massive frame resembling a pile of greasy, bloated flesh. The man made no effort to turn his head, his eyes glued to the soap opera playing on the television. As Dio approached, two hulking men stepped in front of him, their eyes glinting with hostility. "What are you looking to buy?" the tattooed man asked lazily, his gaze still fixed on the television. "Gold," Dio replied simply. "You got the money?" Without a word, Dio tossed the briefcase onto the ground. One of the men immediately crouched to inspect it, rifling through the stacks of cash before nodding and walking over to the tattooed man to whisper something in his ear. Upon hearing the amount, $500,000 in cash, the tattooed man let out a derisive laugh. "Good," he said, his tone dripping with mockery. "Take him to see the goods." The two burly men flanking Dio grinned wickedly, the stench of their breath almost making him recoil. "This way," one of them said, grabbing Dio's shoulder roughly. Dio smiled faintly and allowed himself to be led into another room, completely compliant. As he left, the rest of the group erupted into cruel laughter. They were obviously looking forward to whatever was coming next. It was a simple trick, one they'd pulled countless times before. William wasn't the trustworthy businessman he pretended to be. He had likely sent Dio there on purpose, fully aware of what would happen. The operation was straightforward: lure unsuspecting clients with the promise of a deal, take their money, then kill them, and keep it all. It was a perfect scam: get the payment, keep the goods, and eliminate loose ends. These were the kinds of deals William and this gang, known as the Swamp, thrived on. The tattooed mountain of flesh had earned his nickname through his murky, treacherous methods. Unaware of William's betrayal, Dio followed the two men into a dark, empty room. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood, so strong it was impossible to ignore. Clearly, this wasn't the first time someone had died here. Dio glanced around the room and muttered to himself, "This really is the perfect place for murder and body disposal." Behind him, the two men exchanged a look, their expressions twisting into cruel grins. They stepped closer, their hands reaching out to grab him. "Well, you like what you see?" one of them sneered. "Love it," Dio replied, his tone calm. Couldn't be more satisfied. Before the words were even fully out of his mouth, The cold, merciless form of the world materialized behind him. In an instant, one of the men lunged for Dio's shoulder, only for the world to deliver a devastating punch that tore the man's body clean in half. What's happening? The man stammered as his upper body flew through the air, his outstretched hand getting farther and farther away from Dio. For a moment, he didn't even understand what had happened. Then he saw his lower half still standing in place, blood spraying everywhere, and the realization hit him. His face twisted in horror, just before he fell lifeless to the ground. The other man froze, his mind struggling to process the sight of his companion's brutal death. He touched his face, now splattered with warm blood, and let out a strangled cry. Without thinking, he turned and bolted for the door. He didn't get far. The world reached out, grabbing the fleeing man's head and crushing it like a ripe melon. The lifeless body crumpled to the ground, and the world tossed the head aside casually. When Dio turned around, he was greeted by the sight of his stand striking an exaggerated, haughty pose, a classic JOJO stance. It was almost as if it were expressing annoyance at being made to deal with such weaklings. All right, buddy, Dio said, half amused and half exasperated. I'll handle the rest myself. Though the world was a picture of cold professionalism, it seemed even it had its moments of petulance. To Dio, however, it made sense. These ordinary humans were beneath the world's notice, a waste of its time and effort. There was another reason Dio sent the world away. Its distinctive method of attack left behind evidence that was far too recognizable. The car crash carnage it caused might draw unnecessary connections to him. Better to keep things clean this time. Take a break, Dio said with a smirk. The world vanished, its pose dissolving into nothingness. Dio glanced around the room and spotted a rusty machete leaning against the wall. Picking it up, he gave it a few experimental swings. It wasn't exactly ideal, but it would do. Silver Ripple Overdrive. With a surge of ripple energy, the machete was enveloped in a shimmering silver light, its edge becoming impossibly sharp. A single swing was all it took to slice the door clean off its hinges. Not bad, Dio muttered, giving the weapon an approving look. Though this might get a little messy. Dio strode back the way he came, the machete gleaming in his hand. Who's there? Wait, how did you? One of the gang members stumbled into view, his face twisting in shock as he recognized Dio. His eyes darted to the blood-stained machete, and his expression darkened with suspicion. Drop the weapon. Stay where you are. The man fumbled for his gun, but before he could draw it, a flash of silver cut through the air. He froze, his body rigid, as if paralyzed. Dio walked past him without a second glance, and only then did the man's body collapse to the ground, split vertically in two. Next time, aim for the neck, Dio muttered to himself as he walked away, his voice carrying faintly on the wind. This way's just too gross. Why does it smell so strongly of blood? A slight breeze carried the metallic tang of fresh blood to the noses of the lookouts stationed outside. One of them sniffed the air and frowned as he spoke. What else could it be? Probably that freak Sanji chopping up the poor kid we brought in. You know how he gets. Remember that newbie who wanted to watch last time? Guy came out puking his guts up, even bile. Ha ha ha. Wait, there's a figure over there. Relax, it's probably Sanji and the others coming back. No, something's off. That's only one person, and the height doesn't match. As they squinted into the darkness, trying to get a clearer look, Dio stepped forward. The faint moonlight caught the blade of his bloody machete, and it glinted ominously. It's him. The kid we brought in, one of them shouted in alarm. But before they could react further, Dio surged forward with a burst of ripple energy channeling through his legs, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. The silver light of his blade flashed. Asterisk slash. 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 Asterisk. The sound of blood spraying was followed by the dull thuds of 4 heads hitting the ground. Their voices were silenced mid-scream as their bodies crumpled lifelessly. The sudden violence caused the thick stench of blood to grow even stronger, finally alerting the rest of the gang. Dami's dead. Bruce too. We got an intruder. Open fire. He's here. Over here. The shouts were quickly followed by the deafening sound of gunfire. Within moments, dozens of gang members poured out of the nearby buildings, converging on the source of the commotion. Even a massive Swamp King himself finally heaved his enormous bulk to his feet. Standing at over 2 meters tall, his grotesque, corpulent figure was a horrifying sight to behold, like some kind of lumbering abomination. Dio, now fully exposed, decided to abandon subtlety altogether. With a smirk, he turned toward the nearest group of gunmen and charged straight at them. "Kill him!" The gang members, seeing Dio leave cover and run directly at them, assumed he was suicidal. At least 10 guns were trained on him, and the air was filled with the crack of gunfire. Asterisk bang, 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 asterisk. But what happened next left them utterly dumbfounded. Some of the bullets were deflected mid-air, sliced cleanly apart by Dio's seemingly rusty machete. The others struck his body but were effortlessly repelled, ricocheting off as though he were wearing an invisible suit of armor. "What the?" one of them stammered, his face pale with shock. Before they could process what was happening, Dio closed the gap and plunged into their ranks. His machete flashed again and again, each swing precise and devastating. Despite its corroded appearance, the blade, enhanced by ripple energy, cut through flesh and bone as if it were a scythe wielded by Death himself. Screams filled the air as bodies fell, split open in grotesque ways. Some were severed cleanly in half, while others lost limbs or heads in an instant. As the last of the group was reduced to a pile of bloodied remains, the survivors began to panic. "Devil! He's a devil! The devil's come from hell to punish us! Monster! Run for your lives! Stay calm, damn it! Everyone regroup and open fire! Don't let him get any closer!" The chaotic scene played directly into Dio's hands. Amid the confusion and terror, he moved like a predator among prey, cutting down anyone who dared to stand in his way. Blood splattered across the ground as the once organized gang was reduced to a panicked, disorganized mob. And then the ground began to shake. The Swamp King lumbered forward, his massive frame jiggling with each step. The remaining gang members, upon seeing their boss, seemed to regain a semblance of courage. Their fear was replaced by a desperate hope, and they looked to him as if he were their savior. "A mutant?" the Swamp King asked as he approached Dio, his voice gravelly and dripping with malice. Dio didn't respond, his cold gaze locked on the grotesque figure before him. "Doesn't matter," the Swamp King sneered. "Mutant or not, you're dead meat." With surprising speed for someone of his size, he lunged at Dio, his enormous hand reaching out like a claw. Dio's expression darkened, but instead of retreating, he stepped forward. In one fluid motion, he drove his machete, glowing with silver ripple energy, straight into the Swamp King's gut. But something was wrong. The blade penetrated the flesh, but immediately became stuck, as though it had sunk into quicksand. The Swamp King didn't even flinch, showing no signs of pain. Realizing his mistake, Dio abandoned the weapon and leapt backward just as the Swamp King's massive hand slammed down where he had been, leaving a crater in the ground. "Physical attacks won't work, huh?" Dio muttered to himself, studying his opponent. The Swamp King grinned as he reached into his own bloated body, pulling the machete out of his flesh as if it were nothing. The blade had been completely absorbed, leaving no wound behind. "Do you understand now?" the Swamp King taunted. "This is the true meaning of swamp." To demonstrate, he broke the machete in half with his bare hands before reaching into his grotesque body again. This time, he pulled out a rocket launcher and aimed it at Dio. "Let's see you survive this." The gang members cheered as their boss took aim, their fear momentarily replaced by manic glee. But before the Swamp King could fire, Dio had already moved. With a flick of his wrist, Dio sent 2 small stones flying toward his opponent. Infused with ripple energy, the stones moved with the speed and force of bullets. The Swamp King instinctively raised his arm to block, and the stones were absorbed into his flesh. Dio's eyes narrowed as he observed the faint tremors rippling through the Swamp King's body. Even though the stones hadn't caused visible damage, the ripple energy was clearly affecting him. "Not bad," Dio said, his tone almost amused. "But it's not enough." "What did you say?" the Swamp King roared, his voice shaking with rage. Dio didn't move, his gaze steady and unyielding. "It's over. You're already dead." Before the Swamp King could respond, a shadow loomed over him. The world appeared silently behind him, its golden form radiating pure, unrelenting power. The stand raised its fists, and in an instant, a barrage of punches rained down on the Swamp King's head. Each blow landed with devastating force, shattering bone and rupturing flesh. The gang members could only watch in horror as their seemingly invincible leader was reduced to a shattered, bloody mess. With a final, earth-shaking blow, the Swamp King's grotesque form exploded in a spray of blood, fat, and viscera. The world stood tall among the carnage, its cold, unfeeling gaze fixed on the remnants of its foe. With one final disdainful flick of its fist, it vanished back into the void. Dio adjusted his coat and stepped forward, his eyes scanning the battlefield with quiet satisfaction. Disgusting, he muttered under his breath. But effective, the Swamp King was no more. If Dio had chosen to continue fighting himself, he was confident he could have taken down the Swamp King eventually. The moment he had discerned the man's weakness, the outcome was already decided. However, Dio opted for a swift end, letting the world finish the job to avoid unnecessary complications or unexpected developments. For the world, this opponent was at least somewhat more worthy of its attention compared to the ordinary humans it had crushed before. But just as its rising battle spirit began to ignite, it was over in an instant. The grotesque Swamp King exploded into a mess of fat and viscera, leaving behind a scene of utter carnage. The remaining dozen or so gang members stood frozen in terror, their morale shattered. Their weapons clattered to the ground as they turned and scattered in all directions, desperate to escape. To them, this small guy was an unfathomable monster, far more terrifying than their former boss. They had no idea how the Swamp King had been killed. In countless previous conflicts, they'd seen their boss devour and crush every enemy who dared to face him. The Swamp moniker was a name that spread fear far and wide, born from the accounts of the few lucky or unlucky survivors. But this time, luck had abandoned them completely. As he watched the fleeing scum, Dio calmly bent down and picked up a handful of small stones. With a casual flick of his wrist, he began hurling them one by one. Enhanced by his immense strength and ripple energy, each stone flew with the velocity of a bullet, piercing bodies with deadly precision. The gang members fell one after another, their screams cut short as their lives were snuffed out. By the time the last stone struck its target, the night had fallen silent once more. The air grew thick with the stench of blood, the ground slick with gore. Glancing at his watch, Dio frowned slightly. He couldn't afford to waste any more time. The Swamp King's room, unsurprisingly, contained all the spoils of his criminal enterprise. Among the scattered firearms and ammunition, Dio found a locked basement door. Inside, there were two safes, each reinforced, but ultimately vulnerable to brute force. With no need for subtlety, Dio tore through the locks. The first safe was a jackpot. Inside were neatly stacked gold bars, easily weighing several dozen kilograms. Dio's eyes gleamed as he realized the Swamp King had likely been hoarding these for future deals. So this is the stash, Dio mused, impressed by the audacity it took to amass such wealth. Likely stolen from a bank or similar high-risk heist. Without hesitation, Dio began converting the gold directly into game currency. As the bars disappeared into his inventory, the number on his game interface ticked upward, finally stopping at 250. 50 kilograms of gold, Dio muttered, his tone a mix of satisfaction and curiosity. I wonder how much he already sold off. When he opened the second safe, however, his expression darkened slightly. The contents were disappointing. The $500,000 he had brought with him, an additional $30,000 in cash, a few watches and pieces of jewelry, and a dull bronze badge engraved with a black pentagram. Dio frowned. The numbers didn't add up. The Swamp King had been selling gold to William, who in turn had sold nearly $1 million worth of it to Dio. As the source of the supply chain, the Swamp King should have had significantly more money stashed away. Even accounting for the arsenal of weapons around the room, the total value was far below what it should have been. Where did the rest of the money go? Dio wondered aloud. He doubted someone as paranoid as the Swamp King would deposit such large sums in a bank. That would immediately draw the attention of the IRS and the FBI. Did he blow it all? Cars, yachts, mansions? Unwilling to accept the loss, Dio gave the room a thorough search, turning over furniture and tearing through every hiding place he could think of. but there was nothing. Eventually, Dio sighed in resignation. The haul was still substantial, but the mystery of the missing money left him with a lingering sense of dissatisfaction. He packed the cash into a bag, ignoring the jewelry and watches. Those items would only cause trouble if traced back to him. As he exited the building, Dio made no effort to cover his tracks. In fact, he deliberately left fingerprints in several places. Thanks to Knum's ability, even his fingerprints were untraceable, belonging to a fabricated identity that didn't exist. It was the perfect crime. Once he was a safe distance away, Dio activated Knum again, altering his height, appearance, and even scent. By the time dawn broke, he was entirely unrecognizable. At 9 a.m., New York was already bustling with activity. Dio made his way to a nearby mall, purchasing 2 sets of clothing. Changing into one set, he discarded his old clothes and shoes in a trash bin. Next, he visited a gold shop, converting the cash he had taken into gold. The transaction cost him over $80,000 in taxes and fees, leaving him with just 16 kilograms of gold. As he left the shop, Dio couldn't help but compare the experience to his earlier raid. "Robbing is so much more efficient," he muttered. "But where am I going to find another target like that?" For now, he resolved to focus on legitimate business while keeping an eye out for future opportunities. Finding a secluded alleyway, he ensured there were no cameras or witnesses before transferring the newly purchased gold into his game inventory. He then discarded the bag and his current clothing, changing into the second outfit he had bought. By the time Dio rejoined the crowd, he had once again transformed his appearance completely. Back at the hotel, Dio casually strolled past the 2 SHIELD agents who had been surveilling him all night. They were slumped in their car, yawning as they ate breakfast sandwiches. Dio flashed them a deliberate, mocking smile as he entered the building. On the designated floor, he repeated the same tactic as before. The world briefly covered the hallway camera with a black plastic bag, giving Dio just enough time to enter the room unnoticed. Inside, the 2 women were still sound asleep, undisturbed by the night's events. Dio exhaled softly, finally allowing himself to relax. The night had gone flawlessly. His test of Knum's abilities had been a resounding success, and the gold he had acquired now sat securely in his game inventory. As he stood by the window, watching the city stir to life, Dio allowed himself a small, satisfied smile. "Perfect execution," he murmured. "This is how it's done." After staying at the hotel for lunch, the 2 women reluctantly bid Dio farewell. Before leaving, they left their real names and phone numbers, coyly hinting that he could contact them anytime if he wanted to drink with them again. Everything seemed perfectly natural, normal even. The 2 suspected SHIELD agents stationed outside observed the interaction with no suspicion, though their hearts burned with envy and frustration. While Dio was inside enjoying whiskey with beautiful women, they had spent the previous night nursing a single drink and enduring the bartender's disdainful glares before leaving the bar empty-handed. "Man, this is life," one of them muttered bitterly. The other sighed, his expression grim. "We've got a report to write. No time to cry about it now." Back at the restaurant, Dio leisurely brewed himself a pot of tea. He wasn't much of a coffee drinker, and when he did indulge, he always added enough sugar to make it overly sweet. Tea was no exception. He dumped in rock sugar without hesitation, firmly rooting himself in the sacrilegious school of tea drinking. It wasn't about sophistication or taste for Dio. Life was already bitter enough. Why make it harder on himself? All those poetic phrases about savoring the bitterness before the sweetness, the lingering aftertaste, or finding life in the tea were lost on him. High-quality tea had never graced his lips. Much like his past, his palate had only ever known unrelenting bitterness, with no sweetness to balance it. So, if sweetening tea made him a heretic, so be it. He could fake refinement when the occasion demanded it. But why torture himself otherwise? As Dio sipped his overly sweet tea, a thought nagged at the back of his mind. It felt like he had forgotten something. Setting the teacup down, he scanned the room. His gaze landed on a broom leaning against the wall. Will. Could that idiot still be at the bar? Shaking his head, Dio pulled out his phone and called Will. The phone rang for a while before being abruptly hung up. He called again, but this time it was rejected immediately. A frown crossed Dio's face. Did something happen? He dialed another number. Finally, it connected. I'm busy. Call me later. Will's voice came through, rushed and slightly breathless. Dio arched an eyebrow, his expression turning amused as he listened to the faint sounds in the background. Wasn't it the voices of the two women he had left at the bar with Will? Are you seriously exercising at this hour? With them? Guess they really care about their fitness, Dio muttered to himself, half laughing. Well, at least the drinks I paid for didn't go to waste, he remarked aloud, putting the matter out of his mind. Half an hour later, Will pulled up in front of the restaurant, his face a picture of misery. The moment he stepped inside, he looked like he was about to cry. What's wrong? Too much exercise? Feeling a little drained, Dio teased, his tone dripping with mockery. Will's face twisted in frustration. Those two be asterisk, 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 yes, he exclaimed. They ate my food, drank my drinks, and then, before they left, they took every last cent I had on me. Every last cent. They're no different from Hook. Before he could finish, Dio burst out laughing, nearly spilling his tea. It wasn't hard to figure out what had happened. The women clearly thought spending the night with Will wasn't worth it, especially since there were 3 of them involved. So, they'd help themselves to some compensation on their way out. Knowing Will, the exercise had probably started before the equipment was even fully operational. You're kidding, right? I paid for everything last night. If anyone should feel cheated, it's me. Besides, when I called earlier, you didn't sound like you were complaining. You sounded like you were having the time of your life, Dio said, still chuckling. Will's face darkened. Wait a minute. You're saying you didn't? Sorry to disappoint, Dio interrupted, pulling 2 slips of paper from his pocket and tossing them onto the table. Unlike you, I got my money's worth. Here, have a look. Will unfolded the notes, his face falling as he read them. Real names, phone numbers, perfume-scented paper. He slumped back into his seat, defeated. Life's not fair, man, he muttered, staring at the notes like they were mocking him. By the way, Will said suddenly, his curiosity piqued. What about that appointment you mentioned yesterday? The IRS chick, that? Dio waved dismissively. I just said I had something to do. Never said it was with her. Honestly, by the time last night started, I'd forgotten all about it. Wasn't really important anyway. Will nodded, accepting the explanation. Given how things had gone yesterday, even the most pressing matter would have taken a back seat. He doubted Dio would have answered anyone's call, much less gone off to deal with something unrelated. All right, Dio said, standing. It's our day off. Get out of here. I've got things to do. Things to do. Will hesitated, fidgeting in his seat. Dio shot him a glance, then sighed heavily. Reaching into his wallet, he pulled out a stack of bills and slapped it onto the table. Here, $1,000. Take it and get out. I'm deducting it from your next paycheck. Will's eyes lit up, but he hesitated. Don't you think it's a bit short? I mean, payday's still, Take it or leave it, Dio snapped, reaching for the money. Before he could reclaim it, Will snatched the stack off the table and bolted for the door. As he disappeared down the street, Dio shouted after him, If I find out you spent it all on hookers, you'll never see another dime from me. You hear me? Not a single cent. Leaning back in his chair, Dio couldn't help but shake his head. A guy making 10 grand a month, and he still can't keep it together. What a talent. Still, there was a certain charm to Will's antics. Of all the people Dio had met, Will was the only one who could make him feel genuinely relaxed. Guess that's what friends are for, Dio muttered, a faint smile tugging at his lips. What Dio had orchestrated the previous night was quickly suppressed by higher powers, with the news merely brushing it off as another gang-related massacre. A brief mention was all it warranted before moving on to other topics. However, the incident had piqued the interest of S.H.I.E.L.D., as well as another formidable force. SHLD's directive was clear. Identify and locate the mysterious individual wielding such dangerous powers. Fortunately, or so they thought, there were plenty of clues left at the scene. Fingerprints, a few lucky witnesses, and of course the carnage itself. With these, S.H.I.E.L.D. believed it was only a matter of time before they tracked down the suspect, a presumed mutant. What they didn't realize was that all the evidence they had painstakingly gathered was a carefully crafted facade designed to mislead them at every turn. Even if they searched the entire planet, they wouldn't find the culprit, unless that very culprit decided to reveal himself. Meanwhile, another player entered the game. Colonel William Stryker, a man infamous for his dealings with mutants, stepped forward, representing a faction within the U.S. military. To him, all mutants were a threat, and this tragedy was further proof of their danger. Stryker was eager to use the incident to push his agenda, mutant registration laws, and perhaps something even more sinister. But S.H.I.E.L.D. had little patience for someone like Stryker. Despite his backing from certain military factions, he was a small fish in a very big pond. Cooperation? Not a chance. Thus, a race began, a competition between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Stryker's forces to uncover the truth. Their first step was to dismantle the Swamp King's network, targeting his known associates and connections. Sifting through these leads, they uncovered a crucial clue, a phone call made on the day of the incident. Tracing the call led to a nearby phone booth, where surveillance footage captured the suspect's image. Combining this with survivor testimonies, they pieced together a rough description of the suspect, a 5 feet 7 inches white male, appearing malnourished and possibly a drug addict. The man was suspected to be a mutant with dangerous abilities. Progress was swift, almost too swift. S.H.I.E.L.D. and Stryker's team both felt they were closing in on the fugitive. Further investigation into the Swamp King's activities revealed his connection to a high-profile gold heist earlier that year, an incident that had left the NYPD red-faced. If they could track down his accomplices, it would be a significant win for both sides. For now, however, S.H.I.E.L.D. had the upper hand. Their vast resources and influence kept them ahead of Stryker every step of the way. Weeks passed, and the trail grew cold. Despite their initial momentum, both S.H.I.E.L.D. and Stryker's forces hit a wall. The suspect seemed to have vanished in a thin air. Fingerprints found at the scene yielded no matches in any known database, and no further sightings were reported. Some began to question the validity of the evidence. Could all have been fabricated? Then, someone within S.H.I.E.L.D. proposed a new theory. If the suspect is indeed a mutant, the analysts suggested, could their ability involve altering their appearance? Like Mystique, capable of transforming into anyone. The idea gained traction, earning nods of approval from SHLD's brightest minds. When director Nick Fury read the report, he immediately grew concerned. He knew such abilities existed. He had seen them firsthand, and he knew exactly who to consult about the matter. If this was connected to that group, it was a troubling development. Fury decided it was time to visit someone who might have answers. Agent Coulson, Fury said, his tone commanding. Drop whatever you're working on. I need you to head to Westchester immediately. Several hours later. Westchester, New York. Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. Professor Charles Xavier, seated in his wheelchair, gently placed his book down and looked up, his wise and kind eyes glinting with thought. Is something the matter, Professor? Asked Jean Grey, a tall, elegant woman with long red hair, who was seated across from him. Nothing to worry about, Jean, Xavier replied with a small smile. We're about to have some visitors. Would you mind gathering the children? Today's recess will need to end a bit early. Jean nodded, her expression serious. She had long learned to trust the professor's foresight. If he was calling the children back indoors, it likely meant their visitors weren't here for a friendly chat. As she stepped out to carry out his instructions, she nearly bumped into Scott Summers, who was heading her way. Jean, what's going on? Scott asked, adjusting his distinctive visor-like glasses. The professor says we have visitors on the way, Jean replied. He wants the kids back in their classrooms. Care to join me, Scott? Of course, Scott said with a faint smirk. I'd love to meet these visitors. Let's hope they remember their manners. The two walked outside, where the children were enjoying their recess on the school grounds. A silver-haired woman with dark skin stood nearby, smiling as she watched over them. Hi, Jean. Hi, Scott. The woman greeted warmly. Aurora, Jean said, nodding. The professor wants the kids back inside. Recess is over. Aurora Monroe, known to most as Storm, sighed lightly, shaking her head. Poor kids. These people always have the worst timing. Clapping her hands to get the children's attention, she announced, All right, everyone, listen up. Recess is over. Back to your classrooms now. The children groaned in protest. That's not fair. There's still 41 minutes and 36 seconds left of recess. I don't want to go back inside. Some tried to negotiate, others dragged their feet, but most began heading back toward the school. Enough whining, Aurora said firmly. This is the professor's decision. Let's not make him wait. The mention of Professor Xavier effectively silenced the remaining protests. Even the most mischievous students respected the man too much to disobey him. As the children shuffled back indoors, a growing noise filled the air. The sound of rotor blades grew louder, and moments later, a helicopter appeared on the horizon, hovering over the school's lawn before slowly descending. Jean and Scott exchanged a look, their expressions tense. The visitors had arrived. The guests had arrived, but it was clear that the hosts were far from welcoming. As soon as Phil Coulson stepped off the helicopter and removed his sunglasses, he could feel the palpable tension in the air. If there was one place he truly didn't want to disturb, it was this one, a school built specifically to shelter and nurture mutant children. Yet, orders from his top boss left him no choice but to interrupt their peace. "Allow me to introduce myself," Coulson began, his tone calm and professional. "I'm Phil Coulson, representing the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division." "I remember you," Storm said sharply, her tone laced with displeasure. "You were standing behind that one-eyed, bald director the last time you came here." Her voice carried an edge of annoyance, amplified by the fact that these uninvited guests had disrupted the children's recess. Cyclops, Scott Summers, stepped forward with a frown, his stance protective and unyielding. "What are you doing here? This place doesn't welcome your kind. Or did you not learn your lesson the last time you showed up, uninvited?" Coulson maintained his trademark smile, seemingly unbothered by their hostility. "I'm honored you remember me. But please understand, both during our last visit and this one, we've come with no ill intentions. Unlike those who arrive in fighter jets or helicopters loaded with bombs, we prefer diplomacy. Peaceful solutions are always our first choice." Despite the calmness in his demeanor, Coulson was keenly aware of the danger he was in. He knew full well that one wrong move could result in him being erased from existence with just a glance from Cyclops. Before the exchange could escalate further, Jean Grey's voice interrupted. "Let them in. The professor is waiting for them in the lounge." Her calm tone seemed to diffuse some of the tension. She placed a steadying hand on Scott's shoulder before turning to Coulson. "Follow me." "Thank you," Coulson said sincerely, nodding as he stepped around Scott, who was still glaring at him with thinly veiled hostility. Scott clenched his fists, his instincts screaming to act. But he knew better. The professor's orders were absolute, and any rash actions on his part would only bring trouble to the school. Inside the lounge, Coulson once again came face to face with Charles Xavier, one of the most powerful and respected leaders among mutants. Seated in his wheelchair, the professor greeted him with a warm, almost fatherly smile, his presence exuding wisdom and calm. "Good day, Agent Coulson," Xavier said kindly. "I hope this unannounced visit hasn't interrupted any of our lessons." "Good day, Professor Xavier," Coulson replied, his tone polite and respectful. "This is indeed our second meeting. I must admit, it's an honor to see you again. As for our visit, I'll get straight to the point." "Please do. What brings S.H.I.E.L.D. to my school this time?" Xavier asked, still smiling. His gentle demeanor made him look like an ordinary elderly man, but Coulson knew better. This was a man whose telepathic powers could influence all of humanity, should he choose to wield them. "I believe you already have a sense of why we're here," Coulson said cautiously. Xavier's expression didn't change. "No, I do not. You see, Agent Coulson, it is not my habit to delve into the minds of others without their consent. I respect the privacy of those around me, except in extraordinary circumstances." Coulson nodded, smiling faintly. "Your restraint is admirable, Professor. If all mutants could show the same level of self-control, the world would undoubtedly be a more harmonious place." Xavier's eyes glimmered with a knowing depth as he responded. "Self-control is not something one is born with, Agent Coulson. It is honed through life's trials, through experience, and often through age. In my youth, I too made mistakes. It is only with time that I learned to temper my curiosity and understand the weight of responsibility that comes with power. Every mutant must walk this path. They begin with curiosity, grow through their errors, and eventually come to grasp the responsibility of their gifts. It is a process that requires guidance and patience. Mistakes will be made, but if corrected in time, they can lead to renewal. Wouldn't you agree, Agent Coulson?" Coulson hesitated, understanding the double meaning in Xavier's words. The professor wasn't just speaking about mutants in general. He was preemptively addressing any potential accusations against someone who may have acted out of line. The depth of Xavier's optimism and his unwavering belief in redemption left Coulson slightly awed. Here was a man who genuinely believed he could save every mutant, even those who had strayed far down a dark path. It was admirable, but Coulson couldn't help but think it was overly idealistic. Some people were simply beyond saving. For those individuals, imprisonment, or in some cases, elimination, was the only solution to protect the innocent. Pushing those thoughts aside, Coulson decided to get to the heart of the matter. This, he said, pulling out a file, is about an incident that occurred in New York a little over 2 weeks ago. A massacre. As he spoke, he handed the file to Xavier, who opened it and began reading. The victims included a mutant known as the Swamp. Based on the evidence we've gathered, we believe the perpetrator is also a mutant. We reconstructed the scene using surveillance footage and witness accounts, and we've identified all physical characteristics of the suspect. But here's where it gets strange, Coulson continued. This individual seems to have vanished completely. There's no trace of them anywhere. It's almost as if they never existed. Xavier's eyes remained on the file, though his expression shifted slightly. Our analysts proposed a theory, Coulson said. What if this person doesn't exist? What if the suspect has the ability to shapeshift, to change their appearance and identity at will? That would explain why we can't find them. At this, Xavier's hands paused, and he let out a quiet sigh. Raven, he murmured softly, almost to himself. Coulson raised an eyebrow. Raven? Raven Darkholme, Xavier clarified, though his voice carried a note of reluctance. You may know her by another name, Mystique. Coulson's expression turned serious. Then you believe? I can't say for certain, Xavier admitted. But if Mystique is involved, your theory would make sense. And if Mystique is involved, Eric may not be far behind. Eric, Magneto. Coulson's demeanor grew, even more grave. That's what we're afraid of. We need to know if Magneto is planning something. If Mystique was responsible for this incident, it could be part of a larger scheme. Xavier closed the file and looked up at Coulson, his expression calm but concerned. I will do what I can to help, he said. Though I must warn you, if Magneto is involved, confronting him will not be simple. Far away, in an undisclosed location, Magneto and Mystique remained unaware of the storm brewing around them. Little did they know that they were being framed for a massacre they had no part in. For now, the weight of suspicion had fallen squarely on their shoulders, and the consequences were bound to be far-reaching. The involvement of his old friend Magneto made Professor X take this matter seriously. He agreed to collaborate with S.H.I.E.L.D. to help identify the culprit. With his mission accomplished, Phil Coulson tactfully took his leave, restoring peace to the school, or so it seemed. Dio, meanwhile, remained blissfully unaware of the chaos his actions had unwittingly caused. The ripple effects of his escapade had led to suspicions about Mystique and Magneto, sparking conspiracy theories and dragging them into the spotlight. At this moment, Dio was busy with his own concerns, earning money. Although his escape from the previous incident had been flawless, with no one coming after him thus far, his mood was far from good. Why? Because of his luck. After sending Will off that day, Dio had eagerly spent his hoard of 410 gold bars, 41 10 pulls in total. And what had he gotten? Nothing. Not even a temporary stand card. Just ripple beads and a heap of worthless junk from some random otherworld. It had been so infuriating that he nearly spat blood. Do I, Dio, not deserve basic human rights as a player? Is it my fate to remain cursed by this wretched luck? Despite his frustration and the near physical pain of seeing over $2 million worth of gold vanish into oblivion, he had no choice but to accept his losses. In hindsight, it made him realize just how lucky he had been to draw the world and Knum earlier. Still, it wasn't a total loss. He'd managed to pull some consolation prizes. The most notable was the final fragment needed to forge a complete stand arrow. This meant he now had the opportunity to gamble on evolving a stand. However, the risks involved were undeniable, and he couldn't ignore them. Should he use it on the world? He was still deliberating. Alternatively, the arrow could also be used to awaken a new stand user, but failure meant death. And while Will might be the only person Dio somewhat trusted with such a gamble, Dio wasn't about to drag him into this dangerous world. A normal, ordinary life suited far better. Dio shelved the idea for now, formulating other plans for the arrow. In addition to the arrow, he'd also drawn 3 ripple combat techniques. 1. Golden Ripple Overdrive, a devastatingly powerful ripple technique that emits golden energy, mimicking the sun's rays. Often considered the strongest offensive ripple attack. 2. Crimson Ripple Overdrive, a ripple technique that generates intense heat, capable of burning through most materials. 3. Blue-Green Ripple Overdrive, a ripple technique that can be transmitted through water, allowing for long-range attacks. These techniques were extremely useful and significantly enhanced Dio's combat capabilities. That night, Dio consumed all the ripple beads he'd pulled and used his remaining 2 Lisa Lisa training cards. The brutal training sessions not only solidified his foundation, but also allowed him to master all 3 ripple techniques to the point where using them became second nature. However, the effort required was grueling, several times more intense than his previous training. When Dio finally emerged from the training instance, his ripple energy had soared to a total of 160,000. His strength had more than doubled, and he had unlocked a 3rd stand card slot. This meant he could now use Knum without having to temporarily replace Pearl Jam. Despite his progress, the road ahead was daunting. Unlocking the 4th stand card slot required a staggering 500,000 ripple energy. Considering how much gold and effort it had taken to reach this point, the thought of grinding for that much energy was almost soul-crushing. Without the early pull of Pearl Jam to generate income, Dio doubted he'd even be close to unlocking the 2nd card slot by now. The reality was sobering: no money, no power. After a long day of work at the restaurant, Dio declined Will's invitation to go out. "Sorry, I already have plans for tomorrow," Dio said, shrugging as he ushered Will out the door. Will groaned in frustration, clearly desperate for some fun. He'd been practically climbing the walls since running out of money. While he could afford a few drinks at the bar, it was obvious he had other, less innocent intentions. Dio wasn't lying about his plans. Tomorrow was Sunday, his self-declared day off. While money was important, he refused to work himself to the bone. Taking 1 day a week to rest wasn't too much to ask. This time, his day off coincided with an invitation he couldn't refuse. Ever since that day at Jessica's house, Dio and Jessica had kept their interactions to a minimum, exchanging only the occasional phone call. Neither of them had brought up what had happened, as if it had all been a fleeting dream. Then, out of the blue, a call from Irene had reconnected them. Dio had agreed to take Irene out, and Jessica, claiming she couldn't trust Dio alone with her sister, had rearranged her schedule to join them. Thus, what was originally a 2-person outing became a trio. Irene had apparently protested vehemently, but Jessica wasn't one to be swayed. Dio didn't mind. If anything, Jessica's presence would help avoid any awkward misunderstandings. Plus, he had some personal errands to run, so it all worked out perfectly. The next day dawned bright and clear, a perfect day for an outing. Around 8 a.m., a sleek BMW pulled up in front of Dio's restaurant. Jessica and Irene stepped out, both drawing attention immediately. Jessica had clearly put effort into her appearance, while Irene exuded the effortless charm of youth. Their presence turned heads, but the locals were already somewhat accustomed to seeing wealthy and beautiful people frequenting Dio's quirky restaurant. Still, their arrival added fuel to the rumors surrounding Dio. People couldn't help but speculate about this enigmatic man who seemed to attract such attention. Compared to the 2 women, Dio's outfit was far more casual, practical, and comfortable, perfect for a day of exploration. Yet, his natural charisma and sharp features elevated even his simplest attire. The effect was striking, as though he'd stepped off the cover of a magazine. "Hi, Dio," Irene called out cheerfully, waving as she approached. Dio smiled and waved back, then glanced around at the onlookers. "Let's get in the car," he said with a smirk. "Any longer, and I might start believing I'm some escaped zoo animal being gawked at." The guests had arrived, but it was clear that the hosts were far from welcoming. As soon as Phil Coulson stepped off the helicopter and removed his sunglasses, he could feel the palpable tension in the air. If there was one place he truly didn't want to disturb, it was this one, a school built specifically to shelter and nurture mutant children. Yet, Orders from his top boss left him no choice but to interrupt their peace. "Allow me to introduce myself," Coulson began, his tone calm and professional. "I'm Phil Coulson, representing the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division." "I remember you," Storm said sharply, her tone laced with displeasure. "You were standing behind that one-eyed, bald director the last time you came here." Her voice carried an edge of annoyance, amplified by the fact that these uninvited guests had disrupted the children's recess. "Shield Hunt." Cyclops, Scott Summers, stepped forward with a frown, his stance protective and unyielding. "What are you doing here? This place doesn't welcome your kind. Or did you not learn your lesson the last time you showed up uninvited?" Coulson maintained his trademark smile, seemingly unbothered by their hostility. "I'm honored you remember me. But please understand, both during our last visit and this one, we've come with no ill intentions. Unlike those who arrive in fighter jets or helicopters loaded with bombs, we prefer diplomacy. Peaceful solutions are always our first choice." Despite the calmness in his demeanor, Coulson was keenly aware of the danger he was in. He knew full well that one wrong move could result in him being erased from existence with just a glance from Cyclops. Before the exchange could escalate further, Jean Grey's voice interrupted. "Let them in. The professor is waiting for them in the lounge." Her calm tone seemed to diffuse some of the tension. She placed a steadying hand on Scott's shoulder before turning to Coulson. "Follow me." "Thank you," Coulson said sincerely, nodding as he stepped around Scott, who was still glaring at him with thinly veiled hostility. Scott clenched his fists, his instincts screaming to act. But he knew better. The professor's orders were absolute, and any rash actions on his part would only bring trouble to the school. Inside the lounge, Coulson once again came face to face with Charles Xavier, one of the most powerful and respected leaders among mutants. Seated in his wheelchair, the professor greeted him with a warm, almost fatherly smile, his presence exuding wisdom and calm. "Good day, Agent Coulson," Xavier said kindly. "I hope this unannounced visit hasn't interrupted any of our lessons." "Good day, Professor Xavier," Coulson replied, his tone polite and respectful. "This is indeed our second meeting. I must admit, it's an honor to see you again. As for our visit, I'll get straight to the point." "Please do. What brings S.H.I.E.L.D. to my school this time?" Xavier asked, still smiling. His gentle demeanor made him look like an ordinary elderly man, but Coulson knew better. This was a man whose telepathic powers could influence all of humanity, should he choose to wield them. "I believe you already have a sense of why we're here," Coulson said cautiously. Xavier's expression didn't change. "No, I do not. You see, Agent Coulson, it is not my habit to delve into the minds of others without their consent. I respect the privacy of those around me, except in extraordinary circumstances." Coulson nodded, smiling faintly. "Your restraint is admirable, Professor. If all mutants could show the same level of self-control, the world would undoubtedly be a more harmonious place." Xavier's eyes glimmered with a knowing depth as he responded. "Self-control is not something one is born with, Agent Coulson. It is honed through life's trials, through experience, and often through age. In my youth, I too made mistakes. It is only with time that I learned to temper my curiosity and understand the weight of responsibility that comes with power. Every mutant must walk this path. They begin with curiosity, grow through their errors, and eventually come to grasp the responsibility of their gifts. It is a process that requires guidance and patience. Mistakes will be made, but if corrected in time, they can lead to renewal. Wouldn't you agree, Agent Coulson?" Coulson hesitated, understanding the double meaning in Xavier's words. The professor wasn't just speaking about mutants in general. He was preemptively addressing any potential accusations against someone who may have acted out of line. The depth of Xavier's optimism and his unwavering belief in redemption left Coulson slightly awed. Here was a man who genuinely believed he could save every mutant, even those who had strayed far down a dark path. It was admirable, but Coulson couldn't help but think it was overly idealistic. Some people were simply beyond saving. For those individuals, imprisonment, or in some cases, elimination, was the only solution to protect the innocent. Pushing those thoughts aside, Coulson decided to get to the heart of the matter. "This," he said, pulling out a file, "is about an incident that occurred in New York a little over 2 weeks ago. A massacre. As he spoke, he handed the file to Xavier, who opened it and began reading. The victims included a mutant known as the Swamp. Based on the evidence we've gathered, we believe the perpetrator is also a mutant. We reconstructed the scene using surveillance footage and witness accounts, and we've identified all physical characteristics of the suspect. But here's where it gets strange, Coulson continued. This individual seems to have vanished completely. There's no trace of them anywhere. It's almost as if they never existed. Xavier's eyes remained on the file, though his expression shifted slightly. Our analyst proposed a theory, Coulson said. What if this person doesn't exist? What if the suspect has the ability to shapeshift, to change their appearance and identity at will? That would explain why we can't find them. At this, Xavier's hands paused, and he let out a quiet sigh. Raven, he murmured softly, almost to himself. Coulson raised an eyebrow. Raven? Raven Darkholme, Xavier clarified, though his voice carried a note of reluctance. You may know her by another name, Mystique. Coulson's expression turned serious. Then you believe? I can't say for certain, Xavier admitted. But if Mystique is involved, your theory would make sense. And if Mystique is involved, Eric may not be far behind. Eric, Magneto. Coulson's demeanor grew even more grave. That's what we're afraid of. We need to know if Magneto is planning something. If Mystique was responsible for this incident, it could be part of a larger scheme. Xavier closed the file and looked up at Coulson, his expression calm but concerned. I will do what I can to help, he said. Though I must warn you, if Magneto is involved, confronting him will not be simple. Far away, in an undisclosed location, Magneto and Mystique remained unaware of the storm brewing around them. Little did they know that they were being framed for a massacre they had no part in. For now, the weight of suspicion had fallen squarely on their shoulders, and the consequences were bound to be far-reaching. Really? Dio, are you going to get a dog too? Irene, clutching Snowball in her arms, beamed with excitement. Finally, she had found a topic she could fully dive into. Owning pets was a common pastime, not just in America, but across the world. Jessica didn't think much of it either. While she was slightly disappointed that they couldn't wander aimlessly through the shops any longer, visiting a pet store to see some adorable creatures wasn't a bad alternative. The trio drove to a nearby street lined with pet shops, a haven for animal lovers. The variety was overwhelming. Cats, dogs, lizards, snakes, and even some exotic creatures that might make an average person shiver. Yet, there were plenty of individuals who adored such unusual pets. Jessica glanced at Dio as they stepped out of the car. Do you have any idea what kind of pet you're looking for? Dio shook his head. Not really. I just want to take a look. If I find something I like, I'll get it. If not, then no big deal. Jessica nodded in understanding, not suspecting anything. Was Dio really here to adopt a pet for companionship? Of course not. His intentions were far from ordinary. After weeks of deliberation, Dio had finally decided to use the stand arrow in his possession. But instead of targeting another person or evolving one of his existing stands, his goal was to create a stand-empowered pet. During one of his earlier gacha pulls, Dio had obtained a white pet card. This card allowed him to tame an animal that would never betray him and would obey his every command. However, the card only worked on ordinary animals, with the success rate being higher for weaker or smaller creatures. Using it on a lion or a tiger, given Dio's luck, would almost certainly result in failure. The animals sold in pet shops, however, were different. Most of them were bred and domesticated, which greatly increased the likelihood of success when using the pet card. In a normal scenario, obtaining a pet wouldn't offer Dio any significant advantage. But with the stand arrow in the mix, everything changed. Dio thought back to Iggy, the sand-manipulating dog, and Coco the turtle, with its standalone pocket dimension. The idea of having a stand-wielding pet at his side filled him with excitement. Such a creature wouldn't occupy one of his precious stand card slots and could provide immense utility and support. Even if the experiment failed, there would be no personal risk involved. It was the perfect plan. So now, as the three of them entered the first pet shop, Dio carefully slipped the stand arrow into his sleeve, ready to test it out. The arrow had a unique property. If there was a living creature with stand potential nearby, the arrow would instinctively react and lock on to its presence. The stronger the potential, the more intense the reaction. However, Dio wasn't entirely sure if this property applied to the game-generated arrow. He could only test it and hope for the best. If the arrow no longer retained its ability to sense potential targets, Dio would shelve the idea of creating a stand pet and save the arrow for evolving the world in the future. Good morning, folks. Can I help you with anything? The shop owner, a kind-looking middle-aged woman, greeted them warmly. Her gentle demeanor and the way she affectionately glanced at the animals made it clear that she truly cared for them. Dio quickly assessed her and, with a polite smile, replied, "I'm looking to buy a pet, but I haven't decided what yet. Do you mind if we just take a look around?" "Of course," the woman said graciously, though her eyes betrayed a hint of disappointment. She had seen far too many people like this, customers who walked in on a whim, thinking they'd try out having a pet, only to abandon the poor creature once their enthusiasm waned. As someone who genuinely loved animals, it pained her to think of pets being treated so irresponsibly. Still, business was business, and she couldn't turn away potential customers based on assumptions. "Let me know if you have any questions," she added before stepping aside. "Look, Dio, isn't this dog adorable? Let's get this one," Irene exclaimed, pointing to a tiny white poodle with a perfectly groomed coat and a red bow tied around its neck. It looked like a little princess. Dio glanced at the poodle, but the arrow in his sleeve remained completely still. "Not this one," he thought to himself, shaking his head internally. Despite Irene's excitement, Dio wasn't discouraged. Creatures with stand potential were exceedingly rare. Finding one among domesticated pets was bound to be a challenge. After circling the shop and finding no results, Dio led the group out and moved on to the next door. Fortunately, the entire street was lined with pet shops. If one didn't yield results, there were plenty more to try. If New York came up empty, Dio could expand his search to other cities, or even other countries. It was a matter of chance, and Dio had long since resigned himself to his abysmal luck. By noon, they had visited more than 10 pet shops, yet none of the animals had triggered a reaction from the arrow. As they stepped out of the latest store, Dio suddenly felt a faint tremor from the arrow in his sleeve. It was minute, almost imperceptible, and vanished as quickly as it had appeared. The reaction had come from the crowd outside, not the shop itself. Was it a human? Dio wondered, his heart racing slightly. Or something else? Regardless, the brief reaction was enough to confirm that the arrow's detection ability was still intact. It wasn't all for nothing. However, Jessica and Irene were visibly worn out by this point. Their initial enthusiasm had waned, replaced by confusion and frustration. They couldn't understand what Dio was looking for in a pet, and the aimless wandering was starting to grate on their nerves. Glancing at his watch, Dio decided it was time to wrap things up. "Let's check out this last shop," he suggested. "After that, we'll grab lunch and head to the amusement park." "Sound good." Jessica and Irene perked up a little at the mention of food and fun. Forcing smiles, they followed Dio into one final store. The moment Dio stepped inside, the arrow in his sleeve began to stir. It wasn't a strong reaction, but it was unmistakable. Something in this shop had triggered it. Dio's heart leapt with anticipation as he discreetly followed the arrow's subtle guidance. Not this one either," he muttered under his breath, passing cage after cage. Finally, the arrow directed him to a small glass enclosure. Inside was the creature he had been searching for. "Dio, are you really going to keep this?" "Yeah. Don't you think it's adorable?" When it came time to pay, Jessica and Irene started giving him strange looks. They could never have imagined that the pet Dio finally chose would be, a snail. But why didn't he buy one earlier? After all, the other stores they'd visited also had snails for sale. No matter how much they thought about it, they couldn't figure out Dio's true intentions. Eventually, they decided not to waste any more brainpower on it. Maybe talented people always have quirky sides to their lives. The good news was that their earlier efforts weren't in vain. With their company, Dio still managed to buy the pet he wanted. That was far better than wasting time and leaving empty-handed. After placing the glass tank in the back and reminding Irene not to open it, lest Snowball might attack and kill the snail, the three of them went for Japanese cuisine and finally arrived at the amusement park. The park was bustling with weekend visitors, though it was nowhere near the shoulder-to-shoulder crowds Dio had experienced during May Day holidays in his previous life. After storing their belongings, Dio and Jessica led a visibly excited Irene into the park. Dio, I want to go on that. Irene was pointing at a haunted house adorned with pictures of zombies and demons. It looked terrifying, but the line of people waiting to enter was endless. It seemed everyone enjoyed the thrill of screaming in fear as a way to release stress. Before Dio could say a word, Jessica sternly interjected, "No way. That's not suitable for kids. What if you end up traumatized? I'm not a kid, and so what if I am? As long as an adult accompanies me, I can still go in," Irene retorted stubbornly. "I said no, and that's final. Let's go play that instead." Jessica pointed toward the bumper cars nearby. "You're just scared yourself," Irene muttered under her breath, clearly unhappy. Yet her words were perfectly audible to both Dio and Jessica. "What did you just say?" Before Jessica could lose her temper, Dio quickly stepped in and pulled Irene away. "You go play bumper cars yourself. Irene and I will stand in line for that one." "Yay. Dio, you're the best." Irene jumped up excitedly and threw her arms around Dio's neck, even planting a kiss on his cheek. But the moment she realized what she had just done, her face turned red as she nervously glanced at Dio's reaction. Yet Dio didn't seem fazed at all. He simply treated her like a little sister. A kiss on the cheek was just a gesture of affection, not something to be embarrassed about. It wasn't as if it were on the lips or anything. This both flustered and frustrated Irene. "You too. You're driving me crazy." Jessica was left standing there alone, fuming as she watched her sister cheer joyfully. How could she tolerate this? In her frustration, she decided to follow them. Just as Irene had pointed out, Jessica was indeed afraid of haunted houses. But her usual image as a composed, elite professional wouldn't allow her to admit it. This time, she was determined to tough it out. After waiting in line for half an hour, it was finally their turn. No photography allowed inside, no use of any lighting devices, and no attacking our staff. If you're too scared to continue, you can call out for help, and someone will escort you out. If you make it through in under 10 minutes, you'll receive a special prize. After listening to the staff's instructions at the entrance, Dio, Jessica, and Irene finally stepped into the haunted house. The interior was pitch black, with only faint, dim lights guiding visitors forward. The greatest fear humans have comes from the unknown. Yet after entering, Irene displayed courage far beyond her age. She boldly took the lead among the three, murmuring excitedly about completing the course within 10 minutes to win the prize. In stark contrast was Jessica, the adult of the group. The moment she stepped inside, it was as if she'd forgotten all her earlier annoyance. She clung tightly to Dio's arm, half hiding behind him, constantly urging Irene to slow down. Faced with these two sisters, Dio couldn't help but chuckle helplessly. One was pulling him forward, while the other was dragging him back. He might as well have been torn in two. As they walked past the coffin, both Irene and Dio passed by without incident. But when Jessica brought up the rear, the coffin lid suddenly flew open. A bloodied zombie sat bolt upright and started clawing its way toward her. Jessica was petrified. Her legs gave out as she let out a scream that could shatter glass. If not for her hands gripping Dio's arm tightly, she would have collapsed on the spot, too terrified to move. Dio quickly dragged her along, lest her screaming break everyone's eardrums. Along the way, they encountered all sorts of ghouls and monsters. The haunted house's traps were ingeniously designed, catching people off guard and sending chills down their spines. But Irene, fearless as ever, found it all exhilarating. Though she occasionally screamed, it was out of excitement, not fear. As for Dio, he was the least scared of all. In fact, he worried he might instinctively punch one of the actors who jumped out to scare him. Judging by the staff's warning at the entrance, this probably wasn't an uncommon occurrence. The most pitiful one was Jessica. Dio practically dragged her through the entire course. She screamed soprano at every turn, and before long, tears were streaming down her face. Her makeup was likely ruined, though fortunately, the dim lighting spared her the embarrassment of anyone noticing. Finally, chased by a horde of snarling zombies, Dio managed to pull Irene and drag Jessica out of the haunted house. They took over 15 minutes, missing out on the prize. If it weren't for my sister, Dio, and I definitely could have finished in under 10 minutes, Irene grumbled, her dissatisfaction evident. Meanwhile, Jessica headed straight for the restroom. Whether she was there to freshen up her makeup or had been scared to the point of needing it, no one knew for sure, perhaps both. 5 minutes later, Jessica returned, looking as though she had regained her usual sophisticated, professional demeanor. Yet the pallor of her face and the nervous glances she cast around betrayed her lingering fear. She still seemed worried that a zombie might suddenly jump out and attack her. Even Dio hadn't expected Jessica's fear to be this extreme. It was completely at odds with her composed and confident image. But he didn't mock her. Everyone has their own fears. Some fear snakes, others fear mice, cockroaches, or ghosts. There's nothing shameful about it. With Dio's gentlemanly reassurance, Jessica gradually calmed down. Irene also refrained from bringing up the haunted house again. The three of them went on to enjoy other attractions together. Wow! With the sound of a few whistles echoing across the beach, Jessica and Irene, now dressed in their swimsuits, approached Dio, who was lounging on the sand. Jessica was already a stunning beauty, but after months of Dio's dietary adjustments and therapeutic guidance, she had blossomed into a perfect blend of mature elegance and youthful vitality. Naturally, she became the center of attention as she walked by. Meanwhile, Irene, even in her simple one-piece swimsuit, was equally charming. Her angelic, innocent face and petite frame evoked a protective instinct in anyone who looked at her, making people want to shield and care for her. Now, with the two sisters sitting on either side of Dio, it was impossible not to draw envious stares from other men. However, that envy quickly turned into disbelief and even amusement when Dio took off his sunglasses. The truth was, during the time Jessica had taken Irene to change into their swimsuits, Dio had already turned down countless bikini-clad women who tried to strike up a conversation with him. His perfect physique, complete with chiseled abs, had left no shortage of admirers drooling. And when he removed his sunglasses, his charm seemed to multiply tenfold. To put it bluntly, after Jessica and Irene sat down, the number of jealous glares from surrounding women could not be counted. Jessica, however, basked in those envious looks, even tossing her sunscreen over to Dio with a playful smirk. Guess you're in luck. Dio, who had spent the entire afternoon having fun, wasn't tired in the slightest. He took the sunscreen without protest. After all, they'd long passed the point of awkwardness between them. Applying sunscreen was hardly a big deal. But just as he was about to start, Irene suddenly snatched the sunscreen from his hands. "I'll do it," she declared enthusiastically, immediately beginning to apply it to Jessica's back before anyone could object. Fine. Dio didn't feel particularly disappointed. Instead, he turned to the side to enjoy the beautiful scene unfolding before him. Jessica, however, was less than pleased. She wanted nothing more than to rile up the women glaring daggers at her nearby, and Irene had just stolen her chance. But amidst this harmonious moment, something entirely out of place occurred. A scrawny boy wearing glasses hesitated as he shuffled past the three of them. Then, seemingly steeling himself, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Jessica, lying face down, didn't notice a thing. But Irene saw him immediately, only to be shielded by Dio, who leapt up and positioned himself protectively in front of her. The nearby beachgoers were stunned, while a group not far away erupted into laughter, unable to contain themselves. Though Dio sensed something was off, he didn't hesitate to act. He swiftly kicked the boy over with a forceful "get lost." The boy, now sprawled on the sand, opened his eyes to see Dio's furious expression and the disgusted stares from the onlookers. Humiliated, he lowered his head and ran off. Throughout the entire ordeal, Dio's eyes never left him. How could someone so timid muster the courage to attempt something so vile in public? It wasn't until the boy ran back to the group that had been laughing earlier, where he was immediately surrounded and shoved around, that Dio began to piece things together. "What's going on? What happened?" Jessica asked, her tone sharp as she sat up. "Nothing. Just someone looking for trouble. Stay here, both of you. Don't go anywhere," Dio replied calmly before heading toward the group. As Jessica and Irene overheard murmurs about what had just transpired, Jessica's expression darkened considerably. If Dio hadn't stepped in to shield her sister, she might have been so furious that she'd want to strangle someone herself. "Hey, how's it feel?" And not, useless loser. You can't even handle something so simple, and you think you can join us? Bury him. Bury him. The scrawny boy in the middle of the group looked utterly defeated, enduring their jeers and slaps without resistance. If you don't want to die, then go back and try again. This time, make sure to make them cry, or don't bother coming back to school, sneered a pale-skinned boy who appeared to be the ringleader. Despite being a student, his words and actions were shockingly cruel. In the United States, cases of school bullying were far too common, and Asian students were often targeted. Many classrooms had their designated scapegoats, students whom others used as outlets for their frustrations. Anyone who dared to stand up for these victims would quickly find themselves ostracized. So over time, no one dared intervene. For some, the only way to escape this cycle was to transfer schools and start over. Others chose to assimilate into these cliques, believing that earning their acceptance would allow them to stop being the target. Unfortunately, this often meant becoming complicit in bullying others. The scrawny boy with glasses was clearly one such case. Desperate to avoid being bullied himself, he was willing to stoop to despicable acts, no matter how degrading. Thanks to his heightened senses, Dio had already pieced together the backstory by the time he reached the group. He was both angry at the boy's cowardice and utterly disgusted by the bully's behavior. Dio, too, had faced similar situations in the past. But with Will by his side, he had risen to become someone no one dared mess with at school. After all, no matter how tough a student thought they couldn't compare to someone like Will, who had been involved with gangs from a young age. A beating outside school, followed by a well-timed threat, usually resolved any issues quickly. Dio had been lucky to have Will's help in putting an end to his own bullying. But not everyone was as fortunate. "Please, give me another task. I really can't do this one," the boy with glasses pleaded tearfully. His desperation only elicited louder laughter from the group. At that moment, Dio stepped forward and grabbed the pale leader by the collar. Ignoring his protests, Dio slammed the boy's face into the sand. The sudden act of violence stunned the rest of the group. One of them quickly snapped out of it and yelled, "What are you doing? Let Jerry go. You're going to kill him. I'm only going to ask once. Who told him to do that disgusting thing earlier? Was it this guy?" Dio growled, "MMPH. MMPH." With his face buried in the sand, Jerry couldn't breathe, let alone answer. He struggled violently, but no amount of effort could budge Dio's iron grip. Death. For a brief moment, suffocating in the sand, Jerry felt the icy grip of death closing in. He's not really going to kill me, is he? The thought alone shattered Jerry's mental defenses. "Hey man, if you don't let go, I'm calling the cops." A so-called concerned citizen stepped forward, seemingly alarmed at how the situation was escalating. He fumbled with his phone as he spoke. Scram! Dio shot him a single cold glare, and the would-be hero stumbled backward in fear, dropping his phone in the process. Though killing intent might seem like a mystical notion, it's very real in its own way. Just as those in positions of power can command respect and fear with a single look, Dio's gaze carried the weight of someone who had spilled blood before. As a stand user who had experienced life and death battles, his angry glare was more than enough to make ordinary people tremble. Dio had no patience for this man, whether his intentions were truly noble or not. Where was this concern earlier when those kids were pulling their disgusting pranks? Now that Dio was taking action to punish them, suddenly someone wanted to play the role of justice enforcer? What a joke. But Dio knew it was time to wrap things up. With a swift motion, he yanked Jerry out of the sand. The boy sputtered, coughing up mouthfuls of sand, but his life wasn't in danger. After a fit of coughing, Dio held the boy aloft like a rag doll, his grip firm as ever. Turning back to the rest of the group, his gaze swept over them like a blade. "Nobody wants to talk? Fine. I can appreciate loyalty. So here's the deal. Soon, all of you will be buried in sand. Without my permission, none of you are getting up." With that, Dio shoved Jerry's head back into the sand with unnerving ease. The sheer brutality of his actions made the onlookers gasp in shock. But after witnessing the fate of the first person who tried to intervene, no one dared to step forward this time. When Dio pulled Jerry out again, the boy was a mess, spitting sand and trembling uncontrollably. "It was me. It was me," Jerry screamed, his voice cracking in desperation. "I told him to do it. Please, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have bullied anyone, and I shouldn't have been jealous." The confession brought a visible wave of relief to the rest of the group. At least the truth was out. But their relief quickly turned to horror as Dio, unfazed, shoved Jerry's head back into the sand yet again. He already admitted it. He even apologized. Someone finally mustered the courage to shout, their voice tinged with anger. If apologies were enough, why would we need laws? Dio countered coldly. We didn't break any laws. It was just a prank. And besides, we're minors. You're the one committing a crime right now. Let him go, or you'll be finished. Minors, huh? Dio sneered. What a convenient little shield you've got there. He had always found the legal protections for minors in cases like this infuriating. At times, he couldn't tell whether these laws were meant to protect kids or to enable them to commit atrocities without fear of consequence. When the cost of wrongdoing is so low, what's to stop them from running wild? Fine, Dio said, his tone dripping with sarcasm. I like the idea of a prank. So I'm just pranking you all back, see? No harm done. He hoisted Jerry up again, who by now looked utterly defeated. True to Dio's words, Jerry wasn't physically injured, just thoroughly humiliated. All I did was make him eat a bit of sand. That's not illegal, is it? What do you want? One of the other students demanded. Though they were clearly terrified, their frustration was palpable. Their leader had been utterly humiliated, and they just wanted to escape this nightmare. All of you, Dio said, pointing at the group, kneel down right now and apologize. Shout, I was wrong. I'm a loser 100 times. Do that, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, you're eating your way through this beach. He turned to the scrawny kid in glasses, his gaze sharp. And you're not off the hook. Start running laps. Don't stop until I tell you to. If you collapse, you're going to keep running when you get back up. The boy froze, wide-eyed. Though his situation was pitiable, Dio wasn't about to let him off the hook. Being coerced didn't absolve him of his actions. If Dio had been a moment too late, Irene might have been traumatized for life. That thought alone filled him with rage. I'm not doing this. I'm going home, one of the boys shouted. Yeah, same here. This has nothing to do with me, another chimed in. Of the 7 students, 5 immediately bolted, leaving Jerry and the scrawny boy behind. They didn't believe Dio could catch all of them, and if someone got caught, well, that was just bad luck for them. Run? From Dio? In their dreams. Even without needing his stand, the world, Dio had plenty of ways to handle them. Blue-green ripple sprint. The humid air on the beach amplified the power of Dio's ripple technique. With a flick of his hand, the energy raced forward, striking the fleeing kids in the knees. One by one, they collapsed onto the sand, as if they'd tripped in their panic. To the onlookers, it looked like nothing more than clumsy kids falling over themselves. But to the boys who fell, the panic only deepened when they realized their legs wouldn't respond. They couldn't get back up. By the time they turned to look, Dio was already dragging Jerry toward them. No, stay away. Mr. Dio, that's enough. The police were just here, but we've managed to send them away for now. If this continues, though, it'll be hard to contain, said a quiet voice. Dio turned to see 2 SHIELD agents approaching him cautiously. He had sensed their presence earlier, but their timing still surprised him. Where's Agent Natasha? He asked calmly. On another assignment. We can't disclose the details. Fine. Your new assignment is to make sure these brats follow my instructions. If even one of them gets away, whatever happens next isn't my responsibility. The agents exchanged uneasy glances. This wasn't part of their mission, and stepping in now already bent their orders. Still, they couldn't let the situation spiral further. You can report this up the chain if you want, Dio added, but from now on, any of them who tries to run will face my punishment. And trust me, you don't want to see what that looks like. Reluctantly, the agents nodded. After Dio left, none of the students dared to flee. Under the agent's supervision, one by one, they knelt on the sand and shouted, I was wrong. I'm a loser, over and over. The scrawny boy, meanwhile, bit his lip and began running laps. He didn't make it far before his lack of stamina caught up with him, leaving him gasping for air. Onlookers shook their heads in disapproval, but none dared intervene. You're way too violent, Dio, but damn, that was satisfying. If it were me, I'd have kicked all of them into oblivion. When Dio returned, Jessica was the first to voice her opinion. At this moment, she resembled an enraged lioness, ready to pounce on anyone who dared harm her sister. Thank you, Dio, Irene said, her earlier worry now replaced with admiration. If anything, Dio's actions had only made her respect him more. As a man, one should always step up to protect the women around him, no matter the situation. If Dio had brushed off the incident as just a prank and done nothing, that would have truly been disgraceful. Staying by Dio's side gave both sisters an overwhelming sense of security. Even when he was scolding people or putting bullies in their place, there was an undeniable charm about him. Sorry for letting those idiots ruin the vibe. What had happened was undoubtedly disturbing, but Dio's actions afterward had more than made up for it. No woman would admire a cowardly man who backed down in the face of trouble. "It's nothing," Jessica replied. "It's getting dark anyway. Let's grab something to eat, watch the fireworks, and then head back." Dio nodded. Staying there any longer and continuing to be the center of attention wasn't exactly appealing. "All right then, let's go. First, let's change." As they walked, Jessica's curiosity got the better of her. "By the way, who were those two guys in suits earlier? Don't tell me they're your bodyguards? Or are you secretly some rich heir, a lost scion of a powerful dynasty?" Dio chuckled. "Hardly. You're overthinking it. They're just two meddlesome strangers. I don't know them. By the way, I need to ask you for a favor. Today I gave those punks a good lesson, but knowing their type, they'll probably take it out on that boy with the glasses at school. I know what he did was wrong, but he was coerced into it. He's already paid the price, so if you can, look out for him." Jessica was a little surprised, but quickly nodded. She was well aware of the petty, cruel dynamics in schools. If no one intervened, the timid boy would undoubtedly face even worse bullying. Jessica herself despised such behavior, though she also knew that such systemic problems couldn't be solved by one or two people alone. "I understand. Even if you hadn't asked, I was already planning on teaching those jerks another lesson. If Irene had actually seen anything earlier, I wouldn't have let them off so easily." Dio sighed inwardly. He had done all he could. The rest was up to that boy. If he continued to cower in fear, no one could protect him forever. When Will had helped Dio back in the day, Dio had stood his ground even when he'd been beaten black and blue at school. And when classes were over, he would strike back with Will by his side. Over time, no one dared to mess with him anymore. If you want something, you have to fight for it yourself. Relying on others' charity is the most foolish thing you can do. With that thought, Dio quickly pushed the incident from his mind. But what happened next was something he hadn't anticipated at all. After watching the beautiful fireworks, Irene reluctantly left the beach with Dio and Jessica. Today had been one of the happiest days of her life. If only her sister hadn't been there, it would have been perfect. Jessica owned a home in New York, not as luxurious as her place in Washington, but still far beyond what most could afford. "Irene, head inside first. I'll drive Dio back to the restaurant," Jessica said. "You're leaving already? Can't you stay until tomorrow?" Irene asked, clutching Snowball and looking up at Dio with pleading eyes. On any other day, Dio might have stayed. It wouldn't have been an inconvenience, and who knows, maybe something interesting might even have happened. But his mind was preoccupied with experimenting on his stand pet, and he could only disappoint the little girl this time. Once the car was back on the road, Jessica glanced at him curiously. "Why are you in such a rush to leave?" Dio hesitated for a moment, then deflected. "I feel like Irene's been giving us a funny look lately." "Do you think she already knows about that day?" It was the first time either of them had brought up that incident since it happened. "And so what if she does?" Jessica replied, arching an eyebrow. "We're both single adults. What we did wasn't illegal before marriage. Or are you worried about ruining your perfect image? Do you have feelings for Irene or something?" Her tone turned dangerously sharp toward the end. Dio couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. "Of course not. Irene's barely a teenager. Even if I lost my mind, I wouldn't go after a minor." "What? Do you want me to end up in jail?" Jessica shot him a glance and suddenly swerved the car onto a different road. "Hey, where are we going? You're not planning to silence me, are you?" Dio joked, still in the mood for banter. Jessica's glare shut him up immediately. He raised his hands in mock surrender, deciding not to push his luck. The car drove further along, leaving the city lights behind. Soon, there were no other vehicles or pedestrians in sight. Jessica finally pulled over by a large tree, turning off the engine and plunging the area into darkness. The eerie stillness around them felt straight out of a horror movie. Dio opened his mouth to say something to lighten the mood, but Jessica silenced him before he could get a word out. Meanwhile, in a quiet residential area of New York, 3 or 4 shadowy figures crept toward a house. One of them pulled out a stash of firecrackers. Lighting them, they threw the explosives into the house. Quick, quick, quick! One more! Someone's coming, run! The individuals fleeing at this moment were none other than the students who had been beaten up by Dio earlier that day. As it turned out, the reason they had provoked Dio was because of Jessica and Irene, who were so stunningly beautiful that it stirred up a mischievous desire in them. They wanted to irritate Dio and his friends to draw attention to themselves, and, as a bonus, tease the timid Peter. But they had not anticipated that Dio's overreaction would teach them such a harsh lesson, especially when, in front of so many people, they were forced to kneel on the beach and shout, "I was wrong. I'm a loser," an act that utterly humiliated them. This humiliation planted the seeds of revenge in their minds. However, they didn't dare to target Dio, the devil. It wasn't just his violent demeanor that frightened them, but also the 2 individuals who had later appeared, claiming to be FBI agents. To their young minds, anyone capable of involving the FBI in dealing with a few minors was definitely someone not to be trifled with, undoubtedly a figure of great influence. At their age, they already understood the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble. While they were still seething and desperate to vent their anger, they didn't want to create a mess that would bring serious trouble to their families. After some discussion, they decided to shift their revenge onto Peter, the timid one. It was all his fault. If he hadn't been so foolish, they wouldn't have been dragged into this mess. Not only had they failed to complete their prank, but he had even run back like an idiot, practically announcing their involvement to everyone. A fool like that deserved to be punished. Moreover, while they had endured such degrading punishment, why was Peter's consequence simply to run laps? Once they all returned to school, that coward would surely spread the story far and wide. So, to preemptively warn Peter, they waited until nightfall and went to his house. They threw firecrackers they'd bought earlier into his home, confident that such a scare would keep Peter quiet and too afraid to speak out. What they didn't expect, however, was that while the firecrackers weren't particularly powerful, they happened to ignite a blanket inside the house. By the time Peter's family woke up to check, the fire had already started spreading. The neighbors quickly called the fire department, but the group who had been hiding nearby to observe the results were utterly petrified. They had only wanted to pull a prank, to give Peter a scare. They had never intended to set his house on fire. But the blazing flames before them made it unmistakably clear what kind of mistake they had made. This was arson. If the police found out it was their doing, it would mean juvenile detention for sure. As panic consumed the group, the one who had suffered the worst beating from Dio glared at them and said fiercely, "Nobody says a word about this. We were never here. We've been at home, asleep, the whole time." "Got it. But if you want to go to jail, go ahead and confess." Jerry grabbed the hesitant boy by the collar, his expression so menacing it was as if he might devour him. All of them? No. It was the thought of jail that terrified them into silence. Nobody wanted to go to jail. It would ruin their lives. So they convinced themselves, "We're sorry, but it was just a prank. It was an accident. We should be forgiven. Yes, that's right. Let's leave now and make sure our stories match. There's no evidence left at the scene, so no one can prove it was us. As long as we deny it, we'll be fine," Jerry said, instilling a sense of false confidence in the others. The group quickly fled the scene, just as a fire truck, sirens blaring, passed them in the opposite direction. Thanks to the firefighters' swift response, the fire was contained before it spread to other homes. Peter's family of 3 was rescued with the help of the neighbors. Fortunately, there were no fatalities, but Peter's parents suffered varying degrees of burns while protecting their son. They were rushed to the hospital in ambulances. Peter, however, stood frozen, staring blankly at the scene before him, unable to believe what had happened. Jerry. When the sound of firecrackers woke him, he had already guessed who might do such a thing so late at night. He had intended to endure it. But what happened next was beyond anything he could have imagined. Why? Why would they do this? He was completely lost. The overwhelming anger twisted inside him, and a strange power seemed to be trying to break free. Meanwhile, back at the diner, Dio kissed Jessica goodbye and then carried the glass box into his room. After carefully inspecting the arrangements he had left behind, he confirmed that no one had sneaked in during his absence. Only then did he close the door, taking out the pet card and the arrow. Once again, he held up the arrow. Without any external force, it pointed directly at the glass box, confirming that Dio's idea was indeed feasible. He opened the glass box and took out a small, palm-sized, bewildered snail. It was an ordinary white snail, which, startled by its surroundings, immediately retreated into its shell. Dio picked up the white pet card, hesitating for a moment. A snail hardly seemed like an ideal pet. Even if it awakened a stand ability, it was unlikely to be impressive. But finding pets with stand potential in pet shops was exceedingly rare. The odds were slim. Even if he spent more time searching, it would probably be a waste of effort. And even if he found another one, who could guarantee it would be better than this? It was a question that couldn't be answered without trying. So Dio stopped hesitating and used the pet card on the snail in his hand. God, please let this work. I don't have another pet card to waste. Maybe his prayer worked, or maybe the snail was simply too weak to resist. The white pet card, with only a 10% success rate, transformed into a glowing ring and encircled the snail, establishing a soul imprint. Success. Dio now felt a new light within his soul. With a single thought, he could extinguish it, and the snail would die instantly. The moment the pet card took effect, the snail in his hand seemed to sense something. Tentatively, it stretched out from its shell and affectionately nuzzled against his palm, as if recognizing him as its master. It was a fascinating display. It appeared that the pet card had not only transformed the snail into a pet, but also caused some degree of change. At the very least, its intelligence was no longer that of an ordinary snail. No ordinary snail could display such behavior. Even though this snail was deemed to have potential by the arrow, its exact level of potential and its ability to survive the ordeal remained unknown. If it ultimately died, all Dio's prior investment would have been for nothing, yielding no returns. However, with the arrow already drawn, there was no turning back. Dio had reached a point where hesitation was no longer an option. Steeling himself, he plunged the arrow directly into the snail. Through the soul imprint, Dio could clearly feel the life and death trial the small snail in his hand was undergoing. The light point of their connection flickered erratically, as if it could shatter and vanish at any moment. After a few more seconds, the snail's antennae drooped lifelessly. Dio's heart sank. He knew that if he didn't intervene, leaving it to fend for itself, it wouldn't survive this trial. After weighing his options, he realized there was only one method left to save the snail. If he didn't try, he wouldn't forgive himself. Taking immediate action, he swapped out Knum and equipped a temporary golden experience card, summoning the stand instantly. Without hesitation, golden experience placed its right hand on the snail, continuously channeling a vast amount of life energy into its fragile body, sustaining its flickering life force. A minute passed, and the snail started to show faint signs of recovery, as if it were clinging to life in a last desperate effort. Seeing this, Dio, despite his heart aching at the cost, couldn't bring himself to stop using golden experience. He continued burning through the card's duration, hoping to pull the small creature through. Perhaps heaven rewards those who persist. As time went on, the deadly arrow finally shattered into light, and in a sudden reversal, retracted into the snail's wound, healing it completely. When Dio saw this, he confirmed that the snail's life had been saved. He quickly dismissed golden experience. Saving this little creature had cost him a full 5 minutes of the card's usage, a considerable expense. This also proved that the risks associated with using the arrow were far greater than Dio had originally anticipated. And this was just using it on a snail. If it were used on a human, fewer than 1 in 100 might survive. Had he not forcibly extended the snail's life with golden experience, this experiment would have ended in utter failure. This realization also extinguished any reckless notions Dio had entertained about future experiments. After assessing the gains and losses of this incident, Dio's first standbound pet finally completed its transformation. Although its appearance showed no obvious changes through their soul imprint, Dio now understood what kind of ability it had acquired. The snail possessed a psychic connection ability, primarily of a support nature. Its function was to use miniature snails generated from its main body as a medium. By attaching one of these mini-snails to someone's body, it enabled telepathic communication between them. In other words, if Dio gave miniature snails to Jessica and Irene, the two sisters would be able to communicate mind-to-mind without speaking. As long as they remained on the same planet, they could ignore any geographic distances, signal interference, or other communication barriers. This was essentially a fantastical form of communication, distinct from modern methods like phones or networks. The snail's main body could produce up to 10 miniature snails at a time, meaning it could support group communication for up to 10 individuals. Including Dio as an exception, this number increased to 11. As the owner of the communication snail, Dio could join any conversation at will and grant or restrict permissions based on his preferences. For example, he could allow one-on-one discussions between specific individuals or mute someone entirely. Additionally, Dio could sense the approximate geographic location of anyone carrying one of the miniature snails, thanks to a connection between the main body and its offshoots, essentially functioning as a kind of GPS tracker. At first glance, this ability seemed a bit underwhelming. On Earth, with its highly developed communication infrastructure, a phone could accomplish most of what the snail did. The snail's utility might only shine in areas without satellite signals, or perhaps on other planets altogether. Its resistance to eavesdropping was arguably its most practical feature for now. However, in this world, telepathic abilities and mind-based communication were not unheard of, meaning the ability wasn't entirely foolproof. If Dio encountered someone with such powers, secrecy would still be compromised. When Dio first realized the snail's ability, his initial reaction was disappointment. After all the effort and resources he had invested, the results seemed hardly worth it. It felt like a slightly fantastical version of the Den Den Mushi from that modified Pirate World lore. But in the very next moment, his perspective changed completely. Perhaps due to the intervention of Golden Experience during its awakening, the snail's stand ability underwent a mutation. The excess life energy in the snail's near-death struggle triggered the awakening of a second ability, life sacrifice. By sacrificing one of its miniature snails, the snail could unleash a burst of life energy, which would be injected into the user's body. This was essentially a weaker version of Golden Experience's healing ability, a second chance at life in critical, near-death situations. Without this mutated ability, the communication snail would likely only serve a niche purpose in specific scenarios. But with this added power, its value skyrocketed exponentially. After all, survival is paramount in any situation. A portable, life-saving healing mechanism like this would be a game-changer in dire circumstances, a trump card for turning the tide. Though the ability was limited to 10 uses, Dio could recharge it using the Golden Experience card. And if he ever obtained the full version of Golden Experience, the communication snail's utility would become even more significant. Suddenly, Dio felt that every bit of his investment had been worthwhile, just for this mutated ability alone. What does it mean to turn the ordinary into the extraordinary? This was it. The more he looked at the snail, the more endearing it seemed. He almost wanted to sleep with it cuddled in his arms. But on second thought, he decided against it. He was afraid he might accidentally roll over and crush it in his sleep. After all, despite its miraculous abilities, the snail's main body remained an ordinary, fragile creature. It had no offensive capabilities and no enhanced defenses. If attacked, it would die just like any other living thing. Careful protection was a must. All right, from now on, your name will be Little Strong. Let's hope your life is as tough as your name suggests. Don't you dare die on me. I'd be at a huge loss if you did, Dio murmured, cradling his priceless treasure in his hands. Where were you last night? Where else? At home, sleeping. Can anyone confirm that? My family can vouch for me. We've received reports that you often bully a student named Peter. Is that true? It's just harmless pranks between friends. Is that a crime? We suspect that you went to Peter's house last night and started the fire. No, absolutely not. This is slander. You have no evidence. All right, you can leave for now. Whether it's slander or not, we'll find out soon enough. Early the next morning, a dazed and distraught Peter arrived at school accompanied by the police. Based on his accusations, The officers identified Jerry and several other students for questioning. However, due to the fact that the surveillance cameras near Peter's house, which could have recorded the incident, had long been out of service, no crucial evidence was found. Jerry and the other students under investigation adamantly denied involvement, claiming they were at home sleeping at the time of the incident. Their parents even backed up their alibis. Left with no immediate leads, the police had no choice but to temporarily withdraw, planning to retrieve footage from surveillance cameras near the suspects' homes instead. They believed the truth would soon come to light. But as soon as the police left, Jerry and his group, emboldened by their temporary escape, cornered Peter in the school bathroom. Two of them stood guard outside to prevent anyone from interrupting, while the remaining students shoved Peter into a corner, ready to give him a harsh lesson. "What are you planning to do? Burning down my house wasn't enough for you? My parents are still in a hospital, you bastards." Though still terrified, Peter shouted angrily. Everyone has a breaking point, and even the meekest person can become unpredictable when that line is crossed. Peter, clearly at his limit, was teetering on the edge of a mental breakdown. He couldn't understand why. Even after he had tried to stay compliant, they wouldn't leave him alone. They had to go as far as destroying his family. Jerry, the school bully, couldn't tolerate such defiance from someone like Peter, whom he regarded as a weakling. Initially, he had only intended to intimidate Peter into dropping the accusations. But Peter's outburst triggered Jerry's temper. With a sneer, Jerry landed a heavy punch, knocking Peter's glasses to the floor. Then, as Peter fell to the ground, Jerry stomped on his head, pinning him underfoot. Towering over him, Jerry sneered, "It's a shame that fire last night didn't finish you off, you pathetic little rat. The heavens must be blind. But don't worry, there'll be plenty more chances. Unless, of course, you lick all of our shoes clean right now. Otherwise, you're done for. So it was you. You won't get away with this. The police will find the evidence and lock all of you up." Peter screamed, struggling violently beneath Jerry's foot. His defiance was so intense that Jerry found it difficult to keep him pinned. "What are you staring at? Hold him down for me," Jerry barked. The other students, who had been watching with amusement, immediately stepped in and pinned Peter to the floor. "Humph. So what if it was us? You really think the police left to find evidence against us? Don't be stupid. Don't you know my dad's already taken care of everything? Those cops are just putting on a show for the public. In this world, if you've got money and power, you can do whatever you want." "Got it, you idiot." Jerry crouched down, slapping Peter's face repeatedly as he spoke, clearly savoring the look of despair he expected to see in Peter's eyes. In truth, the situation wasn't as Jerry made it out to be. While his father did have some influence, it wasn't enough to control an entire police department. What his father had done was pull strings overnight to destroy any evidence of the kids' crimes, such as tampering with the surveillance footage the police were planning to review. When the officers arrived, they would discover that all the cameras had coincidentally malfunctioned, leaving nothing recorded. Additionally, the families of the accused had coordinated their stories in advance, crafting a web of alibis. With no deaths resulting from the fire, only property damage, it was likely the case would be downplayed, especially with money greasing the wheels and connections smoothing the way. Still, Jerry would face some token punishment, such as being grounded for a while. But Jerry wasn't about to share these details with Peter. He preferred to fabricate lies that would plunge Peter into despair, relishing the emotional torment it caused. It gave him a thrill, rivaling the satisfaction he had felt during his prior acts of cruelty. The surrounding students erupted in laughter. To them, Peter's trembling was a sign of terror. But Jerry, crouched in front of Peter, noticed something different. Peter's eyes were filled with a deep, burning red, an expression of boundless hatred and utter indifference toward the world. Jerry's cruel lies had shattered the last shred of hope Peter clung to. If no one would stand by him, if evil could go unpunished forever, then he would take matters into his own hands. At that moment, the dormant power hidden within Peter was finally awakened. "You all deserve to die." With a furious roar, countless sharp bone spikes erupted from Peter's body, instantly filling the entire bathroom. Jerry and his companions had no time to react before they were impaled, their bodies turned into bloody pincushions. The floor was drenched in blood. Though the process of the bone spikes tearing through his flesh and bones was excruciatingly painful, it was nothing compared to the anguish in Peter's heart. Consumed by cold indifference, Peter ignored the physical agony, disregarding the gruesome bloodbath around him. His mind was singularly focused on one thought: to kill every one of these wretched bullies and destroy this unjust, twisted world. The razor-sharp bone spikes didn't just kill everyone in the bathroom. They pierced through the walls, creating a scene straight out of a horror film. The two students standing guard outside narrowly avoided the initial attack, but they were so terrified that they collapsed to the ground. "Monster! Help! Somebody help us!" Their screams drew the attention of nearby students and teachers. The commotion was too loud to ignore. At that moment, Peter, drenched in blood and with his tattered clothes hanging loosely from his body, emerged from the bathroom. Without hesitation, he drove 2 bone spikes into the mouths of the 2 guards, skewering them through and through. Finally, the world was quiet. The shocking news that a mutant was wreaking havoc at Men's High School in New York spread like wildfire. Colonel William Stryker, upon receiving the news, was inwardly ecstatic as he rushed to the scene with his team. On the way, he even found himself hoping the mutant would cause even more chaos, preferably a bloodbath. This would serve as the perfect justification to further amplify his "Mutants Are a Threat" campaign. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were not far behind. Their focus, however, was on minimizing the impact of the incident and ensuring the safety of civilians. At the same time, Cyclops and Storm, dispatched by Professor X to investigate the swamp case, also received a tip from the professor. They immediately changed course and headed toward the school, intent on securing the newly awakened mutant child before other factions could get to them. Of course, local law enforcement and opportunistic reporters were already on the scene, surrounding the school, waiting for the next big development. Dio, who was still working hard in his diner, was completely unaware of the unfolding chaos until he received a phone call. "Do you remember those kids we ran into yesterday?" As soon as Jessica's voice came through the line, she hit him with the abrupt question, leaving Dio momentarily puzzled. "What's wrong? Don't tell me they're more trouble than you can handle." "There's been an incident. Just now, the people I sent told me that the school is swarming with police and sirens. A huge number of officers and even military personnel have rushed there. Apparently, a mutant is on a rampage, killing indiscriminately." "A mutant?" Dio froze for a moment, not expecting such an event. Still, he had no intention of getting involved. To him, it wasn't his problem. The U.S. military and S.H.I.E.L.D. were more than capable of handling a single mutant. There was no need for him to meddle in the situation. "If that's the case, tell your people to leave immediately. It's too dangerous." On the other end of the line, Jessica let out a bitter laugh. "That's what I thought too, but out of curiosity, I asked around. And guess what? That mutant happens to be a student at that school. According to some of the students who managed to escape, his name is Peter, apparently a timid, cowardly guy who was always bullied by the school's thugs." Sounds familiar, doesn't it? "Yeah. As more details about the mutant student came out, I saw a photo. It's the same scrawny kid with glasses we ran into on the beach yesterday. That's quite the coincidence. It gets worse. His house was set on fire last night, and his parents were hospitalized." Dio paused for a moment, lighting a cigarette despite still having customers outside. Taking a drag, he frowned and asked, "Was it those kids I taught a lesson to? Did they retaliate afterward?" "I'm not sure. The police are investigating, but it's highly likely." Jessica didn't have much more information, but she sounded frustrated and guilty, which was why she had called Dio. "If only I'd sent people to warn them yesterday. Maybe this could have been avoided." "No, that's not on you." Dio cut her off, his tone serious. Even if what happened yesterday hadn't occurred, someone trapped in a hell like that would have snapped eventually. This was bound to end in tragedy sooner or later. And by the looks of it, he must have been pushed to the breaking point to awaken his power so suddenly. There's no way he could have endured this long otherwise. Jessica sighed on the other end of the line. "You're right, but at least we had a chance to stop it before it got this bad. Don't overthink it. Things have escalated to a point where it's out of our hands now. If it bothers you, maybe you can visit his parents later to check on them. That's probably all I can do. Let's talk later." "Yeah, bye." After hanging up, Dio immediately went online to check for updates. He quickly found a live news stream and clicked on it. A few minutes later, he put his phone down, extinguished his cigarette, and stepped outside. "I'm sorry, but I'll have to cancel today's appointment. Something urgent has come up, and I need to handle it personally. To make up for it, I'll create a custom package tailored specifically to your needs next time, free of charge." The customer, seeing Dio's serious expression, realized something must have happened. Besides, Dio's offer of a $100,000 apology wasn't something to scoff at. Not wanting to offend Dio or end up on his blacklist, the customer graciously accepted. Dio then proceeded to call the rest of his clients scheduled for the day. Thanks to his sincere apologies, most of them agreed to reschedule. As for one particularly obnoxious client who insisted on being difficult despite claiming money isn't an issue, Dio hung up mid-conversation and promptly added them to his blacklist. No one disrespected him and got away with it. Even Will, who didn't understand why Dio was acting so strangely, was dismissed. Not wanting Will to follow him and cause trouble, Dio handed him a few bills from his wallet, telling him to enjoy himself on the house. Overjoyed, Will happily took off, no longer caring about Dio's plans. The only downside was that Dio had swapped out Knum for the temporary Golden Experience card yesterday to save Little Strong, the snail. As a result, the cooldown period was still in effect, leaving him unable to use it for now. This limited his options for direct intervention, forcing him to assess the situation on site. While Dio didn't feel he had done anything wrong yesterday, he couldn't shake the sense of responsibility for the tragedy that had unfolded. After Jessica's call, he decided to head to the school, even though he wasn't sure what he could do. He simply didn't want to see that young students spiral into a path of vengeance against society and humanity. Driving his beat-up second-hand car, Dio soon arrived at Menf High School. The scene before him was bizarre and tense. On the outermost perimeter were the usual suspects, local police, reporters, and curious onlookers, including what appeared to be concerned parents of some students. Inside, however, things were more intense. SHIELD agents and the U.S. military held opposing positions, each group eyeing the other warily. If one looked closely, a third faction could also be seen, though consisting of only two individuals, making them easy to overlook. "Carlson, are you trying to shield these criminals?" Colonel William Stryker was both furious and alarmed. The sudden arrival of Cyclops and Storm had completely shifted the dynamics of the situation, turning it into the tense standoff unfolding before him. Stryker immediately ordered his soldiers to aim their weapons at the two mutants, whose power was monstrous in his eyes, but his command was thwarted by Coulson and the SHIELD agents. To Stryker, despite the friction and disagreements that often existed between his forces and SHIELD, it was still an internal matter between humans. At a time like this, they should have been united against their common enemy, the terrorists inside. That was why he was so enraged. However, Coulson had his own perspective on the matter amidst the growing tension. "Criminals? Colonel Stryker, don't you think you're being a bit extreme? These two are merely here to help contain the rampaging mutant inside." Coulson raised his voice to clarify his stance. Then, speaking quietly into his comms, he added, "Colonel Stryker, have you considered the consequences of starting a fight here? And I don't think you or your superiors are prepared to deal with those consequences. Are you?" Hearing Coulson's voice suddenly appear in his earpiece, Stryker immediately realized that SHIELD had hacked into their communication system. Under normal circumstances, he would have used this as an excuse to escalate tensions further. But this wasn't the time to pick a fight. Coulson's warning and the subtle yet pointed glance he gave were enough to make Stryker wary. He knew full well that if he pushed the two mutants too far, very few people here would walk away alive. While this would undeniably highlight the threat posed by mutants, the cost would be far too high. After all, when the dust settled, the blame for the innocent civilian casualties would fall squarely on his shoulders, and his superiors wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice him as a scapegoat. His entire operation, and those backing him, could face severe repercussions. Weighing the potential outcomes, Stryker was forced to reconsider. Was it worth starting a conflict here and now? The answer was obvious. It wasn't. The fact that a mutant had slaughtered innocent students and teachers in the school was already an undeniable truth. All he needed now was to capture the perpetrator to further his agenda. This incident alone would be enough to inflame public hatred toward mutants and push his legislative plans forward. After carefully calculating the risks, Stryker stepped aside slightly and, in a low voice tinged with menace, said, "I'll give S.H.I.E.L.D. this one courtesy, but the suspect must be handed over to me in the end. Otherwise, there will be consequences for everyone." Coulson chuckled lightly and replied, "Our only goal at S.H.I.E.L.D. is to minimize the damage caused by this incident. Whether the suspect lives or dies isn't important to us." With a single statement, Coulson managed to appease both sides, reduce the immediate tension, and position S.H.I.E.L.D. as a neutral party. It was a masterstroke. There was no better deal to be had. Hearing this, Stryker felt relieved. As long as S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't interfere, he was confident he could ensure that Professor Xavier's puppets, Cyclops and Storm, would leave empty-handed. If necessary, he would even take measures against the Xavier Institute itself. A glint of malice flickered in Stryker's eyes. "We'll settle this later. All units, prepare to engage. Snipers in position. Assault teams ready." Just as the military forces were about to act, a small, bloodied figure suddenly emerged from the building. With a casual swing of what appeared to be two bone blades, the school's glass doors shattered into pieces, and two fully armed soldiers lying in ambush outside were instantly decapitated. Target sighted. Repeat, target sighted. Unable to contain his excitement, Stryker immediately gave the order, "Open fire. Kill the target." Originally, as long as the mutant remained inside with so many hostages, the forces outside had been hesitant to act. But now, the fool had walked right into their trap, practically begging to die. While Stryker would have preferred to capture the mutant alive, the presence of so many civilians and reporters left him no choice but to issue a kill order. If his demand for a live capture allowed the mutant to escape and cause further casualties, he'd be facing a military tribunal the next day. In an instant, a barrage of weapons unleashed their fury at the blood-soaked monster standing in the doorway. But just as the bullets began to fly, the situation took an unexpected turn. Storm, determined to protect the mutant child, unleashed a powerful gust of wind that knocked the soldiers' aim off course. Most of the bullets missed entirely, and those few that managed to stay on target were blocked by a thick-boned shield conjured by the mutant. Although the gunfire created a cacophony of noise, it failed to inflict any real damage, merely forcing the mutant to step back under the impact. "These mutants are all in on it together. Coulson, what do you have to say now?" Stryker bellowed, his voice dripping with rage. Coulson, caught off guard by the mutant's audacity, fell silent. Feeling the weight of responsibility, he motioned for his agents to retreat. If the situation spiraled further out of control, their priority would be to protect the civilians. Those outside, evacuate the crowd immediately. Request reinforcements. Remaining units, prepare for indiscriminate fire. Kill them all. Despite issuing the order, Stryker's forces found themselves at a disadvantage. The fierce winds conjured by Storm made it nearly impossible for the soldiers to hold their weapons steady, let alone aim effectively. Bullets veered wildly into the sky, rendering their assault futile. The scene descended into chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Cyclops charged toward the mutant child. He knew that the situation had escalated, and part of the blame lay with him. Professor Xavier's original instructions had been clear. If possible, secure the mutant student before anyone else. But if the situation became untenable, they were to back off. Sacrificing the safety and interests of the entire mutant community for one life would be a foolish mistake, and Xavier, ever the pragmatist, understood this well. However, the near attack by the military and Stryker's relentless slander and disdain for mutants had enraged Cyclops. The order to shoot to kill had been the final straw. The mutual prejudice between the two sides had already reached its peak, and Cyclops was determined to act. Storm, though reluctant, had no choice but to support his decision. Fortunately, they both retained some restraint, ensuring that no harm came to the soldiers. Their actions were merely meant to neutralize the threat and create an opening for Cyclops. As he sprinted forward, Cyclops quickly identified the positions of the military snipers. With precision, he fired several red energy blasts from his visor, obliterating their vantage points and turning them into rubble. He exercised control, ensuring that no one was killed, though a few minor injuries were inevitable. When the besieged mutant emerged from the school, Dio, standing amidst the crowd, immediately recognized him. Though one lens of his glasses was shattered and his torn, blood-stained clothes hung loosely on his frail frame, it was undeniably the same timid boy who had been bullied on the beach just the day before. In that brief moment, Dio could clearly see how much had changed. The boy's awakened ability was powerful, lethally so. It reminded Dio of a certain character from a famous anime in his previous life. But what truly drew Dio's attention wasn't the mutant's abilities, it was his eyes. What kind of humiliation and torment must he have endured to transform from a meek, spineless student into someone whose gaze now burned with hatred and rage so intense it made one's heart shudder? His eyes seemed to carry the desire to destroy everything in sight, a raw, terrifying extremity of emotion. At that very moment, the situation on the field took yet another unexpected turn. If anyone present was most determined to ensure the mutant student wasn't killed, it was undoubtedly Cyclops, Scott Summers, and Storm, Aurora Monroe, both mutants themselves. Despite the carnage the boy had caused, which painted him as an irredeemable monster in the eyes of others, Cyclops and Storm knew better. Over the years, they had worked with Professor X to handle many similar situations. They understood that a mutant who went on a rampage immediately after awakening their powers wasn't necessarily driven by an inherent thirst for blood or an innately cruel nature. More often than not, it was revenge. Years of discrimination, humiliation, and abuse. Those who endured the most pain were often the ones who became the most volatile after awakening. Their powers, coupled with their pent-up rage, drove them to lash out, sometimes in horrifying ways. Cyclops and Storm had already reviewed the boy's background with Coulson earlier. Just as they suspected, the student had been a victim of relentless bullying long before his mutant abilities manifested. His house had been set ablaze the night before, and his parents were now hospitalized. Awakening under such circumstances, it was no surprise that he had lashed out. This was why they wanted to take him away, to bring him to Professor Xavier. Only Xavier could guide him, help him recognize his mistakes, and find a path to redemption. Yes, he had committed grave sins, but treating him like a monster and shooting him on sight without understanding the full context was something Cyclops and Storm could not accept. With these thoughts in mind, Cyclops quickly approached the boy, Peter, but his intentions were tragically misunderstood. In Peter's eyes, everyone present was here to capture him. He had already killed so many people, there was no turning back now. He didn't want to die, and the only way to survive was to fight his way out. The old Peter would never have even entertained the thought. He wouldn't have dared to act, let alone imagine doing so. But now, things are different. He had awakened a supernatural power. Even though using it brought him excruciating pain, that pain was a small price to pay for the ability to finally change his life. When he impaled those bullies and strung them up like skewered meat, he felt no disgust, only a euphoric sense of release. So what if they had money and influence? Where was the father who could bribe the police now? Let him come and save them. If the world couldn't be reasoned with, then he would force it to listen, with power. And if that didn't work, he would destroy it. Consumed by rage and violence, Peter saw Cyclops nearing him. Without hesitation, dozens of sharp bone spikes erupted from his body, blooming like a grotesque flower of death. Cyclops reacted instantly, activating the visor that controlled his powers. A burst of red laser beams shot out, melting through the seemingly indestructible bone spikes. At the same time, he leapt aside, avoiding the remaining spikes. If Peter had been an enemy, Cyclops could have vaporized him in that single moment. But his goal was to bring Peter back safely, so he restrained himself. After all, his optic blasts were so powerful that a single misstep could erase someone from existence. Cyclops had spent his entire life trying to control his destructive power. While others sought ways to grow stronger, he had been forced to develop tools, like his special visor, to limit and suppress his abilities. Without it, he would have lived his life as a blind man, killing anyone he looked at. "Scott, hurry up. If this drags on, I can't guarantee I won't hurt someone." Storm hovered in the air, her presence commanding yet ominous, like a goddess descended from the heavens. But her power, too, was laden with destruction. She was struggling to maintain control. Preventing the armed forces from attacking while ensuring no one got hurt was an almost impossible task. Adding to her frustration was a particularly obnoxious soldier on the ground, who wouldn't stop hurling insults at mutants. Her patience was wearing thin, and she found herself tempted to strike him down with a bolt of lightning. But she knew that doing so would only push mutants closer to being seen as enemies of humanity. So she gritted her teeth and endured. "Just hold on a little longer," Cyclops shouted back as he turned his attention to Peter, who now resembled a deadly porcupine, encased in a barrier of sharp-boned spikes. He tried to keep his tone calm and non-threatening. "Hey, look at me. I'm a mutant just like you. So is the woman in the sky. We're here to help you. Come with us. Where we're going, there are other students just like you. There's no discrimination there, no bullying. Everyone is like family." Family. The word seemed to strike a chord with Peter. His expression faltered, and for a moment, his savage demeanor softened. The menacing bone spikes encasing his body began to retract slightly. But before anyone could react, a sudden explosion sent Peter flying backward. Well, what's all this commotion? Is this an exclusive meet and greet for Monster Shrek? Sorry, folks, but the signing event's canceled. Better luck next time. All eyes turned to the sky, where a red and gold suit of armor hovered, flames roaring from its thrusters. Its outstretched hand was still aimed downward, indicating that the earlier attack had come from him. Tony Stark, Dio, who had moved away from the crowd, looked up at the flamboyant figure. He sighed in exasperation. Of course, Tony Stark couldn't resist sticking his nose into this mess. And, as always, he managed to make things worse. Cyclops' carefully delivered words had just begun to have an effect, only for Stark to ruin everything in the worst possible way. Dio couldn't help but think, unfreaking believable. Cyclops, clearly at his breaking point, said nothing. Instead, he aimed his visor at the airborne tin can and unleashed 2 searing beams of red energy. Whoa, is there a fireworks display too? Tony flipped through the air to dodge the attack, still cracking jokes. He even fired a few repulsor blasts in return, completely oblivious to the other airborne figure, who was now rolling her eyes in utter frustration. Storm's eyes, now completely white, gave her an almost otherworldly and terrifying appearance. But what was even more frightening was the aura radiating from her, powerful and commanding. Annoying fly, crack! A bolt of lightning struck down with blinding speed, hitting the still chattering Iron Man midair before he even realized what was happening. Even with JRVIS's assistance, the warning came too late. Lightning was faster than any system could process. In the blink of an eye, the once taunting Iron Man, spewing flames and bravado, was sent plummeting to the ground, smoke trailing from his armor. Fortunately, he wasn't flying too high, or his fall might have been fatal, a scenario that would have made this chaotic scene even more absurd. Go get him! At this point, Iron Man hadn't yet officially debuted, and the world hadn't heard the iconic line, "I am Iron Man." But within S.H.I.E.L.D., they knew exactly who was wearing that suit. Coulson immediately ordered his agents to retrieve Stark, though his own headache was growing worse by the second. The situation was already a mess, and to have Stark show up and make things worse was almost too much to bear. Still, they couldn't just leave him lying there. Storm, after landing her strike, didn't give Stark another thought. To her, a flying tin can like him was hardly worth her time. That one bolt of lightning was more than sufficient. Her focus shifted back to the larger predicament. Despite her intervention, the situation continued to spiral out of control. Things were quickly turning in a direction that was entirely contrary to Professor X's intentions. But there was no room left for regret. If they couldn't secure the boy and leave, this mission would be a complete failure. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents successfully retrieved the unconscious Tony Stark from his armor and prepared to transport him to a nearby hospital for treatment. Storm didn't spare them a second glance. She immediately flew into the school, determined to end this quickly and take Peter with her. With her gone, the soldiers outside regrouped, quickly recovering their formation and combat readiness. "Charge! Get in there and kill those damn mutants!" Colonel William Stryker shouted angrily. Simultaneously, Coulson's voice came through the comms, calm but urgent. Have all the survivors been evacuated from the school? Most of them have been rescued, sir, but we ran out of time to conduct a thorough search. There may still be a few survivors hiding inside. Leave one team behind to continue the search. Avoid any active combat zones. If the situation becomes untenable, evacuate immediately. Yes, sir. While it seemed like S.H.I.E.L.D. had been sitting idly on the sidelines, in truth Coulson had already sent a team to infiltrate the school from the rear. Using the chaos as cover, they had been working to evacuate any remaining students and teachers trapped inside. This responsibility shouldn't have fallen to them, but Stryker's obsessive focus on eradicating mutants had blinded him. He refused to prioritize rescuing hostages and, deep down, likely hoped for more casualties to further justify his agenda. Faced with such a scenario, Coulson had no choice but to focus on saving lives, even if it meant appearing passive. While S.H.I.E.L.D. agents worked to extract survivors, Dio had quietly climbed to the outskirts of the school. Like a shadow, he scaled the building's walls, his face concealed by a faceless man, mask he'd drawn from his collection. Avoiding detection, he slipped into the building through a fifth-floor window, moving swiftly and silently toward the lower levels. Even Dio wasn't entirely sure why he had come. What he could do here was unclear, but he couldn't ignore the nagging feeling in his chest. The chaos below was deafening. Gunfire, explosions, and shouts created a cacophony of violence. Storm and Cyclops appeared to have lost their patience, their restraint beginning to waver. A searing beam from Cyclops' visor narrowly missed Dio, slicing through the air just feet away from him and leaving a scorched mark on the wall. Down on the first floor, the situation was reaching a boiling point. You really think I won't kill you? Cyclops and Storm continued to hold back, dodging and deflecting attacks as best as they could. Meanwhile, the soldiers, aiming for kill shots, had brought out heavy weaponry, grenades, rocket launchers, and more. It was clear they had no intention of letting the mutants leave alive. Even the most patient of people have their limits, and Cyclops and Storm were no exception. But Stryker wasn't done stirring the pot. His voice rang out through a soldier's radio, loud and mocking. Won't kill anyone? Oh, come on. Of course you will. You mutants are monsters. Killing is all you know. How many innocent people have already died at your hands? Go on, kill some more. The more you kill, the happier I'll be. Show me what you've got. Don't fall for it, Cyclops shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. He was remarkably calm, despite the taunts. That bastard is trying to provoke us. If we lose control and start killing, everything Professor has worked so hard for will be ruined. Behind him, Peter, the mutant student, lay unconscious. He had let his guard down after Cyclops had reassured him, only to be struck by Iron Man's repulsor blast. The attack had hit his exposed neck, tearing away a chunk of flesh. Blood poured from the wound, and it was clear he wouldn't last much longer. Let's go. Break through the back wall. I'll cover us. Storm growled through gritted teeth, her frustration palpable. Got it. With ease, Cyclops carved out a massive hole in the wall with his laser beams, as if cutting through butter. Storm immediately conjured a whirlwind, lifting Cyclops and Peter's nearly lifeless body into the air. They shot through the opening, attempting to escape, but Stryker, still seething with anger, wasn't about to let them get away. Barking orders, he directed his soldiers to fire relentlessly at their retreating forms. Take that murderer with you, but I swear, I'll burn your wretched mutant school to the ground. I'll destroy every last one of you. He roared. At that moment, a voice echoed in the minds of Storm and Cyclops, a calm, yet commanding tone they both recognized instantly. Put the child down. Professor, this situation has already worsened our position and standing significantly. Before it gets any worse, stop. But the boy, there's no saving him. Storm glanced down at Peter's limp body. His wound was catastrophic, and his life was slipping away with every second. Realizing the truth, she let out a heavy sigh. Without another word, Storm began to descend. The whirlwind gently lowered Peter's body to the ground. It wasn't that Professor X lacked compassion. If Peter had been alive and stable, Xavier would have fought tooth and nail to protect him, even at great personal cost. But the boy was beyond saving, and continuing to resist would only escalate tensions further, risking the entire mutant community. For the greater good, Xavier made the difficult decision to minimize the damage. In silence, Storm and Cyclops turned and walked away, their faces expressionless. Leaving Peter behind was the price they had to pay to ensure the survival of the others. While the situation wasn't entirely irreparable, it was clear that this incident would leave scars, both on their cause and on their hearts. Chase him. Don't let him get away. Bring the body back. Colonel William Stryker was still unaware that the mutant student he so desperately wanted to capture was already at death's door. However, his soldiers had seen Storm reluctantly lower the boy after Stryker's threats, leaving him behind as she and Cyclops retreated. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents also moved closer, seemingly hoping to seize an opportunity amidst the chaos. Report, sir. The target has suffered a critical wound, massive blood loss. He could lose all vital signs at any moment. That was the conservative assessment. In truth, it was a miracle the boy was still clinging to life. His neck looked like it had been torn apart by a wild animal, and any ordinary person in his condition would have been long dead. When Stryker and Coulson arrived on the scene, they were greeted by this grim sight. "Do we need to call an ambulance?" One of Stryker's soldiers hesitantly asked, noting his superior's dark expression. Stryker scoffed coldly. "Take him directly." The primary objective had already been achieved. Now all that remained was to squeeze every last bit of value out of the mutant. Before he succumbed to his injuries, they would drain his blood for research materials. After his death, his corpse would become a political tool, furthering Stryker's agenda and bolstering his cause against mutants. The incident would also deal a blow to the Xavier Institute, especially after Storm and Cyclops' public defiance. Even though the two mutants had ultimately retreated without causing any casualties, their actions would undoubtedly raise alarms. With the political momentum in Stryker's favor, he wouldn't waste the opportunity to exploit this gift handed to him on a silver platter. In mere seconds, Stryker had already devised a plan to manipulate public opinion and push his anti-mutant agenda further. His shrewdness and expertise in political maneuvering were so polished that it seemed almost wasted on the military. His true talents lay in propaganda and manipulation. Coulson, for his part, remained silent as Stryker ordered the boy's body to be taken. He had already promised not to intervene, and after vouching for Storm and Cyclops earlier, only to see them defy orders, he felt somewhat compromised. But the most significant reason for Coulson's inaction was a matter of priorities. S.H.I.E.L.D. had its own research into mutant genetics, but their involvement was limited and primarily focused on understanding rather than exploitation. They lacked the obsessive hatred Stryker harbored, who would gladly see every mutant exterminated. For S.H.I.E.L.D., this wasn't worth fighting over. Now, if it were a crashed alien spacecraft or some advanced tech, Coulson wouldn't have backed down, no matter what forces Stryker brought to bear. But for this, it wasn't worth risking a confrontation. However, just as Stryker's men moved to secure the mutant's body, an unexpected twist occurred. A figure wearing a faceless man, mask suddenly descended from the sky, swiftly taking out the armed soldiers around the body. In mere moments, he had seized the mutant student's body. Those who tried to stop him couldn't even delay him for a second. To make matters worse for Stryker's forces, since the masked man was surrounded by their own personnel, the soldiers couldn't fire without risking friendly casualties. They were forced to watch helplessly as the masked figure broke through their ranks. "Stop him! Open fire! I don't care about friendly fire! Shoot him!" Stryker bellowed, seizing a nearby soldier's rifle and opening fire himself. For someone as proud and domineering as Stryker, the idea of someone snatching his prize at the last moment was intolerable. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. had deferred to him in this situation, staying out of his way. Whoever this masked individual was, Stryker was determined to see him dead. Exposed in the open, the masked figure became the obvious target for a hail of bullets. Soldiers aimed and prepared to unleash a deadly barrage, ready to turn him and the body he carried into Swiss cheese. But just as the trigger fingers tightened, Coulson's expression shifted. His face betrayed a brief, internal struggle before he suddenly made his move. "Stand down," Coulson barked, stepping in front of the soldiers with his agents in tow, blocking their line of fire. "Coulson, what the hell are you doing? Get your people out of the way. If that target escapes, the blame will be on you." Stryker roared, his fury boiling over. He was so enraged that he nearly raised his weapon against Coulson himself, but a sliver of restraint held him back. "What are you talking about, Colonel? Shield is just here to assist in the pursuit," Coulson replied with a calm smile, though his words dripped with sarcasm. "Assist? By standing in front of my men?" Stryker's incredulous laugh was laced with venom. "Apologies, Colonel. Our vehicles are parked over there. This is all just a misunderstanding," Coulson said, gesturing toward a nearby area. Despite his explanation, he made no move to step aside. "Fine, but you'd better move now, or don't blame me if bullets start flying." Stryker growled through gritted teeth. Of course. Everyone, let's go move it." Coulson waved his agents away, leading them toward their supposed vehicles. His demeanor remained casual, but there was no mistaking his intention. He had bought just enough time for the masked man to disappear. By the time Stryker turned back, the masked figure was gone, along with the mutant's body. Stryker's face twisted with rage. "Excellent, Agent Coulson. I will personally report everything that happened here today. Shield had better have a damned good explanation, or this isn't over." "That's not my concern, Colonel. I'm sure the director will handle it." "No need to trouble yourself," Coulson replied with a faint smile, unbothered by Stryker's threats. Fuming, Stryker turned to his men and shouted, "What are you standing around for? Lock down every exit in the area. Search every inch until you find him. I don't care if it takes all night. There's no way he can just disappear with a body." "Yes, sir." As Stryker stormed off with his forces, clearly preparing for an all-out search, Coulson's smile faded. He raised a hand to his neck, where he felt something peculiar. When he pulled it away, a tiny, snail-like creature no larger than a fingernail rested in his palm. He hadn't even noticed it being placed on him. The thought that someone had been close enough to do so, without him realizing, sent a chill down his spine. If they had wanted to kill him, he would have been dead before he even knew they were there. Coulson took a steadying breath, then tried something he instinctively understood. Directing his thoughts toward the snail, he attempted to communicate. "Stryker and his men have already begun their pursuit. I bought you as much time as I could. If you're still nearby, I can't cover for you any longer." A voice echoed in his mind. "Calm. Certain. That's enough. I'm Dio. Buy me some time." This was the first thing that echoed in Coulson's mind. The rest didn't matter as much. The name in the beginning said it all. Dio. How had he gotten involved in something like this? And more importantly, why? Coulson couldn't make sense of it. But the situation left no room for further contemplation. Shield was still in the process of trying to bring Dio into their fold, and they had even managed to establish the beginnings of a cooperative relationship. Considering the circumstances, and knowing that even Tony Stark's life might one day depend on this man, Coulson felt compelled to help. That was why he had acted the way he did earlier. The more Coulson learned about Dio, the more mysterious the man became. It was as if Dio were shrouded in layers of mist, each one concealing something more shocking than the last. Take this incident, for example, this ability to communicate telepathically. It was all facilitated through a tiny snail. For a moment, Coulson had almost thought it was Professor X trying to invade his mind. "Leave a car for me. You go ahead and clear the way. Wait for my signal." Meanwhile, Dio had swiftly escaped the searchlights, moving like a shadowy ninja to the rooftop of a nearby building. There, he gently laid Peter down. Though Peter's breathing was faint and his heartbeat sluggish, he was still alive. From a moment Dio had snatched Peter away, he had used one of his miniature snails to perform life sacrifice, injecting a substantial amount of life energy into Peter's body. However, life energy wasn't a universal cure. It could bolster vitality, accelerate wound healing, and stabilize injuries, but for a fatal wound like Peter's, it wasn't enough to save him outright. Still, it was sufficient to keep him clinging to life, preventing him from succumbing to his injuries during the escape. For any conventional medical institution, Peter's injuries would undoubtedly have been declared hopeless. But Dio wasn't bound by conventional methods, and his golden experience was anything but ordinary. Fortunately, Dio had already equipped the golden experience card the night before, sparing him the trouble of switching abilities mid-crisis. As for whether using up another charge of golden experience was wasteful here, Dio didn't think so. What mattered to him was acting in accordance with his conscience. While he wasn't directly responsible for this tragedy, he couldn't deny that he may have played a small role, a catalyst that hastened the chain of events. Using nearby materials, Golden Experience crafted perfect replacements for the damaged parts of Peter's neck. Dio placed his right hand over the newly formed parts and began channeling life energy to repair the injury. The process wasn't painless. For the recipient, the treatment was excruciating. Even in his unconscious state, Peter's brow furrowed deeply, and he began to show signs of waking. "I know you can hear me," Dio said coldly, not pausing in his work. "If you don't want to die, lie still. Once the treatment is done, your life will no longer have anything to do with me." Peter's eyes snapped open, but they were hollow and empty, filled with despair. Memories of recent events flooded his mind, and he fully grasped the horrifying reality of his situation. He was a mutant, an existence loathed by the world. He had killed people. There was no place for him in this world anymore. His final thoughts lingered on his parents, who were still in the hospital. He wanted to see them one last time, but the fear of their rejection, of seeing disgust and estrangement in their eyes instead of love, held him back. This lingering attachment to his parents, combined with his newly awakened powers that enhanced his physical resilience, was the only reason Peter had survived long enough for Dio to intervene. Peter could sense that the masked man before him bore no ill intentions. Despite the searing pain in his neck that felt almost unbearable, he realized his life was no longer slipping away, and his strength was gradually returning. "Why, save me." Peter's voice was hoarse, barely a whisper. To him, the entire world, except for his parents, was filled with malice. And now, as a mutant, even that last semblance of light was likely gone. His spirit was broken, his heart dead to the world. "There's no reason. I do what I want to do," Dio replied curtly, focusing entirely on the treatment. Repairing such an extensive injury turned out to be even more challenging than Dio had anticipated. The energy consumption was staggering, and the process demanded his full concentration. By the time the treatment was complete, another 2 minutes of Golden Experience's usage time had been consumed. Factoring the time spent yesterday, Dio was now down to 23 minutes of remaining usage. Ideally, he hoped to draw the full version of Golden Experience before the temporary card expired, but given his notoriously bad luck, he wasn't holding his breath. With Peter's wounds stabilized, Dio hoisted the boy up and began climbing down the side of the building. "To keep you from doing anything stupid, I didn't fully restore your blood supply. You're still in a weakened state. I suggest you don't get any bright ideas," Dio warned, his tone sharp and unyielding. Peter's extreme weakness left him with no room for recklessness. He had briefly considered escaping, but Dio's words were a sobering reminder of his precarious condition. In that moment, Peter felt like a helpless lamb in the presence of a tiger that could tear him apart at any moment. Silently, he let Dio carry him away. The slaughter Peter had unleashed during his awakening seemed to have fundamentally altered his personality. The timid, fearful boy he once was had been buried alongside the bodies of those he had killed. Now, as Dio scaled down the building, Peter found himself gazing at the ground far below. Instead of fearing the height, his mind wandered to absurd thoughts. Asterisk, if I fall, will I die instantly? If I do fall, how can I make sure I survive? Asterisk. Where a normal person might think, how do I avoid falling? Peter's thoughts were far darker, his perspective warped by the horrors he had endured. When Dio finally leapt from the 10-meter-high building, landing with feline grace, Coulson was already waiting in a car nearby. "Incredible!" Coulson exclaimed, his disbelief evident. The mutant student who had been declared all but dead was now breathing steadily before his very eyes. "If you want to marvel at miracles, do it later. For now, get him out of here," Dio said firmly. "Are you sure he won't suddenly turn into a porcupine and skewer us all with those bone spikes?" Coulson asked, his tone half serious, half nervous. "What I can guarantee is that if you don't drive now, you'll have much bigger problems to deal with," Dio shot back. Coulson glanced up and saw soldiers beginning to fan out in their direction. "All right, you win. Get in," Coulson said, his doubts momentarily set aside as he started the engine. As Coulson started the car, he issued a quick command over his comms. "Everyone, regroup with me at the next intersection. Stryker's lockdown might have been effective against civilians, but it was hardly enough to stop S.H.I.E.L.D., which was already operating in the area. This was precisely why Dio had chosen to reveal his identity to Coulson, because even if Dio could save Peter, he had no way of getting him out. But S.H.I.E.L.D. could. At the designated intersection, Coulson's car smoothly joined with the other S.H.I.E.L.D. vehicles, and together they sped away from Stryker's search zone. As they drove, Coulson's comms buzzed again. "Sir, the military is demanding we stop for inspection. Should we comply? Tell them we're on a critical mission and can't stop. If they still won't let us through, then force your way out." "I'll take full responsibility," Coulson replied, glancing at the two ticking bombs in the back seat. His tone carried a rare edge of determination. While S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't under the jurisdiction of the U.S. military, and they could justify non-compliance later, being caught by Stryker's men now would be disastrous. If Stryker discovered the boy and the masked man in their custody, the situation would escalate beyond control, and S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't afford to start a direct conflict with the military. For Coulson, the choice was clear. The military could fume all they wanted afterward, but right now, getting out clean was the priority. As expected, Stryker's forces hesitated to open fire on S.H.I.E.L.D. vehicles. Just as S.H.I.E.L.D. would avoid attacking the military unless absolutely necessary, Stryker's men couldn't risk the consequences of engaging S.H.I.E.L.D. directly. So, despite the tension, Coulson's convoy broke through the checkpoint unscathed. By the time Stryker arrived on the scene, Coulson and his agents were already long gone. "Damn it, those bastards. I swear, I'll make them pay." Stryker raged, his fury reaching a boiling point. To him, Coulson's evasive behavior was practically a confession. It was clear that S.H.I.E.L.D. had deliberately helped the mysterious masked figure escape. In fact, Stryker was beginning to suspect that the masked man was a S.H.I.E.L.D. operative all along, hiding among their ranks. The thought of his hard-earned victory being snatched away by S.H.I.E.L.D. filled Stryker with a deep sense of humiliation and rage. This isn't over. Whatever they've taken, they'll give back, every last bit of it. Mark my words. Though he barked these threats, Stryker wasn't entirely without patience. He ordered his men to comb every inch of the area for traces of the mutant or the masked man. When the search turned up nothing, he finally, begrudgingly, called for his forces to withdraw. But, as he had said, this wasn't over. Once he returned, Stryker fully intended to report the incident and pressure S.H.I.E.L.D. through his connections. Whether or not S.H.I.E.L.D. had truly taken the boy, they would have to answer for it. On the other side of the city, Coulson finally allowed himself to exhale as they exited the lockdown zone. The worst-case scenario had been avoided, thanks to their carefully planned escape route, which had ensured they steered clear of Stryker's relentless pursuit. "I believe I deserve an explanation, Mr. Dio," Coulson said, his tone calm but carrying an undeniable weight. Though they had successfully escaped, the aftermath of this incident was only beginning. Coulson needed answers. Once they returned to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, he would have to report to Director Nick Fury. If S.H.I.E.L.D. was to take the fall for this, it would only be in exchange for something worthwhile. Dio, after a moment of thought, removed his mask. "As you've seen, I saved him. That's the explanation." Coulson's brow furrowed, and Peter, sitting pale and weak in the back seat, looked utterly shocked. "It's you," Peter exclaimed, his voice hoarse but filled with recognition. The events of the previous day were still fresh in Peter's mind. Being humiliated and forced to run laps until he nearly vomited was nothing compared to what the bullies had endured. They had been forced to kneel on the beach, shouting humiliating confessions in front of everyone. While Peter hated the bullies who had tormented him, he didn't harbor the same resentment toward the man who had punished them. In fact, deep down, Peter had felt a twisted sense of satisfaction watching his tormentors get their comeuppance. But he never would have guessed that the same man was anything but ordinary, and that he would end up saving him. The realization left Peter conflicted, unsure of how to react. "If you want details, ask the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents you planted near me. I'm sure they'll have a reasonable explanation for why I'm here," Dio said casually, dismissing the matter. Coulson didn't respond. While it was an open secret that S.H.I.E.L.D. kept an eye on Dio, he wasn't about to confirm it. Still, Peter's reaction had already confirmed that the two knew each other, or at least had crossed paths before. If Dio didn't want to elaborate, Coulson could always get the details from his agents later. "Pull over here. I'll be on my way," Dio said, motioning to the side of the road. "You're leaving?" And what about him? Coulson asked, momentarily caught off guard. It wasn't that he was desperate to keep Dio around, but without him, they weren't entirely sure how to handle the pale, gaunt boy in the back seat. The boy's earlier display of terrifying power was still fresh in their minds. He's your problem now. Whether you send him to prison, dissect him for research, or whatever else, it's none of my concern. I saved him for personal reasons, and now my role in this is over. Coulson couldn't help but let out a wry smile. So this was the mess Dio was leaving them with? Still, he pulled the car over, quietly signaling his team to prepare tranquilizers just in case. S.H.I.E.L.D. had handled similar situations before, though this one promised to be more troublesome than most. As Dio stepped out of the car without so much as a glance at Peter, the boy suddenly spoke. I killed everyone who bullied me. I know I didn't have the right to decide who lives and who dies, but I wasn't wrong. The law will never protect someone like me. The law and the police are nothing more than toys for the rich and powerful to manipulate. Dio froze mid-step, turning back to look at Peter. The boy's eyes were filled with despair and madness, a reflection of a shattered view of the world. After a brief silence, Dio replied, You're not wrong. This world has never been fair, but it's not as hopeless as you think. These people, he gestured toward Coulson and the agents, can give you justice, but you'll have to pay the price for it. The choice is yours. This guy had really handed them a massive headache. The situation was already a mess, and now it had become even more complicated. Well, Coulson thought silently. This would all eventually fall into the lap of Director Fury anyway. Let him deal with it. Choice. Do I even have a choice? Peter muttered to himself, dazed and lost. His thoughts wandered to his parents, who were still lying in hospital beds. If they found out that their precious son had become a mutant, a murderer and a fugitive, how devastated would they be? I'll cooperate, Peter said weakly, his voice hollow. But I want to see my parents one last time. Coulson hesitated for a moment before speaking into his comms. Send a team to bring the target's parents to headquarters. Avoid unnecessary conflict. If you encounter military personnel, use discretion and move quietly. After issuing the order, Coulson turned to the frail figure of Peter, his face serious. We've been getting along so far, but just to be safe, I'll need to use tranquilizers to put you under for the trip. Unless, of course, you can convince Mr. Dio to accompany you. Peter already understood why Dio had been at the school and why he had saved him. He didn't want to trouble anyone further. Resigned, he nodded lifelessly. I won't resist. To ensure absolute safety, Coulson fired 2 tranquilizer darts into Peter, who quickly fell unconscious. This would keep the ticking time bomb defused until they reached headquarters. Need a ride back somewhere? Coulson asked Dio with mock politeness, his tone dripping with insincerity. No need, Dio replied as he stepped out of the vehicle. But before Coulson could leave, Dio added, Though I believe there's something you should return to me, Agent Coulson. Return? What are you talking about? Coulson feigned ignorance, his expression completely innocent. A small, adorable, pocket-sized snail, for instance. Oh, that, Coulson replied, still playing dumb. There was a little snail that landed on my neck earlier. I might have tossed it somewhere without realizing it. My apologies. If it's your pet, I'll make it up to you next time. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got a report to write. But Coulson, having decided that Dio wouldn't risk burning his bridge with S.H.I.E.L.D. over something so minor, shamelessly chose to keep the mysterious snail. He fully intended to hand it over to S.H.I.E.L.D. scientists for study once he got back to base. Watching Coulson lie through his teeth without even breaking a sweat, Dio simply smiled and didn't press the issue. Tossed it? Not likely, Dio thought to himself. Through his connection to Little Strong, he could clearly sense that the snail was still on Coulson's person, likely tucked away in some isolated container. Coulson had no intention of returning it from the start. It wasn't surprising. S.H.I.E.L.D. had a reputation for seizing anything intriguing or useful. A snail capable of telepathic communication would obviously be a tempting object for study. If they could uncover its secrets, it might even advance technology. Imagine communication devices reduced to small, round patches that allowed for instant, hands-free interactions with just a thought. However, what Coulson didn't know was that all of Little Strong's miniature snails were still fundamentally connected to Dio. Their life and death were under his complete control. It didn't matter how much S.H.I.E.L.D. tried to study it. Any attempt would ultimately be futile. A few hours later, at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, after hearing Coulson's full report, Nick Fury sat silently, lost in thought. During the intervening hours, Coulson had gathered information from the two field agents present at the scene, as well as from Peter himself. He now understood why Dio had been at the school and why he had intervened. The full story behind the mutant school massacre was laid out before Fury. At its core, it was a tragedy born of school bullying. From Peter's perspective, his actions weren't entirely surprising. His house had been burned down, his parents hospitalized, and even at school, the bullying had only escalated. When his last thread of hope snapped, catastrophe was inevitable. Fury thought about how, if it had been him in Peter's shoes, he might not have spared those bullies either. But the situation was complicated by the sensitive issue of Peter's mutant identity. The incident had already garnered significant attention, with the military involved and scores of reporters on the scene. Parents of the deceased students were raising public outcry, though they conveniently avoided mentioning the torment their children had inflicted on others. With certain factions fanning the flames, Fury feared the situation could escalate into a broader conflict between humans and mutants. Such an outcome would be disastrous, even for S.H.I.E.L.D., especially since Peter's killing spree was an undeniable fact. In essence, while Peter's actions were understandable and even sympathetic to some, they didn't erase the reality of his crimes. And what of the students he had killed? Legally, their actions, though deplorable, didn't warrant death. But morally, anyone who learned the full story might feel they got what they deserved. Now, this ticking time bomb had landed squarely in SHLD's lap, and it was giving Fury a headache, especially since Dio was involved. "Agent Coulson," Fury finally said, breaking the silence. "How do you suggest we handle this? The Secretary General already called to ask if I was aware of the situation. The military is also demanding answers. They want us to explain ourselves." Coulson's response was swift. "Unless there's concrete evidence proving we took the boy, we owe them nothing. As far as they know, the body was stolen. Just a lifeless corpse with little value. If we can make them believe the perpetrator is already dead, this whole thing will blow over. Of course, there'll be some back and forth, but that's where you come in, Director." SHILD's unique position offered them significant leeway. Coulson's plan wasn't particularly clever. It amounted to blatant denial and stonewalling, but it was highly effective. As long as there were no leaks from within S.H.I.E.L.D., their stance would hold. "What about the parents?" Fury asked. "Peter only saw them through a one-way mirror. They're unaware of his current condition. Once this is all over, we can quietly send them home. Publicly, we can say we brought them in to aid in the investigation, which is perfectly reasonable." Fury nodded, satisfied with the plan. Coulson's approach wasn't perfect, but it was practical. For now, S.H.I.E.L.D. would play the long game, navigating the political storm while keeping their cards close to their chest. As for Dio, Fury made a mental note to keep a closer eye on him. He was becoming more of an enigma with every passing day. "How's Tony holding up?" Nick Fury asked, pinching the bridge of his nose in frustration. Just a few days ago, Stark had taken his Iron Man suit to the Middle East to pick a fight with some terrorists. Before he could even settle down, he decided to jump into this mess, seeking attention once again. If Storm or Cyclops had truly been out for blood, Stark's flimsy little frame wouldn't have stood a chance, even with the protection of his suit. 10 lives wouldn't have been enough to save him. And now, not only was S.H.I.E.L.D. eyeing his suit, but the U.S. military had already explicitly demanded Stark hand it over multiple times. At such a critical juncture, he should have been lying low. Instead, Stark seemed hell-bent on flaunting his creations. Did he think no one dared to touch him? Still, as the saying goes, a setback can sometimes be a blessing in disguise. While Stark had ended up in the hospital, his suit had been obliterated by a single lightning strike from Storm. That disastrous outcome might discourage certain parties from pursuing the suit, forcing them to reconsider whether the flashy armor was worth crossing a line to obtain. Of course, Fury imagined Stark himself was likely fuming. Anyone would be. After pouring so much time and effort into building a masterpiece, only to find it couldn't stand up to real threats, it must have been crushing. What kind of superhero was that? Luckily, he had a spare arc reactor. His life isn't in danger, but he'll be stuck in the hospital for a while, Coulson replied, his tone strictly professional. "Good. Maybe this will keep him out of trouble for a bit." Fury sighed, then shifted topics. So, what's your assessment of Dio's healing ability? Bringing someone back from the brink of death. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Coulson's expression turned serious as he shook his head. Exaggeration doesn't even begin to cover it. There were many witnesses, and the target's death was essentially a foregone conclusion. But after Dio took him, it only took a few minutes for the boy to not only survive but fully recover. The fatal wounds were gone completely. There wasn't even a scar. It was as if the horrific injuries we'd seen earlier were nothing more than an illusion crafted by a magician. He continued. We questioned Peter afterward. He said Dio simply placed his hand over the wound on his neck. There was no cooking or anything else involved. The process, however, was reportedly accompanied by extreme pain. There's one more thing, Coulson added. Peter mentioned that as he was on the verge of losing consciousness, he felt a warm current flowing through his body, keeping him alive. He wasn't sure if it was Dio's ability or some latent potential within himself. It's something we'll need to investigate further. Fury rubbed his chin thoughtfully, then asked, I also read in the report about a talking snail. Not exactly talking, Coulson clarified. It's more like telepathic communication, or spiritual communication. The gist of it is that Dio used a tiny snail, placed it on my person, and through it, we were able to exchange thoughts. No need to speak out loud. Just the intention to convey something was enough. It's hard to describe. You need to experience it yourself to fully understand. Our research team is currently studying it, and you're welcome to try it for yourself. So, it's like a communication device? A living phone? Fury asked, trying to wrap his head around the concept. Sort of. It's alive, it can process thoughts, and it enables communication. So, a living phone, Coulson said with a wry smile, struggling to define it properly, but ultimately giving up. An advanced healing ability beyond the comprehension of modern medicine. Formidable combat prowess. A link to invisible monsters, and now a living, telepathic communication snail. Fury leaned back in his chair, his expression unreadable. He'd already been contemplating a particular project, one he had dreamed of since his younger days, after encountering alien life. The idea was to assemble a special team of extraordinary individuals who could handle challenges beyond the reach of ordinary people. Their mission? To protect Earth from global threats and prepare for the possibility of an alien invasion. Fury knew far too many secrets of the world, secrets that most people couldn't begin to fathom. The world was far more complex than it appeared. To him, the conflict between mutants and humans was a relatively minor issue. After all, mutants were still human, just humans with altered genetics. It was Earth's internal problem. But when the day came that all of humanity faced an existential crisis, whether they were mutants or ordinary people, they would have no choice but to stand united. This was why Fury held little regard for people like William Stryker, who championed the mutants are a threat narrative. To Fury, such individuals were short-sighted fools, weakening their own forces, cutting off their own potential allies. How utterly idiotic. Where's Agent Romanoff? Fury suddenly asked, his tone sharp. She's in charge of monitoring Dio and gathering intelligence on him. Per your orders, Coulson replied. Then where is she? Is this how she's monitoring her target? All this chaos, and I haven't received a single report from her. Not one. I allocated a $2 million budget for this operation, and she's, what? Wasting it. Fury's frustration boiled over. Coulson immediately shut his mouth, wisely deciding not to push further. Get out, Fury said curtly, and contact Agent Romanoff. Tell her to report back to headquarters immediately. Yes, Director. And the mutant student. Detain him in our internal facility for now. He has to face consequences for his actions, one way or another. Coulson nodded and left the room. As he walked away, he heard Fury muttering to himself, though redemption isn't entirely off the table. Hearing this, Coulson's lips curled into a faint smile. Peter's circumstances were indeed unique. After learning the truth, that much of his despair had been fueled by Jerry's malicious lies, Peter had begun to rekindle a faint glimmer of hope in the world. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but it was enough to pull him back from the brink of self-destruction. Now, with Fury willing to shoulder the political fallout and offer Peter a chance at redemption, The outcome was better than Coulson could have hoped for. Understanding the director's intentions, Coulson knew exactly what steps to take next. But first, he needed to track down Romanoff and get her back to headquarters. Back in his office, Fury waited until Coulson had left before turning to his computer. He pulled up a tracking display, his eyes narrowing as he focused on a single blinking dot hovering over Miami. With a cold chuckle, Fury muttered, "As if I wouldn't know where she went. Pretending not to notice is one thing, but she's got some explaining to do." The next day, Agent Natasha Romanoff, clad in her signature black tactical suit, finally reported back to headquarters. The moment Nick Fury saw her, he couldn't help but let out a cold snort. "How was Miami? Enjoy your little vacation?" Finally decided to cut it short and come back to work. Natasha didn't respond. She stood there with her hands clasped behind her back, her posture straight and her gaze fixed ahead as if she hadn't heard a word. Both of them knew the truth. After all, Fury had turned a blind eye to her vacation, and Natasha had taken full advantage of it, treating it as a well-earned break after years of relentless work. But unfortunately, these past few days had seen major events unfold, with Dio right in the middle of them. That, naturally, made Natasha's absence a glaring oversight. Not that her presence at the time would have necessarily changed anything. "You seem well-rested," Fury said, his sharp eye scanning her. "Radiant even. If Coulson catches wind of this, I'm sure he'll start pestering me again." Fury's tone betrayed a hint of genuine curiosity. Natasha had always maintained her youthful appearance, but now, after just a short time away, she looked like she'd turned back the clock by 10 years. If someone claimed she was barely in her 20s, they'd probably be believed. Of course, this transformation wasn't just the result of a relaxing vacation. It was the work of Dio's miraculous culinary treatments. Let's not forget, Natasha had borrowed $2 million from S.H.I.E.L.D. before she left, most of which had gone straight into Dio's pocket. But the results were undeniable. Not only had her outward appearance improved, but the toxins and accumulated injuries in her body had been almost entirely purged. She looked and felt like a new person. Now that the money had mostly been spent, Natasha had reluctantly returned to work. After all, whatever was left of the budget would have to be returned, and she wasn't about to let that happen. In this particular case, both Dio and Natasha had come out ahead. S.H.I.E.L.D., on the other hand, was out $2 million. Still, Fury reasoned, the investment wasn't entirely wasted. Natasha was their own agent, and Dio was someone they were trying to bring into the fold. "All right, let's put this behind us. We won't pursue your dereliction of duty this time. But your next mission needs to be completed without delay," Fury said, waving his hand as if putting the matter to rest. "Yes, Director," Natasha finally replied, breaking her silence. In truth, her brief vacation had started to bore her. Dealing with the endless stream of insufferable men trying to hit on her had done nothing but sour her mood. Even if Coulson hadn't contacted her, she would have returned within the next couple of days. For Natasha, the only time she truly felt alive was during a mission. Without one, she felt like a lifeless shell, devoid of purpose. So when Fury mentioned a new assignment, she agreed without hesitation, not even asking for the details. Fury nodded in approval. This was the Black Widow he knew, efficient, focused, and ready to tackle even the most difficult missions. She had never let him down before. "Here, read this file," Fury said, handing her a folder. "And sit down. You don't have to stand like a statue." Natasha took the folder, sat down, and began flipping through its contents. As she read, her eyebrows shot up in surprise. Although she had been in Miami, her agents had kept her updated on Dio's activities. Still, she hadn't expected him to cause such a stir in her absence. The new abilities he had displayed during the recent incident were particularly intriguing and had been flagged as high priorities for further investigation. After she finished reading, Fury didn't waste any time. He got straight to the point. "Your next mission is to convince him to join S.H.I.E.L.D. whatever reasonable conditions he sets. You're authorized to agree to them. If it's beyond your authority, escalate it to me." For the first time since entering the room, Natasha frowned. He doesn't seem to have much of a favorable impression of S.H.I.E.L.D. The previous encounters haven't exactly been smooth. And given his fixation on money, I doubt the conditions we offer will be enough to sway him. "If it were easy, I wouldn't be giving this mission to you," Fury replied firmly. "Agent Romanoff, you're the person in S.H.I.E.L.D. with the deepest connection to him. You know him better than anyone else. I trust you'll find a way to make this work. And if money is the issue, we can handle that. Fury's tone left no room for doubt. While S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't short on funds, every expenditure had to be justified to the various governments and stakeholders. Paying a field agent millions of dollars a month in salary was out of the question. But Fury had someone in mind, a certain billionaire currently recovering in a hospital bed, who could help smooth things over. After all, Fury had already earmarked Tony Stark as a key candidate for his project. Stark loved playing the hero, showing off, and basking in the spotlight. It was only a matter of time before Fury reeled him in. "If that's the case, I'll give it a shot," Natasha said. "Not give it a shot. You will get it done," Fury corrected her. "His abilities are too important. This mission takes priority." "Understood," Natasha replied. "Additionally, there's another target I want you to focus on," Fury said, handing her another file. "Once we locate him, you'll need to convince him to join us as well." Natasha flipped through the file, her brow furrowing again. The initial pages described an unassuming scientist with an impressive list of academic accolades and groundbreaking research. "Bruce Banner?" she asked, puzzled. The man looked like a harmless, mild-mannered scientist. Why would Fury need her for this? But as she turned to the next page, her eyes widened in shock. There, staring back at her, was a photo of a massive green-skinned giant. Even through the image, the sheer power radiating from his bulging muscles was palpable. "Hulk?" Natasha asked incredulously. "This is the same person?" "That's right," Fury confirmed. Dr. Bruce Banner was a brilliant physicist, but during an experiment gone wrong, he was exposed to a massive dose of gamma radiation, transforming him into that. According to reports from General Ross, who's been hunting him, they've dubbed this form Hulk. "So my mission is to convince Dr. Banner? Or Hulk?" Natasha asked, feeling the weight of the assignment. "Possibly both," Fury said with a shrug. "Banner only transforms into the Hulk when he's angry, so for your own safety, it's best not to provoke him." His tone was matter-of-fact, but his expression was dead serious. Natasha took a deep breath, her mind already racing through potential strategies. This mission was shaping up to be one of her toughest yet. But if anyone could handle it, it was her. As the days passed, the discussion surrounding the mutant massacre incident not only refused to die down, but seemed to grow more heated by the day. Television debates and online arguments flooded every corner of society, with opinions clashing at every turn. At first, the military faction led by Colonel William Stryker and his backers held the upper hand. They dominated the narrative, repeatedly publicizing the dangers and potential threats mutants pose to modern society. Using the incident as an example, Stryker made numerous public appeals, claiming to bear the pain as he urged parents to join his cause. He framed mutants as victims of a genetic disease, advocating for their cure as a necessity for humanity's safety. However, not long after, an article surfaced that turned the tide completely. The piece, meticulously crafted and backed by evidence, shed light on the discrimination mutants faced. It revealed that every individual killed in the incident had, in life, been a bully, individuals who harassed and humiliated others for their differences, including racial ones. The article accused the authorities of being fully aware of these bullying incidents, yet choosing to turn a blind eye. Adding to the controversy, a survivor of similar violence came forward with their own story, publicly sharing their harrowing experiences. "One time, they dragged me into the bathroom. I didn't dare fight back. Oh my God," the reporter exclaimed, horrified. "How could they do that? Isn't the law or the system supposed to protect people like you?" The survivor's voice quivered with emotion. "That day, I stood in front of someone, a so-called authority figure, and told him about their abuse. And do you know what he said to me? He said, 'They'll stop eventually.' That was it. That's all he said." The survivor's voice broke as tears welled up. "When I got home, I went to my dad's drawer, took out his gun, and put it in my own mouth. In that moment, I felt utterly abandoned. No one was willing to help me. Does bullying have no end? Will there never be a solution?" The reporter, visibly shaken, stammered, "I'm so sorry. I don't know what to say." "You don't need to apologize," the survivor replied, finding strength in their voice. "You weren't the one who hurt me. I'm speaking out so everyone knows those bastards don't deserve sympathy. If I had the power, I'd shove a gun into every one of their mouths and blow their heads off. Peter did what we never dared to do, and I admire him for that. Even though he's a mutant now, I'm not afraid of mutants. The real monsters are the ones hiding behind human faces. They're far scarier than any mutant. The article and the survivor's testimony created a seismic shift in public opinion. The issue of racial violence was suddenly thrust into the spotlight. More and more victims came forward, sharing their stories with reporters. Details of the deceased bully's actions were brought to light, and a clearer picture of Peter's life before his mutation began to emerge. Sympathy for Peter and others like him grew rapidly. The narrative began to shift, with many turning their outrage toward the families of the deceased bullies, accusing them of raising children who didn't deserve to be called human. No matter how much these families tried to garner pity, the public wasn't buying it anymore. No one wanted their own children to endure a hellish existence like the victims of bullying, nor did they want their children to grow up to be abusers themselves. End racial violence. Those who ignore these issues must be fired. It's unimaginable that such darkness still exists in this day and age. Shouldn't the president say something about this? Don't pin all the blame on mutants. If something like this happened to an ordinary person, they want to take those bastards down with them too. Exactly. Mutants aren't as scary as we thought. The real terror lies in those monsters wearing human faces. Let's be honest. Mutants are shunned and discriminated against because we're afraid of the powers we don't have. At its core, it's jealousy. I hate mutants, but I hate bullies even more. Let them all rot. The public discourse exploded. The focus shifted from the supposed dangers mutants pose to society to issues of racial violence and whether mutants and ordinary humans could coexist peacefully. Celebrities and public figures began chiming in, each with their own take on the matter, and even the president was forced to make a statement. The president declared that racial bullying incidents would not be tolerated and promised a thorough investigation to provide the public with answers. However, he conspicuously avoided addressing the sensitive topic of mutants. Under mounting pressure, the first to crack was the imbecile who had said, "They'll stop eventually." He announced his resignation, followed by others who had turned a blind eye to the bullying. While some may have simply been trying to protect themselves or lack the courage to stand up for the oppressed, negligence was negligence. The winds of public opinion had shifted completely, and William Stryker found himself in a rage. In his office, he smashed everything within reach. He didn't care about racial violence in schools or any of the so-called social issues. What he wanted was for the public to believe that mutants were a ticking time bomb, ready to kill anyone at any moment. The sudden intervention by S.H.I.E.L.D. had caught him completely off guard. He couldn't understand why they would get involved in this matter. But after some careful digging, his backers confirmed that the mysterious force interfering with his plans was indeed S.H.I.E.L.D. While Stryker seethed with frustration, far away at Xavier's school, Professor X let out a quiet sigh of relief. He hadn't expected events to unfold this way, but the emergence of voices that didn't outright hate mutants brought him a glimmer of hope. The professor allowed himself a small smile, feeling that his decades of effort to foster understanding and coexistence hadn't been in vain after all. S.H.I.E.L.D. had indeed delivered a semblance of justice for Peter. Regardless of what ulterior motives that one-eyed hard-boiled egg, Nick Fury, might have had, when Dio saw the news reports, he couldn't help but feel an inexplicable sense of relief. That day happened to be a weekend, and Dio had plans with Jessica to look at cars and houses. Once again, Will found himself unceremoniously sidelined. "Hey, looks like you're really fond of your new little buddy," Jessica remarked, glancing at the tiny, obedient snail perched on Dio's shoulder. Surprisingly, she found this peculiar pet less revolting than she'd imagined. In fact, it looked kind of adorable. "Of course. I even gave it a Chinese name, Xiao Chong. What do you think?" Dio replied with a smirk. "Xiao Chong? Not bad," Jessica said, stumbling over the pronunciation but humoring him with a half-hearted compliment. Hearing its name, Xiao Chong twitched its two antennae, seemingly sizing up this person who looked similar to its master but was clearly someone else. For convenience, Dio had hitched a ride with Jessica, and the two of them were now on their way to a car dealership to look at new vehicles. The reason Dio wasn't considering a used car wasn't arrogance. It was practicality. Used cars often came with a host of minor issues. While they were cheaper up front, their high mileage and frequent repairs could quickly become a money pit. Add to that the exorbitant cost of car repairs in the U.S. A simple diagnostic could easily set you back $200, $300. In many cases, buying a used car wasn't worth the hassle. Of course, there was another reason. Dio wanted a flashy, stylish new car. On the way, Jessica asked, "What kind of car are you thinking of? How about a Mercedes? I feel like it suits your vibe." Mercedes? Nah. Not long ago, I saw a news report about someone who bought a brand new $66,000 Mercedes that started leaking oil before they even got it off the lot. Doesn't inspire much confidence. Fair point, Jessica agreed. Mercedes' reputation has been slipping in recent years. Safety is what really matters. Maybe check out Audi, BMW, or Ford instead. Dio nodded, though inwardly he had a different set of priorities. To him, safety wasn't the main concern, coolness and style were. For most men, cars were like women. The first thing that mattered was appearance. Only after that would they bother exploring the inner workings. When they arrived at a BMW dealership, they were greeted by an impressive display of over 100 cars neatly lined up outside. The lot was bustling with people searching for their dream vehicles. In the U.S., buying a car was often a same-day affair. Few people custom-ordered vehicles, preferring instead to drive their purchase home immediately. As Dio and Jessica parked and walked into the dealership, a group of salespeople, busy tending to other customers, quickly noticed them. One particularly sharp-eyed salesperson broke away from the group and approached them. Anyone driving a Ferrari was automatically a high-priority customer in their eyes, and Dio and Jessica certainly looked the part. He, tall and strikingly handsome. She, youthful and radiant. They were clearly not your average buyers. "Good afternoon. How can I assist you today?" the salesperson asked with a professional smile. "Just looking around," Dio replied casually. "Is the car for you, sir? Or perhaps for the lady?" The salesperson inquired tactfully. Before Dio could answer, Jessica interjected. "Why not both? There's no rule that says only one person can buy a car, right?" The salesperson's smile widened. "Of course. Our vehicles and services are top-notch. I'm sure you'll both find something you like. Please follow me." "You're buying a car too?" Dio asked curiously as they followed the salesperson. "What? Does that bother you?" Jessica shot him a sidelong glance, her expression a mix of amusement and challenge. Dio sighed, knowing full well that anything he said at this moment would be wrong. Jessica, however, didn't seem upset. She smiled and explained, "Eileen's birthday is coming up, and I've been thinking about getting her something meaningful. Since I'm already here with you, I figured I'd check out some options. A BMW as a birthday gift for a young girl? Now that's luxury." Then again, considering the size of Jessica's family estate and the cars they usually drove, Dio wasn't surprised. Still, he made a mental note of Eileen's upcoming birthday. Whether or not he was invited to the celebration, he'd prepare a gift in advance. Jessica likely mentioned it on purpose, giving him a subtle heads-up. As the salesperson enthusiastically showed them various models, Dio and Jessica carefully considered their options. None of the cars seemed quite right, until Jessica spotted a pink BMW Mini. The car's compact, adorable design, combined with its girlish charm, made it the perfect birthday gift for Eileen. It wasn't overly expensive either, perfect for a first car to practice driving without too much worry about wear and tear. "What do you think?" Jessica asked, glancing at Dio. "It's great. Eileen will love it," Dio replied. "Then it's settled." Jessica wasted no time, immediately deciding on the car. The total cost came to just over $50,000, barely more than what she'd spent on a single meal at Dio's place. She paid in full and arranged for the car to be delivered directly to her home. Once the paperwork was finalized, Jessica stepped outside and spotted Dio standing with a stunningly attractive woman. The two seemed engrossed in an animated conversation. The moment Dio noticed Jessica, he leaned toward the woman and muttered, "Don't make trouble." Then, with a composed expression, he walked over to Jessica. The woman, however, followed him, seemingly unfazed by his warning. "And who's this?" Jessica asked, her brow furrowing slightly. Before Dio could respond, the woman extended her hand with a charming smile. "Hi, I'm Dio's college classmate. To call me Nancy. What a pleasant surprise running into him here. I hope I'm not interrupting anything." College classmate? Dio suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. Of all the excuses. Still, he kept his expression polite, nodding slightly. Jessica, on the other hand, looked a bit surprised. She courteously shook Nancy's hand and introduced herself. Nice to meet you. I'm Jessica, Dio's friend. Hearing Jessica refer to herself as just a friend rather than a girlfriend, Nancy's smile widened. Dio's always been like this, so secretive. Back in college, we had some unforgettable wild times together. Dio immediately coughed twice, signaling Nancy to stop spouting nonsense. Jessica's brow furrowed for a moment, but she quickly smiled and replied, "Thanks for the heads up, but we're just friends." Nancy seemed like she wanted to say more, but the sudden intensity of Dio's gaze silenced her. She recognized it as a warning, a final one. "Well, I gotta run. Let's catch up another time," Nancy said breezily, directing her parting words to Jessica. As she turned to leave, she glanced at Dio and added cryptically, "Oh, and don't forget our agreement. Tonight will be unforgettable." With that, she walked away, leaving behind a playful, enigmatic smile.